What's going on, people? Welcome back to another huge, massive, gigantic, ginormous free course. Hell yeah. The free Adobe Premiere Pro course. We're back with it, an updated version. 1.2 million views. Let me actually have a look. I think it's 1.2 million views. Might be more. Let's have a look real quick. Blah, blah, blah. Most popular. 1.2 million views on the last Learn Everything About Adobe Premiere Pro. It's coming up to 3 years now. This video dropped in 2018. It's 2021. It's about time we release an updated version of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. And that's exactly what we've done. Down below in the description, you'll find time codes to each individual lesson. I believe we've got about 8 or 9 hours worth of content here, 100% for free. Use the time codes down below. And also, we have exercises where you can actually download files and follow along with the exercises step by step with the exact clips I'm using in the tutorial. Without further ado, let's get into Learn Everything About Adobe Premiere Pro. Massive tutorial. Enjoy, guys. It's going to be a big one. Let's start with a mini lesson and get into it. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are starting off the introduction section with a mini lesson. This right here is going to introduce us to the program, quick 5 minutes. But if you don't have the program, definitely go ahead and download it. If you don't have it, you can get it from adobe.com. Get the Creative Cloud. You can get it for $52 a month. But if you're a student or a teacher, you can get it for $19.99 a month. So a nice discount, a significant portion of you will be able to take advantage of if you're in school or university, whatever the case may be. If not, go ahead and get your normal subscription and let's load it up. Now, I have the program pinned to my taskbar because it's something I use a lot. If you don't, go ahead and search for it and load it up. But I'm just going to go ahead and click the Adobe Premiere Pro logo, and it will begin to load itself up onto my screen, and we can start our project and start building stuff up piece by piece. Now, when we load up, this is what it'll look like. I have previous projects that pop up down here because of the fact that I've obviously been using the program before. You might not, unless you've used it on your own, in which case, stuff will start to stack up here throughout the, progression that we do with this course. But go ahead and tap new project right here, and let's go ahead and call this the mini lesson. Mini lesson will do, and I'm just going to save that to my Premiere Pro Masterclass folder. I'm just going to go ahead and overwrite anything was there. I think there might have been a previous file or something like that. Anyways, for you that won't be a problem. Just go ahead and create that, and then let's go ahead and download the mini lesson video of me talking to the camera, which gives some instructions on what we're going to edit. You can get that from the resources. It will be clearly allocated that you can be able to download that. You'll be able to see that clearly on the side, and we can go ahead and download that file. Once you have that file, simply go ahead and drag it into our media section down here. You'll be able to see that it's ready to be dragged over because I'm hovering over and it says copy. Go ahead and release it, and it will copy itself down here. Now, we can double click it, and we can actually see that it is visible up here. We can grab the trackpad and drag it over, and we can hear myself start to talk. However, before we listen to what I got to say, we can actually just go ahead and drag it into this button down here, which will create a timeline. So we can actually see it loaded up properly in our editor. Drag it to this button, and it will create a brand new timeline out of this clip. So let's go ahead and listen to it. Let's hear what I say so we know what we're going to do for the edit. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're jumping in. This is a mini lesson. I just want to get you guys warmed up a little bit. So real quick, go ahead and put some text up here that says yes if you're ready for the course. Hopefully we don't have any jokers who put no. Put the yes there. All right, now go ahead and take it away. What that just did is pretty much just warm you up a little bit. We've done a little something. Now let's crack on with the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. So, I'm sure you get it. It's just a fun little exercise for us to go ahead and edit some stuff there and also tidy this up a little bit. So, let's zoom in. Let's waste no time. I can see at the start that I don't start talking for a couple seconds. So, let's scroll in here to about here, and let's go ahead and press C and chop that down right there. And let's go ahead and delete this section here, and we can simply drag that over, and just like that, we have actually edited down that a little bit. Now, I also see that I introduced the course a little bit here, so I want to have a fade in. So what I can actually go ahead and do is I can come up here to Effect Controls, and I can actually go ahead and turn the opacity to 0, so you can't see me. Now, then I can turn a keyframe on, which means it tells the program that at the start we want the opacity to be 0. But say we now scroll over to here after I've done that sort of opening speech or whatever, and then we can actually bring this up to 100. So what we do here is we've now created a fade in, which we can go back to the beginning and go ahead and press spacebar to play, and you'll be able to see the fade in action. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. And just like that, our video now fades in. So we can keep playing it until I talk about the text, and I'll show you guys how we go ahead and edit that text onto the screen with the next sort of command or whatever that I give. We're jumping in. This is a mini lesson. I just want to get you guys warmed up a little bit. So real quick, go ahead and put some text up here that says yes. So right when that spike happens, that's when I said yes, because you can see I said yes with a lot of passion. So let's go over here, and this will be a thing that continues throughout the course. I say a lot of stuff with a lot of passion. And let's go ahead and press T, which is the text tool. And just like that, you see that the cursor kind of changes. And we can actually go ahead and click up here and actually write the words yes. And just like that, it writes it. However, it's not looking too pretty. It's looking kind of ugly, to be honest. So let's go up here to the graphic tab, which controls everything text. And let's go over here to edit. Then let's go here and let's actually type in impact. Impact is a nice bold font, but if you don't have impact for some reason, just get another bold looking font. And let's go ahead and make it the maximum scale that it can go. Now, let's go ahead and come back to editing, and you see how we're on a text tool down here. Let's actually go ahead and press V, which jumps back to our normal selection tool, and we can actually go ahead and reposition this text. Also, drag out the sort of edges right here to make it a little bit even bigger, and actually just go ahead and put it right here where I sort of point to. Then, we can actually play our video and wait for the command to remove the text or to extend it, whatever. Let's play. Yes, if you're ready for the course. Hopefully, we don't have any jokers who put no. Put the yes there. All right, now go ahead and take it away. So you see how I extended it because I needed to be extended a little bit. So extend it if it's a little too short, and then let's go ahead and press C again and chop it away because I said to get rid of it. So just when I wave my hand, it'll get rid of it now. Go ahead and take it away. What that just did is pretty much just warm you up a little bit. We've done a little something. Now let's crack on with the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. And just like that, guys, we can now come over here and go ahead and tap a keyframe again, and then come to the very end and go ahead and turn it to 0, which means that it will fade out now at the end. And then we can simply go ahead and press O, which adds an out point. Go ahead and come to the start. Press Control S, save what we've done. And now let's go ahead and just tap play and watch in full our brand new edit in our mini lesson. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're jumping in. This is a mini lesson. I just want to get you guys warmed up a little bit. So real quick, go ahead and put some text up here that says yes if you're ready for the course. Hopefully, we don't have any jokers who put no. Put the yes there. All right, now go ahead and take it away. What that just did is pretty much just warm you up a little bit. We've done a little something. Now, let's crack on with the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. And just like that, guys, we've made a nice, clean little edit. Something kind of funny, right? I think that's kind of comical, me telling you guys just to put yes right there. So, something funny. We've built it. Press Control S, save that. We've built a little something. Now, let's get cracking with the rest of the course. Let's do it. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We are jumping straight into the basics section, and we're going to be kicking it off with how to create a project. Very simple. In fact, it's definitely not hidden. They're not trying to hide it from us. They give it to us straight in our face right here. It says new project. Common sense will tell us to click new project. We go ahead and click it. When we click it, this window is going to pop up. I'm using a 2-screen setup, so if anything doesn't pop up straight away, it's unfortunately popped on my other window, which means I just have to drag it over. So bear with me a little bit there. And more or less, this is the window. This is the new project creation window. Location is obviously set to projects, right? Now that's just my own sort of generic projects folder that I've sort of built up because, at a certain point, you've got so many projects, you do need a specific folder for them. The name, very self-explanatory. We'll go ahead and start that. We'll call this sample project, or actually, you know what? New project number 1. New project number 1. I guess organization's pretty crucial right from the start. So we'll call this organization we'll call this new project number 1 rather, and let's go ahead and browse. I'm actually going to take it out of my projects folder. I'm going to go ahead and bring it into my external hard drive because you can see that I'm starting to fill up my other hard drives. And I'm just going to go ahead and put it in my specific folder I've created for this course so we can stay organized the whole course. Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. I'm going to press select folder. Every project I now create for the rest of this course will go into my Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass folder. Awesome. New project number 1. Real quick, let me just break some stuff down here. General, overall, when I'm creating a new project, I leave everything how it is. Okay, we leave the Mercury playback engine right here. We leave the time code displayed, audio samples, DV. We leave all that stuff scratch disk wise as well. We leave everything here. More or less, this is gonna just use the same as the project folder. So all of your sort of various different files that aren't actually used, as you'll see, the project creates a whole bunch of sort of little info files and stuff that you don't even need to tend to yourself. But all of that stuff will be created in a separate folder in the exact folder where we're putting our project in. Hope that makes sense. Then you got the ingest settings, which are, again, untouched. So more or less, when you're creating a new project, the rule of thumb is go to name, put your name in, select your specific location, or put it in your generic projects folder like I normally do, and then literally press OK. And it's as simple as that. You don't need to overcomplicate the process. Right now, if your layout doesn't look like this straight away, it's probably because mine by default has gone into graphics. I'm just going to go ahead and tap editing over there. Up here are your main tabs, if you will, but we're going to jump into that in the next section in depth. First off, I just want to explore the way to create a project when you're already in a project. So Premiere does have multiple project sort of abilities, which means you can be editing one project down here, and then you could also have another project, which would just look like another tab right here loaded up, and you could switch between projects. You could even drag and drop stuff between projects, and it would import everything to the other project perfectly. Absolutely awesome when I'm doing much bigger projects. Maybe I've got one sequence, which is the introduction, and another sequence, which is the main video, and this gives some nice flexibility, if you will. So that's that. But if we were to create a brand new project while we're opening a current project, we'd simply go up here to File, go to New, and go to Project. Alternatively, Control-Alt-N, and we can go ahead and tap that. And again, I'm using the 2 monitor, so it popped up on my other monitor. We'll leave it right here. And we'd literally just go ahead and call this, for example, New Project number 2. And we could literally just go ahead and press OK. And just like that, it will have created a new project 2. And if we had a whole bunch open in new project 1, we could be dragging and dropping stuff back and forth. But overall, that right there is how to create a project in Adobe Premiere Pro. We're going to come back with a full breakdown of the layout and overall how to navigate throughout Adobe Premiere. And then we're going to start getting into the more advanced stuff coming up next. Let's keep it pushing. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping into a full breakdown of the layout. So we got swiftly into making a new project. Not only did we explore the sort of brand spanking new version of creating a new project when you don't have anything open with that window that was in the middle, but also we experienced and explored making a new project when you've already got a current project open. And we've stacked up 2 projects down here. Of course, they're looking pretty empty. In fact, they're looking 100% empty, being the fact that they are empty. And before we actually start filling them up, which is literally in the next episode, importing and organizing media coming up, right now we want to do introduction. Some of you guys, if this is your first time using this, and I'm going to assume a lot of you guys are actually experiencing this for your first time, it might be a little bit intimidating. Now, as you get through this first section, it won't be intimidating at all. As soon as you understand where stuff is at, where you can find stuff, and overall don't feel lost, you're going to be having a blast. So down here is our media. This is where all of our clips will stack up. You can see that it organizes it sort of self-explanatory by the name, the frame rate, when the media starts, etc. Overall, the main stuff you look for here is the name. And you sort of just, would scroll down, say we had 10 clips. It would be, a stack of media right here. Also, this is where all of your media pops up. So not just your clips. You're talking, your graphics. It could be, your sequences. It could be your pre-nested clips. Now, if some of those words don't make sense to you, they will in a second, I assure you. Next up, once you've actually created a sequence, which is, your timeline and everything, and you've got basically everything imported, you will see your
edit sequence down here. So you'll have, your clips, you'll be able to position stuff. You could put your audio layers below, above, basically this is where all of your different pieces get put together. This is where you build your project in the timeline. You might create a title layer, you put that above your main shot, then maybe you put some B-roll over, whatever. It's basically looking like a little a little stack up. You're just stacking clips on top of each other, building stuff. And up here is where everything will be visible. This is where your preview will be generated. You'll be able to play through it, skip frame by frame, even take screenshots, etc. And basically all of the finished result will be displayed here, and you'll sort of piece it together down here in the timeline. Also, if you are clicking onto clips, you'll have this whole area up here. The main sort of use for this section up here, first off, the source. You'll be able to find a clip down here, double-click it. Double-click it, it'll open up here in the source, and you'll be able to sort of just tweak it a little bit more, maybe start it from a certain point, whatever the case may be. Also, effect controls. Once you're clicking on a clip, an active clip in the timeline, there will be extensive effect controls. Again, we're going to be getting to that very, very in-depth coming up. And of course, you've got your audio mixers, your metadata. These two are not messed with much by me at all, but we'll explore them later on as well. And of course, you have your tabs. So, Learning tab is something you do not need because you've got me, okay? If you need the Learning tab, I have completely failed my job, and it's game over for me as a course instructor. I need to retire, all right? So bear with me, and ideally don't go to Learning for now. Assembly is sort of just a more enlarged media window, which means you can say you have 100 things. You could see all your things, opposed to if it was in editing, you could only see maybe 4 of them, or well, actually more like 10 or 20, right? But assembly, you could see loads of your media, and you could drag it into your timeline as you see fit. Editing is the general window that you're going to be in because it is laid out the best for just your general composition. You could drag your clips over with ease. You could play the timelines, see what's happening. You could jump to your effect controls and tweak the clips. So overall, this editing sort of tab is the overall most optimized for your general editing tasks, and that's why, they call it the editing tab. The color tab, self-explanatory. Again, we are not actually going to be privy to any color grading stuff or color correction stuff yet because you do have to be selecting a clip. It says no clip selected, but this will be a massive color tab here. The Lumentri color tab, super powerful. One of the biggest pluses to using Adobe Premiere Pro. Absolutely phenomenal color grading. The effects tab, self-explanatory again. The effects tab, we can come up here, pick from various different effects, and there's various different categories, there's presets, there's loads of stuff. We're going to be covering everything alternatively as well when you're in the edit tab. So when I'm in the editing, you can also move over here and find the effects tab right here. And this is oftentimes a sort of easier use of the effects tab because you could be in your project, say you drag over a clip, then you want an effect, clicking up here it's not that far, but it's a little bit more. So you can click effects right here, and this is your full effects tab, just sort of in a more convenient location. So I personally use the effects tab down here, and the reason I tell you that is because, I've been using the program for a very long time. If it was a simpler way to go up here, I'd probably be doing it. So overall, I'd say go ahead and, and utilize the effects tab down here. It's a little bit quicker. You've got the audio tab, something I mostly stay clear of. You've got a bunch of Adobe stock audio, etc. Again, I'm usually using my own audio. I'm not going to lie. The graphics tab, which is super powerful, essential graphics. Not only do you have a massive library of templates, you also have the ability to import premium templates, the other people have made, etc., and enhance your stuff even more. The motion graphics side of Adobe Premiere Pro is huge. As you can see here, Adobe even give you presets for, sporting stuff, all sorts of awesome stuff that you can really set the tone of a video by using. You've got these news anchor stuff and Adobe News. These are all presets built by Adobe. So it's really phenomenal the amount of stuff they give you for free, preloaded, and that's one of the massive pluses to Adobe as well. You've got the libraries over here. Basically an ignorable section, something I'm not too worried about. If I had to tell you where you're going to spend most of your time in, it's going to be editing, it's going to be color, and it's going to be graphics. Again, effects is obviously a place you spend a bunch of time in too, but we use it down here. And that right there is a brief introduction to the layout. Overall, let me quickly cover these up here. File, right? Your standard file, edit, buttons up here. Very, very simple. Ideally, you could come up here to save. However, I mean, we're going to get to the shortcuts in a second, which are much better. And overall, you're importing and exporting stuff here. It's more just a drag and drop situation. I'm going to show you how that's the most efficient way to do it. Edit tab up here. We're going to get to it next. We really need to have a strong demonstration to use it. Clip, sequence, clip, not to be worried about. We can mess with most of that stuff in effect controls. Sequence is something that's going to be important. Sequence settings specifically. Markers, graphics, view, window, help. Stuff we don't need to worry about for now. Window, especially the workspace and the reset, save layout is crucial. And if you guys do ever sort of accidentally move something around, because everything is customizable, right? You could get something, move it here. You could get that. You can move it down here. You can move stuff wherever you want, but Adobe's laid it out in a way that it is in the best place. So if you do move stuff around like that and you completely mess up your layout, go up to Window, go to Workspace, go to Reset to save layout. And just like that, it'll pop back into the normal, fresh, crisp layout that we're all comfortable using. See you guys in the next episode. Let's import some clips. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are going to be doing importing and organizing media. This one right here is very simple. In fact, I'm going to show you guys the drag and drop technique, which is self-explanatory. So here is our Adobe Premiere Masterclass folder. There's one thing I want to review real quick, which is that folder that saves stuff. There's an autosave folder. This is an absolutely genius tactic that was at some point brought to the Adobe table, where now their programs, Adobe Premiere Pro, actually does an autosave thing where, oftentimes I'm going to encourage you guys to be saving your projects every 10 seconds. Literally, I mean, it's sort of a meme in the editor community that, you're sort of constantly spamming Control S, which is the shortcut for save. But Adobe Premiere actually sort you out where the one day that you do forget to save, or it didn't go through, or whatever the case may be, there is an autosave folder. However, obviously it is not super up to date. I think maybe it happens every 20 minutes or so, right? So a lot could happen in 20 minutes, all right? But anyways, organizing and importing media. We've got 3 clips from a recent shoot that I was doing with a filmmaker in my area called Luke. And pretty much, we just went to these gardens and, shot some content, which I'm probably going to use for an editing contest. And I want to go ahead and give it to you guys to import and organize. Now, there is a couple different ways of importing, but I'm going to show you the quickest. This is the quickest. Highlight the clips you want to import, drag them over, drop them. Wait for a second. Obviously, there's a slight delay. And then just like that, they import to the timeline. No way. Who saw it coming? You could then double-click the clips and load them up in the source window that I famously told you guys about in the last section. And you can begin to scroll through them, sort of see what's happening, see that there is some movement in them, whatever the case may be. Play them. As you see right here, playing it through. And basically these are just some clips of me and another filmmaker out in some gardens. So they actually organize themselves. And the way that they organize themselves is by name. If you click name, if it's got the arrow pointing up, it means the clips are coming down in a descending order based on their title. So this is perfect when you're working with clips that were all shot on the same SD card, because they usually go up in numbers, which means that if you want them to start at the first clip or the earliest clip, you simply have the arrow going up. Or if you want it to be going, top down, you could switch it around, and just like that, you're able to double click the top clip, and we could start from the top clip. I actually think this is a really cool one. I think we go through the grass right here, and there we go. Yep, there we go. Straight through the grass, come to see him right there. And overall, that right there is a very cool. It's a very cool clip right there. But these clips they're all part of the same sort of situation, the same sequence. So the way I'd organize these clips, and this is what I want to get you guys into the habit of doing, is I would actually create a folder that corresponds to these clips. So I would call these garden clips, and I would create a folder called garden clips, and then I would just click and hold shift and tap the top one so that it selects everything, or click and press control and tap each one and drag them into garden clips, because then we have a specifically organized folder now called garden clips, which hold our garden clips. And also we could tick that down so that they start from the lowest number and they build their way up. And just like that, we've got these 3 garden clips sort of nicely organized in garden clips folder. And then also the amazing part of making folders is that once we've got, say, 100 folders and we don't want to use garden clips anymore, we can simply tick the drop-down menu, and that will condense all of those 3 files into one easy folder just like that. And that right there is how to import and organize media in Adobe Premiere Pro. It is very simple. I mean, I'll show you the other tactic of importing, but it's not something I'd necessarily recommend because it takes longer. The theme of this course, as much as me showing you guys how to do everything, I'm also going to tell you guys what I, as kind of a veteran Adobe Premiere Pro user at this point, is my go-to, because I think that's pretty valuable to you guys. There's no point you should be doing stuff the long way, right? But overall, this is the long way of importing. We would actually select our project down here, or our media bin, if you will. We go up here to File, and we go to the boring old Import or Import Recent File. We can go ahead and tap just Import, and it will load us up our Adobe Premiere Masterclass folder. We could then, just scroll in a little bit. We'd see our clips. We'd highlight them, and we'd press open, and it would just import them just like that. But let's go ahead and click and drag them down to the bin, which is how we delete some stuff. Delete those duplicates, because that's all they are, duplicates, and take pride in knowing that we correctly imported and organized these clips in the most time-efficient way possible. And that's the way I'd suggest you guys to do it, is a drag and drop method. You drag, you drop. Simple as that. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We are entering creating a sequence now. This one right here is very crucial based on the fact that so far all we have is a couple clips in our media bin. We have no actual edit going on right here, as it says drop media here to create sequence, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So creating a sequence, extremely self-explanatory. There's a weird way to do it where you could actually go up here to New and then go Sequence, which, I mean, it's not totally weird. Let me explore that. That's just filling in all the stuff manually. However, this is not the way that I would recommend you to create a sequence. And the reason for that is because you have to manually input the settings, which could be a little bit annoying, especially if you're maybe not even using footage that you personally recorded. Maybe it's stock footage, maybe it's client footage, whatever the case may be. I mean, literally designing your sequence is just a way. It's not worth it. All right, it's not something you should be doing right off the bat. Definitely not. So instead, the way you do it is you drop media here to create sequence. And the beautiful thing about this is that this will create a sequence that matches 100% of the settings of the clip. So if we take our clip. Oh, press Control Z. We accidentally brought it out of the folder. And we literally just drag and drop it into right here. We see it's perfectly created a sequence. The sequence not only has been created, but it matches all of the settings of this clip. And being that all these clips are shot on the same camera in the same settings, it makes sense we should make a sequence that matches these settings. And it literally just replicates everything without us even having to do a thing ourselves. And definitely not have to fill in all those sort of crazy settings and stuff. We literally just drag and drop, and it replicates all the settings of this particular clip. And then we could actually go ahead and just sort of click on the actual name and go ahead and title this as Garden Sequence. So now we have the Garden Clips folder. We have the Garden Sequence, and we have 3 clips that are shot in a garden. It looks like we are prepared to do some pretty cool stuff. But quickly, this is our timeline right down here. Very, very cool. Overall, self-explanatory. You've got different layers. Each of these is a different layer. This stands for View 1, View 2, View 3. This stands for Audio 1, Audio 2, Audio 3. You can drag and drop your audio layers down. You can drag and drop your video layers up as you see fit. But overall, when you import a new clip, you pretty much just leave it here and then you build upon it. So say we have some B-roll, whatever, we'd bring that over to the second layer and we put that over the top of it. And also the audio, potentially you'd mute the audio of a clip that doesn't necessarily, it's not audio centric, right? So this clip right here, it's not audio centric at all, being the fact that it's literally just it's sort of just a B-roll type of clip, as you see right here. And overall, we would have just cut that down. And we'd probably go ahead and trim that clip, right? We'd probably go ahead and trim that clip probably around here, right? We chop that clip down, and we would go ahead and start it from there. So, when we press play, space bar, it starts right where we want it, and it would sort of come up for that 4 seconds right there or so, something like that, right? Now, this is a 1080p clip there is also some cool stuff we could do with the frame rate and stuff like that. But just real quick, if we did want to change our sequence settings, right, it is very simple. It is up here in sequence. We just go to sequence and then tap sequence settings. And again, that's popped up on the other window. My bad. That's the 2-screen setup situation hitting us again, screwing us over. It's all good. We persevere regardless. And basically, this is where we customize our project settings. So on the off chance, perhaps maybe we were creating some content that maybe one of the clips was 720p and we didn't want to scale it up. Instead, to retain the quality, we wanted to scale all the other clips down so that it matched the 720p. We could go to frame size and we could change this to 1280 by 720. Then we could come over here, press OK, and then again press OK. And what this would do is it would change our actual sequence to a 720p sequence. And being the fact that this clip is 1080p, we would now have a bunch more room to work with. So as you see, we'd now be able to drag the scale down. And for this clip to actually fill the screen, it would only need to be 67% instead of the normal 100% scale that it would need for 1080p, which means that you have a whole bunch of extra workroom that you could potentially use in clips if you were scaling down the resolution, editing the sequence in a resolution that was less than the clips were shot in. Now, 720p is usually not the utilization for this. It's usually something you do with 4K clips that you could take and edit in a 1080p sequence, but they were shot in 4K, which means you have loads of extra workroom. For the time being, I'm going to press Control-Z, and I'm literally just going to undo whatever I've just done there, which is going to return it to a 1080p sequence, and we are going to have our clip right here, which was cut at the correct position, and overall, I'm going to press Control-S and save our project. And with us briefly exploring the cut tool, right here, by slicing that in the middle, which was C, right? We're going to jump into the important tools, which are these ones here, in the next episode coming up. Let's do it. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are continuing on the basics section. This is going to be important tools. Now, your important tools are some of these ones right here. I'm going to say some because some of them, in my experience, and I've been using Premiere for years, I still haven't found a use for. I'm not going to lie. Some of them, I don't understand why they've put them on here. They seem to be wasting space. At the end of the day, it does seem like they had some space to fill, and they threw them on there anyways. It really feels like that with some of these tools here. So let me tell you guys what's important, what you're actually going to be using on a consistent basis. This one, this is your selection tool. You are 100% going to be using this on a consistent basis. Say you had 3 clips in here, right? Let's just import all the clips that we've got, right? Boom, we got 3 clips in here, and you wanted to do something to the middle one. It would be with your all selection tool, your selection tool, if you will, that you'd select that. This is how you zone in, you sort of single out a specific clip. So you can usually go up to the effect controls and maybe play with the the scale, maybe drag it over, maybe rotate it, or all of the other cool things we're going to get to later with an extensive effect controls breakdown, which is, of course, coming up. You guys know we're not leaving anything out. So let's go ahead and break down the list. But overall, selection tool literally as self-explanatory as it gets. You use it to select stuff. I mean, yeah, use it to select stuff. If you hover over it, it'll tell you selection tool. And we'll be getting to the important shortcuts coming up next. But overall, that's the selection tool right there, done and dusted. This one right here is the track select forward or track select backward tool. Basically, this will select everything in front of where you click. So say we click here, it'll just select there. Or say we click way back here, it'll select everything in front to the right of these arrows. Everything in the direction of the arrows, it will select. For example, if we click here, it'll select nothing because there's nothing, no clips in front of the arrows, right? So this is basically a tool you use when you've got hundreds of clips, 30 clips, whatever in a sequence. Also, if you click and hold, you can get the track select backward tool. So that, does the exact same thing. It just the arrows are pointing the opposite direction. And when you click, it selects stuff that is beyond the arrows or in the direction of those arrows. So when we click there, only one clip is in the direction of the arrows. When we click there, 2 clips. When we click here, all the clips are on the left of the arrows, which means it selects everything. This rolling edit tool is one of the ones that I don't necessarily use on a consistent basis at all. In fact, ripple edit tool, yes, it's used a bit, but mainly we sort of use the ripple edit tool where ripple delete is something that you can do where, say there's a little space in between two clips and we wanted to join them up. Instead of dragging them over, what you can do is you can actually click that space in the middle and press delete, and it will just bring everything over. So that's a quick way for me to do it. You can use the rolling edit tool, which basically means you click, or actually, you know what, rolling edit tool, we more or less just leave alone. I'm not going to lie. Rolling edit tool, we don't even mess with. Cut tool, razor tool, if you will. This is how you chop stuff out. The shortcut is C, so you can jump through, you can chop stuff, you can basically put cuts. I'm going to press Control Z to undo all that. But, I mean, I'd say the selection tool and the actual razor tool are the two tools you'll be using the most likely, because you'll have to cut stuff out, etc. And overall, the razor tool, very, very practical tool. For example, you notice there's the camera goes down before it comes up. We would chop out that first bit, we delete it, then we just select the area, and we go ahead and just delete it again. And just like that, we have the clip come in at the exact position that we'd actually want it to come in. Awesome. That's with the cut tool. This one is the slip tool. Basically, you can bring the video further along in basically change the selection of the clip. So if we click here and drag, for example, over, it will actually change the position of the clip, and we can actually sort of change what area of the clip appears in here. Honestly, if it sounds confusing, it's because it is. I don't use it. Personally, I don't use it. I actually think it's extremely valuable for me to not only tell you guys what, is good to use, but tell you what really just doesn't seem like a whole lot of anything to me, right? Slip tool, I'm sure there's people utilizing it in projects. Tell me down below if you personally know what to do with it. I don't mess with it. I really don't. Pen tool, simple. It's something that you'll use for masking. Masking is how you actually select an area of a clip. For example, if you go to opacity and we wanted to just select Luke, for example, we could try and draw an absolute very fail of an outline around him. Again, I'm doing this for pure demonstration purposes of what the I'm rotating stuff of what the pen tool is like. But basically, you can mask people out. I'm just going to delete that mask. Also, you can you can draw some shapes and stuff like that. But overall, the pen tool is mainly used for masking. The hand tool is how we can just move around the workspace. So, for example, say we're zoomed in 100%, we can use this hand tool to drag up to actually position where we're at. Luke's looking tired, that's for sure. I think this was at the end of our shoot, so he's definitely looking pretty damn tired right there. And we've also got the type tool, right? Also, just so you know, the hand tool doesn't change the position of the clip. It just changes the view of you while you're looking over the clip. Perfect. So go back to fit, get the text tool. Text tool, very, very simple. I think this is called the title tool. Type tool. There you go. I was missed both times. Basically, you click anywhere and you can write a title, and just like that, it'll create a corresponding title graphic. And then you can actually go over to the graphics tab, go to edit, and I actually begin to position this around. But I mean, we've got a whole titles and text section coming up, so I'll save that for a little bit. And overall, that right there is the important tools. Let's come back in a second with arguably an equally as important section, if not more as important shortcuts. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are going to be doing important shortcuts. Shortcuts are how you save time. I mean, that's kind of self-explanatory, I know, but it is emphasized so much when you get into big projects how much these little shortcuts that you learn from the start are going to help you. First off, there's something that can happen in Premiere, which is stuff stops locking. Now, what lock means is that when I drag this clip over here, you see it latches on, it locks. Very, very useful. And the only reason that happens is because the snap in timeline is turned on. If at any point, accidentally, this is not turned on, you would have to manually position your clips, which is ridiculous. I'm going to press Control Z. I'm going to undo that. And overall, make sure if stuff's being weird, snap the timeline. All right, make sure stuff's snapping the timeline. Control S, that's save. That's one you're going to be using all the time. Control S, right? 100%. And Control Z is undo. So for example, say we deleted that clip and we press Control Z, it will bring it back. It will undo whatever the previous action was. Also, you have your copies, your pastes. So that's pretty standard. I assume most of you will know that. Say we wanted to copy this clip, we could press Control C, and we come over here, we press Control V, it would paste it. However, I also want to introduce you to the which layer is active. You see it says toggle the track targeting for this track. If V1 blue is turned on, it means that it will copy paste our layer to the first layer, or copy paste our clip to the first layer because the V1 is turned on. However, if we turn off V1, right? And if we go to V3, and if we also turn off A1, when we copy this clip, which has audio and video layer, and press Control C, then Control V, it will now bring it to the layers that we've turned on and made active. So this is really, really powerful thing to utilize when you're in the midst of a project and you want to bring something to a B-roll position above, whatever the case may be. Or if you're, for example, we could copy paste this clip, bring it over here, press Control C, then Control V, and it's copied it up here. It doesn't remove the clip below. It doesn't mess it up or anything. It is all good, and we've actually just assigned the layer to toggle to, essentially. So again, Control S. Also, if we wanted to duplicate a layer, we could actually click, hold Alt, click the clip, and drag up. And just like that, it will duplicate the specific clip. It also, we could drag it over. So if we click and hold the clip, hold Alt, and drag to the side, it will duplicate the clip to the side as well. Any direction you click, you hold Alt and click and drag the clip, it will indeed duplicate it. So that's duplicate. Again, Control S. I'm always pressing Control S. You have the basics, right? So those right here are sort of my main go-tos. We'll maybe add a couple more as we go through, right? For example, Shift, you hold Shift, you can click a clip, hold Shift, select a couple clips, whatever the case may be. But your actual selections up here, one that I'm always using is C. Now, have a look over here. When I press C, it jumps to the razor tool. Now, C is the sort of the shortcut for the razor tool, which means that if I'm actually in the middle of a project, right, and I want to cut, maybe I'm halfway through here, I just quickly press C, I do a chop, then I press V, which jumps me back to my all selection tool, and I click and delete the clip, for example. But I'm just going to press Control Z, undo that. Press C again so you can see it jump here to the razor tool. A good way to recommend remember this, because this is a crucial one, is cut. The word cut begins with C. Even though it's the razor tool, what it lets you do is cut. So I just remember it. C is cut. V isn't selection tool, so I don't know why that's V. But overall, V and C are stuff you're going to be jumping back and forward between all the time. Luckily, they're next to each other. So, on the keyboard, C and V, they're literally next to each other. So you shouldn't waste too much time pressing those two. Next up, say we are, again, super zoomed in and we want to move around. We can press H, if you will. And we can actually get the hand tool, H, bring up here, look around, and, we can basically have that hand tool move around. Again, also, very self-explanatory one, T, the text tool. We click, we can write, title number 1, whatever the case may be. Again, let's go down here. Let's just delete that. Also, let's go to fit. So we want to fit the screen. We don't want to be zoomed in too much. Again, Control S. And, finally, one that is used occasionally is P, that is the pen tool, right? However, honestly, we're not using too much of the pen tool. Also, as you see right there, what happens if you're not selecting a clip and you use the pen tool, you actually start creating a solid, right? So if at any time you do want to create a shape or whatever the case may be, do not select your clip and you can use the pen tool and start creating. But overall, if we actually play through our couple clips that are loaded up in the timeline, we've done it. We've completed the basic section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Wild. My filming is not looking incredible right there. It looked like it went off to the side a little bit. And overall, this right here is just the start. We've gone over the tools. We've gone over the shortcuts. We've familiarized you with the program. Let's go ahead and just watch this little through the grass clip real quick, and then we're going to get started with the next section. And this next section is going to get real with the graphics and editing coming up next. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are entering section 2 now, the editing section. This is going to be editing workflow tips. On the screen is where we left off. More or less, we've got our 3 clips here, and I pretty much just want to, I think we were just briefly playing through stuff, but I just want to just show you a little insight into my workflow. My workflow means what I'm doing, where I'm going, what I'm basically doing, and we want to process these clips. So these are just 3 full-length clips, which is definitely not how we'd, showcase them in an actual edit. So what I want to do is I want to format them. By that I mean I want to start them at the point that they should start at and end them at the point they should end at. For example, we notice the camera does go off to the right-hand side right there. I mean, common sense tells us it's very obvious that that definitely wouldn't make the final cut. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and get this at a point where it ends on, a still nice frame. So what I want to do is probably just before that movement happens there is we get this sort of pan up, so we get the feet up, it goes to the head, and as soon as we get any sort of side movement, as you see right there, I'm just going to press backspace on my keyboard, or not backspace, I'm just sort of going over frame by frame using the arrow keys, right? And then I'm just going to press C. I'm going to go ahead and get my razor tool. I'm just going to chop it right there. And then I'm going to delete the clip, which is over to the right, and I'm going to click this empty space, and we're going to do a ripple delete, which once I delete that, that's going to bring everything else over to the side, and it's going to lock everything in, right? Remember, keep in mind, you got to have snap to timeline, snap in timeline, turned on at all times, and everything will snap over. And just like that, we're going to be able to press the space bar and play this, and it ends at an appropriate time and then comes in at an appropriate section because it looks like we already formatted that beginning part. We brought it in at a time that, actually makes sense to bring it in. Right there, that seems like incomplete. So I'm basically just trying to have one smooth motion. So it looks like that right there could be it. As soon as he takes the camera down right there, again, I'm just going to literally go frame by frame back a little bit. Maybe as soon as he actually starts to take the hand away, we again press C, we get our razor tool, we chop it, we delete that with the, delete, and then we simply click the space, and again, press delete, or backspace, and just like that, it'll chop over. And then we go to the next clip again, as we see, it's obviously starting in a setup position. This is where you're getting stuff set up, and then you can press C, chop that, delete that, highlight that space, delete the empty space, and we're going to have this clip that starts at the right time. It goes through everything, goes through the grass, and comes straight over to Luke. And it just looks like I can go back, and once that motion is actually complete, which it looks like around there, the motion is complete. We've got Luke fully in frame, holding the camera, and we can press C, go ahead and delete that. And now we've got a 15-second sequence, which when we go to the beginning and press spacebar to play, it's actually formatted in a way that, makes a little bit more sense now. It obviously follows him through the woods. It chops to this, and then it goes through the grass. 3 pan-up shots that are real nice. We're doing this on the gimbal, and overall, that right there is our little sequence formatted, and that's our workflow. So when we're actually formatting stuff, we're pretty much just using the razor tool, aka the cut tool with C. We're chopping stuff down, we're bringing stuff over, and overall, we're tightening up the sequence. And, just making a little bit more continuity, add a little bit more continuity in there, making stuff actually flow, and putting things in an order that would be accurate in an actual project. So that right there is some basic workflow tips. Let's actually have a little exercise coming up. I want to that's a little bit too many clips for you guys. Let me give you guys a few clips. Let's import these and format them together in the coming up section next. What's going on, people? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are continuing on the editing section. This one right here is going to be an exercise. We're going to import and adjust some video. Now, I just did this on my own right here to show you guys sort of my basic workflow, what it looks like, what I'm doing. Familiarize yourself with the process. Now you're familiarized with the process. You've got it locked into your brain. Let's actually go ahead and import some clips from one of my trips to the Netherlands. And you guys can actually go ahead and download those, no problem. Oh, wrong folder again. Let's go ahead and get this one. And we have 5 clips. So these are 5 clips of some really cool houses, actually. So I want to do the drag and drop method, right? We're going through everything together. Let's drag and drop these clips, and just give it a second. Sometimes it might lag out for a second because you're dragging over a bunch of media. Especially the bigger the clip, the longer it might take to import. We see it's importing down here. Just let it do its thing. And I want to keep up with the organization. We've done good with the garden clips folder so far. So let's drag, again, highlight. Let's click the bottom clip, hold shift, click the top clip, which highlights everything in between. Then we drag them into the folder icon, which instantly makes a folder. We don't, we could also tap the folder and make it manually, but that's no fun. We go to bin, we click it, and we're going to call this Netherlands. Or, yeah, Netherlands clips. Netherlands clips. Oh, that's a little bit of a funky spelling right there. I'm going to press Control S, save that we've obviously brought these in, and I'm going to drag and drop one of the clips, because they're all the same settings, into this particular icon here, which is going to make a brand new sequence, and it's going to match the sequence based around the actual settings of the clip, which is perfect for us, as we know, because all of these clips shot on the same camera, shot in the same settings. So overall, if we make a sequence that matches the settings of one of the clips, it's going to be formatted and sort of ready to go for all the others. We're going to go ahead and rename this Crazy Houses. Crazy Houses, why not? Crazy Houses. And we can actually go ahead and start playing through our first clip. Now, these right here are shot in 120 frames per second slow motion. This is in-camera slow motion. So we're going to have this buttery smooth slow-mo right here. However, if we did want to, speed this up, all it would be is a right-click and a speed duration. And if this is 120 frames a second, if we sped it up by 2, so we made it 200 speed instead of 100 speed, it's still at 60 frames a second. So we still have some slow-mo, just maybe not quite as buttery smooth, but it's still slow motion. However, I'm going to press Control Z. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. And what I want to do is I literally just want to go ahead and scroll over in this clip and just find this position. So if we see right here, the movement, we are trying to capture a full movement. So the movement starts going down here. It begins the pan. We can actually press C, chop that, chop out the top of the clip. Remember, click the area, and again, delete that. That's going to ripple delete the area right there. Amazing. And then we can simply play that, and we want to end it as soon as the actual motion completes. So as soon as it sort of brings this tree or this sort of little greenery bit over here fully into frame, we can maybe even go back a couple frames, and I'm looking at my timer there, so that we chop it at exactly 5 seconds. And we can go ahead and again press C, chop that, delete it. And just like that, we have captured 5 seconds of a pan to reveal, pan down sort of situation with these amazing crazy cube houses that were going on in Rotterdam, Netherlands. Very cool spot. Now, let's go here to number 27. I've double-clicked it. I've loaded it up into our source window. I now want to demonstrate the sort of more foolproof way of formatting your clips. Now, obviously, I wanted to walk you guys through the basics to this, right? So we chop stuff in the timeline, but using in and out points, there is actually an even sort of more foolproof way to go ahead and format your clips, and that is by actually scrolling along in your source window over here until you see the movement that you want. Now, for example, this is going to be a sort of a pan to reveal left movement almost, and we can actually go ahead and press I, which means in. I is an in point. That's a super easy one to remember. I think as soon as I learned that one, I never forgot it. And then we can just press spacebar, play it. We're getting this nice sort of pan out just like that. And when we're ready to end our clip, we can go ahead and press O, and that is out. So we have created an in point and an out point. Honestly, press Control Z. I moved it around. I think these might be probably the easiest shortcuts to remember in the entire program. In and out, I and O. Very simple. Now, because there is no audio attached, because these are shot in slow motion, which means they didn't capture audio because they're high frame rate mode, we can actually go ahead and hover over these two buttons. Now, this is the one we want. If we hover over it, you see it says drag video only. If we hover over that, it says drag audio only. Now, you know, it would be pointless to drag the audio only based on what I've just discussed, being that there's no audio. So we could go ahead and get the video, drag video only, and bring it over. And because our locking is on, it's just going to go ahead and lock right there. And that is going to be looking pretty nice. Now, that's a little bit of a longer clip, right? So I think even if we wanted to speed things up, we could maybe go a couple seconds in, go ahead and press C, chop that down, bring that over, and even right-click, just to keep up with continuity, right-click our clip that does have the audio layer, which is our other version, and go to unlink. And this will unlink the two layers. Then we go to the audio, which is pretty much just taking up space, and delete it. And now we have this sort of pan down, 120 frames a second, buttery smooth slow-mo, and then it comes over to the actual plant itself. We get a little bit more of a rotating feel here, and we still got 3 more clips to throw in there to continue the sequence. In fact, we go into one of these houses in a second. So let's use this new method now. Let's format the clips with the in and out points in the actual source view window. And I'm literally just going to go ahead and scroll along for a little bit faster situation, right? And I actually think I just want to get a little bit of a different motion. So maybe we were just going left. Maybe we get this motion, which is going sort of right. So I'm going to go over here to about there. And again, I press I. And I sort of go till the motion seems to complete a bit. I press O. Then I just drag the video only button. And just like that, we've created another nice pan through the cool houses. And there's a little bit of depth going on because we've got this right here. I think when you got something in the foreground, something in the background, it gives that feeling of a little bit more movement. And overall, it could be a nice effect. Now, this is us actually going into one of the houses. So I'm not too sure how well we can blend this right here. But let's go ahead and press an in point right here. And maybe we have this pan out sort of situation. So it pans over there. I like it. It doesn't fully make sense from a story point of view how we got into the house. So in an actual composition, just to keep you guys, tuned into what would actually be going down, I probably would want to have a few more shots in between that sort of tell the story of how we got there. Now, this shot is a pretty cool shot because this is from the actual bedroom of the crazy houses, and this reveals, the little sort of, I guess, courtyard area that they've got right here. But it's looking pretty cool. Go ahead and outpoint that right there, and just like that, we're going to have a pretty cool little sequence that we can come to the beginning. We can press spacebar to play, and we've just formatted this, piece right here. Obviously, we've got some clips that are a little bit longer than others, some that are shorter, but overall, everything's shot by these crazy cube houses in the Netherlands, and overall, it's looking very cool indeed. Couple clips synced up. And in fact, there's something we can do coming up, which can make this even more interesting and sort of suck you in even more. But for the time being, that right there was that done and dusted. Quick little exercise underneath our belts. Let's keep cracking. It's about to get interesting. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are continuing on the editing section. This right here is going to be motion breakdown. Now, I told you at the end of the last episode that we were going to be able to make this little sequence right here, which we just formatted together, way more interesting. The way we're going to be able to make it way more interesting is by adding or fabricating, shall I say, a little bit more movement. Now, luckily, we have something on our side, which there is organic movement in these clips, which means with a little bit of artificial movement, we can bring even more out of them. We can make the viewer sort of feel a little bit more immersed. And the way we're going to do that is scale keyframes. Scale keyframes or scale animation, right? Even slight zoom animation, and some might call it. Is a way to bring the viewer in. Even a zoom in to zoom out strategy, clip on clip, which will make sense in a second if it doesn't, is a perfect way to bring the viewer even more into a clip, make the clip more interesting. The way I'm going to do this, or the way you would do this, is you click a clip and you go to the effect controls. Effect controls we'll get more extensively into because, as you actually add effects, that can be a lot here. You have to scroll down and there's a lot of properties going on, a lot of stuff to tweak, a lot of variables like this, right? But as you see right there, you've got the scale, and you can actually go ahead and scale in, scale out. Obviously, it's 100% scale, which means that we can't really go out because there's nowhere to go, but we can go in, and we can actually animate in to out. So an awesome thing right here is, as we see there's a motion down, what if we actually created a keyframe at the start, which was, let's say, 110, which means it's 10% zoomed in, and we create a keyframe. But then we come over here, and we actually bring it back to 100. So it actually has a 10% zoom out while it also does this motion. And as you see right there, it creates a little bit more of a, I don't even necessarily know how to articulate it, but just a little bit more of a immersive feel to it, and you can feel it even more when you perhaps do a 120 and you're bringing it out something maybe a little bit more. As you see, it's even got that bigger sort of reveal situation where you've got real motion and artificial motion together, creating a pretty immersive feel. And then what you can also do, you could also try switching them around. So even a zoom in, so it starts at 100 and it actually zooms in. And in fact, if I look at that right there, I think that actually might look nicer, the zoom in, as we see, because it really starts with that establishing shot of the buildings, and it comes down into the plant itself, and it really does look like an immersive zoom in. Now that's looking great to me. We could even now have the zoom out on this particular plant. I can actually go ahead and actually do something that's a little bit quicker. Instead of, you know, making the first keyframe 120 and then making the last 100, we can make a keyframe for 100, click the keyframe, drag it to the end. So we've told the program that it's going to end at 100% zoom, and we could start it at a 120. So now we've got this zoom out to reveal. It makes it even more apparent that we're sort of zooming out of that to reveal. And then again, we can come straight back in with the 100 scale and just move over in the timeline a little bit, put it on the 120 and pop that right there at the end, or even have this as just the 110. And the reason I'm going to do that is because we noticed that the 120 is across a bigger clip. So it makes sense that the 120 on a clip half the size might look even quicker. And overall, we still want to have continuity. So we want everything to look kind of balanced. We don't want one to look more zoomed than the other one or look quicker or anything like that. We're trying to make everything continuous. Continuity, it matters in video. And just like that, we've got a very cool zoom in situation. And right here, we're going to be able to again do a zoom out strategy by simply going here with the scale, going here, and again doing let's say a 110, right? A 110 again, because it's a little bit quicker and it kind of gives that zoom out feel. And here is the kicker where we've ended with a zoom in. So we can now bring this clip, come to the end with a zoom in, and it zooms straight into that window. And that just worked out perfectly, where even we could get a little bit more with this last one. We could even try a 150. This, I might regret this, but let's have a look. We have a 150, so it really has this sort of pan to reveal feel of the courtyard right there, and that's a great way to end it. So that right there is motion broken down. I mean, we have this these zoom in animations as we see here. Then we have the zoom out animation right here, which nicely immerses us in the clip. I mean, it feels like a little bit more blockbustery. I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. I hope you are. And overall, this right here is how we can actually improve a sequence with, keyframe animations. And, overall, we've improved this sequence massively. The 150 didn't even look like too much right there. As you see, it's a perfect zoom straight into the actual windows right there. And the reality is you are losing quality here. You are, because you are increasing it not by 2 times, but that 150 right there. On a big screen, you might notice a little bit of quality decrease. Overall, as a rule of thumb, you're generally okay to scale stuff in about 20%, 10%, and more or less it's unnoticeable, especially in a mobile-centric world where, a lot of people might be watching your finished project on a mobile device. It's a smaller screen. Quality losses aren't necessarily the craziest. I think you do want to be very careful scaling stuff in 10% or 20% when you're making feature films for the big screen. But overall, a little 10% here, 20% there. In my experience, it will not destroy your project, I assure you. So that right there is motion explained. I think let's do a little bit more on improving sequences, because honestly, we haven't even messed with the position. And the position and the scale together combined can make a dangerous combo. Let's keep it going. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. I want to prove to you with this exercise, I want to basically take some still images and actually make a sequence that's interesting using the same method that we just demonstrated and deployed in this particular episode, the previous episode, the zoom in, zoom out, pan to reveal type of technique. Now, I believe that this adds a nice bit of immersiveness to your normal videos, right? Just to a video that without this effect would still be pretty nice. We built something okay, even without the zooms. It's not as though the zooms are the make it break it type of situation. The zooms just add a little something, right? However, I want to show you how much they add. And I want to demonstrate this through an exercise where you guys can actually download some screenshots. Now, these are actually pictures. So these are pictures, aka screenshots, from a shoot I did, a hilltop shoot, about 1.5 years ago, something like that. I don't know. Me and my boy Noah were testing out some new equipment, a drone, stuff like that, more or less. It's some clips all from the same kind of shoot, whatever the case may be. And basically, I want to show you guys how we can piece these together using keyframe animations and actually make a still image sequence of 5 still images actually something that's kind of, bearable to watch, and also definitely much better than just them being still. So let's go ahead and highlight them and drag them into the actual timeline over here, or the actual media bin, rather. And let's actually go ahead and just select them all. I press Control, I click them, select them, drag them into a folder. Call this still image sequence. Call this still image sequence. Awesome. Oh, renamed one of the clips accidentally. And what I want to do is I want to literally just drag and drop it, make it a brand new sequence out of the dimensions. Everything's the same. And pretty much what I want to do is I want to actually go ahead and order our clips first, right? So I want to actually go ahead and order our clips, which means that maybe this one right here is probably going to be first. So I drag and drop that there, drag this over, right? Because it looks like this is me walking to the hilltop, right? Then it looks like maybe, this clip comes next, right? Because that's me looking up. Then maybe we've actually got the, the drone coming up next. And then maybe we got me looking over smiling maybe, and then me taking the pic. Perhaps this could be the case, or even not. And it's looking like the drone and this one are looking like they are wrong dimensions. So let's actually go ahead and click the sequence settings. Some of these are 4K. So that's where we've gone wrong. Let's even drop this to 1920 by 1080. And that's a great example of utilizing these sequence settings. That's the exact scenario that I broke down to you guys in section 1, I believe, where I said, listen, oftentimes you might have 4K, you might have to bring it down to 1080p. Now, to make everything match, we just highlight everything, right click, go to set to frame size, and that's going to make everything the same exact size. Now, we now need to add some keyframe animations, and also we need to chop this stuff down. There's nowhere we're going to leave them all on for the full 5 seconds, right? It's too much, and that's definitely a recipe for disaster. So first off, let's chop everything in half. I press C. I'm literally just guessing where the middle of these clips are. And I'm literally just slicing them all in half, right? I'm slicing them all in half so we can delete the second half of all of the clips, and then just go ahead and, again, just sort of ripple delete that space. So now we've got clips that last 2.5 seconds apiece on average, right? And we can actually go ahead and create a scale and create a position, keyframe, come over into it a little bit, and I want to literally just go for this one, 55, or actually, you know what, 60. Because that's actually going to be 20% increase based on the fact that it's zoomed out, right? So we can go over here. Oh, we can actually bring it here. And we can see that now this is zooming in. Awesome. Zooming in. Is it going fast enough? Is it doing enough? Maybe not. Maybe we need to go to 70. And then we maybe need to zoom up a little bit here. And then maybe need to pull it over to the right. So you see how I'm using these adjustments right here. And I could even turn on a rotation animation. Again, drag that to the start so that it starts on 0, and even rotate it a little bit right here, just so we are really getting this very cool image, or even have it coming out of the rotation, right? So we've got this rotate in type of situation where maybe I'm going to swap these keyframes around, right? Just so we've got more of like a pulling out sort of situation. And then we can actually go ahead and do a zoom in on this clip here. So again, we turn our animations on. We zoom over, and maybe this one right here rotates a little bit here and zooms in a little bit here, and maybe pulls over a little bit to maybe like right there. So we now have this sort of zoom out, pull out animation, then boom, zooming in on me, and then coming out on the drone. Drone looks wildly less color graded. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like this clip here was tweaked down a little bit more color wise. And again, we can literally just go for maybe a 5 rotation. Maybe we pull it in a nice little bit. And if I click position, it pops up here, and I can click and drag and just sort of highlight everything, make sure it's not going off too much. So then we have sort of a rotate out there, and then maybe a rotate back in over here. Again, I'm just putting the keyframes at the very start. And then I'm literally just going to go maybe to maybe a 60 or something like that. Maybe rotate that right there. And pull it over a little bit to the other side this time maybe. Just so we're having a little bit of balance in each direction. Oh, go ahead and make sure nothing's getting cut off when you're messing with rotation especially, you have to make sure. Also make sure all your keyframes are at the end of the clip. Go to our final clip, and we can actually go ahead and make all of these position, rotation, and scale keyframes, throw them at the end, and basically have this nicely zoomed in. Maybe even we got a little bit of rotation on it, even extra zoomed in. Pull it up here, and looks like the rotation we might have to be a little bit more liberal with, based on the fact that I'm right on the edge over here. But just like that, now we've got this where actually that's avoiding the rotation. The rotation is crucial. The rotation adds so much. But just like that, boom, we've got this particular setup. And just like that, this is going to be something we could build upon. But with a few keyframe animations, you see we've made a still image actually, seem kind of bearable, right? A still sequence seem semi-bearable. Now, some of them are a little bit faster than others. Some of them are a little bit slower. However, I can absolutely assure you that if we were to actually add some transitions and stuff here, we're dealing with something that could really be a pretty dope, piece right here. And even not bringing it out so much, maybe actually ending it right there by adding a keyframe, deleting the previous keyframes and bringing those to the end so that it actually ends right there. And just like that, that's an 11-second sequence, which, isn't synced to a beat, isn't, there's no necessary movement in it other than the artificial movement we've added. And overall, it's definitely better than if it was a still sequence. And that's right there how you can actually add a little bit of more, interestingness, I guess, if you will. I mean, that's definitely not the best way to articulate it, right? You can add a little bit of motion. You could make it seem a little bit more intriguing and bring the viewer in a little bit more through the use of animation using keyframes. Very simple. You've seen how I've done it. I've literally just done the sort of animations of the position, the scale, the rotation. You can literally see it all changing properties there, because when we add a keyframe, it tracks the sort of first information. We tell it that it should be 50, and then at the end we tell it should be 60, and it creates all the movement in between. It's not as though we have to individually frame by frame animate it. It obviously, we tell it where it starts, we tell it where it finishes, and it does all the other work for us. It figures everything out. Now, that right there is just a brief demonstration on how, the method of adding a little bit of artificial movement to your shots can, even with a completely boring still sequence like this, which obviously would not have been a sequence without the animation, with the animation, turns into something that is, actually usable, something we could potentially put to work. At the very least, it's a B-roll piece. So, that's that done and dusted. Let's crack on. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This is going to be an effect controls breakdown. Effect controls, I don't want you to be feeling like you're left behind. So, we've done effect controls. We've tried our best to make a boring sequence with still images interesting using one aspect of effect controls, being the motion. You know what I mean? We've added artificial motion using keyframes. Awesome. That's really just one use for the effect controls under the motion tab. You notice that it's actually split into 3 different tabs by default, and the effect controls, obviously, this is where, your actual legitimate effects will start to pop up, and you'll be able to tweak stuff, which we're going to get to extensively in a minute. It's also where you're able to get more out of overlays using your blending modes, etc. But I just want to go top down real quick, make sure you understand the basics. So, motion, I feel as though you're pretty caught up. Essentially, this is the position motion. If we, we drag this axis, it's going to drag us to the left. It's going to drag us to the right. If we get this one, we go up, we go down. More or less, this is the position. Also, if we click it, we can then click and drag and move stuff around. And remember, Control-Z to go ahead and undo that. Scale. We can change these numbers and scale stuff in, scale stuff out. We can also click the drop-down menu here, and we can actually have a bit of a slider if we wanted to as well. That's totally something that's, easily usable just depending on what you want. Also, with the scale, you have the ability to turn off the uniform scale, which means it doesn't lock the axis, which means you can change the sort of y-axis and the x-axis, I believe, basically vertical and horizontal. You could tweak those with ease. whereas that's not necessarily something you could do if you had the uniform scale on, being that it locks the dimensions. Whereas here, say we wanted to, have it, coming in much thinner, or maybe make an effect where it popped out or something, for example, like a TV show effect. That's something we could do with a uniform scale, something we definitely couldn't do with the locked scale. Rotation-wise, more or less self-explanatory. It's, you tweak it one way, it rotates one way. You tweak it the other way, it rotates the other way. Very simple. You do have a sort of a little dial right here. I don't think it's very accurate. I mean, look at it. It's tiny, right? I mean, I'm getting motion sickness just playing with it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the good old Control-Z and then Control-S. Go ahead and save that. Rotation, nice and simple. Anchor point. Anchor point is the central point which any of this motion can happen around. So you notice that the anchor point is currently in the exact center of our project. So for example, when we scale stuff in, it's going to scale in from the center. But look what happens if we get this anchor point here and we drag and we put it, for example, over here on the left instead of the middle. Now when we scale stuff in, you notice that it scales around that left-hand point because all the motion happens around the anchor point. Also, if we want to move stuff up and down, it's moving up and down over there. So we can press Control-Z, bring that back to the middle. The anchor point, more or less, you always want it to be in the middle because when you actually start doing these sort of animations, if your anchor point is way off there to the top left, you start doing the scale, all of a sudden it's not a nice, easy in and out transition like we've got right here, or a nice movement. All of a sudden it's a crazy off, off to the left-hand side, doing its own type of thing situation. So, anchor point, rule of thumb, keep it in the middle. If at any point it's gone wandering, you can click the Reset Parameters button on the right-hand side of any of these things, and it will reset it to the default that it's saved at. Anti-flicker doesn't work a whole load for me. I've tried a bunch of clips with the anti-flicker filter, and it really doesn't do a whole lot of great stuff for me. By all means, mess with that on your own. It can remove some of that flicker from TVs. I'm sure it does work, but it can really soften out your image as well, which overall, not the greatest situation. That's a very niche piece right there. I don't know if you'll be using that on a day-to-day basis. Opacity. Opacity is how much your image is visible. So 100%, it's 100% visible. We drop the opacity to 50, all of a sudden it's halfway see-through. We can see halfway through it. Now, luckily for us, there's nothing below it, so it's just a black background, right? We can press Control-Z. Blending modes, these are how we're going to use overlays, right? But also, just going back to opacity, this is how you could potentially do a fade-in animation. You could make a keyframe of 100%, maybe make one of 0, and then you've got this sort of fade-in effect right there, which is done through an animation. And there are presets down here, video transitions, where you got some dissolves and stuff. By the way, we're going to get extensively into that in a minute. But overall, the actual just straight up keyframe animation can be really nice as well. Look at that. That's nice. We'll go ahead and leave that just as a demonstration. Also, if we wanted to do some crazy, if we wanted to create a mask, for example, if we wanted to zone in on a specific aspect of our clip, we could create a preset shape mask, like by doing this, tweak some stuff up. By the way, we've got a full masking section coming up, or masking episodes. Also, we could create a square. It's not looking like the most 10 out of 10 square, or we get the free draw tool and we could actually, create an outline or around our head, whatever the case may be, right? We've done these before, and again, I'm just drawing the absolute most basic outline you ever seen in your life. That's terrible. Go ahead and delete the mask again, just to really just show you that. Blending modes, we're gonna get to blending modes in a minute. I've got a very cool idea about we can import a couple of presets, preset overlays, and we can use those blending modes to blend these clips here even better. And overall, that right there is a basic effects control breakdown. We got the time remapping, which is not actually usable currently until we start making some stuff, until we really start tweaking the speed of our clips, something we're going to get to next. So that's an effect controls breakdown. Let's utilize the opacity area with these blending modes right here. It looks like there's a lot going on. I want to show you guys how we can really get the most out of these blending modes coming up next. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're doing an exercise again. This is going to be importing overlays and improving the still sequence. So we've got this still sequence. It is a hard cut, which means well, I mean, you can kind of see what it means. It cuts pretty hardly. There's no smooth transition in between. It's just a hard cut in between shots. It firmly changes from one shot, or in this case, one still image, quickly to the other, as we could see down here. There's no transition in between. There's nothing that eases us from one into this, the second, right? So a general strategy we can use to actually sync stuff up is overlays. Now, there's different types of overlays for different types of stuff. The reason I'll say that is because not every single overlay ever created is created equal. There are glitch overlays, there are light leaks, there are, full-blown, inbuilt, crazy transitions. Essentially, what I want to do is I want to take an appropriate use or an appropriate collection of overlays being light leaks. Now, what light leaks are is essentially little bits of light that are computer generated. So I can actually go ahead and play this for you, as you see here, and it might flicker or whatever the case may be. And a lot of the time what we can do is we can use the peak of this light, right? The absolute brightest position, and we can blend that into shots like this, which are obviously shot on a sunny day, and it can have the appearance of the sun flickering into the next shot, which actually creates more of a distraction over this hard cut, because basically the science behind it, we're trying to distract the viewer from this hard cut, and a little overlay in between, stacked on top of it, maybe where some light comes up or whatever, and maybe looks like the sun's doing that, can ease us into that next shot. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's shut down our still image sequence here, and let's go ahead and bring our overlays in. We've got a fair few of them. All right, I wanted to bring a fair few just in case. Also, these are yours, you know what I mean? So you can utilize these in future projects, whatever the case may be. And these are premium stuff right here. So I'm not entirely sure where I've collected them from over the years. All I know is they're in my editing pack. They came from somewhere. Overall, we're going to go ahead and add them to a folder and call them overlays. Overlays, nice and easy. And then we can actually just start opening them up in our source window here, and we can see some stuff that looks pretty nice. So as you see right here, the peak of that actual, the peak of that sort of light is probably around there, right? So maybe there, something like that. So ideally what we can actually do is just drag these in and just drag over in the timeline until we see the sort of the position that looks pretty good. It looks like there's a nice position to transition. Now, what I want to do is I want to go to the effect controls. I want to go to blending modes, and I want to turn this to screen. What this is going to do is it's going to take out the black around it. So this is it's a black background. Basically, screen will take out that black, so we're just having this as a transparent piece. Now, then we want to get the razor tool, C, go ahead and cut right down the middle, highlight everything, drag and drop, and pull them over. And just like this, when we go to the beginning, we're now going to have this transition, which hits some light right there, and it creates a little bit more of a distraction in between. And even what we could do is come over here, even chop out a little bit more, drag that over there, and play this. So more or less we have just a nice quick transition in between. Even Control Z, I was trying to take a little bit of that off to make it a little bit quicker, but overall it's looking pretty good to me. I mean, you're welcome to speed them up, whatever the case may be. Press Control S. We'll go ahead and save that right there. And we are now going to go over here and start bringing in some other ones as well. We can load them up in our source window. Go ahead and press space to play through and start looking. The reason I'm giving you guys some variety is because there is, a specific look we want here. Some of them are one color, some of them are another color. Ideally, what I want to do is I want to find the ones that sort of have the most lens flare-y feel to them, because this is a sunny sequence right here, which means that if we actually line them up lens flare-wise, the user can easily go ahead and think that it's just a lens flare from the sun and it's actually organically captured, opposed to something that's digitally, imposed afterwards. But we can literally go ahead and grab that video only, go ahead and pull that over again, and just find the absolute peak of the lens flare. And we can actually go ahead and select the clip, go to Effect Controls, and put it on screen again. Go ahead and chop it using the razor tool, highlight everything, and drag it over so that that sort of middle point actually hits at the brightest position. Now, we're getting a little bit of overlapping here, but that's absolutely fine because we're really creating a sequence that has a lot of light going in. As you see here, that really worked real nice where they're stacking on top of each other. There is a heavy feel of it being, a pretty light shoot right now based on these nice overlays. And I mean, you could even have this as a full-blown overlay. So instead of actually using it as a transition, I've brought one of these that look kind of just like a lens flare and just sort of left it in there over the top. So it's got a little bit, as you see, that's a little bit too much. Maybe we add maybe we chop it right there. But as we see, that's pretty nice right there. That sort of little flare going off to the side adds a little bit of a something going on. And overall, overlays are not only utilized as transitions. This is just one way that we're utilizing them today. But they're easily put together as just full-blown overlays to, add a little something. That right there is looking like a perfect overlay as well. Maybe we drag that right here. We put the opacity on screen. We put the blending mode on screen, whatever the case may be. And also maybe we go ahead and hold Alt and go ahead and duplicate that first transition. So now we're going to actually go ahead and have and even, duplicate the second transition. So we've got two that we like. We've got some overlays in between. It transitions between. Again, transitions here with the lens. Boom, transitions there. And finally, transitions to our final shot. And what we can even have right here is have the other one gone, right? So that overlay was looking like a little bit too much, but what we can have is that. And just like that, we could even end it off with a keyframe animation of the opacity. We could even end it off in the exact same way that we brought it in with that simple keyframe animation of the position or keyframe animation of the opacity out. And we could even go ahead and make the opacity here on the actual overlaid clip as well. Drag that to the end so that has a slight runoff time a little bit towards the end. And overall, we've created a seamless sequence using these light leak transitions, light leak overlays. We've added something to this 100%, and we have actually gotten a whole bunch of more out of this. Now, 100%, at the end of the day, it is still a still sequence. There's no chance this is going to compete with a, sequence shot on a gimbal, something that's pretty dope, but there is definitely room to improve stuff. For example, the crazy houses. Crazy houses right here is something that, again, with the use of some light leaks, could have a little bit more to it, where, for example, maybe we don't even use them as transitions. Maybe here we literally just use this as an overlay, and we perhaps drag it over so that once it maybe hits this second clip, maybe we start getting some light leaks or something. Again, we have to press screen, not multiply. Looks like that's kind of messed up, right? But those sort of little bits of light I like. They're pretty nice. Even that piece right there could be a good transition piece where it transitions at the end. So you see, we're just trying to make the light look not too forced and sort of ease us into the next clip. As you see right there, that's kind of a nice execution. I might have this second bit maybe right-click and make it happen a little bit quicker so that it quickly fades us in. But just a couple ideas overall. I think we'll leave these two sequences to be messed with in a minute with some more stuff. I know the garden could be great use of the light leaks. However, a little bit more hand chosen. These ones, I chose them kind of at random. And we put something nice together with them. Again, you're looking for any sort of angle you can take to spice up a boring sequence. The light leaks plus the actual animation with the keyframes spiced up this little sequence right here, a whole bunch. So with that said, let's keep pushing. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing on the editing section, this right here, we're going to add and adjust effects to a clip. Now, we haven't taken that much of a deep dive into the effects tab yet because we have a full breakdown extensively with every single section, every single effect in the advanced effects coming up because we can cover it much more extensively there. But briefly, we have to go through it, and I think a perfect way to go through it is to use it. So let's actually go ahead and type in light. I want to type in light because we were just messing with some light leaks. I want to show you how to actually do in-app sort of light leaks, in-app light transitions. We're going to use the convolution kernel light emboss. Quite a name, pretty powerful name. if you ask me. And I'm just going to drag and drop that to the main clip that I'm worried about right here. And I'm going to drag and drop it right here. It's going to add a slight lightness to it. But overall, we can leave the dimensions how they are. We pretty much just want to come over here to the end and just make a keyframe. I'm just going to use M11 up here. And I'm going to demonstrate to you how if we make a keyframe here and then move over a couple keys, right? And then actually turn this all the way up to 30, we get this extreme light situation where if done over the last few frames, and I think we're probably going to have to do that a little bit quicker, right? Maybe right here. If it happens pretty quick, right? As you see right here. If it happens kind of quick, or I think I might make this a little bit slower, right? So it kind of builds up, or even right there, right? So boom. And then we actually go ahead and click the effect in clip 1, go to clip 2 and press Control V. After Control C and copying it from the first clip, we've now pasted it into the second clip. We can get the final keyframe, drag it over here, get the first keyframe, drag it over here, and now more or less we're going to have this effect where, as you see here, not only does it sort of fade in, but it fades out right away. Now it looks a little bit messed up because the effect is for some reason taking place, but we can literally go up here to sequence, go to render into out, and that will start rendering stuff. And this will just do a pre-render. Basically, this just renders everything so that we can watch it smoothly with no messing around. So let's let that just go through. It's really not taking that long, 9 seconds, 10 seconds remaining. And we can watch this manual light effect that we've just animated right here. There's a whole bunch of other light effects, but I chose the convolution kernel light just for the fun of it. And we can give this a play right here, and we can see Luke walking. And all of a sudden, the light hits, and just like that, it smoothly transitions. And we could literally go ahead and do a copy-paste of the, do a Control-C, Control-V of these keyframes, right? So that we actually go ahead and repeat the exact same animation on to the clip number 3 as well. So that it actually fades in, fades out, and just like that, it hits and then hits again. And just like that, we have actually perfectly animated this really nicely. And it looks like right there at the end, the actual light hits as well. And it builds up, and just like that, done and dusted. We can actually go ahead and press O, which creates the out point. Let's go back up to sequence, render into out. I got to drag over my box. Again, I'm using two monitors. For some reason, it loves to put everything on the right-hand monitor, despite that not being my main monitor. I don't know. It's one of those situations. Listen, I'm not going to cry about it. There's definitely bigger problems going on in the world. We got 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Let's let it do its thing, 8 seconds remaining. And we'll be able to watch this start to finish. And more or less we could see that it has, pretty nicely merged these 3 clips using a light animation at the start and a light animation at the end of a clip. And there's something pretty specific that I want to do next, where you can see there's a fair bit of shake in these clips. Obviously, they're relatively zoomed in. I'm also doing a fair bit of movement. So you know what I want to do? I want to come back in a second. I want to demonstrate another effect in the actual effects tab right here. Oh, I double-clicked it. Be careful. If you double-click stuff, you might make it big. If you do that, just double-click it again. In fact, throughout the course of this of me teaching, what I realize teaches the most is when I mess up, because I'm able to backtrack and say, oh, there you go, guys. If that happens to you, just do this. And that's one of those scenarios right there. So nicely animated. We built our own little light leaks. I think you can imagine that if we stacked on top the artificial light leaks with these sort of manual light keyframes, we could create something awesome. And that's exactly what we want to do coming up after we've stabilized our shots, which I'm going to break down extremely easy in the next section. It's going to blow your mind. Let's have a look. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are continuing the editing section. We're going to mess around with a couple more effects. This is an exercise right here. Let's walk through it, okay? So we just briefly did this together. Obviously, we're using the garden clip still. You've got the garden clips. If we have a look at this, what we did was we just added a manual light animation to it, to the start and the end of the clips, just to add a little bit of something to it. Now, I want to show you guys how much smoother we can make these clips, because I've sort of just been letting you watch this. We've been going through it together a little bit, but I'm sure if your eyes are as tuned into the shake as me, we've got a fair bit of shake. These the gimbal didn't look like it was doing its job 100% today. So I want to fix it. And the fix is, I mean, this might be one of our shortest episodes, I can't lie. All you have to do is type in warp stabilizer. This is technically a distort, but what it does is it perfectly grabs or analyzes all of the motion in your clip. Look, if we drag and drop it to our clip, it's going to start going through and analyzing percent by percent, frame by frame, and it actually forces everything to slow down. It actually takes control of the motion of the clip, and it does its best to create a smooth playback of the original clip, which had a bunch of shake to it. Now, it can work perfectly most of the time. It can also not work at all. So let that just be said from the start. But overall, it is, I'd say it's usually an 80% accuracy situation, where most of the time, 80% of the time, you're going to be able to just drag and drop this warp stabilizer effect to your clip. It could take a second, especially if your GPU and processor isn't the best to actually analyze stuff. It could be a relatively time-consuming process, so it could be something to do at the end of your project, maybe not right away, right? So you might look at the project at the end and say, you know what? This needs to be a bit stabler, as we've just done right here. We didn't rush straight into it, obviously partly to, ease you into the program, not overwhelm you. But overall, I'm usually not adding warp stabilize right at the start. It's usually a finishing touch. But that's 83% on one clip. We're also going to have to warp stabilize the other two clips, so it's going to be a couple minute process here, just getting everything nice and smooth. But I'll be able to, in literally a second, show you what the actual smooth version of this clip right here is going to look like. Once the word stabilizing is gone from the screen, we can go ahead and press the space bar, or we can go over here, actually just go ahead and render into out so that we got this in full quality, no messing around, and we'll be able to see how much smoother this shot just got. It's my assumption that we've pretty much entirely erased any shake from this clip. So let's go ahead and play it. Just like that, the warp stabilize has taken effect, and we are dealing with a stable clip. Now this one right here is looking even shakier. So we can again just drag and drop. That's literally all it is. This is one of the easiest effects to utilize in the Adobe suite. This is available in After Effects, is available obviously here in Premiere. It's potentially one of the most overpowered pieces that you can actually incorporate into your projects on a consistent basis. Warp stabilize, it's been going, it's been assisting me in projects since, let's literally say maybe I was 15, something like that, right? I'm 21 right now. At least 5 years, warp stabilize has been my trusty ally and confidant, and it basically go ahead and hides all my shaky clips from the client. Oftentimes, this is definitely something you need, especially with me. I'm pretty guerrilla with my videography. I'm not at all the the most precise person in the room with the camera, right? It's more of a ghetto approach when you see me film, so I'm definitely relying on something like warp stabilize. And I really appreciate Adobe for throwing this thing in, and I want to showcase it to you guys so you can see how powerful it is. 87% through on this clip. This clip will really be able to see warp stabilize taking effect and powering through, because this clip starts off pretty damn shaky. We're gonna let it stabilize here. And I'm literally just going to go ahead and run it through the, the pre-render one more time, so we're watching everything 100% smooth. We hit the render in to render out. And remember, that's going to render the in point to the out point, render I to O. Go ahead and process that. And we're going to be able to watch this from the start. First clip looking nice and smooth, fully stabilized. And that right there is a demonstration of how smooth it can really make stuff. You know that clip was just shaky right there. It looked more like this, right? But look how smoothly that comes up right there based on warp stabilize, doing its thing, working its magic, and we can actually drag and drop it to the final clip, which is looking kind of messed up in comparison to the other two. We've got two perfectly smooth, beautifully crafted canoes cruising through a lake, and then you got this right here, this absolute crazy broken dinghy just smashing shit up. A bit of a weird metaphor. At the end of the day, guys, it's not even 12. I haven't fully woken up yet, but at the end of the day, we're dealing with a much smoother sequence than we were a second ago. And it's ridiculous how easy it is. It's a drag and drop situation. Adobe, they've kind of dummy-proofed the stabilization process in a way that I haven't really seen done in many other programs. It's something that's been emulated now going forward, though, by a bunch of the lower tier editors. If you have some free editors and stuff, They've all tried to incorporate a stabilization feature. I mean, stabilization, crucial, built into, the newest iPhones, whatever the case may be. Those things basically have a little gimbal inside of them. And overall, this sort of stabilization technology, hopefully, will only get more and more advanced as we go. At the moment, by the way, we're only on 50% smoothness. I usually, as a rule of thumb, leave it on 50%. 100%, oftentimes, it just literally isn't even needed. But overall, what we're going to go ahead and do is wait for this to finish, and then we're going to be able to play everything start to finish, and it should be all good. Now, just so you know, there is a couple different sort of stuff you could do: smooth motion, and no motion, whatever the case may be. There's a few different stuff you can tweak there, but as a general rule of thumb, personally, I leave everything how it is. I click analyze, or I don't even have to click analyze. I just drag and drop my clip, and the program does everything for me. Maybe if it's not looking smooth, I'll bump the smoothness up to 75, something like that. But it's very rare that the 50% smoothness doesn't more or less completely iron out any unsavory, unwanted pieces that are lingering, right? But overall, let's render this start to finish, and let's have a look at what it's looking like as a full 3-piece sequence. Done. Rendering it out. There we go. Nice and smooth. You could see where the shakes kind of were, and it's done its best to counteract that. There you go. So that's looking a little bit warpy there. It's looking like it's potentially, we might have figured it out, that it's more like a 2/3 of the time it works really nicely. That one right there is looking like it's going to need 100% smoothness. Let's go ahead and throw 100% smoothness on there and go ahead and analyze that one more time. And basically just see what that's looking like, and I think we should be okay. But let's go ahead and just run that through one more time just for the demonstrational purposes. I'll come back in a second when it has fully processed 100% smoothness. And just like that, it has processed 100%. We're going to go ahead and literally just render into out. Go ahead and process this fully so we can watch it back. The 100%, we'll see what's happened here. It wasn't quite smooth enough to really rock with the 50%. We'll see what the 100% does. Unfortunately, it will zoom in a fair bit. So we'll see whether it has completed it or maybe pushed it over the edge and made it something that we have to sort of backtrack on. But we'll have a look right now. Everything else looking nice and smooth. Overall, that is looking messed up. So it's looking like the smoothness of that, it was literally just too shaky, as you see here. Too much of a glitch, too much of a warp. Let's literally just go ahead and take off warp stabilizer, and it's honestly looking best because it's shot in the gimbal without warp stabilizer. So there will be a couple shots that have too much motion. You more or less just have to pick your battles, if you will, and we just have. So that is warp stabilizer done and dusted. Let's keep cracking. All right, guys, welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are going to be doing creating solids and adjustments. Creating solids and adjustments are different types of layers. Now, they are sort of inbuilt assets that they're not stuff you have to import. They're stuff that's ready to rock, basically, in the program. And we're going to show you how to utilize them. Now, right here, you notice how when we were adding this effect, we added it to the end of a clip and the beginning of a clip to create the illusion that it sort of faded up to the maximum and then faded down. Now, there's actually a better way of doing this, and it would be using an adjustment layer. Now, an adjustment layer is a blank layer that goes over the top, which actually has nothing in it, right? So it's fully transparent, but you can use it as sort of a overarching sort of piece that can hang above two clips, and you could do stuff to it, and it affects everything below it. So instead of actually putting this effect directly onto the clips themselves individually and having to do two sets of keyframes, we just put a adjustment layer over the top and do the actual effects on that, and it would apply to everything below. So let's go ahead and make sure we are in our media bin. Right down here, we go up to File, New, and this right here is where we have all our sort of in-program assets, right? So we've got color mats, which are solids. We're going to jump to those in a second. But actually, what we want to do is we want to hit adjustment layer. We want to go ahead and hit adjustment layer. It's going to create it based around whatever sequence you're currently working in, and we can literally just drag and drop it. Now, it's pretty much the size of a full clip. So what I want to go ahead and do is I want to actually, demonstrate how we can actually single a bit of this out and then actually, use it to influence what's below. So let's actually chop out a bit of it so that it literally just goes over the beginning and the end of a clip. And I'm going to demonstrate this with something that's very obvious. So I'm going to type in distort, and we'll get a distort that's extremely obvious. Or actually, we'll delete that, go to video effects, and just open distort. And we'll get an effect that's super obvious so we could see it really happening over these two clips. Let's drag and drop swirl on there, for example. And as we see right here, swirl is dragged to the adjustment layer above. But when we start tweaking it, everything below starts getting messed with as well because of the fact that this right here is an adjustment layer. It's actually going to affect everything below. So swirl, as you see, it's swirled, but also if anything I drag this adjustment layer over, it's going to have the swirl effect on top of it as well. So I want to press Control Z, undo that, actually delete the twirl effect, my bad. And what I want to go ahead and do is let's just literally go through and see what we can actually find that is going to be something we can create sort of a smooth transition with, right? And the way I want to do that is I want to actually use it to hover over two things, and let's just start animating something and then bring it back. Now we want to find the right clip, right? It could be this with the curvature. So for example, say we make a keyframe of the curvature at the start, then we go over to the middle and we actually add it to -100. Then we go over here to the end of the keyframe and we bring it back down to 0. So more or less we've got this sort of effect of zooming in just like that. And, for a one-take wonder right there, we literally just tried that on the spot. It's looking really nice. And if you actually have this sort of distort, which stacks up the lens distortion, right? Stacks up on top of the convolution kernel light effects. And that actually creates a real nice transition right here. Now, what we could do is we could put a chop right down the middle so we've got something that's actually lockable. Hold Alt and drag it over here to lock into this other clip right here. And we've just created a pretty nice transition. Now that one's looking a little bit more forced, right? Ideally, with transitions, you are trying to create a fully seamless sort of situation. And overall, I think to actually make this even more seamless, we could drag out the adjustment layer a little bit and just have it sort of fade out over less of a time. And just like that, that's how you actually add an effect to multiple clips at the same time using adjustment layers. Just like that, we're able to conveniently add this sort of cool transition in between. And also adjustment layers is how we're going to do extensive color grading later on in the course, because obviously doing extensive color grades to each individual clip is a little bit intense. But when you put a overarching adjustment layer over the top of, let's say, 50 clips or an entire project and just add color grade to just the adjustment layer, it's going to color grade everything below. And it's a perfect tactic for color grading or to mass add effects to clips as well. So let's now mess around a little bit with solids. Let's press Control S, go ahead and save that. All right, guys, so now we're going to mess around with creating solids, aka color mats. Very simple. I showed you how to do it. We simply go up here, go to New, and go to Color Matte. Now we're going to be able to showcase this a little bit more extensively in the next section, the title section, because it's a great way to add a background to a title. I think that's literally what we've done at the beginning of every single one of these episodes is we've used a color matte to add a white background to the title start. But simply by creating a color matte, you are able to pick whatever color you want. For example, maybe we choose a light green for this or whatever the case may be. We can actually create that color matte. And basically, if we drag this over, this is a green solid. Also, they retain customizability. So at any time, you can double click your color matte and, you can actually change the color to a different color. I'm going to press Control Z. I'm going to undo that. And basically, these are pretty useful based on the fact that you can not only create them and, utilize them as for example, full-blown solids and then maybe write over them. For example, title example 1. And you can actually have a nice sort of background for this title right here, especially if you were to bring that into the middle or whatever the case may be, scale it up a little bit and then maybe even have a scale animation or something like that, zooming it in and out or whatever. You can create a pretty nice little title sequence in a couple seconds. However, again, I told you we're going to extensively get to that in a minute. So let me showcase some other uses for the color matte. And, basically something that it's been used for before is a subtitles sort of section where maybe you're doing something and you want to, for example, a black bar down here, whatever the case may be. Maybe you've created a section for subtitles to come through. Also, oftentimes, right, and I'm literally just trying to show you guys the different uses for this so you're not freaked out. Sometimes people will take the uniform scale and they'll blend it down to something like this, where maybe you could even have a title in the middle or something like that, or even, potentially drop the opacity a little bit, and again, have a cooler title sequence, right? Cooler title sequence, whatever the case may be. Maybe you want it in the middle or something like that. You can kind of get creative with this stuff, definitely. As you see right there, that's definitely a cooler title sequence, right? Or oftentimes, this could even be a pop tag for a name, where, maybe you're doing you're editing an interview or something like that, and a character comes on board, and maybe you want to have their, their name bottom left right now and stuff like that. But overall, as you see, the main uses that I'm giving you guys for these solids right here so far are mainly title-based. So I think, my main utilization of solids are, some kind of around titles, text, branding my projects, whatever the case may be. So that's what I'll go ahead and do. I'll leave that to the next section. So that right there is adjustment layers and solids, aka color mats, covered briefly. We're going to get to stuff and, put them to work in actual, real life examples. I think that's the best way to demonstrate how they work. I showcased pretty nicely the adjustment layers. I'm definitely going to showcase much more extensively the color mats coming up in a bit. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping into the final 2 episodes of the editing section. We got something real special, and that special situation is going to be in the form of an ultimate exercise. Now, this episode here, let me just break down the actual waveform, how to read it, how we can spot the beats. And in the next section, the next episode, the final exercise of this section, we're going to be editing a actual mini edit together, and we're going to be syncing everything to the beat. We're going to make something that actually syncs to the beat. This is a whole bunch of footage from Scotland. I was in Scotland a year ago with my brother, my dad, and overall we have some pretty cool footage for us in the woods of Scotland. The Highlands, right? So let's actually go ahead and import everything. Drag and drop it down here. Obviously, it's going to take a second to import, and once it does import, we'll let everything load up here. However, also, we can drag and drop it into a folder, and we'll call this Scotland. Perfect. Also, we can get these adjustment layers and color mats, and we can actually go ahead and make a new folder called Assets, right? Again, we're trying to stay as organized as possible because, we're 2 sections in and we already got, 6 folders? You can see that if we do not start organizing stuff early on, we're gonna have a mess on our hands. So what I want to do is I want to create a timeline, right? I want to create a sequence. I want to drag and drop one of these clips into the sequence so that it actually creates a brand new sequence. And we're going to call this Scotland Edit, right? Awesome. Now I want to then delete that clip. The reason for that is because I want to drag and drop the actual track in, the audio, and I want to go ahead and actually play this together and show you how to read waveforms, right? Now, what I want to literally go ahead and do is just come over here and actually just go ahead and zoom in a bunch. Basically, we are going to be syncing stuff to the beat. Essentially, each one of these spikes right here is a potential cut. That's a potential change in clip, which we can actually go ahead and do, and that will actually, we can basically use these to change the clip. So it will essentially be something that, when actually played, just like that, we can add those beat changes, or we could use those beat changes to change clip. And pretty much the way we'd actually, use a waveform is literally just looking for the spikes. The spikes are where we'd actually change, as you can see right here. And you just kind of have to listen out. And as we can see, that sounded like a beat drop right there. It also sounds like maybe that one right there is the main beat drop, whatever the case may be. And we can put our clips in between. But let's press Control Z. Let's undo those coupled cuts. Let's actually press Control S, save. And this is our clip right here. Obviously, you guys can download this stuff from the resources section. And we're going to come back and actually put all these clips in sync with the track. Let's do it. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This is an exercise. What we want to do is sync audio and video to the beat. We're going to put together a little sequence together here using some clips from when I went to Scotland and using the song that is copyright free and it's royalty free music. Basically, we're going to take this track, we're going to start it probably on the drop, actually fade in, and we're going to use the beats to sync everything up. So let's just go ahead and play this. It sounded pretty nice, sounded pretty hard. What we could do is we can actually have a one clip sort of fading in, right? So maybe we have this clip sort of starting it off, maybe something like that. And then we chop it right there on the beat. We go to the next clip, and I'm probably going to go ahead over a little bit and just have a look at what we're doing here. So we see there's actually a pretty nice waterfall right there. Even what we could do is we could actually reverse this clip. So we could actually have, that's my brother right there. Maybe we press O, which means it ends on that part. This is going to be an interesting thing. I'm going to bring this over. I'm going to right click it. I'm going to go to speed and duration. I'm going to click reverse. That means it's actually going to start it from right here. So basically we're going to have this sort of effect where it comes over. And I don't think that's fast enough. Probably start it right here where it sort of starts to reveal the waterfall, right? So we've got this. And it looks like the next chop is maybe on the melody, for example, or maybe there, probably just there. So we have a little bit longer one of the waterfall, chop that on the next beat, go ahead and move over a little bit, find some more clips. It's looking like these clips are a little bit intertangled, and it looks like that's another nice piece where my brother's walking across this bridge. We could just, again, I'm just scrolling through just to see the nicest bit. It's honestly looking like the nicest bit might be this sort of turn right here, just because it's looking pretty cool. Nice little movement. There's stuff going on. I'm just going to drag in just the video, and it's looking like that's going to be a much quicker cut. So we can go ahead and chop that one right there, and load this up right here. And this is, again, a little bit further in. So look at that. We can then maybe have Josh walking through, and now it actually go ahead and cuts down to this sign right here. Let's go ahead and drag and drop that over. That's not really tickling my fancy too much. I'm not going to lie. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to go along, and it looks like that is literally the perfect sort of piece right here. It's looking like there is a nice pan up that we can take advantage of right there. Drag and drop that right here. And it's my bro walking. And actually, that might better suit here because it's a little bit longer. And we can actually chop that out. And in fact, you know what I might do? I might actually take this clip right here. Might even bring it along. I might cut it here. I might right click it. And I might actually go ahead and make it 200% speed. And pop it right there. So it actually has the slow-mo walk. Nice. Speeds up a little bit. Nice. And everything so far perfectly synced to the beat. Now, we could even have this sort of pan down right here as we see. Looking like a real nice waterfall pan down. It's looking like that could be the place to do it. Again, I'm literally just pressing I to add the endpoint. Then we go over here to the actual video only because these are 120 frames a second. We don't want the audio layer. Nice. And just like that, we have trimmed it down nicely. We go over to the next clip. Load it up. This is my brother and my two brothers, Miles and Josh, walking up the track. Let's actually go here. It's looking like this is probably a nice section. Are we sweet? We move over, we see where the nicest part is. In fact, you know what? This is looking pretty cool. Looks like we pressed I and O at the same time right there. So let's actually just go ahead and come over a little bit and find that little motion right there. Awesome. I'm just literally rapidly scrolling through these clips, and I just try and find any motion I really can. And just like that, we can actually chop it out on the next clip. And I think our final clip will be this one right here. I think, there you go. Nice. Nice. So we can actually have the point to the cam, end it out right here. And as soon as this beat hits, let's actually right-click it and let's make it speed up. And we can actually have it fade out right there. So as soon as it goes behind the tree, it starts to fade out. As soon as it goes behind that tree, we're going to start to get a keyframe animation of the opacity, and we can actually bring that out to 100%. And maybe even bring it over a little bit. So, and just like that, it fades out. And we can actually go ahead and hit the music. Go ahead and make a keyframe animation here and fade it out. So by the time the beat runs out here, it's gone. And just fade it out a whole bunch. And just like that, that'll gradually fade itself out. All right, let's go to the start, guys. Let's play it. Nice. Nice and smooth, 120 frames slow-mo. Buttery smooth slow motion. Nice. Nice, nice. Nice. Nice fade out. Very nice little piece of content right there. We've put that together entirely through the use of the syncing to the beat waveform reading method, where you could see right here, everything changes nicely to the beat. Boom, that spike hits, then we know that spike's a big one. Changes it up. Nice. Boom. So it's hitting right before that beat. Right on that beat, it hits. As you see right there, that's a real predominant one. And that's how you sync to the beat. Some songs are easier. Some songs, the waveform isn't quite as obvious. But overall, every single time, you're overall able to make a pretty nice syncing to the beat using the waveform down here. And you could just read the spikes basically. But overall, that right there is our project done and dusted. We've synced some stuff to the beat pretty nicely. Some of these clips are a little bit lag, right? But that's just playback lag, no problem. And with that being said, done and dusted, guys. We're gonna come back in the next section, the titles and graphics section. We got a big one coming up next. I can't wait to jump into it. And we're gonna do it coming up next. This one right here was the editing section, done and dusted. We put together a nice little piece, synced it to the beat, and we're prepared to move on to some more advanced stuff. I'll see you guys in the next section. What's up, people? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping into a new section now. This is going to be the graphics section. Now, we're going to kick it off with an introduction to essential graphics. Graphics is an entire tab up here. We covered it briefly in, the absolute basics. If we go up here to graphics, we're going to get greeted with the tab. Now, the tab isn't fully active right now because it's just showcasing us templates, right? This is the browse templates section. You've also got the edit existing title section. Now, because there's no existing title, there's nothing to edit. So for us to actually fully explain the Essential Graphics tab, which is right here, says Essential Graphics, we got to press T, use that good old-fashioned shortcut that we covered, and let's just call this title number 1. And the reason we're doing that is literally just for something to mess with. And you see the second we make it and the second we click on it, we have all these properties right here that we can begin to tweak. For example, we could put it into the middle. These two right here basically center it vertically and horizontally. Now, when you click vertically, it'll pop it right there. And when you click horizontally, or I think I did that the other way. Yeah, horizontally and vertically, it's going to put it directly in the middle. So at any time, if, for example, your title's down here or whatever the case may be, you want to quickly get it to the middle, you can actually go ahead and click Align Vertically. Or actually, that's if it's in the middle. You can basically just tap these two right here. But once it's in the middle, at any time, you could align at the top or align at the bottom, align to the side, etc. But overall, if you want to get stuff just directly into the middle, you tap both of these, and basically, it'll jump itself back to the absolute middle. Now, that's very brief right there. Alternatively, if we wanted to increase the actual size, there's a couple different ways of doing that. For example, you notice that when we hover on the actual sides of this, there is these sort of points, these expand points. And we could freely just click one of those expand points and hold and drag it up. Now, we have covered anchor points already. Anchor points are the actual point it rotates around. So you notice that, or the actual point that sort of any movement stems from. And you notice that it's actually down here. Now, you could manually click that and bring it to the center, or Control Z, undo that, and simply just center the text down here. So that's a center align. And then again, we could tap these to actually bring it directly into the middle. And just like that, we now have some text that will build around this sort of point right here. However, alternatively, even further, we could drag it right there into the middle if we wanted to. And then again, just go ahead and align. And now our text would essentially move around this central point. So far, we've covered how to align everything. We've covered how to obviously change the size, the alignment, etc. Obviously, the font itself is very self-explanatory. We could go here, click a different font. For example, I got a nice one in the back pocket that I like a lot. You know, you got Gotham. I like Gotham a fair bit. Shout out to my Batman fans. And you can more or less change stuff. Now, if the font has an extensive family, for example, right here, there's some italic version of this Gotham font or a regular version. You could, as well, just simply go through and change stuff out. Now, I'm going to press Control Z a couple times, get it back to that nice title right there, and continue breaking down the essential graphics. And again, I'm more or less covering the things that I'm actually using on an everyday consistent basis. I could break down some more stuff to you guys, the opacity, etc., stuff like that, right? All of these tweak with your, tweak on your own time, basically. They're not the most sort of heavily used things in the entire world. Obviously, opacity. You have multiple different options. Opacity, oftentimes, I'll do under the actual opacity control, the actual dedicated opacity control, and usually leave opacity stuff alone in the essential graphics. But appearance-wise, very cool. Cover it. Obviously, we have the fill. Fill will literally be the color that obviously fills it. For example, we've changed it to red. It's going to be red. We've changed it to blue. It's going to be blue. And, that's pretty self-explanatory. The stroke. You might have a little bit of experience using strokes if you are maybe a Premiere Pro user. I mean, a Photoshop user. Obviously, we're trying to make you a Premiere Pro user. If you're a Photoshop user, you do a little bit of graphic design, whatever the case may be, you might know about strokes. Strokes are an outline, basically. So, for example, if we actually take the stroke and make the stroke, let's say, green to match the forest around, you see there's that light green around it. In fact, if we even move in 100%, you could see there's a light line around it. However, obviously, the bigger we turn this number up to, the more of an obvious stroke we're going to be greeted with. And just like that, we are actually able to generate a stroke. Great way to generate an outline. A phenomenal combination is a black stroke with a white text. This combination could more or less be sort of recognized against any different background, any different color. Basically, this is a phenomenal setup for subtitles a lot of the time because they're always able to be spotted. This sort of white text with a black stroke is notoriously used all throughout, media. Is basically just a great way to stand out the text from the background. However, it does have sort of a more amateur connotation in some spaces as well. But of course, that's just one setup. Alternatively as well, you have some shadow, some background. Background is basically just to create sort of like a, more of like a solid behind it, if you will, right? So for example, say we do a black background, all of a sudden this text now has a bar behind it and it's more of a, a graphic, if you will, right? And, you could increase that, you could decrease it, whatever the case may be. Backgrounds, it's not necessarily always something I'm using, but it is a great way to make a title stand out. Especially if you are dealing with a background that you need to contrast it against, etc. Shadow, self-explanatory, throws a shadow on there. Personally, I go for a nice black shadow, no gray shadow. A gray shadow, I don't even know if I've ever seen a gray shadow. I mean, the fact that they give us a gray shadow, I'm not happy. You've got also, your various different colors. You could obviously make it stand out. I mean, maybe we get a dark green, right? I got a feeling that a dark green might be all right here. I mean, honestly, that red kind of stood out even more. But overall, appearance-wise, that stuff, again, kind of self-explanatory. And overall, tweak that stuff as you will, basically. Also, what you do is, for example, say we write something out, Jack Cole, right? I've just wrote that in lower cases. However, if we were to actually go ahead and turn on the all capitals font right there, as you see, we could take a normal title that was written in, or a normal font rather, that, maybe has lowercase and uppercase support, and we could literally just turn that on, and now everything we write in this font, regardless of having the space bar, the caps lock turned on or whatever, it will put it in caps. And, that's a little trick from good old-fashioned Photoshop as well. But for the time being, let's call this title number 1. And let's actually go ahead and simply delete title number 1 because we've walked through essential graphics. And let's go ahead and move on with the next episode of the graphics section. Let's do it, people. What's up, people? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are continuing the graphics section, creating and customizing basic titles. So we pretty much covered this in depth in the introduction to essential graphics when we created that. If you followed through with me, we more or less demonstrated it with our sort of sample graphic, but let's go ahead and break down the basics of a title, right? So these are titles that have no other elements to it. This is literally just plain text, stuff that, maybe we'll build upon as we go to create more of an advanced title. So first off, selection, placement, if you will. Where do we want this? This first clip right here is not ideal. It's more of an establishing shot, brings us into the actual more of an introduction shot, if you will. I think this next shot here, in terms of placement matters. Obviously, it needs to be readable. It needs to be on the screen for a lengthy enough period of time that the the message is conveyed. And I think this is a nice shot because it hosts it well. It it doesn't have anything that we're sort of covering over. For example, if we were to place our title here, it's sort of covering over these guys, my brothers. Here, you're definitely able to see the full establishing shot of the waterfall. It's panning down, and also we could have a title over it. So press T, press anywhere in the middle. It'll create this title graphic. First off, zoom down. Let's just hold the end, drag it over, and let it lock to actually change the exact size of the clip that we want it to be over. Then let's actually go up here to Essential Graphic, click the T, if you will, and let's go here. Let's actually go ahead and write Scotland Adventure, right? Scotland Adventure, awesome. We've wrote it. Now it is positioned to be on the left-hand side, right? The align is left align, which means that it's going to write everything from left overwards. So what I want it just to be more central aligned. So I'm going to press that, which means it's going to bring it right there into the center. Now, of course, it's right in the center, so we can actually tap these two. It'll bring it to the actual perfect center point. So not only is the actual text aligned from the middle, so that when we actually write stuff, maybe we write Scotland Adventure 2019, it will actually perfectly position everything in the middle. So the overall sort of ideal middle alignment is that center alignment text down here with the align and transform vertical center right there. And honestly, that right there is a basic title. We could even take away the 2019. That right there is a basic title. It's a title with no other sort of elements to it, and overall, it's standalone. There's stuff that we could do to this that would make it an advanced title that I don't quite want to do next. I guess the only thing that would keep it a basic title would be maybe some actual sort of formatting, right? So maybe you do Scotland Adventure like that, or whatever the case may be. Or maybe you would, for example, get adventure nice and big. Then maybe we highlight Scotland, and we get Scotland to be pretty much the same dimensions as it, but bigger, or maybe just smaller, whatever. I'm going to press Control-Z, Control-Z, Control-Z. I'm just going to leave that right there in the middle. And overall, that right there is going to go down in history as our basic title. Of course, we could go here. Maybe we could get a font that's a little bit more interesting, maybe a Gotham Ultra or something like that. And, of course, if we maybe wanted to bring the opacity down or whatever, which personally I probably wouldn't do. I'd literally just go ahead and leave that maybe on full or maybe on like 75%. So there's a little bit of see-throughness. Maybe might blend it in a little bit. But overall, that right there is a very basic title. We are actually going to go ahead and jump into a more interesting section now because, the basic titles, I had to cover that just for, we got to cover it. But overall, this template side, the Adobe Templates library, and actually jumping into importing, customizing, and utilizing built-in and premium templates is something that, in terms of the titles creation side, that's something I'm utilizing a lot more than just creating a basic title. So let's actually press Control-S, save the basic title, leave it on there, and let's come back with a full Adobe Templates library breakdown. I'm sure, you're already freaking out. You don't even know what's over here. Don't worry. Let's jump on. Let's break it down. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're jumping into the Adobe Templates library. So over here on the right-hand side is the Templates library. Now, if certain stuff appears here that might not appear for you, do not worry. Obviously, my templates library is going to look a little bit more seasoned than yours based on the fact that I've been using the program for longer. This is an accurate representation of after you've, edited hundreds and hundreds of projects. You've got various different premium templates in here, etc. Stuff that you sourced from the internet, stuff that, they gave you. Most of the stuff in here, by the way, is built in. It's amazing how much Adobe really give you right away, and they have tried to take that sort of free assets, free resources kind of route based on the fact that everybody likes to save themselves time, and instead of animating a title from scratch, it's a lot of the time easier to just drag and drop it from the templates library, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to demonstrate this. Let me roll down and find a template that's sort of perfect for us to demonstrate. They all come in different shapes and sizes, as you can see, literally different shapes and sizes, all different sort of animations, different presets. One of the ones that I love the most is the angled title. Angled title, great title. You've also got lower thirds, etc. But let's just drag and drop the angled title in. For example, we could even drag and drop this angled title in and delete our basic title. Remember, we spent 4 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, making that basic title. Now we've dragged and dropped this this preset, right? It was from the template library. It is a template. It's called angled title. Nothing appears here. That's because it's pre-animated. The beauty of these templates is most of them are pre-animated. So that when we press the play button, just like that, your title animates straight into the middle of the screen, and it also will animate off the screen, which, you notice that we have a much more advanced title right there by literally just a drag and drop situation, whereas we spent 4 minutes tweaking up and tweaking down and reformatting a basic title, which, looked much worse than this. And of course, this retains full customizability. So you can highlight it. You go down here, you pick the font you want. Let's say we're going with that Gotham Black, right? That Gotham Black was a nice font. Obviously, it's angled and everything. It's got a little bit of a shadow on it, a little bit of a glow to it almost. So it's got these kind of these other properties to it. And also, again, we could just keep playing it, right? So again, I play in. We haven't even customized it. So what were we calling? We were calling this Scotland Adventure, right? We're calling this Scotland Adventure. And now we can actually come to the very beginning. And it comes over, and boom, Scotland Adventure pops up. And that's actually looking like a legitimately solid title, right? It animates itself on, it animates itself off. Fully customizable. Pretty cool the way it's angled or whatever the case may be. You can see that all we have to do is drag and drop it, and it has an alpha glow preset effect that's pre-animated. We didn't have to do any of these keyframes ourselves. This is what happens when you look underneath the hood. You got the basic 3D, which enables it to be kind of angled like that, right? So that would be a whole set of tweaking and stuff like that we'd have to do with that effect. We got the mosaic, which I'm pretty sure is giving it that kind of, that sort of, that lightness to it or whatever the case may be, right? And sort of has that nice transition in, transition out kind of effect as you saw right there. And just like that, that is a phenomenal way to demonstrate the Adobe templates library. Templates, my favorite. One of the great, nice things about using maybe the Adobe suites is they really do try and cater to the pre-made stuff, the stuff that's going to save you time, the stuff that, they can preload that you could just utilize in your projects within a matter of seconds. And just like that, that's exactly what the Adobe preset library, aka Adobe template library, is. Let's jump into an exercise next. Let's grab one of these bad boys together. Let's customize it further. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are continuing the titles section, the graphics section, if you will. This is an exercise. Important, customize a template. Amazing. Important, customize a template. Let's go ahead and do it. Now, we just did that with a certain basic title, right? We did it with a basic title. We did it with this sort of angled title, and it's looking very cool. Now, let's see if we can take something that is even cooler than this. Or, let's see if we can get something and replicate a cooler effect. So it's actually just not even delete that. Just drag that over a little bit so that we can utilize that later. And let's open up our browse section and literally just start scrolling down. And what I want to actually go ahead and look for is something that is actually going to be as impactful, if not more impactful, than what we were just looking at right there. And I want to actually find something that is nicely animated at the same time. So let's maybe have a look at this bold live overlay. And let's actually go ahead and play it. spacebar gives us that. So that's going to be a live caption up there. Now, I kind of like these two. I kind of like this section right here. However, it's looking like these ones are sort of down here. It's looking like this is the bold presents. So that's kind of nice and centered. We could drag and drop that right here. And again, just reformat it or, you know, drag it over so it fits the actual desired time we want it to be in. And it just like that. That is a pre-animated presents title. Now, there's a few things I want to change about this, actually. I want to take the presents and I want to customize it. I want to double click it. And I want to actually go ahead and say Scotland Adventure. Now, I like this. It's a little bit smaller. It's sort of more minimalist, if you will. But I'm actually just going to go ahead and scale it up a little bit, maybe to about there. And I also want to just now demonstrate, and this is the perfect sort of preset to demonstrate this on, that all aspects are customizable. So I want you to look up here. We have the Scotland Adventure, but we also have two shapes. These shapes retain full customizability color-wise and everything, mainly color-wise, based on the fact that we can click these, we can go to the fill, and what would stand out nicely? Let's say maybe a gold, right? Kind of like a goldish might stand out pretty nicely against the sort of green, right? So let's go ahead and get that kind of goldish. And I want the same color for the top bar and the bottom bar, and we know that they're two different shapes, so let's actually go ahead and make sure to copy our color code, right? Because that's the exact code of the yellow, the gold, if you will. And just like that, the top bar is now gold. We can now go to this sort of bottom bar. If we click it, we see fill, gold. We go to shape. Again, we hit fill, and we press Control V. That's going to go ahead and paste that gold bar right there as well. And now just like that, of course, it doesn't change the animation or anything. We can press spacebar, we play it. Scotland Adventure now pops up. We're dealing with a tiny little bit of lag here. Let's go up here. Let's go to render into out. Again, let's drag that over from my other monitor. And let's just let that render into out real quick and just process what's actually there. But overall, that right there is full customization right there. It retains full customizability, right? And it's pre-animated. And overall, those are just the basics. Both of those, obviously, are preloaded in Adobe Premiere Pro when you get them. If you didn't know they're there, you can grab them. Obviously, I've just demonstrated it here, so you're aware where they are. You're aware how to get them. And it's going to get even funner when you guys actually start to explore premium templates. Because if you start to see what is available that's free, your mind can really start to think what might be out there that's charged for as well, or that's a premium template. But overall, the Scotland Adventure text, in my opinion, is a nicer sort of effect for what we're going for. Scotland Adventure, personally, I like it. I think that might even be a nicer place to put it as well. I can't even lie, because it really does seem like we're going on an adventure with my brother Josh walking down with the walking stick. You know, we're walking some crazy terrains when the walking stick comes out. You got to be careful you don't slip over. But overall, guys, that is the exercise. Important customize a template. We've just done it. We've done two of them. We did this Scotland Adventure one right here, which in retrospect might actually not really suit the scene. I'm starting to think that this Scotland Adventure one coming up over here, the angled title, really suits the scene. I love that angled title. Very, very cool indeed. So we're going to come back next with some premium templates. Let's keep cracking with the section. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We are continuing the graphics section. This right here is going to be how to import premium templates. Now, in the lesson right after this, I've got a premium template. In fact, I've got a whole pack of them for you guys to download that are completely royalty-free, available for you guys to download. Now, if you want to jump to that section, by all means do. However, watch this one as well. It'll give you a little bit of context, right? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a premium template that is actually something I can't throw to you guys right now based on the fact that I actually paid for this at a certain point, right? So the pack I'm going to give to you guys in a second is made by my friend. He's blessed us. He's given it to us. However, these ones are bought from a website. I want to show you how a premium template might actually be customized. So let's actually literally go over here. Let's have a look. These right here are part of a pack called the simplistic titles pack or something like that, or minimalistic titles, something like that. And basically, you guys can source yourself packs throughout the internet. One of the beautiful things about Premiere is not only in the effects section do they have the ability to import presets, but they also have the ability to, down here import, install motion graphic templates, which are just preset motion graphics essentially. So let's drag and drop one of them over. Let me just demonstrate to you guys what a premium template customization process might be like. So you import it. It is a sort of built-in block right here. And just like that, you have this sort of pre-animated design right here. Now, what's different about the motion templates a little bit than the actual Adobe presets, right? What's different to the advanced ones, as we see right here, the premium ones, is they usually don't have a whole lot of stuff customizable right here. If we open up those Adobe ones, we can still tweak how long the animation takes, etc. Whereas these sort of pre-made, premium ones, if you will, right? They're set. You're not going to be able to change how fast stuff happens. In fact, the only way you'd be able to really do that is by right-click, go to speed duration, and actually, for example, double how quickly the title happens, and just like that, that would be how we'd change the speed, etc. You do have customizability over the size, and of course, obviously, the colors and what is actually in the design. So, for example, customizing it would literally be as simple as just writing Scotland adventure, and just like that, we now have this, and we could even go to the rectangle. We could even go for that gold approach that we were trying to go for before, and just like that, we could press the space bar, and just like that, we have the Scotland adventure pops up. But we're obviously on 4%, a quarter quality, so let's go ahead and bump that up to full, and have a look at what that looks like. And just like that, Scotland adventure, it's looking pretty cool. I like it, not too shabby at all, and that right there is a premium template. Like I said, guys, these are certain stuff that you would actually purchase, or maybe you get them from an editing pack, whatever the case may be. Overall, that right there is a demonstration of a live premium template. What I also have for you guys is in the resources section, you could go there, you could download the free YouTube templates, and we have five different motion graphics that we're about to import in the next section into the Essential Graphics tab, and we're going to start tweaking them down. We're going to have some fun with them. So without further ado, let's jump to some premium templates I can give you guys, and let's start messing with them. Let's have some fun. But real quick, let's have a look at what we got so far. We got this one, very basic. In fact, if I press Control-Z, we'll get our bad boy over here back. That's a basic title, not loving it the most. We've got our Scotland adventure, loving that. That's looking great. Personally, I actually think that's one of the best premium or non-premium templates you're going to get, just because it's such a nice execution of that text. That angled text is looking lovely. And then just like that, we have the premium template, Scotland adventure, looking lovely. 3 different types of titles, 3 different speeds, 3 different designs. Let's go ahead and jump into a more in-depth premium template section. We're going to come back with the free YouTube templates and how to customize them. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing the graphics titles section, we're doing how to customize premium templates. And if you watched the last episode, I kind of teased you a little bit with these 5 preset motion graphics. These right here are built by my friend, good friend. He put this pack together. We promoted it a little bit on my YouTube channel because we like to give away free assets. And I think it's a perfect premium pack, because it is a premium pack that we can actually go ahead and customize together. So download it in the resources. Let me break it down. Once you got it, let me break down how to import it. All we got to do is we got to go down here to the bottom right of Install Motion Graphics Template. We click it. It's going to pop us up here. We go to our desktop, whatever. We're in navigation mode. Personally, I know where it is. It is in my external hard drive. So I'm just going to go ahead and navigate to it. I'm going to find them. Now, you can only import them one by one. You can't actually mass highlight everything, right? So we're just going to start with end screen number 1. And you might have already guessed, if you're into YouTube, that these are premium templates for YouTube. They are for YouTubers to actually, save them a little bit of time with end screens, with subscribes, whatever. So let's press open, and we're going to want to wait for a split second. In fact, we can go back over here. We can just go ahead and press open on that one as well. Open on this one as well. They will start appearing, but we can realistically just search for them in a second. And we've imported them all. Now, nothing appears yet. We could scroll to the bottom, see if they've popped up down here. And it looks like they have started to pop up down here. So ideally, stuff will happen in sort of a chronological order where the newest stuff gets uploaded at the bottom. But sometimes, believe me, technology will always run astray if you let it, but sometimes they'll just be hidden in the middle of the section. So overall, let's start top down, right? First off, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and get past this Scotland edit, right? So I want to actually just go ahead and, ironically enough, get a Scotland clip and just drag it into a new sequence, make a brand new sequence, and go ahead and just drag the sequence out of the Scotland folder, right? And then we'll rename the sequence in a second and delete the clip, just so we have a brand new piece. How can I drag this out? Come on. Out you go. Oh, is it out? It's not. All right, whatever. Doesn't matter. Motion graphics temp. Sweet. We'll worry about the placement of it next. Let's go ahead and delete it. Let's drag and drop the actual end screen. Drag, drop, just like that. We're gonna go ahead and change sequence settings just to match the actual title itself. Let's actually go ahead and press play. I press the space bar, and just like that, this is the preset. It is, if you've ever seen an end screen for a YouTube channel, basically this is a preset that can pop up right there at the end of your video and basically give you a little bit of placement, if you will, to actually be able to, or a little bit of structure, if you will, for your placement. So, you'd actually go ahead and put your next video bang right in the center of there. You'd go ahead and put your logo right there, and you'd basically be good to go. But the beauty of YouTube is that YouTube's in website end screen, if you will, that would put that stuff there for you. So basically, this is just a template to basically throw here, and then in the actual YouTube end screen sort of editor or whatever, you'd actually be able to put your logo would sort of put itself there actually, and your video would put itself there as well. And then obviously you could change these to your brand colors. So for example, my YouTube channel is mainly kind of taken on some yellows, so we might again push that in sort of a more brand color sort of direction, if you will, and we might actually do a little bit of branding like that. I'm never the biggest branding guy in the world. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit more of a guerrilla marketing guy than a heavy on the branding side. And overall, that right there is a full-blown preset that you could utilize in your YouTube videos, and it actually remains customizable where we could go, the new video, right? So you're able to fully customize everything. I don't know why you'd want to change the new video. Personally, that seems pretty on the money, right? New video, but you could change the size of it, whatever the case may be. I assume you can also change, the position, whatever the case may be. So this is actually solid. It's something that when I look at it now, I think to myself, how have I not utilized this more? I have a YouTube channel. I upload weekly content. This looks pretty good to me. But overall, there you go. That is one of them. We can also drag and drop the next one. Drag and drop it over. This one is more of a like preset, right? So I think it's to be assumed that that is a transparent background based on the fact that if we get another clip, right? Let's go ahead and get a clip. For example, this clip right here, we can actually go ahead and press play. That is full alpha channel. Also, if we drag this over, let's have a look at the end screen. The end screen, full alpha channel as well, so it looks like you are fully able to put something on this, for example, or put something behind. For example, a real nice effect is, let's go into my presets quick. I don't want to freak you guys out or anything, but I'm going to grab one of my presets called B-Dog. B-Dog is blur, right? It's just a funny name for blur, don't worry. We're going to get to the blur in a second, but this is a real nice way to kind of blend a shot that maybe wouldn't make a whole lot of sense and still utilize it as the background. As we see, we literally put 150 blurriness of the Gaussian blur. My preset's B-Dog. Obviously, I'm just messing. Press Control-S to save that. And just like that, we have this pretty nice end screen right here where I'm just going to go ahead and let you guys in on another family secret right now, right? Let's go ahead and grab a shadow, right? So I'm going to highlight them both. I'm going to drag shadow to it. And a little bit of shadow is going to make it stand out perfectly. A little bit of shadow, those are my presets. We're going to bring those in next. I just want to show you guys an accurate representation of how I'd really handle this end screen right here. This is how I'd handle it. I actually might even bring it down a little bit so that it's sort of perfectly centered right there. But just, you see, you sort of start with a premium template and you build on top of it. You add your own sort of, customization as you go. Obviously, this one right here would just be a preset like button, which this one's awesome in my opinion. Actually, in fact, let's delete the first one because it's lagging too much, all right? Let's go ahead and press spacebar. That's a like button that you could throw down there in the bottom right of your screen or whatever. A mouse comes on, likes it. I mean, that's great. That's solid. You could scale it up. It's actually currently looking like the scale is not working. quite interesting. That's sort of the only slider there. So you'd think it should be, but overall, that would be a great thing to pop in the top right of your videos, whatever the case may be, or even the bottom of your videos, right? It's all about finding the right position. Where does it work the best? Where's it going to get the most attention? Drop the like. Amazing. That's just another piece of this template right here. You've also got the subscribe. It's looking like the subscribe. Well, looking like the subscribes. Kind of crazy. Look at that. Boom. Subscribe. Wonderful. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Looking lovely. And then you've got the final one over here, which is... and these are yours to keep, by the way, guys. Friend of mine made this. They're all yours. We released them on the channel. Boom. Click subscribe. Bell notification. Perfect. These are looking very cool. I'm loving them. Go ahead and press Control S and save that. And that right there, guys, is how to customize premium templates. Those are yours to keep. All right. I'm not going to ask for them back. They're all yours. So thank you guys for tuning in. That right there is the customizing premium templates. We're going to kick it off in the next section with a huge one. It's going to be creating advanced titles and advanced graphics. Then we got some crazier stuff when the animation starts to get into the picture as well. All coming up in the next episode. See you guys there. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We are continuing the graphics section, and we're jumping into advanced titles. Now, how are we going to compete with these templates? I'm talking about advanced titles that we make ourselves. I think it's arguable that the most advanced titles are the templates, right? So let's go ahead and just concede one to the templates. The templates, they beat us. It's hard to compete, all right? It is hard to compete. They're all animated. It's tough. But the advanced titles are stuff that we start off with as a basic title and build upon it with various different elements. I'm talking about, some drop shadows. Maybe even we take a bit of 3D-ness in there, whatever the case may be. We basically take a basic title, which, we experienced. We'll go back here to Scotland Edit. These are advanced compared to the basic one we explored first, which was literally just we press T, we make a title, we write it out and we put it in the center. That's a very basic title, right? Now, basic titles oftentimes are all you need. Maybe you're editing for a more minimalist client, or maybe it's more of a classy kind of feel, or whatever the case may be. I look at everything through a freelance perspective, right? Because obviously I'll be out in the field making a video for a fashion brand or a restaurant or a club. A fashion brand, a lot of the time, they don't want the craziest title in the world. They want a very simplistic, sort of minimalist title like this. It's really about the font. I mean, those fashion people will sit and go back and forth for 13 years about the right font, right? But overall, to actually make an advanced title, it starts off as a basic one. We're just going to go ahead and get, that font that I really like, that Gotham Black. Let's go ahead and tune it up a little bit. And then we can actually just go ahead and start building upon it. Now, personally, the main way to set your title apart from the background is a shadow. Now, you could actually go for the basic shadow, which I usually don't. This is where I start showing you guys my way of doing stuff, all right? Shadow down here, I usually don't go for. The reason for that is because it's really not the nicest execution. I'll show you how to you can make a nice title. It's looking all right. Don't get me wrong, it's looking okay, and maybe even you combine it with a bit of a black stroke at the same time, and maybe you get even nicer of an effect, right? So you can put together a nice piece like that, right? 100%. Don't get me wrong, it's looking pretty good. But over time, what I usually, what I've done over time, 100%, and what you might do over time as well, is you have sort of narrowed down the main things that you use, and you actually make them into presets. For example, if you are using shadow a lot of the time, right? You might actually go ahead and one day save it as a preset, just like I have. And at a certain point, you have a bunch of presets built up down here in the bottom left, and it might be a case of you literally just making a new title, getting a couple shadows and drag and dropping them, right? And a lot of the time, that's a quicker situation where you might just drag and drop, and you might just go over here and tweak stuff to your liking, if you will, right? And that right there creates a little bit more of a lighter shadow. It's something that I'm more used to myself. In retrospect, right, if we look at the two together, we're not going to see the biggest difference in the world. In fact, there's really not a difference. It's just sort of force of habit, right? And that's sort of something I want to talk to you guys a fair bit about. I've tried to make that a point from the start of the course, is telling you guys what you can do, but also what I personally gravitate towards doing after using Premiere Pro for, years and years and years. I have used it enough that I've sort of figured out the quicker ways to do stuff. A lot of the time, having presets down here with the main effects you use, definitely a drop shadow being one of the main effects I use. It's been a theme in all the courses, just heavy use of the drop shadow. And, basically I'll keep those as presets down here. And we'll be able to add stuff on. Now, there's very cool stuff you can do with a shadow, actually, where, for example, if we aren't using a preset, right, and I'm trying to make an advanced text layer, I might type in shadow, right? Might type in shadow, and just to explore it from the absolute starting point, let's drag a drop shadow onto here, right? A drop shadow, first off, starts at 50% opacity, so if we want it to be nice and visible, we're going to have to, turn it up. And there's kind of a cool look that I've seen a lot of different creators do. It's something that actually is a pretty nice execution, and it's creating kind of like a RGB look to your text, where you actually have one color going off one way that might be a red, and bear with me, that might look strange for a second, right? You've got a red maybe going off one way, and then you get your shadow, you press Control-C, and then Control-V, so you've duplicated the shadow, and you actually go ahead and change the direction in which that shadow is aiming in, and you push it in the other direction. And then you get that color, and for example, you turn it blue. Or, for example, you turn it green, right? Whatever the case may be, the blue might even be looking a little bit better right there, right? So maybe I push the blue up right there. And just like that, what we've done is we have created sort of like a RGB kind of text, and that's definitely an advanced text layer. We could even go ahead and, it retains full customizability, so we call this the Adobe Premiere title. And just like that, what we've done is we've taken a very basic layer and, using an effect like a drop shadow and kind of using it in a different way. This is not a, basic way of using the shadow. Oftentimes it might be used literally just to produce a shadow, but this is a cool way to create kind of like an RGB style effect to it, which, if you've been editing for a minute, you've watched a couple different projects, this sort of different RGB split type of situation, it's heavily used in the, industry, if you will. We could even press Control-C, Control-V, mess around with a whole nother color. However, at that point, it might be starting to get overboard or whatever, but not even, right? We've got this kind of rainbow stroke. It almost looks kind of like a cool glitch type of situation. We could even, put the text on top of each other, whatever the case may be. Adobe Premiere Pro, right? Amazing. In fact, we could even go through, we could tweak the colors to be kind of all sort of purples or whatever, right? So that could actually be kind of cool, right? If we're getting these, we bring them over, we make a purple here, we make a purple there, we make a pink right there. Oh, maybe even like a dark kind of blue or something. There you go. So look like that. We've got this Adobe Premiere Pro sort of text that's going on right here, and that's looking pretty cool. We can go ahead and align that, and we've built this advanced text layer, if you will, by just combining a couple different effects. In this case, actually just one effect, but just duplicating it 3 times and having this drop shadow. And if we actually go ahead and 100% zoom in, this is looking pretty cool. It's got kind of like an alternative stroke. It's kind of got like a purpley shadow with a pinky stroke behind it. Overall, it looks pretty cool. And you see what I mean? This was literally just, I did not plan that. It was just a little bit of a freestyle. Let's throw some stuff on there. Let's see if we can make some stuff look good. And with a little bit of messing around, you can definitely make some stuff look good. Now, that right there is how to create an advanced title layer. Of course, we could build upon it if we wanted to. We could do whatever. But for the time being, I think that's looking good, and we can go ahead and leave it there. So we're going to jump back in a second with more titles and graphics. In fact, I want to show you guys some title transitions coming up next. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We're doing title transitions. Yes, continuing the graphics section. This one's going to be pretty cool. I want to show you guys, first off, the basic video transitions library. We haven't even opened it up, and it's a whole dedicated section. So, I mean, let's open it up. Let's have a look, right? Video transitions greets you with about 8 different sections. You got 3D, motion, dissolve, immersive video, iris, page peel, slide, wipe, and zoom. We're going to start with 3D motion. The reason for that is because it's the most forced, in my opinion, and sometimes transitions, or actually a lot of the time, transitions are not nice forced. Now, I want to show you guys how to not only import a transition onto your text, but how to make it your default, right? So first off, very simple how to import. All we do is we drag and we drop it to the start, right? And in fact, if I press Control Z, I can drag these over, right? But if we drag and drop that to the start and zoom in, it has actually pre-animated that. Now, as you see right there, that is the forcedness I'm talking about. That definitely doesn't look like a smooth motion at all. We can actually go ahead and delete it, drag on the flip over as well to the front, and again, just like that, we're definitely not looking like the smoothest effect in the world. These are sort of transitions that would definitely not be put into a professional piece based on the fact that they're too obvious. They're way too in your face. They don't look smooth enough. They're not good. So 3D motion, for all intents and purposes, unless you're doing a specific situation, which might call for them. Overall, in every day-to-day edits, the 3D motion is something I'm not going to touch. Dissolve is something I'm going to touch based on the fact that it can easily and kind of gently transition your clip in. For example, let's drag and drop an additional dissolve onto the front of our clip. Go ahead and play it. And just like that, it sort of fades it in a little bit, but it does feel a little bit forced. Cross dissolve is the same. However, it's a little bit less forced. So if we play this is a little bit more gradual. Again, it sort of happens as well over a longer period of time. So when we actually drag that out, and if you click on it, you can open it up in the effects control and drag it out a little bit, and that might create a little bit smoother of an approach. So the longer you have your transition, obviously the smoother it's going to be. Now the dip to black, dip to white, very, very simple. Obviously that can be nice at the end where you might want to actually, have a dip to white, and then maybe your next clip comes in with a dip to white and it fades in, right? Awesome. Very, very simple. Nice, straightforward. Dissolves are self-explanatory. Immersive video. I love this little section right here because it's great. Some of them don't really hit home amazing, but some of them really do. For example, let me drag and drop VR Chrome leaks. Obviously, it gets rid of it, fades it in. VR Chrome leaks is looking like it's not really coming through, but watch VR light leaks, right? We go ahead and play it. VR light leaks, boom. It kind of pulses onto the screen and it does its thing. You get VR light rays, right? And again, boom, just like that, it sort of pulses onto the screen. A little bit different this time, goes through the middle, kind of highlights whatever that central point is. Now, that sort of piece could be nicer maybe if the text was smaller or whatever the case may be. But overall, as you see, the transition process is a drag and drop, see if it looks good, move on to the next one situation. In fact, the Mobius zoom's looking kind of cool, but again, it falls into that category of a little bit forced, right? And overall, it really depends on your title setup, but some of these can look very cool. That one personally so far, I think that pretty much takes the cake for me. Looks pretty cool. Maybe with a more simplistic title, it might be even nicer. And just like that, these are the actual transitions. Now, if you guys really liked one, right? Say let's go down here. Let's get the slide, right? Say you really like the slide one, right? Let's drag and drop it. Let's have a look at slide even looks like. Cool. Slide's looking good. I actually like slide. Slide looks good. If we wanted to make these the default, this is a cool shortcut I'm going to show you. You'd literally right-click it and you go to set selected as default transition. And now, anytime you wanted to add them, you could, for example, come to your title and say you wanted your title to be, to appear over from 1 second to 8 seconds. And you wanted it to transition in and transition out, but you didn't want to just drag and drop it. You could click your layer and press Control D. And what that will do is it will add the default transition, which we've clearly just told the program is slide. And it will add that to the beginning and the end. All right? Now, make sure that your title isn't pressed against anything, because I believe, for example, if it's pressed against something, it's looking like it worked right there. Maybe we go over here, we try. Yeah, there you go. So if it's pressed against a clip and you press Control D, it will only do the side that's not pressed against a clip. But if we undo that, we press Control D on it. Just like that, we can press Control S, spacebar, save it, and we have this Adobe Premiere Pro title that animates itself on screen with the use of the transitions down here in the bottom right. So I would advise you guys to mess around with those transitions as you see fit, but very cool section, very cool. There's just advanced transitions that I want to show you a tiny bit, which more or less comes into the animation section. But of course, you could put a keyframe. For example, let's say you put a keyframe, or for example, your clip starts at the beginning. You put a let's go like half a second in or whatever, something like that. I think it should be 15. And let's make a keyframe which tells the program that at half a second the text is on the screen. Then we go to the start and we drag the text down here off the screen. And obviously, it instantly creates that keyframe so that when we start, it takes half a second to get into the middle of the screen. And of course, you could even do a rotation where you make a rotation keyframe 0 at half a second. Maybe you started off at 180, and just like that, you've got that kind of rotation in. But those right there, I'd say, are advanced transitions. You can even combine sort of motion transitions where you're actually animating the motion in and out, and then also add that with maybe some motion blur, stuff like that. You can get creative, very creative with the transitions, but just to cover stuff briefly, those are the video transitions down there, and these are the the keyframe transitions. You can get a little bit more advanced when you start messing with that kind of stuff. But that is transitions done and dusted. Let's keep it pushing. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're continuing the graphics section. I want to go ahead and explore how to create an animated title sequence with these transitions, right? So we demonstrated the transitions. Let's go ahead and actually do something kind of crazy. Delete that title that we were building together. Let's press T. Let's make a title. Let's call this, let's actually just write, I'm going to write my name, all right? And the reason is I'm going to create a title sequence where it goes, maybe Jack Cole presents the Premiere Pro Masterclass, right? So I'm going to write Jack Cole. I'm actually just going to go ahead and format this down a little bit, right? So I want to bring it in a little bit. I want to align it to the center. Perfect. I'm going to write Jack Cole. I'm going to hold Alt, and I'm going to drag this over, and I'm going to let it go. So this creates a whole nother title right there. Now what this will do is this will actually create the ability to customize that as a separate title. However, there's also something we could do, which is what I'll often do is when I'm creating title sequences where all of the text is the same, it doesn't have to change, right? What I'll do is I'll do this. I'll actually drag out the title to fill the entire period, and I'll literally just play it until I think it should transition. So let's say each title lasts for 3.3 seconds, right? So what I do is I'd press C, I get my cut tool, I get my razor tool, and I chop that right there. And this now becomes a totally different graphic. If we edit this, that will not be changed. So then we can take this, and we can actually go ahead and write presents. And just like that, now we've got a Jack Cole presents. And then we play this for another 3.3 seconds. It gets to 6.6, right? I don't know why we did the 0.3, just for the fun of it. And we go ahead and tap it. And then we actually go ahead and write Adobe Premiere Pro. And then we play it for another 3 seconds. We get to 9.9, right? 9.9. Amazing. There we are. We chop it. And we go ahead and write Master Class. Now, what's obviously going to happen is it's just going to be a whole bunch of hard cuts, right? And then maybe we play this for another 3 seconds. We get to 12.12, and then wonderful, we chop it, and we're out. Awesome. So now when we actually play this, we've got Jack Cole presents, right? Adobe Premiere Pro, and then we've got Masterclass. Now, very simply, we're going to go and open up our, you guessed it, our video transitions library, and I'm just going to shut everything down, and I'm going to actually just zone in on dissolve, and I'm literally just going to drag and drop a cross dissolve into the middle of all these clips, and that's exactly how you transition one title into another, one clip from one to another, is we literally just go ahead and add a cross dissolve into the middle, and when you actually drag that into the middle, it's going to now add a transition from piece to piece. Now, as we see right there, it's really not looking like the smoothest of transitions. There's one thing we could do is we could increase the length at which it transitions by, but that's also not looking 10 out of 10. So there's actually a sort of another method I want to show you guys, which is the top-down method. So what I do here is we drag this over and we press Control-D, which is going to add the, or actually, let's press Control-Z. Let's right-click cross-dissolve. Let's set as default, so that now when we press Control D, it creates these. Then I want to drag this over so that the end of the transition, right, as you see right here, the end of the transition actually starts just as the next one begins, and then we press Control D. So this one fades out as this one sort of fades in, just like there. And it is overall creating an effect that's it's a little bit better, but overall I think it still could be maybe we get a film dissolve. Maybe we try out a film dissolve a little bit better. And just like that, it's looking like it might be over the course of a little bit too much, so then we tweak it down a little bit. And it's pretty much just a game of trial and error, more or less, where we tweak stuff down one way, we tweak stuff another way. But overall, let's actually go ahead and maybe try a dip to white. Again, it's literally just use stuff, keep messing with it until it actually looks good. The dip to white, looking okay. However, it's pretty empowering, obviously. I mean, literally entirely overpowering. But we could actually go ahead and throw those into the middle, see what they do. And the dip to white's definitely an effective combination. I'm just going to press Control Z on all of those because I want to return this to its prior glory. And we can actually go ahead and have this, right? Have it right here. We drag some stuff to the middle. Let's even try some immersive video, right? Maybe we get some gradient wipe. We see what this looks like. And it's just tweak it until we find a piece that's looking nice. So that's actually looking real nice right there. Maybe we try the iris wipe as well. Ooh, just I'm liking the iris wipe. So perfect. We've messed around for a minute. We saw some stuff that didn't really look that nice, and we messed around with some stuff that did look nice. Maybe even we have two sets. We have a cross dissolve to fade that in, cross dissolve to fade that one out, and then we got the VR iris wipe to actually transition in the middle. Because just like that, that looks perfect. Boom. It goes. We start at the beginning, Jack Cole, and then boom, presents. Amazing. And then we go ahead and do Adobe Premiere Pro. And then, of course, Master Class. And it go ahead and fades out. And then, I mean, even if we wanted to really get fancy here, we could make a keyframe for the Gaussian blur that's on the background. And just as that fades out, so does the blur. And, just like that, basically goes from absolutely full blur all the way down to nothing, and it fades us in real nicely like that, just like that. Looking very cool. So we got the Jack Cole. Boom, presents. Boom, the Adobe Premiere Pro. And then, of course, the Master Class pops up right after that. And it fades out and reveals our waterfall. And just like that, guys, that right there is the how to build a smooth sequence with transitions using titles. And of course, there's one final thing I'll probably go ahead and do to that just to make it realistic, which is drag and drop my good old shadow to it, or in fact drag and drop both of them because they kind of work nicely together. And just like that, we can go ahead and fold that if I wanted to. Boom. And we've got a nice little presents title sequence going down. And, I mean, we could mess with this even further. We could go ahead and add some effects. We could do whatever we want to this. We could animate it. And I think we should mess with some of those sort of even more next level touches we could do to bring more out of this sequence, make it even better. Let's keep cracking. I want to mess with some effects coming up next. We've done a little bit with the shadow. Let's see what more we can do. Damn, that looks nice right there. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are going to be jumping into animating titles. I want to quickly cover this. Then we've got a phenomenal exercise to end out this whole section coming up next. So, animating titles. It's arguable that these are animated titles based on the fact that, there's stuff going on. They're not just stagnant, still titles. It is a transition animation that's animating these on and off the screen. Great. Awesome. I love it. However, what happens if we completely remove these and actually go ahead and make a new title? And we're going to call this one animated title. And again, we're just going to go ahead and align that to the center. And I want to actually explore how to make a sort of fade in zoom animation, if you will. Slight zoom animation, fade in, fade out. Real nice execution, super simple to do. And it actually has one of the smoothest, sort of looks ever. It's very nice, kind of cinematic style, if you will. Let me break it down. First off, all you do is you actually go ahead and you bring the opacity in and out. So it's actually go ahead and play the clip for a couple seconds until we'd want the actual text to be on the screen fully, and make a opacity keyframe. Then we go over here to the beginning and we turn it to 0. So we've now animated on that section. Now what I might even do is I might even highlight this end bit, right click and go to ease in. So instead of just going so, might even ease that in as well. So instead of going so, or press Control Z, instead of going so harsh, it's going to ease in a little bit slower, right? And maybe drag that over a little bit more, right? So we've got this animated title easing in. And then what I want to do is I want to highlight both of these. I want to press Control C, Control V, and bring them to the end. But then obviously we need to switch them around, right? We need to have that there and that there, because we obviously duplicated these. And it would just fade itself straight back out unless we obviously swap them around because they were the wrong way, based on we want to reverse that animation. So now we've keyframe animated it in and keyframe animated it out. Awesome. And there's one final little adjustment, which is actually to do with motion up here, which when you add a scale keyframe, it looks amazing. So let's go ahead and add a scale keyframe right there. Add 100. Drag that to the beginning, which means we've told the program at the start it's 100. Now let's actually go ahead and put 110. Let's right click it. Let's go to ease in. Let's drag it to the very end. So now we've got this effect where the text fades in and is getting bigger, as you see right here, and then fades out right before any completion of that animation could be done. So we really just get the nice sort of cinematic fade towards us kind of effect. And this is a very, very, very replicatable style of titles, obviously. It's very used indeed, because it's a nice way to bring stuff in. Overall, what we're going to do now is I want to explore in the next section building an intro animated title sequence using this sort of format right here. So let's press Control S. Let's save that. Let's come back in the exercise and let's put this whole thing together from scratch. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an exercise. We just covered how to create animated titles. This is what we built. It says animated title. It's animated. Awesome. This is a very cool animated title, and it's a very nice strategy because it's a fade in, fade out zoom strategy, right? Cool. It's a nice way to actually lay out the titles. Now, let's actually just go ahead and delete the background for this one. It doesn't need to be here. In fact, we can see the animation doing its thing a little bit more when it's not there. And what I want to go ahead and do is actually just delete it because I want to recreate this together, right? So let's delete it. Let's press T. Let's get our actual text tool. Let's click in the middle. And let's call this one title or animated title. Animated, or actually, let's think of a sequence of titles. So we could, again, go for the Jack Cole Presents the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. Again, I'm just thinking of an actual straight-up title sequence that we potentially be using. Then we play the sequence a couple frames in, or if you want to do precisely, you see there's these breakdowns up here with these sort of bars for spacing. You could maybe go 3 bars in, create an opacity 100%, go to the start, create that opacity 0%. Perfect. It's fading itself in. Even right click, go to ease in. Now let's go over here, maybe 3 bars before it closes, create a 100% opacity. Go over here to the end, create a 0, maybe stop a couple frames before because it sometimes goes off track. And then just drag it over, all right? So now, perfect. We've got the actual fade in, fade out animation done and dusted. And the reason we want to do this just to one piece of text first is because we're going to pre-animate one title, duplicate it a bunch of times, and, change the text. Nice and simple. We don't have to reanimate every single piece. Now let's create that actual scale keyframe. Let's make sure 100's at the beginning and 110 is not only at the end, but also eased in at the end, right? The slight ease in. So now we've created the overall animation that we need, the zoom in, zoom out. It's created as well as the fade. We got the zoom in, zoom out, and we have the fade. Amazing. Now, where did that come from? Now what we could do is we can actually go ahead and start duplicating stuff. So I'm talking about that hold Alt, drag up, and drag over. And just like this, we're going to have this effect now when as soon as the Jack Cole text completes, the next text comes in. And this text right here is going to be presents. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have to put the presents. And in fact, I've just realized where the Jack Cole, let's just highlight that and press the T. Let's press the all caps button and then realign it. And also, I want to literally just try dragging the presents over. So it sort of starts coming up right just a couple seconds before the actual Jack Cole is fully off the screen. In fact, maybe we do it over, right? So essentially, we've got this Jack Cole comes in, it's zooming in, fades out, the presents hits. You see right there? The presents hits, and then maybe a couple frames before, select both of them, hold Alt, drag that over, and now let's go ahead and have the Premiere Pro. Again, align that because we are not doing the center align, and then come over here and write Master Class. Amazing. And now what we can actually do is go to the beginning, play it, and we've got this Jack Cole zooming in, fading out, presents hits, zooms in, fades out, Premiere Pro hits, zooms in, fades out, and then the masterclass hits. And, if we start to, let's say we even go ahead and get this masterclass, we make it that slight purpley or whatever, that slight pinky or whatever the case may be. Maybe let's copy paste the actual color code, go over to Premiere Pro, paste it, and maybe I got this idea that it's just getting darker and darker as it goes. So what I'm doing is I'm pasting in the color code, and then I'm just bringing it closer to white. So we're going to have this effect where Jack Cole is in perfect white, and then it actually, as it gets closer to that Premiere Pro, you see it starts to take on a little bit more coloring, a little bit more graded, and there you go. It's getting into that pinkish. It's actually replicating those brand colors of the Premiere Pro, and then boom, the Masterclass hits its full pink, its full Premiere Pro branded colors. And just like that, we have built a pretty cool animated introduction title sequence using the keyframe animations. And I'm sure you see how much nicer the fade is, the actual, manually animated fade opposed to the actual cross dissolves or anything. Way smoother, way nicer experience. Overall, if you guys have followed through start to finish with me, you've built the exact same thing. I'm happy with it. Hopefully you're happy with it. This is really we're just, barely scratching the surface. We've covered a couple cool things, past couple, sections. The next stuff we're about to get to, guys, is the juicy meat of the course, the heart of the course, the main course. So without further ado, let's crack on. Thank you guys for tuning into the graphics section. We got so much more to come coming up next. Premiere Pro Masterclass is in session. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're jumping into the color section right now, and pretty much this is going to be an overall introduction to Lumentri color. Now, if you're confused by the word Lumentri, basically, it's the color tab up here, all right? So don't worry. Lumentri is pretty much just Lumentri color. Lumentri is their sort of a color software situation. Well, I mean, the program is the software. This is their color tool, basically. Lumentri color. Just call it the color tab, right? That's what I call it. You come on over here and you've got it split into different sections, right? So don't worry. Everything might look a little intimidating. It's really not. And I mean, nothing here is very complicated at all. Don't worry. You got your basic correction. Correction means color correction. Basically, color correction and color grading are slightly different, where correction, for example, treat correction literally like you're fixing something. So let's say you've got this shot and, it's too exposed, right? Correction might be coming in here and bringing that exposure down so it looks like a normal image, right? And then you've got color grading. Color grading is more actually sort of getting more out of the image. The color correction, I mean, when you start laying it out like that, it's more or less self-explanatory. Color correction, you correct it. Color grading, you grade it. Awesome. Sweet. Basic explanation of grading v correction. Awesome. Now, let's have a look over here. We got the basic correction tab, which is more or less the first thing you'll go to if you're doing a manual color grade. All right, so for example here, I'm looking at the image. I'm thinking, you know what? It's a little bit flat. Maybe, what we do? Maybe we bump up the, the contrast a little bit. You know what? I'm looking at it. maybe we're thinking we could get a little bit more out of the highlights or something like that, right? We want the grass to pop a bit more. We want the leaves to pop a bit more, whatever the case may be. For example, also, anytime you do anything here, it's going to create an effect, more or less, over here. It's going to appear just like an effect. So if you were to go here to effects and, say, drag something onto the clip, right, like a blur, it's going to pop up in the exact same way the Lumentri color, effect, more or less, pops up here in your effect controls. And at that point, once you are, let's say, in editing, you can treat it just like a normal effect, and you could go over here, and then you are going to be greeted by the exact same properties as you would be in the actual color tab, simply just sort of congested or, condensed down into sort of like a little portable version, if you will, that you can sort of utilize while you're in different tabs as well. Overall, the main place you're going to be sort of using is really going to be color correction and creative. Now, the rest of them definitely are utilized a fair bit for sure. Curves is, I'm going to teach you guys the S strategy. Amazing strategy for dealing with flat log footage. But overall, personally, what I'm spending most of my time in, and that's been my theme throughout this, is not just telling you guys what to use, but telling you what I, as a longtime Premiere Pro user, tend to use often, right? So you guys don't waste your time on the stuff that personally I'm not even utilizing, and if it was important, I would be. So main place I'm spending my time, creative and color correction, right? However, what we're going to get to next, a lot of the time what I'm doing is I'm usually using presets, right? And Adobe have a massive preset library, something we have an extensive breakdown on coming up. But also what they give you the option to do is browse and import custom presets, aka custom LUTs. Now, what that's going to do is that's going to be basically the work of somebody who's more talented than you or I, just to be totally honest, and they understand the color tab much better than us, and they're able to essentially create some 10 out of 10 presets, more or less, that we can utilize and essentially download and then import, right? Very, very simple, very straightforward. We're going to be getting to that next. Overall, if I'm very honest, that is the majority of how people, in terms of a more sort of beginner level, more basic level, are utilizing the color tab. The color grading, being a colorist is a whole job in itself at the end of the day. So I'm very respectful of the color tab, and I'm willing to concede that I might not be a full-blown colorist myself. And I feel as though you guys might be in that same sort of category. So we're going to explore the LUTs. We're going to explore sort of the more simpler side of stuff, and I look forward to it. So basic breakdown of Lumentri color. It's up here. It's the color tab. You start tweaking stuff. Stuff's going to start changing, right? It's going to go up. It's going to go down. And overall, at any time, you have the right to delete the Lumentri color from your layer and reset back to normal. Without further ado, guys, let's jump into a color correction breakdown coming up next. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping into some color correction, all right? So before we jump into an exercise where I give you a clip that is in desperate need of color correction, I want to just firm everything in your brain one final time, and I also want to go ahead and fix this basic sequence down here. So you remember this. We built this together, right? As we see, this is our sort of sync to the beat sequence. Now, there's a couple things I don't like that, just for the sake of formatting this and actually using this as something we can really build on and be proud of, I want to delete a couple things, right? First off, I want to go ahead and mute this audio layer because while we're color correcting, I don't need to keep hearing little snippets of the audio. And I also want to delete this Scotland adventure. Doesn't fit the scene at all. I'm not, we're not using that anymore. Basically, in the graphics tab, that was cool because it was demonstrating different variety of titles. Now, I don't want that there. So I want to drag over this bad boy right here. You remember it? This is the Scotland adventure text with the slanted text. And just like that, that is, in my opinion, a more fitting title to have here, and I think it comes in at a great time. So I'm going to delete that. I'm also going to keep on playing this right here, and I'm actually going to get ready to delete that as well. So then we basically just have a sequence that is ready to be color graded and color corrected as well. So let's actually go ahead and delete that. Awesome. Now we literally just have a cool 32-second sequence, whatever the case may be. Now, I want to actually color correct this stuff. So, for example, this one right here is a great clip to start with because of the simple fact that it is looking pretty flat and it's looking like we can get a lot more out of it. Now, I don't know about you, but that looks kind of flat to me. It doesn't quite look like it's bringing us in enough. It's definitely not cinematic enough, right? And something we can do, which is very simple, and it really just requires toning up a dial, really, but has a nice effect, is bumping up that contrast a fair bit. Now, I'm going to press Control-Z, undo that, press Control-Shift-Z to redo it, right? And basically you can now see, as I turn that on and off, the difference that we get by literally just bumping up that contrast. Maybe even you bump it up to 100, right? Now, the thing about that is it's going to start bringing those whites. It's going to make those whites even more intense. So be careful bumping up the contrast all the way, because as much as it, brings those blacks out, it also overexposes those whites, and it can semi-ruin some stuff. For 100%, usually not fully the move unless you are actively toning down maybe the whites a slightly bit as well. But don't tone them down too much, or else you kind of just sort of like reverse the effect. Basically, it doesn't end up too good. But overall, I think a solid 75% contrast right there, and you can literally just tick on and off that Lumentri color by pressing the FX button on the side. You can see how much nicer that right there becomes, right? However, you've now got this situation of basically, have a one clip that's basically color graded or color corrected. The other one isn't, right? So in this strategy here, it would be more or less an individual color correction of each clip, where you'd maybe, individually tone up maybe a bit of the exposure, a bit of the contrast for each, just to sort of get that image looking real nice. For example, that's looking a little bit too overexposed. Maybe we bring that down a little bit. You know what I mean? However, that right there is more of a slower strategy. There's really something I'm going to talk to you guys about, which is going to be adjustment layers, which we're going to introduce maybe a section or two from now, right? Overall, color correction, we are correcting the image. Again, just one final demonstration. If we delete that, we are finding an image, for example, this one, that looks like we could get a little bit more out of it, right? Or it basically needs correcting, right? And this actually might fall a little bit more under the category of grading right here, actually, to be fair, with these clips. This one, more or less, you can get away with a little bit of color correction based on the fact that that doesn't necessarily look how we want it, right? A little bit of contrast, whatever. But overall, we are just trying to get the colors how we'd like them, and more or less do what we want and create the mood that we are feeling. There's all sort of different styles. You might have some people that go heavy on the, heavy on the colors, whatever the case may be. Maybe they're trying to create some sort of dystopian sort of sci-fi movie, whatever. Colors, they are totally responsible for communicating the feeling of the mood, the feeling that you want conveyed through the scene, and we're going to explore that as we go. So, basic color correction, use it to correct an image, bring it more in the direction you want. Let's jump into an exercise where we fix an overexposed image coming up next. Hey, what's going on, guys? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an exercise. This is going to be the fix the color correction exercise. Color correction exercise, basically. I have a clip for you, all right? It's called Jack Overexposed. Now, I'm Jack, so you might guess that it's me. Sat at my desk, the very desk I'm sat at right now recording this, and this is basically the start of a YouTube video. So I was starting a YouTube video, and there's a bunch of light coming through my window, right? I could start this. I could just go ahead and mute that. See how much light's coming through my window? This is an overexposed shot right here. Now, I recorded a 10-plus minute YouTube video while it being overexposed. That's not the ideal quality we want on a YouTube video that's going to be seen by, thousands of people. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to actually go ahead and drag and drop that and import it, right? You guys can download this from resources, drag and drop and import it. And let's actually go ahead and drag it into the new project thing. So we've got the Jack Overexposed new project, and we can actually go ahead and stay along with the organization sort of trend that we were doing. Drag and drop that to the folder. Call this color folder, right? So all color related stuff we're going to do in the color folder, and the Jack Overexposed clip definitely belongs in the color folder. So let's go ahead and simply play this. And
3, 2, 1.
It's basically me literally at the very start of a YouTube video.
What's going on, guys?
I've cut it down so you don't have a 20-minute video or whatever, 10-plus minute video, and we can more or less just focus on this. Now, we're going to go over here, of course, to our basic correction tab, and there's a few things we want to do, which I'm going to basically guide you through. First off, what we want to do is we want to bring this stuff down a fair bit. We want to bring that sort of craziness down, and now this is going to be a little bit of trial and error, and overall, that's sort of the process I want to get you guys used to, which is toning some dials up and toning some dials down until we see something that's good. There's no one-size-fits-all with this color grading stuff, and it's more or less a tone one thing down, tone another thing up. That is basically how this game goes. And as you can see right there, with a little bit of tweaking up and down, we now turn that on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. With a little bit of tweaking, Just right there, I pulled the contrast up a little bit. I pulled the highlights down a little bit. I pulled the whites down a little bit. I pulled the blacks down a little bit, right? Awesome. So I've made those blacks a little bit more black, and I've made those whites a little bit less, right? Now, that way would be more. So obviously, we're super overexposing it, but all the way, and you're dealing with this darkened image. So you kind of have to meet somewhere in the middle, and sort of around there is looking like a kind of a nice sweet spot, in my opinion. Now, at any time, again, you could toggle the effect on or off, and you see the dramatic difference that we have right there, where we simply turn it on and off. Now, if I literally just delete the color, right? We're starting from square one. Follow with me again. We'll redo it. Let's pull the highlights down a little bit, right? Highlights are how intensely, shot out it is, right? I mean, it's in the word highlights, right? So we bring the highlights down. Let's say minus 30. Let's say we bring the contrast up maybe 20, right? And then let's say we bring the whites down maybe minus 30 as well, and we bring the blacks down minus 30 as well. Maybe the blacks we get a little bit more, maybe the whites we get a little bit more as well. And we're left with this picture right here, which has overall removed most of the overexposure, right? Overexposure, just in case you do need me to spell it out, it's when the light is overwhelmingly overexposing the scene, right? Exposure right here. Ready? Overexposure. That literally didn't even load because it probably hit the system too hard or something like that. Nothing's even popping up. Oh, right. There you go. It's back on. Boom. That's what overexposure on the maximum level looks like, right? So we're dealing with a small percentage of that, right? I had the layer turned off, right? That's overexposed. That's sort of getting a little bit back to normal. And then what we can also do is maybe bring the contrast up a bit so that we have more of a realistic, less flat-looking image right here. And let me go ahead and mute that so we're not dealing with two different Jack voices overlaying. I know my voice alone could be kind of annoying, let alone this guy's voice as well. Two of me. And there we go. We're seeing a color-corrected image. I'm sure you guys are understanding now. I think this was a good demonstration to break down color correction. We're going to have color grading coming up next, and more or less it is building upon an image in a way that is, getting more out of it, but also you can do some color correction using the S-curve strategy, right? And I think what I might actually do with the S-curve strategy is explore a little bit about how to actually take a image that is flat log picture profile and actually get it to be normal. Now, we'll get that coming up next. That might not even mean a whole lot to you. I'm planning lessons for you as I go through. I'm trying to think of more creative stuff we could do together. Overall, looking pretty good. We took an image that was, again, we'll turn the effect off. It was overexposed, as we see right here. We did a little bit of color correction, and just like that, we have an image that is completely usable, uploadable to YouTube, and acceptable, when before, it just really wasn't. What's going on, people? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're doing it big, not doing it small. This is going to be the grading, all right? So we did color correction. We took a clip in here. It was way overexposed. We corrected it. Now, I want to jump into the curves tool, show you guys the S-curve strategy, right? It's going to be very simple. just to preface, all right? This is how you grade footage. Now, you guys might have messed with some flat log picture profiles before. Maybe not as well. Flat log picture profile basically is footage that essentially, let me go ahead and turn that down, records everything at a really flat sort of, picture profile. Now, this right here was from a legendary time in my hometown when it snowed. Now, it's only ever snowed one time in my hometown. This was the time. It never snowed for like a decade, and then all of a sudden, literally the most snow you've ever seen in your life, right? So this was a pretty special moment. I tried to get an artist at the time, this artist, to come with me, and I just hit him up. I said, let's shoot a music video. Let's take advantage of the snow. And we did. We took advantage of it, and I shot the whole music video in flat log picture profile. Now, you might notice that stuff really doesn't look like it's really popping out very much. It's very flat. Everything's, it looks like it is extremely, just not fulfilled. Not filled. There's no real richness to the colors. Everything's very dull and bland. And that's actually by design. Actually, it's shot in S-Log format, which is Sony's flat log picture profile, which actually gives you more information and sort of more stuff going on in this image that once we actually start grading it and bringing those colors out a little bit, we get much more from them, okay? So I want to go ahead and explore grading. Let's go ahead and get the grade clip. Go ahead and you guys can download that right now. We're going to do this right here, where I'm going to drag and drop this over here, and more or less I'm going to drag and drop that into a new project, just like that. Again, we're going to highlight both of those, bring those into the color folder, because we know that we're still in tune with the colors. Now, this has audio in it, as you see. Now, I'm not gonna mess up your ears at the end of the day. I'm also not gonna pretend like this guy was the absolute best rapper in the world, right? maybe not. All right. And we really needed a video to shoot, but overall, here we are. Okay. And basically, what I want to do is I want to load up the S curve, right? The curve strategy. And pretty much we're gonna do the S curve. The S curve is literally self-explanatory. You drag one point up. You do sort of the top of an S. As you see, we've more or less overexposed it there. And you drag the other part down. Now, that might be a little bit too up. That might be not enough down. And more or less, just like that, you've created this sort of S, right? You've created this S. You've done the S curve strategy. We can bring that down a little bit right here. And this one right here is really nice because if we sort of just adjust this, right, just so we get a bit of a bigger image and drag this over here, we've now pulled out a whole bunch of that sort of flatness to it. So you see, if we turn it off, look how you didn't even realize, right? It looks so much richer now based on the simple fact that we've actually been able to bring some of those colors out. Now, I want to go up here to sequence. I want to go to sequence settings. I want to bring your attention to the 3840 by 2160. This clip is shot in 4K, guys. It's shot in 4K, so we can actually get even closer in on the image without losing a single bit of quality and without even scaling anything in. The way we could do that is we literally drop this to a 1920 by 1080p sequence. And just like that, we now notice that this is on 100 scale, but it's on a smaller sequence size, right? Which means that we can instantly get a whole bunch more zoomed in on our character right there, on our focus point, if you will. And just like that, we're right in on the money. We can even zoom out maybe a little bit, have a little bit of this sort of foliage stuff up here, this sort of foreground stuff. And just like that, we've been able to color grade a bit more of an image. Now, by all means, there's still further things we could do. For example, one of those main things is also bump out some of the contrast, right? So we can start bumping up a little bit of the contrast. Also, maybe perform a little bit of that sort of anti-exposure strategy where we're bumping down the whites a little bit and we're bumping up the blacks, right? And just like that, it's looking like I sort of turned down the exposure a little bit right there. So let's actually just go ahead and pop that back to 0, pop that back to 0 for sure. Just go ahead and play that a little bit. Maybe bump those whites down a little bit. Bump those blacks down a little bit as well. And just like that, what we can also do is I notice that there is some yellows here. Now, there's something I like to do when I see sort of an obvious color, right? Is I actually maybe try to pull a little bit of that out. And the way I actually go ahead pulling a little bit of that out, by the way, and actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn down the highlights right there, turn up the whites. What I like to is I want to put a little bit of a saturation on there, right? A little bit of saturation. Maybe we even go on a 120 of the saturation. Jump over to the creative, turn up a little bit of that vibrance as well. Now, as you notice here, what we're starting to do is we're starting to get a little bit of a purpley kind of tinge to him, if you will, right? And that's because we're bumping up the color. Now, there's a couple things we could do. First off, we could try and just pull it a tiny bit the other direction, right? A tiny bit. You don't want to go too much where too much might screw us over, where you see it's a little bit purple this way. But if we maybe do like a -3, we give a slight green edge to it, which kind of plays into our green sort of foliage behind here, our wood right here, but kind of takes that tinge off of him. As you see, he's looking pretty good right here. What we can do is we can actually untick our image, and you see how far we've come. This is a grading process right here, where you see that without the Lumentri color on there, we're dealing with this flat picture. Look at this. I mean, we can play this one more time, right? Look at this guy. I mean, you can't even tell the guy from the background, from the snow. I mean, well, you can, obviously. I'm being a little bit of a, exaggerating for dramatic effect. But overall, very flat. We come over here to our Lumentri color. We simply turn it on just like that. it's popping out a whole lot more. Now, I notice an instant flaw in what we're doing here. He's a little bit too dark compared to the background. Now, this is something that happens when you are shooting with a sort of overexposed background. In an ideal world, right, we would have had a nice light on his face coming from the direction of the camera right here, and he would be perfectly lit up. Now, this was a time when I was shooting stuff a little bit more ghetto, right? Maybe now I'd bring a light, but back then it was snowy as well, so you kind of have to give me a bit of a pass, right? But overall, I definitely did not bring a light, and we are essentially going to have to mess around with that. Now, one thing we could do is we could turn up some exposure. That would bring him up, but it's going to massacre the background, right? So I think what we're probably best off to do is maybe make a little bit of a, well, I mean, there's one potential thing we could do, which is literally do a mask, right? However, that's something that's a little bit too much for now, shall I say. So I think what we're going to go ahead and do is literally just go ahead and pop that on full, just keep playing that through, see how much it is. And I think this guy might actually have to just remain a little bit darkened in comparison. As you see here, it could be a little bit of a sort of silhouette type of scene right here. But overall, as you get closer, you see a little bit more of him. Maybe even if you're if you're zoomed out, it could be a good play as well. And overall, that right there is a grade, though, guys. You see how much that, we'll pause it right there. That's a pretty cool scene. If we turn it off, turn it back on, turn it off, turn it on, just like that, we have, we've essentially graded that a fair bit. And again, what we would probably want to do is very potentially bring some of that up, where, as you see right here, it could be a situation of sort of having to settle a little bit somewhere in the middle, right? That's sometimes what happens when, ideally, what you guys want to do is you want to shoot your shots, as sort of perfect as you can, camera settings wise, right? Ideally, it's going to save you a fair bit of color correction. Looks like he's dying by his face. I think he was freezing. He's rolling up his hands, bro. It was very, very cold out there. I can't lie. But overall, ideally get your camera settings right, or it's going to be a little bit of tweaking back and forth. But there's literally no shred of a doubt that the color grade, when you start off with an S log right here, you start off with an S curve, right? You start off with that S curve, maybe even bringing it down a little bit. As you see, that S curve is overexposing that background a fair bit, right? But just like that, a little bit of trial and error, guys, a little bit of up, a little bit of down, and you're grading your clip real nicely. You're bringing it out. You're getting it popping. You're making it, well, I mean, definitely. It's literally undeniable that version is better than that version, and that's with a little bit of grading. So, color grading, done and dusted. Let's keep on pushing with the color section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Master Class course. Look at his face. Look at his face. He's dying. He's laughing. He had to get those hands in before he caught some hyperthermia by the looks of it. Let's keep pushing, guys. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping into an exercise. This is going to be the grading clip exercise. So I want to do one final grade with you guys just to demonstrate this S-curve. It's going to be another snow clip, grade V2. Let's go ahead and drag and drop it into our project, import it, and drag it down here to a brand new sequence. Just like that, we've created a brand new sequence. And we can highlight them both. We can drag them both to color. Where's color? Where's color at? There it is, color folder. Press Control S. Let's save that. Oh, stuff's ringing off. Let's go ahead and mute this layer as well right here. And just like that, this might be an even flatter image based on the fact that this is as snowy as it gets. I think I was just wiping the lens because the snow, I mean, my camera nearly died this day. I'd be lying, right? I'm just going to chop it down a little bit to the point where it looks like he starts jumping into it. All right? And I'm going to go up here to sequence settings. It's 1080p, this one, okay? So let's actually go ahead and just pop a basic S-curve. I'm going to start with the darks, right? Start with those blacks, pull them down. Pull that white up a little bit as well, right? Now it's looking like I probably want to bring that down there. Oh, that's looking a little bit too dark. So let's bring that over there. And let's go over here to our actual basic correction. Bring the contrast up a fair bit. Bring the blacks down. And you know what? What I want to do is I want to restart that. I want to go back to curves. I want to pull this in. It's literally looking like this is gonna need an absolute very, very intense one. You see right there? That's what I needed to do. And it's looking like actually this might not need so much of an S today, right? Maybe a bit of one, but it's looking like that's bringing it more in the direction that we don't necessarily want it. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to pull it all down, right? So we're going to take it from this middle line. We're going to take it all the way down right there. I think something like that. Don't let it hit the ground too much like that. Still have a bit of a curvature to it, okay? So I'm just going to bring that over there. We got a curvature to it. It is, overall, we've lightened up the background loads. We've brought so much out. Look at that. So that's it on. That's it. Right. That's it off. That's it on. Right? Amazing. Now what we could do is we could start building upon that. So what I want to do is I want to maybe turn my contrast up a little bit. I want to maybe get my my blacks going up a little bit. Maybe get my whites coming down a little bit. Let's bring my shadows out a little bit maybe, but bring a little bit more darkness to it. And just like that, as you see, we're getting a real nice grade right now where we're getting, he's popping out a bunch from the background. We can turn that on, turn that off rather. And again, it's literally hilarious. We turn it on and just like that, it's looking nice. Maybe even we take a little bit of that. Maybe we do a 110 on the saturation. You know, turn that up too much, it's going to be a little bit too purple. Again, that's how my my camera operates. Maybe we do it on a 15, something like that. 15, maybe a 20, right? And just like that, we go to the beginning. And I mean, it's looking like, first off, by the way, it's looking like we might need a little bit of warp stabilize on there because I guess the snow was sending my camera everywhere. But just like that, we've definitely graded that together. And overall, it's looking like a real nice grade based on the fact that we've gotten more out. This is a snowy woods right here. It was very cool. We were clearly the only ones around. I don't think there was even another soul out and about in town this day because it was just such a blizzard. But looking very cool indeed. And I don't think I have to remind you, but that's what it's looked like before. We turn it on. We turn it off. We turn it on. The comparison is literally hilarious, right? Now, what's he picking up over here? Some stuff's getting messed up. I don't even know. All I know is at the end of the day, this is definitely looking like a pretty good grade. He's looking like a snowman right there. Boom. He's actually looking like a real human being once we turn that grade on. So, grade example version 2, done and dusted. There you guys go. Grade exercise version 2. We got it done and dusted. Such a fun clip to grade because, I mean, the transformation's hilarious, right? That's why I like S-Log because you really get this and then you get it to this, right? Amazing. Thank you guys for tuning in. That right there is our grade exercise version 2. We've got some stuff coming up next with the LUTs and the looks. So much stuff. And it's definitely saving you some time. This stuff, it's a little bit more time consuming because you got to do it all manually. Let's show you guys how to do this stuff automatically now and save yourself a bunch of the time with the presets and the LUTs. Coming up next. Hey, what's going on, guys? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're jumping into the Adobe Preset LUTs library, the Adobe LUTs presets, right? Looks and LUTs. Now, this is going to be very cool because this is the section where basically you get a whole nice effect with a very little work. Now, I mean, overall, in the grand scheme of things, I'm a pretty hard worker, but I love exploiting little lazy hacks like this that give us a phenomenal result with very minimal work, and I'm sure you guys are going to appreciate this. So, Adobe come preloaded with looks. Literally, loads of them. Look at all this stuff right here. Don't be worried yet. I know there's a lot. Don't be overwhelmed. I'll break it all down. These are custom looks to color. Custom presets for color. For example, we see how this guy's looking right here. Look how he's looking. Let's get this. Let's turn on, for example, SL Big. Instantly, we see how we've got that greenish tint to it now. Now, that's actually looking like a cool look for the forest based on the fact that he's in a forest. Maybe we go to SL Big minus blue. Didn't really do a whole lot. SL Blue Intense. Blue Ice. Now, that Blue Intense is looking almost perfect for a scene like this. Look at that. Now, remember how earlier I told you guys that color grading is literally how we set the tone, we set the mood? Tell me this doesn't look like we just teleported to Soviet Russia, right? You know, this looks like we're somewhere now. Looks like I'm shooting a video for an international rapper now, right? This isn't even in England now. This is for some, you know, Czechoslovakian place or something like that. I'm just naming stuff off the top of my head, right? But overall, look at how cool that some of these are. And again, we literally keep going through. They've all got sort of different tones to them. SL Gold, right? Gold Tobacco. We got the Gold Western. That's like a Western now, right? We're dealing with this stuff right here. That's looking like a real nice grade to it. Basically, these are looks. These are looks that are preset. They're pre-built. Obviously, some of them tone red. Some of them tone green. They are preset looks, stuff that I would literally advise you to just click through and see what actually can take your image to the next level, see what can actually do something nice to it. That one right there called Neutral Starts looking pretty cool. And all that did was really just sort of tone everything out a little bit, even stuff out. You got the Fujis over here, a whole bunch of stuff, but each one of them is sort of nice for a specific type of look, right? And they're definitely not all applicable to the same thing. 1,000% not. So what I advise you to do for the looks is literally just scroll through when you've got an image and basically, you know, throw some stuff on there, see what looks good, see what doesn't look good. For example, maybe we go over to the Scotland edit, we go back, we get this clip right here, which we kind of agreed needed a little something, right? Where we were turning up the contrast. And we go here, we go to look, we go to Fuji. Oh, didn't look too great. Again, we go to the next one. Boom. Fuji, that one. We got a pretty nice look right here. We go to full. And I think, you know, we go somewhere in the middle. Turn it off, looking a little bit more plain, look bland, right? We turn it on, looking a little bit more graded, 100%. There's no denying that it's looking nicer, right? Maybe we go to SL Blue just like before. We turn it off, we turn it on. It's looking like what that did right there was a little bit of real popness to that color. Now, personally, that's looking like a great execution. I'm actually just going to leave that. It's looking real nice. SL Big, rather. I called it Blue. SL Big, my bad. Is looking awesome. Maybe we do SL Big HDR, SL Big LDR. Looking like those didn't really change a whole lot, so we'll go back to SL Big. And more or less, you're getting the moral of the story, right? It is preset looks that you can add to your clips with literally the click of a button or two. Couple different varieties, though. You've got the looks and you've got the LUTs. LUTs, they take a little bit of a bigger effect. For example, let's go to Lumentri. Let's turn that off. Let's go here, and let's go to the Alexa V3. Boom. These are, again, they're part of the color correction tab. So they really do bring our stuff in a whole different direction. Remember, you've got the creatives, which a creative is more or less a sort of subtle addition to our grade, essentially, right? We throw the look on there. It's a subtle addition, not necessarily the craziest thing in the entire world. This stuff right here is really designed to take this stuff to another universe. I'm not even going to lie. And again, I totally advise you guys to mess with stuff. But this is also where we'd actually go ahead and bring in our LUTs, right? Our custom LUTs, which are premium, right? Premium LUTs, huge market for them. I mean, you know, there's literally people make a lot of money off selling LUTs and stuff like that based on the fact that people don't want to do all this stuff themselves. They'd rather download a preset which throws them in the right direction, basically. But awesome. Sounding great. What I want to briefly do is show you guys a quick tactic on actually how to use one of these basically to dramatically improve an image. And we're actually going to use one of these preset LUTs coming up in the next episode. Awesome, guys. Go ahead and play this. Have a look. Oh, it's freezing up. That could be a good sign to to quickly move into the next episode. Let's literally go over here to creative. Let's go ahead and throw that SL Big on there. Oh, damn, that's looking nice. Throw that SL Big on here too. It's looking like SL Big is the grade for Scotland. You can really see how much nicer that SL Big clip looks. Boom, compared to the one without the grade on. Press Control S. Let's save it up. Go back here to the beginning. Have a look. Looking nice. Let's come back in a second, guys, and let's actually go ahead and demonstrate the looks even further. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We're doing another exercise. Basically, I've got a clip from the club for you guys, all right? So I'm a live event videographer, and this is me actually in a club in Manchester, England, just before the pandemic hit, right? So months ago at this point, right? Last club I filmed, probably the last club I'll be in for quite a fair bit longer. And more or less, you have a low light environment. Now, it's a low light environment that potentially we want to get more out of. So in terms of a dark clip, this isn't the worst, but I feel as though we could get more out of it. And there's actually something that I just briefly showed you that might not have clocked that I think we could actually go back to and utilize. So let's get the club clip. Let's drag it over here. Let's drag it down there. Let's let it do its thing in the importing sort of process, right? Bring it in. Awesome. Club clip. Let's drag it down here, make a brand new sort of a composition, brand new sequence. Highlight them both, drag them into color folder. Awesome. Organization done. Press Control S. Now, this is going to blow your mind because it's so simple. We're using an in-house Adobe LUT, but basically we go up here, we go to fandom. And more or less what this is going to do is it's going to essentially make this extremely lit. Now, it's then our job on top of that to more or less grade it down a little bit more in the direction that we want to go. Maybe we then bring the contrast up a little bit, etc., right? Awesome. Looking great. Now, this sort of situation, we're noticing a little bit of grain as well based on the actual settings that I was recording this in camera, right? So essentially, we have brought a bunch more out of this. However, there is a little bit of grain going on. Now, that's all right, because actually in a legitimate project, what we do is we actually use this strategy. As you can see how much massively it's improved it and lit up the situation. But we use this strategy on the individual clip that needed actually brightening, right? And then what we do is we'd have an adjustment layer going over the entire sequence, which we're going to get to extensively in a second. It's basically how we tie stuff in all together, opposed to, individually grading each clip. But basically, we would have sort of a basic grade or a basic correction, if you will, as this is right here. And then we'd actually have an adjustment layer going over our entire project, which more or less would sort of reinforce the color. But overall, if you turn it off right there, you see how much nicer of an image we've got, how much more popped it is, how much more, we can clearly see is going on. We turn it off, we turn it back on. And basically, that right there, super simple, using input LUT Phantom REC 709. That's literally built into Adobe Premiere. So at any point, if you're dealing with some dark footage, you go over here, you turn it on. Maybe, you do need to sort of bring that contrast up a little bit, whatever the case may be, if it's, not 100% dark. But overall, we see that when we turn it off, we turn it back on. A very simple in-house LUT, like the Phantom Rec 709_Gamma, phenomenal name, by the way, is bringing us closer in the desired direction that we want to be going in. So, just like that, done and dusted, that right there is another exercise underneath our belt. We have plenty more coming up in the color section. And I think what I want to mess around with you guys with is some premium LUTs. We showed you the free ones. Let's mess with the premium ones. I'm talking the ones that aren't just readily available in Adobe Premiere. I've got some downloads for you. Let's keep it pushing. What's going on, guys? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We are doing another color grade section. This one's going to be premium LUTs. Now, we just explored the freebie preset LUTs. They're preloaded. We use this Phantom Rec with a little bit of contrast just to get this this image a little bit more in the direction of where we want to be pushing it in, right? Awesome. Great. Loving it. Now, there is sort of more advanced stuff. Now, the more advanced stuff, you'd guess, is not the stuff that Adobe just give you, right? It's stuff that you kind of have to source on your own. And I've actually got a great pack for you guys, which we're going to go through. You can keep this. You can utilize it, and whatever you want to utilize it in going forward was passed on to me by a good friend of mine. And basically, this is the LUT pack. It's got 10 different premium LUTs that a colorist actually whipped up. And basically, we're going to utilize them. We're going to showcase how, basically, we could take these presets done by a professional, throw them onto our image, make our image even better with very little amount of work. I mean, you guys have seen the process. It's a drag-and-drop situation, basically. But more or less, I want to showcase these, okay? So, let's go to an image that I really want to use it on. Now, we could mess around with this just as an example, and then come back. But basically, all right, perfect. So let's go to our Scotland edit, for example, right? Now, if we play through, we know that sort of this clip that pops up here, boom, it's looking nice. We can actually delete the color grade off it so far because we know that it is built in, right? It's built in. It's looking kind of cool. However, what I want to do is I want to go up here to LUT. I want to go to Browse. And then I actually just want to go ahead and actually navigate our LUT folder. Your LUT pack will be wherever it is, right? Wherever you actually download it and put it at. So find it. And basically we go in and one by one you can actually import them. So for example, Captain Crunch, we can press open and instantly we can see that take effect on our clip. We can turn it off, turn it on, and we can sort of see what that Captain Crunch LUT is going to look like. It's looking like a very nice effect. It's looking like a nice color grade. It's actually looking like a cinema feel, to be fair. However, I don't know if I'm fully down with it yet. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press Browse. I'm going to come here. I'm going to press Teenage Dream. I'm going to press the next one down so I can see what that color looks like as well. I don't know which one's going to be perfect for my scene, so I pretty much just want to do a little bit of trial and error where I literally want to put one on, put the next one on. That's looking like the nicest so far in my opinion. Maybe I go to Children of Men. Okay, that's looking okay. Maybe not quite as good as the last one. We go to Cherry and Lime. Oh, that's looking a little bit too different. Maybe I preferred the first ones. Electric Slide. Okay, it's not looking different enough. Looks like exactly like the last one. Midnight. It's looking like it's setting the scene of a dark woods where maybe I want the scene to be light. You know what I mean? Remember, I said that the color grade directly influences the mood that the viewer is going to feel. Here, what do you think that viewer's feeling? What do we think we're actually sort of pushing them in the direction of feeling? I think we're pushing them in the direction of feeling some sort of, spooky mystery is going down. Maybe like, instead of saying Scotland Adventure, it says Spooky Woods Adventure. I don't know. Something's going down in the woods, right? So we might agree that midnight might be a little bit too much in the other direction. Mono via stereo, sort of just a black and white situation, and Rainbow Road might be a little bit too colorful for us. So we might go back to, maybe we get that Children of Men, or maybe we go ahead and we get that Electric Slide, or we come back to Captain Crunch. Personally, I think Captain Crunch or Teenage Dream were the nicest two. Maybe Teenage Dream. Now that's absolutely awesome, and just like that, we have been able to do it simply using, the ability of just selecting it and a little bit of trial and error. So if you guys did that, we have more or less applied this, and it's looking very, very cool. Now, that is sort of just half of the battle. I mean, like, we wouldn't actually individually put a LUT onto a clip if they were all together right here. We simply wouldn't, and what we'd actually go ahead and do is we'd explore adjustment layers, which more or less are going to enable us to do this to massive amounts of clips. Not just one clip. I'm talking about all the clips together at the same time, no messing around, and more or less that is what we're going to be getting to next. But first off, let's just go ahead and come back in a second and actually work on a couple more LUTs. In fact, you know what? Let's actually just go ahead and delete that off of that clip right there. Go over and delete all the color off of these clips, right? Make sure that we don't have any color on them. And what I want to do is I want to actually go ahead and throw this LUT onto some other stuff, right? So let's go to grade clip. Let's go to this bad boy right here. We noticed that we actually graded this down by actually doing the the S-curve strategy with this one right here, and also with this one here, we simply just took out the nonsense in the background, and we've also got a look at play here. But let's turn off the creative look, and let's actually go over here and actually explore adding. For example, we want that kind of coldness. Maybe the Ice Baby might work pretty nice. We put that LUT right there just like that. We've got that kind of icy look to it. Now, that's not looking too much different than our one before. Maybe we just keep trying stuff. We get the midnight look, maybe. Midnight's bringing it, again, a little bit more dark. Maybe we get the Old Town look. That's looking way too much right there. We get the Captain Crunch looking like a little bit too much. Teenage Dream looking like a little bit too much. And then we think to ourselves, you know what? Maybe that rainbow somehow actually is looking pretty good. Now, it's making his face quite rosy. So what we might do here is we might actually go ahead and bring that back down, right? We might go ahead and bring those, bring that vibrancy and stuff a little bit back down, right? But overall, if we turn that off, turn it back on, it's looking pretty nice. We now have 3 different additions to this, right? So this is really stacking up color-wise. I'll go to a decent frame, right? We know we've got the actual curve strategy, which is completely taken out that sort of flat log. Then we know we've got a couple cool things at play where we've got a little bit of vibrance going on, whatever the case may be. Also here, we've got sort of a further, and again, we could turn that off, turn it back on. We've got a further secondary correction, basically, right? Which basically brings more out of it. And then we got 3 different layers. Then we got this Rainbow Road. We turn that off, and just like that, you see that's given a little pop to it for sure. But maybe that's not the perfect one for it. It's really a case of trial and error. Overall, these different things, they're basically, you put them on, you take them off, you see what works, you see what doesn't. That's basically my advice to you guys. But overall, that right there is looking kind of cool. Maybe we come over here, mess with them a little bit, see if we can get anything looking a little bit more in the direction we want it to. And it's looking like that Rainbow Road, in my opinion, is looking pretty good, because what it enables us to do is jump in on him and get a little bit more color out of it when, we know for a fact that there was no color to be found in a million miles, right? And then right here, we bring a fair bit of it out, and it ends up being pretty nice. But overall, guys, that right there is Premium LUTs. I'm giving you guys a pack. It's all yours. Download that, utilize it. I've used that in a bunch of different projects going forward. We could come to our club one right here. Come to our club clip. We know we have the Phantom LUT that's already in right there. So what I might real quickly do for you guys is literally just go ahead and explore something very quickly. Right-click, go to New Item, go to Adjustment Layer, and we're going to explore this again in a second, but quickly, Let's put the adjustment layer over the top of the clip. And basically, this gives us another layer that we can do changes to, which affect everything below it. So we can get this adjustment layer, put it above the clip that already has a LUT on it, which means we can't put another one, and then actually start building on top of it. Maybe even that teenage dream right there is something that overall, maybe if we brought the opacity down a little bit of, could be pretty nice. Maybe we get that on a 50%. And all of a sudden, we've got this kind of golden tinge to it. And again, if we untick it, you notice that a fair bit just does get removed right there, especially if it's on 100, right? But overall, that right there is sort of that final look to your shot. Again, I'm literally just turning on that color grade, turning it on, turning it off. And more or less, that is the final look on top of everything. But let's go ahead and delete that adjustment layer and come back with a full adjustment layer breakdown coming up next. Let's do it. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We are continuing the color section. We're going to be finalizing it up with an explanation of adjustment layers. I let you guys in a little bit with a sneak peek. With that last clip right here, we created the adjustment layer. I showed you what's going down. Basically, adjustment layers are how we take advantage of a clip that maybe we can't even put a LUT on, or we want to grade multiple clips at once. So I'm literally just going to delete it, and we'll explore the process of creating it again. So let's say Scotland, we want to grade everything together, but we don't want to individually grade stuff. We would create an adjustment layer. Two ways you can do it. The way I showed you before, which is right-clicking the empty space down here, going to New Item and Adjustment Layer, or going up here to New and then Adjustment Layer. Awesome. Let's go ahead and create it, and it will create it with the exact video settings of whatever the current sequence open is, right? Awesome. Works with me. We create it. We drag it above everything, right? Could be one line above, could be right there next to everything, right? And more or less what this has done is it's created a transparent layer, which is not visible, but anything we add to the layer will affect everything below. So funny enough, this doesn't just work with color correction, where, for example, say we turn the exposure way up, we overexpose it. Now, every clip below is going to be overexposed as well, because this sole layer here basically reflects everything below it. So make sure you use this you use it responsibly, right? Now, just to demonstrate the full power of it, this also works with effects, right? So for example, say we really went deep, we went into the video effects, we went into distorts, we went into mirror, right? Mirror, we drag and drop it on, all of a sudden we mirror the bottom. Now, what this is going to do is when we play it through, this is not just going to do it to one clip. This is going to mirror every single clip. It's going to apply to everything below it. Just like that, we've got this crazy situation where we're looking at it and we're thinking, oh, did I pop, a couple too many vitamins this morning? How am I tripping this hard right now, right? And overall, this right here is achieved through the fact that we're using an adjustment layer. Adjustment layer, think of it as mass edit layer, something that basically you can use as a tool that saves you time with doing sort of little tweaks to everything. Especially, it works if you want the same sort of look on everything. So, with that breakdown being done, let's go ahead and delete our adjustment layer. Let's go over here, delete it as well. And let's come back with an exercise and explore finally doing a final grade over every single one of our different sequences. Coming up next, we got adjustment layers in full. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. Wrapping up the color section with an exercise, a full example, full breakdown of the adjustment layers. I feel as though we got a good little explanation. So it's right click, let's go to New Item, let's go to Adjustment Layer, let's press OK. And let's start with this Scotland edit. Let's do exactly what I showed you guys to do. Let's drag the adjustment layer, let's drag it over everything, all right? And let's simply go to sort of a frame that we're happy grading. Go here, go to Browse, and let's actually go ahead and bring on one of our LUTs. I think Captain Crunch might be looking the nicest. Let's go ahead and literally just turn it on, or turn it off, turn it on. Captain Crunch, we can probably agree, is looking pretty damn nice. We drag it over here to the beginning, and what I want to do is I want to simply render into out. I'm going to press that, and I'm literally just going to sit back for a split second. I'm going to let it sort of figure out what's there, let it do its thing. Shouldn't take more than, a matter of seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, something like that. And basically, we are able to watch everything back in nice HD. That's just a little tactic. I just want to, if we're dealing with colors, I don't want any lag or anything. I just want to watch this back full high quality together, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. It definitely ain't taking too long. And just like that, we're now watching in full HD the Scotland Adventure, nicely graded down all at the same time using the LUT. And just like that, there's my bro swagging through Scotland, the Highlands. And that one right there is looking a little bit overexposed. And we can then think to ourselves, why is that? And it literally might just be a case of the fact that this particular clip is actually just shot and it's kind of overexposed. So you know what we can do? We can actually color correct individually the clip. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to drag those whites down. Then I'm going to trace it back. And it's looking like it's still looking like it's got a fair bit out of it. So we could bring those darks up, whatever the case may be, and just like that. Now that is looking a little bit more in the direction of where we wanted it to go. Oh, contrast, maybe turn it up a little bit, and pull the highlights down a little bit, pull the whites up a little bit, whatever the case may be. It's looking like the sky definitely plays in a little bit there. But you see, overall, we've got a basic grade, and then we might need to jump into a little bit of correction to the individual scenes, and, that's exactly what we've done. So, just like that, we've got the grade. Again, we could turn it off, we turn it on, we turn it off, we turn it on. You see how much nicer it brings us more into the cinema feel, and just like that, it fades out of our first sequence. And we have color graded our first sequence using the Captain Crunch LUT. And, we color graded it, and then we just had to color correct one single scene out of them based on the fact that we want a matching feel to everything. We want it all to feel like it's continuity. We don't want one thing to be, we don't want one of them to be hit with the SL blue or whatever, right? And the other ones are all, nice and cinematic and green. So we're not gonna. But overall, this not only applies to, clips that are video, we could put this on anything. So we've got this whole scene right here, which we did, which was pretty interesting. Now, these clips have been pretty extensively messed with, right? But let's actually drag the adjustment layer, let's put it above our still sequence, just to sort of do a bit of a flashback, right? And let's actually explore putting for example, maybe we put a Teenage Dream on there or something like that. Come back over, have a look, boom. It's definitely brought us in a different direction. In my opinion, it's looking pretty damn cool. And it actually plays in real nicely with those light leaks right there, just like that. In fact, that one's looking, maybe it's arguable that one's looking a little bit too overexposed, or a little bit too contrasty. So we could pull the contrast in the other direction, as you see. And I'm literally just, trying to flatten it out a little bit, actually, right? So sort of the exact opposite of what we did to the previous clips. I might even try and flatten that there. And just like that, we've got this pretty nicely graded sequence where turn it off, turn it on. It's definitely brought us in a cool direction, more of like a sort of a filmy cinema quality VHS type feel, if you will. It actually works real well with these light leaks. But overall, Control S, I'm going to save that one. We got the jack exposed coming up next. Can we now get our adjustment layer, bring that over everything, and again, just literally go ahead and explore one of these LUTs. Go ahead and browse. Bring it over. What are we thinking? Electric Slide? Electric Slide ain't really looking too great. Rainbow Road's looking a little bit too much. I'm looking like I've gone a little bit crazy right there. Midnight is looking kind of cool, but it is kind of looking a little bit ghostly, right? So you see what I mean? These all have a very different feel to them. We get the Electric Slide. Electric Slide look a little bit too much. The Cherry Lime's looking kind of cool, in my opinion. And overall, what we could do is we go over here. We notice what we had before, what we have now. I think if I actually play this right here, Cherry Lime's looking more in the direction of what I'm liking, and overall it's looking pretty cool. So we can turn off our adjustment layer, turn it back on, turn it off, turn it on. It's looking cool. It gives a little bit of color to it. I'll leave it for now just for the sake of it. We get the grade clip right here. We've got this bad boy. Again, drag our adjustment layer over, pop it over, and go here. I'm maybe trying the Ice Ice Baby. Yeah, it's looking like Ice Ice Baby could give us a nice look right here. And it definitely plays in. You see the snow falling real nice. He's pretty silhouetted, but what we could do is we could actually go ahead and zoom that out a bit, and maybe even get rid of so much of the S, if you know what I mean. So maybe we pull that down a bit. Or maybe we actually pull that up a little bit right there. There you see. So we've got a little bit more visibility to him right there. And it's looking like we came in on that bit where his hands are getting cold. But just like that, we could see that with it does add a nice little bit. Adds a nice little bit of a blue to it. And then we can go over here to this guy right here. We already know that we're actually using one of these already, the Rainbow Road. So we don't even need to use the LUT on this guy, because he's already being used it. But we got this club clip. Finally, we could drag and drop the adjustment layer over the club clip. Give it a play. Go here, browse. Ice Baby. Mess around with the Ice Baby. It's really just a case of turning it on, turning it off, and seeing what's happening. Just like that. It's looking like that, actually. If we take off the contrast, the Ice Baby acts as a nice bit of contrast. So essentially what you've got is you've got that Ice Baby toning stuff back in after you've got the Phantom Rec 709 _gamma toning stuff sort of up in the brightness direction, and then you've got this adjustment layer, Ice Baby, bringing stuff back down. I think that's a real nice complement, and they basically go together really well. So with that being said, guys, that right there is the color section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Absolute blast. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. I hope you guys picked up a few things right here, as I'm sure you did. And, I'm glad I was able to throw you guys a couple cool LUTs that you could use to begin your journey as a colorist. Overall, I'm not the craziest, most, advanced color person in the entire world, as you probably realized, but I know my way around, and, I definitely have the ability to get the image looking better than it was before. Thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. We're coming back with the section coming up next, which is going to be audio production, crucial part of the editing process. I'll see you guys there.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Entering a brand new section right now, gearing up for the audio production section. This is going to be a breakdown of your audio effect controls. Now, what I'm going to do now is just transition a little bit. We've been looking at the entire visual aspect of layers, right? So you might know when we pull a video layer in here, the video section, right? That's only half of it, right? Video 1, aka view 1, right? And then you've got audio 1, aka, audio track 1, basically. Everything below this line right here, and you can adjust it, right, is audio. Audio is crucial. There's a lot of designers and stuff actually get a little bit intimidated by audio because it's a whole nother element that you have to control. It's a whole another element you have to understand how to use. And there is even an audio tab up here, right? So we're going to be getting to that extensively. But before we get to that, let me break down where to look. I've tried to keep you guys in the loop of stuff that, I'm paying attention to when handling or when editing in Premiere, right? And at the end of the day, this is one of those situations where I just want to break it down, stuff that I'm looking at. So most of the time, when I'm actually handling audio, I am working with two main things, okay? Those two main things are controlling and managing the audio tracks down here. So, for example, maybe you import a clip where you just want B-roll, and you might actually right-click the clip, unlink it, and delete the audio layer. Or, a lot of the time, what you might do is you might actually, right? So, say we're looking at this inside our actual source window. What you might do is, when you're working with audio, is you might actually go ahead and import video only of a clip to purposely not bring the audio in based on the fact that, again, maybe it's a clip, maybe you're syncing it to the beat, whatever the case may be. Or you might be working with a clip that you just want to isolate the audio, and you might even drag audio only. And that will obviously import just one of the two different sort of halves of the layer. The layer, think of all layers, two halves. Well, not all, but actual straight live audio or live video tracks, right? Where, it's recorded with the audio embedded. It's going to come sort of as a 2-for-1 deal type of situation where you got your video up top, you got your audio down below. Awesome. When I'm managing audio tracks, pretty much I'm just muting the audio tracks that I don't want by pressing M and leaving up the ones that I do. Inevitably, there's usually audio tracks that I use as like my mute track where like maybe I'm editing and then, all right, cool, a certain section, I might, press C, chop a bit out, bring that down to the mute track so that maybe, I want audio here, but I don't want audio there. I might just have a mute track just to be kind of lazy so I can chop it out and just drag it down there. And I know that anything on that kind of layer, that's just going to be muted, right? And usually when I'm using audio or actually paying attention, right, I'm going to have three main channels. I'm going to have my main audio, might have an actual track, and then might have a little bit of sound design, might have some some sound effects, and then maybe we have a mute layer as well. And also you can create more layers by simply dragging down, and it will, you can go on forever. I don't actually think there's a limit to how many layers you're able to create, but we'll bring that actually up here. We'll remove the mute layer in general, and we'll actually pay attention to the effect controls. This is sort of the other place where you will be managing audio, and the way you'll be managing is levels.
Levels, another way to completely remove audio would be to turn it down. Minus 281 decibels. dB stands for decibels. That is definitely not hearable. You might want to just, turn it down a little bit. You might just hit it with a minus 10. You know what I mean? Something like that where, for example, if I actually go ahead and just undo that, right? And I take this section, make this minus 10, and we just go ahead and play it. You can hear what a minus 10 dBs is going to do. Start recording. 3, 2, 1. Nice. So you see it takes off a little bit of that edge, but overall, it's still more or less, it's still 100% audible. It's still something you can hear. And overall, that is all done through the volume control right here, and it is something that is definitely something you could pay some attention to. The next bit is audio mixer, right? You've got your audio mixer here and your actual audio track mixer, right? Audio clip mixer, audio track mixer. Now, those effects, you might have just seen, I sort of just disappeared it a little bit, right? But you can sort of, on this audio track mixer, you actually have this drop-down menu right here, show/hide effects. Go ahead and load stuff up, delays and echoes, stuff like that. The noise reduction we're getting to right now coming up in the next section. We got a couple cool examples for you guys, a couple cool exercises, and overall there's a whole bunch of audio effects that are accessible through this little drop-down menu up here. It's a place that, unless you're heavily messing around with audio, you might not even realize you could. I mean, I actually didn't realize that was there for years of using Premiere based on the fact that my audio needs weren't actually that deep. And, it's sort of progressed as I've increased my skill set and increased my knowledge of the program. But overall, guys, that right there is a breakdown of audio effect controls. Overall, you're mainly just going to be worried about your your volume, stuff like that down here. Maybe even just keyframing it to increase it, have a nice fade in, whatever the case may be. Blend and merge tracks together, fade one out, fade the next one in, whatever. Overall, we got a lot of interesting stuff to get to, so let's waste no time. Let's get to it. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping into the audio production section, kicking off with how to improve a audio layer, how to make the vocals better. Basically, we're going to revisit this sample piece that we pieced together. Let's play it real quick. Oh, I'm pretty sure the wrong headphones are plugged in. 2 seconds. There we go. Okay, sorry about that, guys. There's bound to be some technical problems. We just had one. Let's play. 3, 2, 1. Nice. What's going on, guys? My name is Jack. Welcome back to another video. Awesome. So this one right here is just the absolute default vocals that have been recorded through the microphone. As you can see right there, it's attached to my nipple. It's clipped on. That is the clip-on mic. It's a lapel mic. Overall, they are good microphones for getting good quality because you get nice and close to your subject. Right now, were we using a shotgun microphone, this audio would be even more, echoey because it would have to obviously travel further to go into the microphone, and it would be overall just less condensed. Now, condenser that I'm holding there is the absolute holy grail, but we didn't use that. So how do we make these vocals better? It's literally going to blow your mind. It's going to be so simple that you're going to do this method on every single piece of audio of somebody talking every time you open Premiere going forward. I know that's a big statement, but when you see how quick we're going to do this, you are. Trust me. Go to audio up here. Press dialogue, right? So assign a tag to the selected selection to enable editing options based on the dialogue, music, sound effects, and ambience. So we're gonna tell the program what type of layer is this? What type of audio layer is this? Because it's going to process it in different ways. You might have music, which is dealing with, a lot of bass or something like that. You might have sound effects that are really high-pitched that they might want to try and level out if it was, you know what I mean? So I'm just exploring the different types of audio. Now, dialogue's the type of audio. We click dialogue, we assign the type of audio, and then it's all about the preset. You might guess, we click preset, and we are literally gifted with a whole bunch of really nice presets that basically fit different situations. We're talking about maybe we want to set that radio type of style, right? That sort of, muffled feeling. Maybe we want the large room, right? Maybe we want to, make it a little bit more echoey, whatever. But today we don't. Today we want the balanced male voice. Balanced male voice. Look at, right? I'm just going to press Control-Z to undo that and then Control-Shift-Z to redo it so you can see the change in the audio wave. That's normal. That's when we add the balanced male vocal voice. And literally, guys, that's the trick. That is the video done and dusted. Episode number 1. I wanted to kick it off with a nice, simple, easy one. And, audio production can be boring, but that is a great way to make it as least boring as we possibly can by making it simple. So let's play this. Let's see what it sounded like. Then let's play it back and see what it sounded like before. Start recording. 3, 2, 1. Nice.
What's going on, guys? My name is Jack. Welcome back to another video here on...
Perfect. Sounded pretty good. It gets cut off a little bit short. Don't get me wrong.
Recording 3, 2, 1. Nice.
But sounding good.
What's going on, guys? My name is Jack. Welcome back to another video here on...
Perfect. So we did cut it short right there. It's in this situation that we wish we'd had more. But you know what we'll do, guys? We'll jump back in here in a second, and I'll actually go ahead and give you guys another piece. You can download in the next section. Let's try this on a slightly longer clip because I can already hear it taking effect. Let's hear it take effect times 2. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing on audio production, this right here is going to be an exercise just to absolutely affirm this in your brain. Quickly repeat the exact same thing we did. Get it locked in there. If you guys go to the actual downloads, the resources, you can download Office Talking Clip. This is back when I had my office in the countryside before I'd moved up to London. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to take this talking clip, and it's recorded off the iPhone. So it's not an especially, amazing microphone or anything. I mean, quite the opposite. Literally a default microphone. Everybody's got this. I mean, most people have a, at least... some sort of phone in their pocket, and it's got a microphone. So we're using the default phone mic. We can have that Office Talking clip. We drag it to here, make it a brand new composition, a brand new sequence, if you will. And let's go ahead and play this. Just start listening to the general gist of what I'm saying.
What's up, everybody? Today, we're going to shoot a music video, potentially. If this video actually reached you, it means it was interesting enough.
Cool. Sounding good. Not too shabby at all. We guys, we know the drill. We're going over here to audio. We're actually defining what type of audio layer this is because we know we have different layers. Now they give you 3 or 4 different options: the ambient, sound effects, music, and dialogue. Simple. We're going to define dialogue. We're going to press the drop-down presets menu, and we're going to go to balance male voice. And just like that, we scroll back to the beginning.
What's up, everybody?
And
today, we're going to shoot a music video.
There it is.
If this video actually reached you, it means it was interesting enough, and I was actually able to get enough compelling footage to make it something worth uploading.
That's definitely the style that I do. I've tried to start so many vlogs in the past that just haven't actually seen the light of day. That any project I'm going to, I sort of do a general intro as if maybe we're gonna get a vlog, and then if a vlog actually does transpire, at least I have actually introduced the video properly, and I don't have to go back and take care of that at a later date. But overall, guys, that right there is just a quick exercise. We press Control-Z. We're going to get the normal audio, right? It's not the craziest difference in the world, but definitely it's a more polished feel when we turn on that balanced, right?
We're going to shoot a music video, potentially.
You can feel the polishness definitely a little bit. It takes the edge off slightly. And overall, this overall dialogue, balanced male voice, and the main, essential sound sort of tweaks and little maneuvers we can use are going to really come into play when there's actually a significant problem with the audio, which is why I can't wait to explore the next 2 chapters, which are going to be coming up. And they are going to be removing background noise and as well reducing echo. So overall, we got some great sections coming up next. Those are where we're really going to see these sort of effects come into play. And we're going to be utilizing the presets again, but also digging deep into the effects right here that a lot of you might not even know about. Coming up next, guys, let's get into it, all right? Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping back into or continuing the audio production section, and this is going to be a sort of test that's a little bit more noticeable. Now, the reason I say that is because in retrospect, this audio wasn't really, filmed on a microphone, which was absolutely terrible. At the end of the day, iPhone try and at least, have a certain standard of quality, and it ain't that bad, right? So I think our before and after really wasn't as powerful when comparing this audio compared to the, improved audio with the balanced male voice, based on the fact that there wasn't much of a before to show an after, right? The greatest before and after pics are the ones where the guy is, the guy or the girl is 500 pounds in the first picture, totally overweight, and then boom, the second picture, a year later, 18 months later, they're ripped, they're shredded, and you could see a massive difference, right? That's the point. Now, you can't really see that big of a difference between this balanced male voice. However, I've actually prepared something for you guys where, oh, that's the wrong folder. That's the right one. There you go. CO319. This one here, actually, I'm going to rename this live. I'm going to call this Bad audio sample. So you guys can download it. It'll be called Bad Audio Sample. And basically, it lives up to the name. Ready?
Hey guys, what's up? My name is, what's going on, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to another,
Not only did I try and mess up at the beginning, that was on purpose, don't worry, all right? But also I left the windows open so you can basically hear a whole bunch of background noise, right? And what I want to explore is how do we get rid of that? And this is not a good microphone. This is the in-camera microphone, which is not designed to really be that usable of audio. And overall, it's a poor audio setup all in all. Can we get this, which I'm telling you now, bad audio, really bad audio. I'd be pretty depressed if I was if I went to edit my YouTube video or whatever and I'd forgotten to plug in the mic and this was the audio I'd be greeted with. It would be kind of annoying. But let's go ahead and actually just import that to our our project settings. And even if we're in the audio tab, we do still have a nicely formatted project sort of media window down here, if you will. And it's looking like where did that just take itself off to? Bad audio sample. Awesome. So let's come back over here to editing so that we can drag it down here to the new item, aka new sequence, right? And let's literally drag and drop it into that new sequence. It's going to go ahead and whip up a brand new sequence.
Hey guys, what's up? My name is, what's going on, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to another,
So it's just me messing up. Now it looks like I start recording there. So that would be, or I start talking properly right there. So first off, let's press C, get our scissor tool, right, razor tool, chop it where we actually want to start it. Go ahead and delete all of that nonsense excess talking at the beginning where I was sort of just figuring out my points, whatever the case may be. So now we can play it here. And although we are now into the actual sort of meat of it, if you will, also we're still going to have bad quality audio that we need to fix. So let's play it. Let's see really the level of the problem we're dealing with, and then we can fix it.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
And you can hear that squeak that's going on. You can hear it especially in these sort of little under bits, right? So we want to completely isolate the actual, the sound of the voice alone, right? We want to completely isolate that and essentially get to the point where we just have the voice. We don't have all that nonsense going on in the background. It's essentially, that's actually going to be done through some audio effects. So what I want to first do is just do the absolute bog standard, which is go to audio, select that we are defining it as dialogue, and then actually just turn it to a male balanced voice. Now that's just an absolute underlayer basically that you can add on to anything. That will not do anything bad for you. It's not as though that's going to do anything that's going to make the next situation harder to improve the audio. Overall, the balanced male voice can do nothing but good for your vocal track. In fact, let's play it and see how just the balanced male vocal preset, balanced male voice rather preset, does to it alone.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production.
So not loads. If anything, it just made it a little bit more amplified. Cool, not a problem. What I want to do is I want to go over here to the actual audio track bad audio sample. This one right here, the second one along, and I want you guys to find this little arrow. I want you to click the arrow. Now, if we bring it back and just hover over it, it says show/hide effects and sends. Effects are the single bit that we want to zone in on. So if you click that, it's going to give the drop-down menu, and then you can come over here and you can actually use slot number 1. Obviously, there's different slots for however many you're using. We'll just go with slot number 1. And I want to go down here to noise reduction and restoration, and we can actually use the de-noise. De-noise is going to attach itself to everything in the background. It's actually going to be so simple with a simple slider. It's going to enable us to drop the audio levels, right? I'm not too sure where that came from. We got ghosts watching us right now, but go ahead and press denoise and go ahead and click amount. Or actually, what you can go ahead and do is you can actually go ahead and have this little slider here, aka dial, I think, right? And basically, the more we push this in one direction, the less background noise we're going to be able to hear, and the more isolated our audio is going to be. So it's actually just go ahead and, for the fun of that, just turn it up to 100 and see what we're looking at.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production.
So what we notice right here is 100% seems to have actually gotten it to the point where, yes, we can't hear any of that background noise, but we're muffling our actual audio at this point. And at this point, we now want to reverse it. So what we want to do is we want to find a balance in between. right? We want to basically, what was it? Was it maybe 50% before or something like that? Maybe we try and do 70.
Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing.
And that right there has more or less isolated the vocals and has removed the background noise. However, it's still not sounding perfect. Let's play
Hey, what's
it.
up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
So I'm literally just doing it a little bit sort of in live
Hey, what's
time.
up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber.
And what we can do right there is we can actually have just let the denoise take effect, and more or less that has taken out a lot of it. Now, if we want to see what it was before, we can take it off, and you can literally just tick that, and we come back and we play it. And there might be one more effect, which is that other noise reduction, right? Maybe that de-reverb that we might mess around with a bit to isolate it further. Now let's have a look at just playing through without, and then we turn it back on. We see what this denoise has really done.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production.
Real rough, real messy. Let's turn it back on. Let's play it again. Let's see what we've done.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. Well,
So it is completely taken out of that little whinge that's going on in the background. I'll play a piece right here where there's no talking, where you can
Premiere
really
Pro
see it take
Masterclass
effect.
course.
Gone. You can hear a tiny little bit of this little something's there, but overall, I think if we had a little bit of disguise, and what I mean by that is maybe a little bit of music playing in the background or something like that, we would have been able to entirely salvage that audio. Now, let's go here, noise reduction. Let's go de-reverb. Let's get the reverb up a little bit. Let's have a look. We get the de-reverb, and we'll see if we can isolate this even further. This is pretty much just going to tap in on the vocals, isolate them even further. Let's play it.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and...
Now, first off, what I'll probably do is bring it all the way to 100 so we can see the maximum effect.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber.
So we see again that muffles it. It's a muffled situation. So you know what we do? We bring that. We maybe want to put that on maybe 60%. We see what 60% saying. Let's play this one all the way through. Let's see what it sounded like.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Wow. Now, when that little section right there plays, which normally was just purely horrible, sounds like there's a ghost, multiple ghosts even, a ghost party. They're all having a disco rave outside your house or something, and right here it's gone, right? Nothing. I mean, there's a little something, right? Maybe they've moved the party to the block up the road or something, but it's definitely not outside your house anymore. Overall, the fact that we've just taken that from extremely dirty audio, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the de-reverb off, I'm going to turn the de-noise off, I'm going to come here, I'm going to play it from the beginning, just familiarize yourself with what we were dealing with before.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing with the sections.
I mean, that is night and day. We turn on the effect for the denoise, we turn on the effect for the de-reverb, and we've entirely transformed that clip. I think it's undeniably agreeable. We've taken this clip to another level. That's what I was talking about, guys. About the before and after. I was the fattest, most 650-pound person ever in that first no effects clip, and I'm now shredded, ripped with a 10-pack in this new turn on the effects clip.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing with the sections.
That is literally night and day, 10 out of 10, total transformation, total before and after pick. I'll be getting all of the likes right now if I'd have just dropped that before and after pick. I would be the most popular person on Instagram. That right there is how you do it, people. Entirely remove the noise. Yes, the audio quality was a little bit poorer. Now, the reason for that is because the microphone isn't a good microphone. This type of effect right here is going to give you an even more desired and even better result when you guys are using good microphones. Specifically, to create an example that was, you know, a really useful example right here that we've just explored. I used a crappy microphone, the default microphone on my camera, to create this scenario, and overall that right there contributed to the fact that we maybe have to do a little bit more. With your microphone, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I say, you know, you probably have a better mic than the inbuilt camera mic on your phone. I mean, on your actual camera. The phone, we concluded, wasn't too bad. The phone wasn't even that bad. But the actual camera, yeah, it's suffering a little bit. However, the little bit of denoise, little bit of de-reverb, and our best friend, balanced male voice, came in very handy, and we were able to fix this audio. Thank you guys for tuning in. That right there was the good old-fashioned how to remove background noise entirely in program. There's a lot of different presets and stuff people will try to sell you, and overall, you clearly don't need them. I showcased a totally free way to remove background noise. Keep cracking with the audio production. More coming up next, guys. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. Continuing on the audio production section, I've got a final exercise, or I mean, not a final exercise. We got a couple more exercises to go. Don't think that's the final one. I've got another sample for you guys. This one, I want to just do the same thing we did, but with a female voice and with a slightly different situation. So basically, this right here.
I need that one.
This right here is a clip from a car promo video that I put together for a car dealership good year and a half ago something. Louisa was the overall sort of presenter of the video. So we've got her in this environment here where you got birds twerping. You've got a whole bunch of sort of environmental sound. Let me play it. Let me show you guys what we're dealing with.
Go again.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose? Will it be the 345 brake horsepower Ford?
So you get the point. You hear loads of other stuff going on in the background. Let's try to do the same thing. Let's import it. Let's get it sounding better. All right? So the reason for this is because I just want a another example, another situation, different scenario basically. So basically, we've got the bad audio sample V2. Drag and drop it into the new item button, if you will, right? And let's jump back over to the audio tab. Now, first off, we know what we're going to do. We're going to click dialogue. We're also going to go to preset, and instead of going to balanced male voice, you guys know what we're doing. We're doing balanced female voice, okay? Click it, and let's start playing and see what just the balanced female voice vocal preset is going to do to our audio right here. In fact, we know that we hear me laughing pretty obnoxiously in the beginning. So what we can do is we can press C, go ahead and get this bad boy, chop it there, go here, delete it, and bring it over to the point where she starts talking and I'm not cackling in the background or whatever was happening. Let's play it.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose? Will it be the 345 brake horsepower Ford Focus RS?
Now, that right there, you can definitely hear the bird chirping. That's going to be tough. I think that might remain in there the whole time. You can definitely hear the sort of the rustling in the background and stuff like that, and the leaves sort of blowing. However, she does sound crisper. I think, you guys can be the ultimate decision. I'm just going to press Control S, save everything we've done so far. But overall, she's sounding more, definitely, crisper for sure. So I'm going to jump over here to that audio track mixer. I'm going to click this bad boy right here, and it's sounding like we don't have as sort of gross audio as we did before. I mean, it's undeniable that previous bad audio sample 1, right, was terrible audio compared. However, this one, it's better. It's 100% better, so we're not going to have to do as much is what I'm trying to tell you, but we're still going to do the same process. The same sort of situation applies. We click the effects, we go to noise reduction, and we get that denoise. And you know what? We put it all the way up to 100, and the reason for that is because I always like to see what the most intense version of the effect is and sort of start working backwards, because if I know what the absolute most the effect can do, I know sort of, the least it could do as well, because we've just heard it, which means I can meet somewhere in the middle.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video.
So that's, it sounded real muffled, real condensed. We could hear that bird going on. Let's maybe bring her over to... Maybe bring her up to about 60%. All right, we're gonna go in about 60%. Maybe go in around 60. All right.
Always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose? Will it be the 345 brake horsepower Ford Focus RS or the 306 brake horsepower BMW X6 with £5,000 in cash?
Now, First off, I forgot how good the deal was. I mean, this was a prize to give away cars, right? But overall, she is entirely, we're zoned in on her voice right there. That is honestly such a massive comparison. I'm just going to turn it off and play it for 3 seconds.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information...
As you see, it's like there's all sorts of other stuff intertwined in what she's saying. You hear that bird sort of caulking in the background, squawking away, and you hear the leaves rustling and the wind blowing. However, we turn that just to the 60%, and we turn the denoise up 60%, and we give it a play, and it zones in and isolates that vocal track perfectly.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose? Will it be...
Now, you can slightly hear it faintly in the background, and of course that bird is a little bit too loud to fully remove. However, it's honestly massively, massively better. And, we could even mess around with a little bit of de-reverb as well, and maybe 40%, something like that might be good. Let's play.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this
Maybe we put it all the way up just to see what it's like.
short video. As always, the information is above. Which one
And
are
then
you
work
going to
back a
choose?
little
Will it be
bit.
the 345
Maybe 50%.
brake horsepower Ford Focus RS?
Amazing. Press Control S. Come back to the beginning. And we could just smoothly play that through one time together.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose? Will it be the 345 brake horsepower Ford Focus RS?
It almost doesn't even seem real based on the fact that just our, mind is going to tell us that surely some other audio should be involved, but it's not.
Or the 306 brake horsepower BMW X6 with £5,000 in cash. That
Isolates that audio layer perfectly, and that right there is the power of literally a couple different presets. You got one preset, the balanced female voice, right? I wanted to explore, another clip basically, same scenario, another clip, different situation. As you see, this is outside, right? So, there's just more going on, right? So there's more elements at play. We threw the denoise on there, and we threw that up to about 60%. We threw the de-reverb on there. We put that up to about 51%. And just like that, guys, we have completely, isolated that audio track. And, although we can't 100% fix it, and I'm gonna fully isolate this down, right? I'm going to start at the exact point she starts talking so we can play one final sample before we leave. But overall, it doesn't fully remove that, for example, that bird, that squawking in the background, as you can see, right?
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this.
You hear that, wow, wow, right? That was a bad bird impression on my part. But overall, those sort of intense peaks, those you're basically stuck with. I mean, entirely, it's something you got to be aware of when you're shooting. Ideally, you don't have any extreme peaks or any stuff that, if she's talking at the same time that bird, squawked, if you will, it's going to be very tough for us to chop that out without taking out a piece of what she says as well. So at that point, you basically have to muffle it and zone in on their voice. However, overall, when you're shooting, you do want the cleanest audio track you can get because it's going to save you time. What we've done is in the past couple episodes so far, we've spent the whole audio production section looking at audio that, basically isn't good audio and that we've needed to improve it. And the reason for that is because, that's the audio that you do need to improve. The audio that's good, when I'm editing a normal YouTube video, I just throw my stuff in there. Boom. I don't even necessarily click it and even put a balanced male voice on there. I literally just throw it in. You know what I mean? Or maybe I'll put a premium vocal preset on there or something. But overall, I'm usually just throwing it in based on the fact that, I've tried to prioritize shooting it in a, environment that's not going to be echoey. I've also prioritized, shutting the windows so we don't have any crazy background noise. And, not shot in a car park where you've got birds sat above, roasting, having a nice sunbathe or whatever. But overall, let's play this one more time, guys, so you could see the absolute zoned in that we've done. And then we're going to jump into how to actually remove that echo in echoey rooms, because that is the next best sort of common situation that people are needing to deal with. Let's play this. Let's come back.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose? Will it be the 345 brake horsepower Ford Focus RS or the 306 brake horsepower BMW X6 with £5,000 in cash?
Perfect. Absolutely amazing. That right there is how to remove background noise from a female voice and remove background noise from a male voice inside and outside. completely tackled, completely covered. We got plenty to get to next. See you guys in the next episode.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are continuing the audio production section. We just did 2 bad audio samples back to back. We did me, sat right here, crazy echoiness. We managed to channel it in pretty nicely. We did this one right here where we explored a female voice at the same time with the same method and a different environment based on the fact that we're dealing with outside and, you got birds chirping. You got a whole bunch of different stuff that might not be so controllable, right? And today, in this episode right here, we've got another clip. This is me standing up in my apartment. However, what I'm doing is I put the camera way across the room to simulate some echo based on the fact that my voice is going to have to travel across the room. It's going to have to bounce off the walls, right? I'm not using a microphone. I'm using the in-camera mic. So it's more or less the bad audio sample, but increased. So let's call this bad audio sample. All right? Bad audio sample, triple bad boy for life. Let's go ahead and drag and drop that over here. And you know what we're doing is we're being a little bit hypocritical is we're not being very organized. So I want to go ahead and highlight everything that I'm sort of thinking is coming into this this audio section. Let's go ahead and drag that into the folder, and let's call that audio prod. Audio prod standing for audio production. Just like that, we are nice and sorted. And then we got to go find our clip again. Bad audio sample. Let's drag and drop it into the good old-fashioned new sequence area. And let's go ahead and also chop it down. We could see by the waveforms right there, right, that clearly the audio doesn't start till there, which means the talking is not going to start till there, which means we may as well press C, get our little tool up, go ahead and chop that one down, click the space, delete it so that it ripple deletes over, and just like that, we press Control S. We save what we've done. Also, I can see right here at the end that I clearly walk away. So why not? Let's just go ahead and just chop that down, make sure everything's nice. Now we've narrowed it down to about 40 seconds, right? Awesome. Let's play this through. Let's see what it's sounding like. Let's see what actually we're going to have to do to it. And we basically got to hear it first to figure out what we got to do. Let's go.
What's up, people? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an echo test. Big room. At the end of the day, I'm talking quite far away from the microphone, so it's going to create some echo because the the vocals, right, coming out of my mouth, they have to travel a good meter or something like that at the very least, and they can bounce off all the walls.
Perfect. So I'm giving a little breakdown of what's going down. I feel as though we know what to do. Okay, we've more or less explored it. Let's go over to audio. Let's go first off, define what type this is. We know that it's dialogue, and we know that adding the balanced male voice isn't going to hurt. All right, so we throw the balanced male voice on, and what I want you to do is I want you to look at this waveform right here. I'm going to press Control Z to undo it. You see it gets bigger. We press Control Shift Z to undo, or to redo, rather. One's undo, one's redo, and it shrinks it down. So what it's done is it's balanced it out 100%. We could see that simply by the way the waveform looks. It looks more peaceful in the balanced clip, right? It does. It just naturally does. Then what we want to go ahead and do is, of course, go ahead and load up our good old-fashioned audio track mixer. Go ahead and show hide effects. And this time, we're going to go ahead and get the noise reduction, and we're actually just going to go ahead and completely skip the denoise. Let's go to the de-reverb. That's what I'm talking about. Straight to the de-reverb. And what we're going to go ahead and do is more or less turn that all the way up, figure out what it sounds like on full, and then we'll start toning it back. So let's play this through.
What's up, people? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an echo test. Big room. At the end of the day, I'm talking quite far away from the microphone, so it's going to create some echo because
So you see what I've done? What I've tried to do is I've just tried to basically get this, turn it down. And then I'm also thinking, you know what? We could actually go ahead and do this in a slightly different way. I'm going to go ahead and press none and just backtrack on what I did a little bit. And I'm actually going to go over to editing. I'm actually going to go down to effects. And I'm actually just going to get the de-reverb. So I'm going to type in de-reverb to effects. And I'm actually going to drag and drop that onto the clip directly. And the slight change that that's going to do, right, is going to be, it's going to pop up with a de-reverb down here, and we're going to be able to press edit. And we're actually going to have a slider right here, which is more or less the exact same thing. However, it gives a couple of different options that could be worth messing with. It might do nothing, right? It might make it worse.
However, on the off chance it's actually going to make it better, let's mess with them. So let's play this through.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back
Again, the slider works the exact same way.
to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an echo
So let's pop it on 35, or 75 rather, and let's go ahead and put focus on lower frequencies, and then play it again.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are
Go ahead and focus on mid frequencies.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an echo test.
And just like that, it's really up to you which one you think it's good. Overall,
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the
usually focus on all frequencies is the one you're going
Adobe
for.
Premiere Pro.
But on the off chance, on the off chance something's going to work out, usually I'm messing with stuff. In this game, I'll tell you guys, when in doubt, mess with stuff your way out. I don't know if that was the most 10 out of 10 line in the world, but my point is there. When in doubt, literally just mess with stuff. It's a golden rule for me. It's definitely not the most, professional of tactics, but in editing, a lot of this stuff is trial and error. And trial and error, you basically don't know what you can do until you basically mess around with some stuff until you do something. But don't mess with those. Let's go ahead and just put that on about 80% and play this through and see that we've definitely isolated the voice from the echo.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an echo test. Big room. At the end of the day, I'm talking quite far away from the microphone, so it's going to create some echo because the vocals, right, coming out of my mouth, they have to travel a good meter or something like that at the very least, and they can bounce off all the walls and overall creates echo. So,
and just like that right there has reduced the echo massively. What we can actually go ahead and do is turn off the effect just to fully hear what's basically happened, and we should be able to hear a bunch more echo.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an echo test.
Massive.
Big room. At the end of the day, I'm talking.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and turn it on, replay it, so you got it fresh in your brain.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are doing an echo test.
So you see how the audio just dies out there like it's supposed to? It doesn't necessarily have a life of its own. It doesn't go on. We messed around with it a little bit. Overall, general rule of thumb, you could pretty much tweak stuff down to the point that you find something that actually works out. And that's pretty much it. That's my advice to you guys. Literally, there's no set way to do this stuff. Don't get worked up thinking, you don't know the exact way to do it. Have some fun with this stuff. It's editing. It's meant to be fun. Have some fun with it. Mess with stuff. You'll find a fix to your problem, or you'll find a nice way to do something most of the time by literally just trial and error. And that is the name of the game. So thank you guys for tuning in for this particular part. Bad audio sample. Done. Dusted. Reduced the echo of. Press Control S to save the project, and let's come back with some more audio production tricks in Premiere Pro. Hey, what's going on, guys? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing on the audio production section, let's check out some transitions. Now, down here, they got a whole section. Honestly, it feels like it might not even need a full section because there's only one subcategory in the full section. But despite the fact that they don't have much in there, there is still an audio transition section. And they got the one little subcategory called the crossfade. Now, what I want to do is I want to get two of our bad audio samples. This bad boy, go ahead and chop it right there, right? And then I want to go ahead and get this one, press Control-C, copy-paste it. Go ahead, get to the end, press Control-V, paste it in. And basically, I want to go ahead and blend them together. Now, clearly it's looking like that one's 1080p and this one's 4K, so there's a little bit of a disconnect. Let's go ahead and right-click or go up to Sequence Settings, right, and just drop that down to 1920 by 1080. A little bit of practice. Then let's right-click our clip, go to Set to Frame Size. That one's now 1080. That one was 1080 already, so they are the exact same. Awesome. So first off, let's listen to how this ends one clip, transitions into the next.
Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Okay, guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always,
Cool. So it is very abrupt, if you will. Now, I just want to go ahead and try out these different ones and show you guys what basically happens. So what we can do is we can go ahead and drag that into the middle of both clips. Now, if you put it too far to the left, it'll just latch onto the end and it'll just fade out the end of this bad sample 1, but it won't fade in bad sample 2, which means it'll probably sound even worse than it does now. But if we drag it right there in the middle, right, it'll actually go ahead and do a nice smooth blend between both. So it'll basically transition out the end and try its best to bring smoothly in the next part. So then we can go ahead and play this and see what it's sounding like.
Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video.
And what that basically does, you can sort of hear it, is it starts that audio, starts fading in a little bit before this clip even ends, which sort of gives that little illusion that, it just eases us in. I'll play it again with a little bit further back so you can maybe prepare yourself to get it.
Producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always,
Perfect. So it is very smooth right there. It's nice and it's not abrupt basically. Let's go ahead and delete it. Let's try the constant power. Again, we literally just drag it into the middle and then we go and replay it.
Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
okay guys, thank you for joining me.
And it's not really too crazy that you notice much of a difference, but overall, the exponential fade, the constant power, and the constant gain have a slightly different way of handling this. I just want to throw them all on and see if we can really notice a significant difference between them.
Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Okay guys, thank you.
That one was the most noticeable difference, where it actually doesn't seem like it kind of started until the clip started. Whereas these other ones, right, the constant power, constant gain is looking like that sort of is a more desirable effect, for me at least, based on the fact that it starts bringing it in a little bit quicker and it's a little bit smoother. But overall, that right there is literally just the absolute defaults, right? You do have manual audio transitions. Manual audio transitions, the advanced ones that you really want to be taking advantage of are incorporating third-party sound effects and actually, doing some sound design. However, very, very basic strategy for transitioning one out, transitioning the next in, might easily be the good old-fashioned, what I'm going to do here is literally just bring audio 1 up, bring audio 1 down, zoom in, and actually just go ahead and bring this over a little bit. So you see this little end bit here, where this audio hasn't finished yet. What I want to do is I want to come here and I literally just want to go ahead and actually fade this one in, which means I want to actually go here, make a keyframe on 0 dBs, which means it's full volume right there. Go to the beginning of it, turn it down, which means it's going to go ahead and fade in and prepare to start. And just like that, it'll finish.
Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video.
And basically that one there doesn't start right away, but actually goes and fades in to the point that it actually hits. And what you could even do is bring it over a little bit and actually just bring these over so that it actually fades in.
Okay.
And then sort of she starts talking pretty much right away. We can go back and have a look at that.
Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always,
And just like that, that is a nice smooth transition. So that right there is the absolute manual one using some keyframes, fading one in, fading one out. Works perfect with 2 audio tracks, right? 2 music layers, for example, where you want to fade one song out, the next song in. Also, honestly, transitions are best performed when they have an audio element as well, being the fact that you've got some sound design going down. But let's leave these right here, leave them do that thing, press Control S, save this section, and we're going to come back with some more advanced transitions perfectly executed with a little bit of sound design. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Masterclass course. We are continuing the audio production section, getting to the interesting stuff. I got a couple sound effects for you guys to download, all right? These are 3 different sound effects, basically, or realistically 2 different sound effects. I'm pretty sure I had another one. There we go. Okay, so there is 4. One of them's trying to escape. This is clearly a big deal right now. We're going to have to control our sound effects. And more or less what I want to do is I want to go ahead and just delete the audio bad of the girl right there. And what I want to go ahead and do is I want to make this better. I want this to build intrigue to the point that we want to watch more by the time that this ends. We know this is a trash piece of audio, right? I mean, we were able to fix it. We were able to make it better. But I want this to build up to the point that we've created so much suspense through sound design that it's actually interesting. It's captivated our attention. Huge, right? Pretty big. If we could do that to a clip like this, imagine what we could do with a clip that's actually interesting, right? The possibilities are endless. Let's go ahead and download these sound effects. Go ahead and drag and drop them into Audio Prod. Amazing. Import them. You guys already have this clip, the bad audio sample, so I'm not going to stress about that. Awesome. We got these different clips, and basically, one of them is a song. I'll play it, right? Oh, whoa. Big, intense song, right? This is going to be building up to the drop. Then we've got some sound design, 3 different sound effects, which I'm going to compile on the drop to create suspense that will make us want to keep watching. So first off, let's actually go ahead and get this song in there. The song alone is pretty pumped up, right? Let's go ahead and chop it at the very start of it, and also keep playing it until we can find the drop.
Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
So it's looking like it might actually line up perfectly.
Masterclass course.
That's the drop. Boom. So we want that to be, I'm going to go ahead and press C, chop it to be right there at the end, which is perfect. It gives us a little bit of time to build up, basically. So essentially what I want to do first is I want to get this track, and I want to go ahead and make a keyframe and drag it to the end, which means at the very end, it's going to be 0. It's going to be at pretty much built up to the absolute maximum position. In fact, I might even honestly do -5, so you could still hear me a little bit. Then here at the beginning, I want to go ahead and have it on absolutely 0. So you can't hear a thing. Can't hear a thing. Let's go ahead and play this through. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what it sounds like to start off with.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber, producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe.
It's happening too quick, we realize. So I think even by here, should be maybe still -40.
Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Masterclass course. We also want to pull that over a little bit, make sure there's no dead time, chop that end bit off, and now we should have a pretty nice build-up.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber, producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
As soon as I say welcome, it should be at max capacity. So it should be building up. It should say welcome, max capacity. So it's a little bit of tweaking around with the obviously the keyframes, right? Getting everything level-wise sounded right, sounded pretty epic, sounding like the right build-up.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber, producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the...
I actually think, you know what? By around there, it should probably be like 40. By like there, it should still be like -20. By like there, and then it builds up nice and quick. So you know, it's just a little bit of balancing. Let's play it again.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber.
So we can hear it.
Weekly content based around video.
It's building up.
Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Boom. That right there is building up to the drop. Right, the drop is about to kick in.
Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
That's the drop right there. Boom. That's the drop. Boom. Amazing. So we're actually about to kill it on the drop. Now, the reason for that is because our sound effects are going to completely take this out of the game. And first off, I want to go ahead and load this one up, which is a reverse. Play it. That sounds like it's building up to something. Let's drag that in. And essentially what this is now creating the illusion in the background of is that we are building up somewhere. It's actually building us up somewhere overall. Just subconsciously, we're thinking something's about to smash in. It's about to sort of get crazy. It's about to kick off. All right? Just subconsciously, we're thinking that. And I want to go back here. I want to play it so I can really hear this come into effect.
Production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Boom. You feel that? It's coming. And then basically, what I want to go ahead and do is actually get this gunshot. What that is a gunshot, which we can have right on the beat. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to chop this down so that it starts perfectly right there. And if we go ahead and play this, or we're probably going to have to go back a little bit, what we want to basically do is we want that gunshot to wipe out whatever buildup we were doing and basically smash us, almost like an anticlimax situation that we're paying attention, and we want more.
Production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Sounding good, however, it's sounding off a little bit. There's no way that it's not sounding a little bit off, right? And we can actually just go ahead and just sort of manually scooch that over a little bit. Maybe the tiniest bit over. Boom. Perfect. Now, there's actually one more sound effect that I want to go ahead and get for you guys. Looking at this now, it's looking like I didn't bring it over. I think I brought the wrong one over. Perfect. So let me just do a little bit of digging, all right? And this will be there for you guys to download as well. Don't get me wrong, all right? But there's one effect which I forgot to bring over, which is the cinematic bass boost, right? There it is. Drag and drop it into our audio prod. For you guys, you would have already downloaded it. Bass boost. Get the cinematic bass boost. And let's go ahead and move this bass boost over, all right? Move the bass boost over. Get it nicely in line. Perfect. Go ahead and get this effect right here moved over a little bit more, oh, a little bit more. It's not looking like it's loving to cruise around too much. And it's looking like, because we're dropping it in the middle of a keyframe, so it's looking like that's probably as over it's going to get, unless we want it there. So I think probably there's all right. Awesome. Now we can actually go ahead and play this, and it should be sounding good. Very possibly we'll have to swap out the gun sound effect because it's not powerful enough.
Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Boom. And just like that, that right there has built the suspense, smashed in, and I think that was pretty much good enough. Maybe we do a little bit of bass boost to the gun. No problem. Let's play this from the start, guys, and what we've done is we've tried to create the illusion that we're building suspense, we're going somewhere. Play it with that thought in mind.
My name is Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber, producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Boom. And just like that, guys, that right there is how to use sound design to use a transition, essentially. Like this right here, this is a great strategy to now transition into whatever we want to transition into next. And also what I want to go ahead and do is see if I can move this over a little bit. The gun, if I'm being honest, might need a little bit of tweaking. But overall, I think we've done pretty good. Basically, what you can do now is use this to transition into any other scene because we've built suspense, smashed out. This is a good time to now transition into whatever the next scene of our video is going to be. But overall, guys, that right there is how to compile a few different sound effects together that aren't even related. You got the bass boost, the gun, you know, you got the power reverse situation, and we've created an amazing effect. Play it one more time, and we're going to keep cracking with audio production.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Jack. I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber, producing weekly content based around video production. Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
And just like that, guys, that right there is our sound design strategy in play. Real nice. Control S to save what we've done. Stop recording, and we're cracking on with the next part. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing on the audio production section. Quickly, here's what we wrapped up with. We wrapped up with these sort of advanced level transitions, right? We were trying to build up suspense, make it kind of a more interesting. Basically, take a clip that really just wasn't anything special, make it intriguing, make the viewer want to watch more. This is overall how we tied it in at the end, just to familiarize you.
Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Boom, just like that, very dramatic outro, if you will, and that's sort of a perfect strategy to create some suspense to then bring your next scene in, maybe with an establishing shot or something like that. But real quickly, we covered presets, right? We covered presets, how to take audio, make it a little bit better. Those were actually in-program presets, so in-house presets, if you will. You go up here to audio, you go to edit, you get your preset, you actually select from the list of Adobe presets. Now, there are more advanced level preset stuff that, developers have actually gone on and built themselves outside of Adobe. Now, the reason these are more advanced is because these people have to make a product that is, actually buyable, right? So 10 out of 10, usually they are more advanced based on the fact that they have to sort of solve a problem that Adobe, without a plugin, doesn't necessarily do. So I want to show you guys how we're going to go ahead and actually import a preset. Now, this one, funny enough, is actually a free version of a premium preset. However, it's going to follow the exact same rules that a premium preset would do, and these are going to give you some audio enhancements, okay? So, in the next section, right, or the next episode, I'm going to give you this to download. You can download it there. Real quick, let me break down the process of how you'd actually install it, and then we'll come back, redo this together. But real quick, you go to presets and you right-click it. I mean, it's quite easy, and they're not trying to hide it from you. They're trying to make it obvious, if anything. Overall, Adobe aren't trying to make things harder than they are. If you're getting stuck, try the simplest thing. Oftentimes, it usually is it. So it's right-click presets, let's click import preset, and then I just want to literally navigate to my Adobe Premiere Masterclass, click the free Pro audio preset, press open. Now, what that's going to do it's going to actually go ahead and pop down here, and it's going to have actually loaded up the free version of this, right? And it is EOS HD audio primers, EOS audio breaks. Now what these are is essentially presets, right? We can actually go ahead and use these, right? And they give us a whole bunch of different stuff: less bass, less boom, less harsh, louder even, natural air, control loud sources. They give us a couple cool things. Now the natural air is the one we're going to be using, and what I might try to do that is try add it to a clip which has pretty bouncy audio, and it will tie stuff in. It'll give it more of that radio feel. However, just for the purposes of this course, I'm going to just literally delete this. You're saying, why, Jack? Why? Because I want to come back in the next section, the next episode, if you will, and I got it for you to download. We'll re-import it together, and then we'll have a crack at putting it on some, less desirable audio, potentially like this one, and see what we can get out of it. See if we can push it to that next level. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the audio production section. This right here is going to be an exercise. We are going to use a premium audio preset. We're going to import it together. We're going to use it to improve some crappy audio, some less than desirable audio. First off, let's repeat exactly what I showed you guys in the last section. Actually, first off is download this from the resources. Free Pro Audio preset's going to be linked. Then we go over to preset and we right click. Very simple, very straightforward, nothing hard, nothing crazy to see here. We click import preset and literally just locate it. It won't be in the same place as mine because obviously this is my computer. Wherever you downloaded it and put it at, could be in your downloads, could be on your desktop, could be in the Premiere Pro folder you've created. Ideally, that would be the most organized way to do it. And we're going to just go ahead and open it. And you'll see these folders pop up down here, EOS HD, which stands for what are these guys? The White Rabbit Crew? I'm not entirely sure what the EOS HD stands for. Audio, something like that, right? So basically what we got here is we got the control loud sources and natural air. You've also got all these down here. Feel free to just enjoy these however you will. But I just want to play through our audio layers and basically even take away the preset and add that natural air, see if we can improve it. Start recording. 3, 2, 1. Nice.
What's going on, guys? My name's Jack. Welcome back to another video here.
So we've got bounciness, pretty bouncy. There's no effects on this one. Literally just drag natural air onto it and start playing it.
Nice. What's going on, guys? My name's Jack. Welcome back to another video here.
So it's definitely enhanced it more. Let's press Control Z to undo that and replay it and see if we can hear a difference.
Nice. What's going on, guys? My name's Jack. Welcome back to another video here.
So natural air has made it a little bit louder. Now what I think we could do here is we could try and do some less harsh, right? Drag some less harsh to it. Maybe make it warmer as well. I think it could be a little bit warmer. Warmer is just going to kind of level stuff out. Now let's play it through.
Nice. What's going on, guys? My name's Jack. Welcome back to another video here on...
Sounding interesting for sure. Now this is poor audio. We obviously use this to correct it together from the very beginning, right? Let's keep going through. Let's see just how much or how little a little bit of this, kind of addition is going to help it. Now, first off, what I want to do for a clip that we've already tried to improve is actually click it and open up effect controls and literally just click and press control while you select all the different audio effects and literally just delete them. I just want to delete everything, make this pretty much a blank layer, right? Totally blank, bring it back to normal. In fact, we can even click audio up here, get the balanced female voice, get it back to default. Sweet. I don't want anything to be changed, and I want to literally just focus in on these presets right here and see what just these presets do. So let's play it, let's familiarize ourselves, then let's start stacking stuff on top, see if we can make it sound better.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose?
I'm starting to think that we might have still had some effects on there. We do, yeah, okay, cool, there you go. None and none. You see, when you've been doing this for a minute, you start hearing it, all right?
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video.
Yeah, that's sounding crazy right now compared. So, drag some natural air on there. Or you know what I might even do? I might even drag the control loud sources, and we actually go ahead and have a look at if that actually is able to remove the bird or maybe soften it.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always,
it 100% made it less apparent and less harsh. So let's bring the natural air on. Let's also maybe get the less harsh and the warmer. Awesome. So we stacked a whole bunch of stuff on top. Now if we go to effect controls, we can see all these, they stack up: warmer, less harsh, Now let's play it. Let's see what we're looking at. Well, let's see what we're listening to.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose? Will it be the 345 brake horsepower Ford Focus RS or the 306 brake horsepower BMW X6 with £5,000 in cash?
So it's undeniable that her voice sounds clearer. Also, what we're dealing with here is because we're dealing with a microphone on the camera, not a clip-on microphone on her shirt, for example, we're dealing with the fact that we cannot perfectly zone in on her voice when we're just using these enhancers here. It looks like we will actually have to jump back and start using some of these effects, right? These noise reduction, deverb, denoise to actually zone in on just her voice. So it looks like it's a combination for a clip like this based on the audio setup. So when you guys are recording audio, if you want just your, whatever you're trying to focus in on, ideally get the microphone as close in or, embedded into your actual subject as you can. For example, in retrospect, I think I just turned up with a shotgun mic, which is just, clips onto the top of the camera. So it picks up all the audio around as well. Where a clip-on mic would have been perfect here. It might have just gotten her voice. So what we might do here is we might actually get the denoise, and we might go ahead and turn that up a little bit. And we also might go ahead and get that good old-fashioned de-reverb and go ahead and turn that up a little bit as well. So we kind of zone in on her voice at the same time as making it clearer. Let's play.
Okay guys, thank you for joining me on this short video. As always, the information is above. Which one are you going to choose? Will it be the 345 brake?
See how I just adjusted that a little bit. Came in, I wasn't afraid. I said, you know what? Looks like I did it too much. I pulled it back a little bit, and then we keep playing.
Brake horsepower Ford Focus RS or the 306 brake horsepower BMW X6 with £5,000 in cash. That's it from me. Good luck, guys.
All right, perfect.
Boom. And then that's exactly what I was hearing. You hear me say at the end? All right, perfect. Wonderful. I actually think that was really nice. It looks like a combination. So overall, how do you actually go ahead and bring in premium audio presets? Super simple. The importing is literally a right-click import preset situation, right? Definitely not something that's tough, something that I assume you sort of figured out right away. And it is applicable to all other presets. So it doesn't matter if you're bringing in audio, don't matter if you're bringing in transitions, whatever the case may be. And believe me, I got more for you guys to download later in the course. When I press Control S, we would simply do that. Same thing, right-click presets, click import preset, and locate the preset. So that right there is the premium presets, premium audio presets done and dusted. Let's keep cracking. We got sound design, more complex sound design coming up next. And I got some more sound effects for you guys. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on finalizing, actually, the audio production section. We're going to be jumping straight into it. Basically, we're revisiting the Scotland edit. Shall I play it to you guys with the music and let's remember what it sounded like? Let's remember what it looked like. Basically, real quick, though, we are going to play this, see what it looked like before, and then add some actual sound design to it. I got a whole bunch of sound effects of different forest sounds, footsteps, waterfalls. Basically, we're going to sound design this edit, which previously just had music. Let's play it. Perfect. So we're dealing with right now a perfectly nicely synced together piece right here that is basically the foundation for us to add some sound effects and take it to that next level. Go ahead and download these sound effects in the exercise this is the exercise in the resources. My bad. Here we go. Let's jump into it. All right. So first off, what I want to do is I want to actually go ahead and identify the forest sound effects. So, let's go ahead and do, let's actually jump over here. Let's go to our audio prod folder. Click the drop down menu, make another folder in here called sound design. All right. Sound design. Wonderful. Boom, boom, boom. Now I'm going to go here. I'm going to highlight everything and I'm going to drag and drop it over here to sound design. Amazing. It'll all import. Boom. Perfect. So Forest 1. Let's load it up. Or Forest 4. Let's play it. See what it sounded like. Sounded interesting. It sounded a little bit too deep in the forest. What's this one sound like? All right, that's starting to sound a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop that here. Nah, I think I might chop it down a bit, all right? And let's play it. Let's see what it sounds like. So I think that's what I want to do. I want to bring that over here. Boom. Pretty much leave it extended a little bit. Chop it there. Load up the large waterfall. Sounds all right. Let's see what that small waterfall sounded like, though. I think large waterfall sounded less intense than the small one. I'm not even going to lie. But basically, you see what we're doing. We're just syncing up the sounds to basically where they should belong. So we got the forest sounds up front. Then we got the waterfall sounds. And we're just going to roughly throw stuff there. We can worry about fading stuff in, fading stuff out, basically as we progress. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So what I'm going to do is just let that go a little bit over here. Get the footsteps. Perfect. Now, they say sand footsteps, but it sounded good, I think. In fact, I think I might even have those right here, and I think there was some other footsteps. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's looking pretty good based on the fact that we can kind of sync that out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag that here. I'm just going to hold down. And I'm literally just going along until I see the next step. And I'm literally just scrolling over and just putting it down. There you go. Maybe right around there. You see, I pretty much just roughly put stuff sort of in the places they should be. And you'll see at the end, I basically go through, I play everything. I tone stuff up, tone stuff down, switch stuff around position-wise. But basically, we go for just a rough draft. Throw stuff where they should be, you know, sort of logically. So, chopping that here. Perfect. Now we're going to get that small waterfall. Perfect. Bring that here. And what I'm going to do at the end actually is fade stuff in. Perfect. Now we're going to get that going and go ahead and get Forest 5. Perfect. And the footsteps. Perfect. And you'll see we'll have to level stuff out in a second 100%. You'll see here they start moving a little bit faster. So you know what I might do? I might even turn that up. A little bit too loud. Maybe more like 5, something like that. And then basically what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to come to the beginning. I'm going to go ahead and get these. I'm going to actually go ahead and fade that one out. Basically what I do is I make a keyframe where the new clip starts. Keyframe it all the way out, right? So you see I let it roll over a little bit. And also, I'm going to go ahead and just slightly fade in the waterfall itself. It's looking like these sound effects aren't really tying in very nicely. I'm not going to lie. I might just bring that over here and make it a little bit louder. Interesting. So you see how quickly that came in a little bit too quick. I just basically faded in a little bit, all right? And that maybe even shouldn't hit till maybe there. There you go. And that, it went away too quick. You see, there's a couple things you got to manage. Maybe even start fading it out right there. And then have it fully faded out by right there. Perfect. There you go, there you go, there you go. And what you could then have is have the actual audio itself, maybe starting out right there, fading out maybe like there. Perfect. So you have the actual sounds of the jungle, if you will, go on for a little bit longer. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. The sounds of the jungle, real deal sounds, they go on a little bit longer. And just like that, we then bring that there to the end. Probably that's the end right there. And go ahead and revisit the beginning. By simply adding a few sound effects, we've added a realistic version or a audio element to the visual. Brings it home a little bit further. Obviously, you know, sound design is something you spend a little bit of time with. We've pushed through this relatively quickly, just for example's sake, for exercise sake. But those sound effects are all yours. Utilize them in whatever way you see fit. Let's play this. Let's see what we've built. Perfect. Just like that. Done and dusted. There's one thing that I don't think was phenomenal, which I think these footsteps here aren't really. Maybe those ones there, but these ones definitely are a little bit out. But overall, that right there is our quick sound design together. Done and dusted. The Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course audio production section done and dusted. We've finalized all the basic stuff, the semi-basic stuff, the a little bit not basic, but still kind of basic stuff. Now, it's time for the advanced stuff. And, I mean, we're jumping straight in. I'll see you guys in the next section coming up next. Hey, what's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing, or actually, my bad, entering the advanced effects section. Now, I want to kick this off by giving a full breakdown, emphasis on the word full, of the effects tab down here. First off, let me just give a little bit of insight into the different ways you can access the effects tab. Now, when I'm just working on one sequence, right? One sequence right here. Now, we've got loads of them, but say we just got one open, and I want to add some effects. Usually, the way this plays out, right, is I have my actual project open right here. Boom, boom, boom. I'm dragging, dropping stuff in. I'm managing my media down here, and then I'll literally just hit this arrow here, which pops up the other windows over here, or click over and get the sort of the MIDI condensed effects tab right here. Perfect. For my basic stuff, that's all I need. Oftentimes, and you guys will have this too, if you see the presets is stuff that you've basically saved. So, for example, BDOG stands for blur. I mean, BDOG's just basically my stupid way of nicknaming my blur stuff, or I got the, the blue 20% preset. That's a little color grid preset. I got the blur 100 in case I want an extra blur. I got some shadow presets down here that are set. I got some cool text presets, some glitch basically, I've got a whole bunch of stuff that might have taken me time in the past, and I've actually just saved it. So that'll be something we'll do throughout this, is anytime you make a really, really nice effect, you can actually go ahead and right-click it and save preset, right? So if you, do a real nice color grade, you do a real nice effect, whatever it is, and you want to save that, you don't want to have to redo it, you can actually literally right-click it, save preset. Same thing with motion. For example, if you are editing a project where everything's the same dimensions, right? That's the sort of the factor, is that everything does have to be the same dimensions for the motion to work. But say you are editing a project, everything's the same resolution, and you want everything to be, scaled in by, 150, and you want it to be in the top right? Say that you want that. You're totally able to just go ahead and create that dimension, create that adjustment, right-click, click Save Preset, and let's say we'll call this top left, right? Then we go over to this clip here, right? Or, I mean, for the sake of the argument's sake, right, we would maybe highlight all the clips, and then we'd literally just drag that top left over, and that would go ahead and pop that right there in the top left. If we press Control Z, it's going to undo that. Control Shift Z to redo it. You see, basically, we have essentially just saved the preset. Now, I've pressed Control Z, undo that, boom, boom, boom. Let's get out of there. We don't even need that preset. Basically pointless, but just for argument's sake. All right, so you're able to do presets. Awesome. And that's something that will fill up for you guys as you basically progress. Hell, I might have even contributed to your presets so far. I've definitely given you guys some packs and stuff like that. All right. So first off, presets. Next up, what you're going to have is the various different inbuilt presets, if you will. So you've got your bevels, whatever the case may be, your blurs, fast blur in, stuff like that. These are Adobe presets, right? Cool stuff. We will we'll mess with that later on. But, you know, just to give you an example of the categories, basically, these are them. A whole bunch of different, you know, presets, essentially, right? Cool. Good stuff. We'll mess with that later down the line. Lumentri presets, this stuff right here is your color grades, right? So another cool thing is if you are actually in the actual effects tab up here, right? If we go over here to effects tab, we're going to notice that this is sort of your all-inclusive effects. So not only do you have your actual effects like you'd have down here, but you also have essential graphics, essential sound, and Lumentri color all sort of built in, easily accessible here. And it might be quicker than actually opening up the individual tab, which, you know, is 3 different tabs. The effects tab here, all-encompassing, gives you everything, so it's nice. You get your actual, you know, your basically everything's right here, your effects right at the top, you're looking real good. But back to editing again. Usually, most of my time is going to be spent in video effects. Video effects are the primary sort of place that I'm going to be using when I'm actually using effects. Now, oftentimes, funny enough, what I actually will do for the real advanced stuff, and that's what we're going to get to at the end of this, is I open a dynamic link. Now, dynamic link is when we connect Adobe After Effects to Premiere Pro, and we can actually take our sequence over there, do a couple advanced stuff, and then jump back over here, and essentially, oh, I'm just going to get that back to normal. Essentially, whatever we did in After Effects will apply to Premiere Pro. Now, that's advanced. 2 advances. We'll tack that on at the end. First off, let me just do a basic breakdown. Now, adjusts. Very simple stuff that we might not even necessarily need to get to yet. Blurs, very straightforward as well. It blurs, for example, we'll drag a standard Gaussian, and then literally just you turn up the amount. Something like this. It's got the repeat edges, which means if we click that, it won't have that sort of you know, vignette type of feel around the sides, right? So blurs, self-explanatory. You got a whole bunch of different slightly different variations of blur, right? So you got ones that happen in different ways if you're trying to create a different look, whatever the case may be. Channels, these are stuff that, again, we'll tack on a little bit later. Color correction, basic level stuff that overall we're not going to go through based on the fact that Lumentri, far more powerful overall. These are just extensions of stuff you can do in Lumentri anyways. Distorts, self-explanatory, basically. You know, we could start off with the mirror, something everybody knows about, right? All we do is we tweak that. If we put that on 90, right, that'll perfectly duplicate it down the middle. Or if we start moving these things around, right, we can move stuff around. Basically, mirror. You've also got your sphere eye is going to turn into a sphere, obviously, right? Boom, just like that. Give that kind of fisheye crazy look. All these can be utilized in different ways. Oftentimes, these are, you know, you have to have a very scene-specific thing to do a crazy effect like this, realistically. You know, maybe you're trying to create the illusion that you're going down the toilet or something. I don't know, right? I don't know what sort of projects you're working on a consistent basis, but overall, the distorts can definitely help you. And there's one main one, warp stabilizer, which if you don't know about, you're definitely going to know about. Generates, self-explanatory. They generate some stuff. Maybe we want a lens flare coming up there from the top left or whatever. Again, these are pretty nice because you do get full controllability, right? Say we pop that coming over the trees right there, and I mean, just as a still image, that's looking pretty realistic. I hate to say it, right? I mean, it's looking pretty nice, right? I'm just gonna leave that there for the minute just because that massively complements the image. Press Control S. Wonderful. So that worked out. Generate, simple image control. We'll leave it for now. Immersive video is some more. Immersive video does pretty good at explaining it, basically. This is just a little bit more in-depth kind of effects. If we jump here, let me go ahead and throw VR glow on there, something like that. You know, you've got some nice effects basically. Bring that threshold down like right there, something like that. Ooh, bring it over a little bit. Essentially, you got some kind of glowiness. We can tweak that as we see fit. Oof, that's looking a little bit crazy. Use tint. Interesting. So mess with those as you see fit 100%. Keying, this is all about green screens in a section we're getting to. Noise and grain, mess with it a little bit. Obsolete, RGB curves, Luma curves, some color-based stuff that's, again, stuff that we can actually perform in different kind of ways. However, it's definitely stuff that, you know, is very useful for key effects, right? So this type of stuff, it's very specific for certain things. Perspective, basic 3D stuff, we can mess with that as we go. Overall, the 3D in Premiere is something that, you know, you can utilize maybe a little bit if you have a specific look you're going for. Overall, though, let me just break it down that I do most of my 3D stuff over there in After Effects based on the just more you can get out of it. Stylize, strobes, lights, stuff like that. Pretty cool stuff. For example, we get the alpha glow, whatever the case may be, right? Let me go ahead and tweak that down. Oh, turn the glow up, turn the brightness up. And it's looking like we have no alpha glow. Interesting. Messing with stuff, dragging stuff on, seeing what's working, see what's not. Overall, that's the main stuff I'm going to zone in on. Let me see if I've missed anything. No, overall, everything else we'll cover later on. Overall, that right there is the effects breakdown. It's looking pretty good. We got a lot going down. We got a lot to get to. So, Control-S, save what we've done so far. Have a look at this right here. And let's come back later with some more effects controls. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the Advanced Effects section. This was looking too good to not be our exercise. Basically, what I want to do right now is I want to re-add this to the same clip together. Obviously, we both have this exact same sequence. We built it together. We did this in an exercise. Let's improve it with effects. So, we added this lens flare and we moved it up here and it's looking so good. Now I want to see what it looks like if we actually animate this in place. So I want to redo this together, delete the lens flare if you haven't already put it. If you have, just delete it, we'll redo it. Go here, type lens flare. It'll pop up the generate, so if you know the effect you're looking for, you can simply search for it. Lovely. I'm going to drag and drop that lens flare to this particular clip right here. Boom. It's going to throw it in the middle default position. I guess that's the position that it just knows to put it in default. Now, this is the first frame, so I'm actually going to drag it up here right above the trees so that it's coming down right over that waterfall, right? Now, you can kind of see the flare hitting that tree right there, but overall, it's not too obvious based on the fact that it's in the sky. You know what I mean? Wonderful. Now, you can mess around with the actual type of lens flare it is. For example, that's one type right there. The 100 meters looking all right. I'm just going to go for the 50. I think it's looking nice, looking cool. You can also blend it with the original, right? So 100%, that's gone. 50% is maybe, half there, whatever the case may be. We're going to just go for 0% blended, 100% there. Now, by the looks of it, you can also tweak the brightness that's coming out of it, right? So maybe even you animate that. Maybe we started off at a 150, or you know what? It's looking like a fair bit. Maybe we started off at a 120. And as it progresses, it gets weaker, something like that. Now we're trying to animate it right there and make it get weaker. Wonderful, cool. So we got two things to animate: the position and the brightness, which means obviously we have to turn on keyframes. Keyframes are crucial because that is obviously how we're going to track the motion. Then what we could do is we can attempt to go all the way over to the end, which means we've assigned where it is at the first frame. Now we assign where it is at the last frame. Simply do a couple repositions, drag that up there into the sky again, and then go ahead and obviously put the lens brightness on 100. So it's actually come down a bit, and then we can simply drag those right there at the end. And if we actually come over, and you know what I'm actually going to go ahead and do, for example's sake, I'm literally just going to go ahead and mute these so I could just focus on the video. And when I play that, we now have a lens flare, which is coming down over the waterfall. And as you see, it's animated right there. So essentially, you have this real cool lens flare coming through. And it's still animatable, so it's still changeable. So we could change the type of lens flare it is. Maybe that's a better one, right? Maybe we play that. That's looking a little bit too forced in my opinion, right? It's looking a little bit too crazy. Maybe we try the middle one. Not too sure. I think the 50 is looking nicest. But maybe what we do is we go ahead and turn this up. Maybe like we put that on a 150. Who saw that coming, right? And then we go ahead and bring it down to maybe like a 110, something like that. Oh, Jesus, it popped it up to a 300. How did that happen? Who knows? Now we got a little bit more of an intense effect coming over, right? And it's looking real nice. Now, what we could also do is couple that with some light leaks, right, as we did earlier. In fact, this is really where the layering comes in, isn't it? And it's like, if we had a light leak right there, where, you know what I might do? I might actually go ahead and open up that garden clip, double click it, right? Have a look, and we have a look that we got these light leaks right here. These layers right here that are basically, or what this was, my bad, was an effect, wasn't it? We could actually go ahead and copy paste that. See what happens, I press Control C, we go over here, and we did this kind of effect where I'm literally just copy and pasting that effect. Oh, and it's looking like our snap timeline came off somehow. And I've copy and pasted that effect. If we play this now, right, it's looking pretty nice. And it's looking pretty nice, and that's just combining a couple different effects. So that one right there, even if I delete that, and we literally just have this opening up, and then boom, just like that, it's coming over, right? I think I was trying to find those light leaks. Where were those light leaks? Color folder. If I press, it's the overlays, wasn't it? I think it was the overlays. There you go. Okay, wonderful. So we got a couple light leaks here. Because there's light here, I literally just want to try and drag and drop one of these. I don't know if that's the right one. All right, you guys have these because I gave it to you to download. All right. And basically what I can do is I'm just trying to find one that's similar kind of color scheme to what's going on here. Now, we could color grade it. Don't get me wrong. We could color correct it, change the color if we wanted to. That's looking kind of cool because it's light. Maybe something like that, potentially. Or something a little bit more all-encompassing, right? Not too shabby. Let's see what the final one is. Yeah, why not? We'll drag and drop that one. So you see, I'm just trying to find a little bit of detail. A little bit of detail. Something. Maybe like right there. And I'm just going to chop it at the point that I want it to change on. And go ahead and drag that over. And now, what we got is we got this effect of my bro walking down the path. Some light starts to hit. And then boom, it cuts over here. And you know what? I'm actually thinking that's a little bit too much, to be honest. So we're just going to leave it without the light leak. But you see what I mean? My process still remains the same. Mess with stuff. Maybe it doesn't look perfect the first time, but it definitely does the second time. And that is looking real epic right there over that waterfall. Boom. Real epic. Right in your face. Honestly, we turn off the color grade. It's looking half. We turn on the color grade. It's looking crazy. So boom. Just like that, guys. We have successfully animated a lens flare over the top of a waterfall, blended it in pretty nicely, done it nice and effectively, and also it's looking like, you know what would be realistic would be the fact that the blend with original would most likely, over the course of that movement, have gone away. So let's go ahead back here, and now you see I've actually made it so that all I did was I made another keyframe at the start, 0% blended, keyframe at the end, 55% blended, which means the lens flare now goes away, because I don't think the lens flare would last there 100% of the time. Right now, I'm trying to make the most realistic replication of this effect, and just like that, we've just done it nicely. So, Control S to save that, and we're going to come back with more advanced effects coming up next. Overall, I just want to play that one more time. Save the project one more time. Looking real nice. Very realistic, and it's all about the scene. If we'd have done that in, an indoor shot, it wouldn't have been realistic because there wouldn't have been an actual legitimate possibility for a lens flare to have even been created. But just like that, we've animated it. Let's crack on with the course. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the advanced effects section. This right here is going to be creating that cinematic look. Cinematic look, obviously extremely oversaturated look in the filmmaker, kind of space, if you will, especially the more amateur video production space, right? However, still a very nice look, and there's a reason it's so overused, is because obviously it's a very nice execution. Now, we are going to basically, in the next episode, give you guys something to download, but I want to quickly just demonstrate what we're going to be doing and how we are going to be doing it. But more or less, we're going to be kicking this off with an exercise. Now, we're going to be taking this Scotland sequence right here and pretty much just taking it to taking it in a different direction, if you will. Right now, it's more kind of lit up, more kind of summertime feely, more adventure in the woods, less like, mysterious sort of movie type situation. Definitely not very cinematic, right? And we know that color correction, color grading really tells the story. So if we turn that off, right, it gets even plainer, right? So it's something. But if we actually go ahead and actually open up our adjustment layer effects and literally just delete the Lumentri color, let's reset that adjustment layer to absolute 0. And what I want to do is I want to actually just go ahead and bring this in a little bit more of like a serious direction, more of like a cinematic type direction. And the way we're going to do that is a combination of two things: letterboxing technique, aka black bars, and contrast, and overall just color grading the image to be more intriguing, to be more mysterious. Basically, we're going to be jumping into that. Essentially, here's going to be the plan. We're going to load up our sample clip, one of them, right? I'll just use this one as our main reference image. We're going to turn the contrast all the way up. We're going to start turning those blacks down. We're going to bring that fade to film up a little bit. Basically, I want to start bringing this in a more cinematic direction. And already, you see that has a different type of look to it, different type of feel. If I turn that off, you see that's what it was before. Turn it on, that's what it is now. It's got this little kind of tinge to it. It's removing the sort of, I guess, the harshness of these sort of shadows right here. It's basically giving it this sort of, this nice cinematic feel to it already. And we've just sort of started to tweak a couple things. Now, when we start bringing the shadows down a little bit, and when maybe we bring the highlights down a little bit as well, instantly we're getting a pretty nice cinematic image. And just like that, we are sort of building this up as we go. And there's one little thing, which is the letterboxing, aka the black bars technique, which just that alone adds so much. And I'm literally just trying to play this as we go through and just see what it's looking like. But overall, the cinematicness is definitely turning up. I think even bring those darks down a little bit more. That scene in particular is looking pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. We obviously edited in the lens flare together, which is looking real nice, and bada bing, bada boom, this is looking pretty cool right here. So overall, that's looking like a more cinematic look. But there's one key thing that I want to do, which is going to take this to the next level. So actually, I'm going to delete the adjustment layer, press Control-S, save our project, and we're going to come back in the next episode, and we're going to do a full exercise. I got something for you to download, and we're going to rerun through this method. I'll see you guys in a minute. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the advanced effects section with how to create a cinematic look. We've got our plain, bland sequence right here on the screen. We're going to go through the process. Oh, that's lagging. I'm not entirely sure why. Oh, probably because it's on full. And basically, we're going to go through our sequence, and we are going to color grade this again by adding the adjustment layer over the top, and go ahead and give you guys something to download. So if you actually go to the downloads, you can download the black bars PNG. This is called the black bars, aka letterboxing technique, and this right here is giving that cinema feel to it, that film look to it. So let's drag in our adjustment layer. Let's drag it over everything, right, just so it covers the whole sequence. Come back to one of these. Let's use this as our reference image. Awesome. And I want to first off start by bringing the contrast all the way up. Way up there. Bring it up. Awesome. Now I jump over here. I'll bring the fade to film up as well. Probably throw that around 50 as well because I think it's looking nice. Bring the highlights down a little bit. I'm not entirely sure how much, but maybe around there. We want to give it more of this kind of plain image. Bring the shadows probably down a little bit as well, and the darks down as well. So we've got maybe only about halfway. So we got this real nice picture right here. We turn it off. We can see what it was before. Turn it on. Look at the darks, right? Pay attention to the shadows when I turn this on. Boom. Levels everything out, mellows everything out, gives it this sort of bland, sort of flat feel to it almost, which, I mean, sometimes isn't desirable. However, right here, it's proven to be nice, especially the sort of the forest setting sets it up nicely. So I'm just literally messing around with this to give it sort of a more flat feel to it. And then I'm going to come over here. I'm going to drag and drop my black bars in. I'm going to let it import itself, and I'm going to drag it on the top. Boom. And just like that, we could even, if we wanted it to be less, we could scale it out a little bit. Maybe you just want a little bit in. Maybe you want it like there. For the sake of just example's sake, I'm just going to go ahead and have it on 100%. Go ahead and press Control-S, save that, and now I'm going to press Spacebar, play, and we have created a pretty nice cinematic look. 2 seconds. Let's let this Scotland adventure sort itself out. There we go. Okay, cool. So Scotland adventure, looking nice. Oh, I just have to keep stopping and replaying just because a little bit of lag. And just like that, we've created a pretty nice cinematic look with the letterboxing technique. And, I mean, that shot is looking spectacular, right? That's looking some stuff out of some feature film, right? But overall, you could see pretty nice that walking in the woods. Now, letterboxing technique a lot of the time will block off the top, right? Very standard situation. So there's something I like to do, which is resizing. So what I do once I put the letterboxing in, black bars technique, is I go through frame by frame and I see, does everything fit? Is stuff being cut off? Because when stuff's cut off, you basically just want to go ahead and resize it, right? And just basically do that by changing the position, because obviously you have all this space up here, so you could drag the image down and it would still be blocked because of the black bar. Awesome. So you can use that to your advantage. Now, the first two scenes is looking It's looking fine. It's not looking like we need to do that. But this one here, it's looking like potentially it could be worth doing. However, maybe not. I'm going to see it. Is it worth it? Yeah, why not? So what I've done right there is I've literally just brought this down, right? I brought this down just to the edge of the black bar. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and copy that last one. And I know that this one, I have to bring it over, right? So basically, I've copied the position here, pasted it here, because it's two different clips, two different segments, same clip. And just like that, awesome, looking cool, looking cool. That's looking like a good shot right there. That's looking like a real nice shot right there. The setup's good for it. That's looking nice right there. However, it's these two shots at the end that just needed a little bit of resizing, as you can see right there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to click the position so we can see the actual outline, so we can size stuff up and just bring it to the edge of that black bar. And just like that, my older brother Miles is pointing at the camera. And, of course, it cuts back to where it was because we have to click here, copy the position, go to this one, and go ahead and paste it. And the way I copied it was I clicked this one, I pressed Control-C, I came here, I clicked it, I pressed Control-V, copy, pasted. And just like that, if we press Control-S now to save, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here to Sequence, I'm going to press Render Into Out, and I'm going to let it just pre-render itself. This basically gives us just a sample, clean playthrough, as you see down here. Again, just to familiarize you, it'll start building the green over the entire sequence, and that means once it's green all the way, it has 100% loaded the entire sequence, and you can go ahead and play it through lag-free without any little stutters or anything like that, or playback lag, and overall you can watch your thing start to finish and basically see what you created in full quality. That's the emphasis on full quality. And very quick, easy peasy, 32-second sequence, just like that, playing through it. Scotland Adventure, looking nice. We got my younger brother walking through, looking cinematic. Boom. Not too shabby at all, not too shabby indeed. That shot, honestly, real good work, real good work. Seriously good work. This whole little sequence right here is shaped up nicely. And keep in mind, we've got the sound effects and the music turned off for the minute, but I just want to focus on the look. And just like that, we have created that cinematic look, that cinematic feel. Bada bing, bada boom. We did it big. We did not do it small. So that right there is the cinematic look example, cinematic look exercise done and dusted. Thank you guys for jumping in on this right here. We got a bunch coming up next with the advanced effects section. Overall, if you downloaded the black bars letterboxing, we have created together a nice cinematic look. And I mean, if you guys followed through 100% and built this scene with me as well, we're overall building up a pretty nice sequence right here, and we're not even close to finished. Let's keep cracking with the course. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the advanced effects section. Masking is what we're covering right now. If you don't know about masking, it is the mysterious little shapes, I guess, that come up underneath opacity. Now, what this is it enables us to sort of focus in on a specific image. Now, the example I'm going to give you guys, right? And this episode here, I'm going to break everything down. We're going to jump back in the exercise next, and we're going to do everything together. Now, what I want to do is I want to do a transition where my older brother, he's walking in front of this tree, but you see how there's this blank space here, right? You see all this space, it sort of begins there, and then as you progress, it gets bigger and bigger. I want to create a mask where essentially this side here brings on whatever our next scene is, right? And the way we do that is I want to mask it so that everything here is visible, but everything past this tree is not. And if that doesn't make sense yet, it's because you don't have a full idea of masking, and that's my fault for not articulating it correctly. It's early, but I'm going to demonstrate it correctly, and it's going to make a lot of sense, all right? So before we get into the next section, let me quickly turn off the opacity here so it does not fade out, and go ahead and demonstrate to you guys what I mean. What I mean is this. I'm going to come over to a fair bit of a progression and just draw something for you. I'm going to get this right here, which is the Draw Bezier, right? The Draw tool. And I'm literally just going to go ahead and draw the outline around that tree. Then I'm going to go up here and I'm going to connect it. And what this does is it singles out just that bit right there. However, that's the opposite of the desired effect that we want. We know that we want to single out the bit here, and that bit there is not visible. So we click Inverted. And simply what that does is it creates a mask where everything that is here is visible and everything that basically is selected underneath that mask is not. Now, you notice that there's a pretty rough line right there, so I think what we can actually go ahead and do is bump up that feather a little bit. Now, not too much because you don't want to see too much of what's outside, but then you can just bring it over a little bit and compromise. So, just like that, basically, we're going to create that, but then we are going to animate it so that the entire way, basically, it is going to start where there's a little bit not visible, and as it goes through, basically, this mask gets further and further over, more and more essentially becomes taken over by the mask, which means that everything below it, we can put stuff below. So you see that this mask essentially creates everything here. We can put stuff below. Everything here is visible. For example, if we create some text and say, example, if we put the text below this, right? And for example, scale it up, right? It's going to be visible where the mask is because the mask is basically cutting through the image and showing us everything below, but everything here is not going to be visible, right? So it's going to create for this awesome effect where essentially we're going to have the look of the tree sort of carries on a new scene, basically. And I've done this before with this very clip, so I'm familiar with it, and I'm going to delete the mask. I'm actually going to delete that text as well. I'm going to press Control-S, and you and me are going to do this together in the next section. Exercise coming up next. Let's get to it. Let's make it happen. All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We got the masking section, the masking exercise from the advanced effects section. Let's do it. I'm excited for this. It's going to be a little bit of a lengthy process. Let's say at least 10-15 minutes. So first off, what I want to do is literally go ahead and get my tool and go to the first frame that we want this effect on. So literally the start of this clip right here. Awesome. And what I want to go ahead and do is actually delete that because I didn't draw quick enough. Get the tool and basically just draw a outline around the side of the tree and connect it. Awesome. That's all you got to do, and press inverted. Awesome. Wonderful. Oh, I skipped over a little bit too much. Sweet. Now, get the mask feather up a little bit. I'm talking like 20, something like that, right? 20. Pull over your mask a little bit if you have to. Oh, maybe back over a bit. Awesome. Now, one key thing, you have to turn on the mask path. Basically, that's going to track the movement of this. So when we go over a couple frames and we change the whole path, the mask around, it'll actually know to follow those motions, and you see it's created a keyframe. And what I want to do is I just want to press arrow keys over 2. So it goes over 2 frames. And you know what I might even do? I might even go ahead and pop this one on 100, press H if you will, and go ahead and navigate our way up here, right? And then basically click on the mask and just pull it down a little bit, right? Pull it down a little bit, essentially get it to be in position. And I'm using the arrow keys again just to go 2 over. Wonderful. And then I'm pulling this in. Wonderful. Boom. And I might even pull it over just to see where I'm at. Wonderful. Again, 2 over. Wonderful. Pulling it in. Pull it out. See where it's at. See what needs to be done. Pull it out. Wonderful. Bring it back in. Amazing. And you can see that you can still see a bit underneath. So we want to make sure that you can't really see a whole lot going on underneath. There we go. Pretty much like that. And more or less, this is now the repetitive part of it, right? And this bit, 100%, can be very repetitive. Is now we pretty much just have to keep adjusting it as we go. Okay? So we keep skipping over a couple frames. Keep dragging it out. Keep having a look at what we're doing, essentially. And you literally just keep on adjusting it. And that's more or less it. You keep doing it. This one right here is getting into the advanced effects right now. So one thing that's a common theme in advanced effects. Oh, I'm skipping over too many. If you get lost, just zoom in, go to where your last keyframe was, and start doing some shit. Basically, start fiddling around with it. It's very trial and error, this type of stuff. It's literally just you move stuff around, you look at it. Is it looking like it's nice? Is it looking realistic? Is it looking forced? Yes. Okay, cool. Adjust. This stuff is very tweaky. I'm struggling to even find the right the right words to even articulate it, right? But as you see, it's letting a little bit too much in right there. So you know what we got to do? We got to pull that through. Make sure that it's not shining too much through. Pull that all the way in. If I scroll down here, it's looking like that's coming out now. You see what I mean? It's very fiddly, if you will. And that's probably not the greatest articulation I could find, I'm not going to lie. But it's the one I've chosen, and it's the one I'm rolling with. And I'm going to drag that down there, drag that over. And remember, don't be afraid to pull it out a little bit just to see where you're at. Perspective is crucial, and you need it. So I'm literally just dragging this in. Amazing. Dragging that over there. Amazing. Amazing. Perfect. Perfect. Press Control Z, undo that. Awesome. It's showing a little bit through though, I'm not gonna lie. Again, 2 frames over. 2 frames is a pretty good amount. That's the reason I do two. Now there's no set amount that you should be doing or anything like that, but overall I think 2 is enough to not go too far and still be able to get an accurate mask, because ideally, the more accurate you make it, the more you kind of correctly follow the shape, the better it's going to look when it goes quickly, because this is going to go very quick. So you don't have to do it 1,000% perfect, but overall, the closest you guys can get it to it being an accurate outline of whatever you are trying to mask, the cleaner it's going to look when it sweeps on the next shot. And you guys are going to see, because what we're going to do is together we're going to put a shot below this, right? So it's looking like it's coming out a fair bit. So let's switch to 75% out now. This is getting a little bit much. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to start dragging this over. Boom, drag that there, drag that there, drag that in. Oh, yep. Remember, do not be afraid to drag out to see where things are at, to get some perspective on the situation. Boom, and I'm creating more points now, because stuff is looking right now as if this thing's taking a whole different turn. Amazing. Bring that there. Boom. Oh. Control Z. I'm going to click off it, see if it's shining through a little bit too much. It is a little bit too much. Boom. And now stuff's moving quicker. You could see. So I'm going to start creating more points. What in the world is going on here? There we go. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. This game is a repetitive game, people. There's no two ways around it. Something like masking and the effects we're about to get into now, guys, are stuff that you can't necessarily rush, based on the fact that it's not going to look good. And believe me, trust me, I'm not the most patient guy in the entire world. All right, you might have maybe gathered that and dissected that from my absolute energy, right? However, I know that you do have to prioritize this type of stuff. And even though I'm not patient, I hate having to go redo stuff when I've already put the work in and done it once. And masking will be one of those things where you end up having to redo it and polish everything up if you haven't just taken that time from the sort of jump, if you will, and actually, done an accurate mask, essentially. And, you learn that type of thing over time. Believe me, I've rushed a lot of masks in my day, and I had to go back and repair a lot of masks in my day. And believe me, overall, it does seem like the best way is just to prioritize making it accurate, as accurate as you can, if you will. You know what I mean? Because as you can see here, it ain't 100% accurate. You know what I mean? But what would we say? 80%, something like that. And a lot of the time, when the effect goes really quick, 80% is really all you need. All right. So it don't have to be 1,000% accurate. Don't be stressing yourself out. As you can see here, we're not really fans of stress. We're trying to take it easy, trying to whip up something cool that takes a bit of time, but doesn't take all day. At the end of the day, some stuff can definitely take all day, and we're not really down for that. But sometimes it's necessary. As you can see here, I'm as accurate as I can, trying to just hug the tree right now. Bringing it over, frame by frame, pulling it over. Wonderful. Be careful of that mask. Be careful with the feather, rather, that it's not letting too much through on the other side, right? Ideally, you want it to just be a perfect line down the tree, right? You do not necessarily want a little bit of the other side peeking through, like there. You see right there? You do not want that. You don't want a little bit peeking through of what was on the other side, because it kind of blows it. It blows it, and it makes it seem less seamless. Seems more like an effect, right? And ideally, in editing, funny enough, it kind of sounds counterintuitive, but you actually don't really want the viewer to really necessarily feel as though an effect happened. Like if they feel it's forced, it takes away from it. It actually takes away from the credibility of what you've done. The real credibility is when you put something together that's just kind of mind-blowing, where the viewer doesn't even necessarily know how it happened, but whatever's happened looked good. That's realistically what you're aiming for. Whenever you guys can create a more seamless look opposed to a forced look, that's something you should prioritize. Now, at the end of the day, some things, there's no seamlessness around it. You know what I mean? Like it's by nature an over-the-top type of situation, right? However, there's still a little bit of style to it. There's still a little bit of classiness to it. Make your edits classy. That's what I'm trying to say. As classy as they can. At the end of the day, we're only as classy as we'll let ourselves be. But try make it seamless. Don't force it too much. The more forced, the more over the top. A lot of the time, the more rough, the more, the less you get the desired effect, which is that it looks good. A lot of the time, the simpler, the better. And that little piece of advice right there translates into many areas of life. The simpler you're doing it, the better it is. Let's go ahead and pull that over right there. Pull that right there, and you can start to see they're coming through the other side. And I'm shortening the amount of points that we've got now because it seems like stuff's going a little bit quicker. But you can only shorten it for so long. At the end of the day, we still have to follow the outline of the tree. But stuff's moving quicker now, as you can see. I'm pulling stuff over nicely. The 2-frame movement now, right, is moving more, basically. You see, when we go over 2 frames now, more is happening, 1,000%. And my brother's coming through on the other side. Bring it over, bring it over. Amazing. Oh. Let me go to the top. Top down, people, top down. Like a leadership structure, top down. Bringing everything over. It's looking like we're at risk of it going a little bit crazy here, actually. We're at risk of it going a little bit crazy. And the reason for that is I think I'm being a little bit too rough with these edges. Don't be afraid to go back a little bit and readjust. Do not be afraid to go back and readjust, people. Sometimes going back, readjusting a little bit is crucial. 2 frames over. We know the drill. Continue the game. Continue building this thing. Hugging the side of the tree. Tree huggers. Big time tree huggers. All the way. Pull that around that side. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Oh, remember we know about this top down, top down, top down. Perfect, perfect. And I told you guys, it's a time-consuming process. It really is. Masking, one of the most time-consuming sort of things you can really be doing in editing. Well, realistically, most time-consuming can probably be some rotoscoping, stuff like that. All the frame-by-frame stuff. That's what we're starting to get into now. See, there's a lot of very basic level stuff, and then you got the frame-by-frame stuff. If you're going frame-by-frame, there's really no cheat sheet to it. You've just got to do the frame-by-frame motions, like your keyframes. I mean, well, this is keyframes right here, isn't it? But, the frame-by-frame stuff, guys, there's not a whole lot of cheating. I'm not going to lie. And believe me, I'm out here trying to save as much time as possible. Don't get me wrong. But keyframe stuff, frame-by-frame stuff, ain't a whole lot you can do about it. It's gonna take a minute. That's just the game. And just like that, we can now pull that completely over. Make sure that this is fully off the screen, fully on the screen. And basically what we've done right there is we can come to the beginning, press spacebar to play. It fully masks. Oh, so if we go over, there was one that, there you go. One of them was glitchy. You see what I mean? So overall, I think we did a pretty good execution. If only one of our shots was a little bit too much, we could just literally pull that in a little bit, and it should be fine. And then if I go here to the beginning and press spacebar to play, just like that. Oh, you see? There's a couple bits. There you go. So up there, it's looking like, okay, cool. There we go. We missed one. Over a couple more, right? I think there was another one. What? Yep, there you go. Look at that. I don't know how that happened. There you go. Wow, that's a complete mess up. I don't know if that was a Control Z or what happened there. All right, so as you see, there's a couple we need to fix, but overall, looking very, very nice. Now, if we play that from the beginning, what that is right there is playing, moving over, and that whole area is blacked out. And you know what we can now go ahead and do right there is we can actually put a shot underneath it. Now, just for example's sake, I'm actually going to go ahead and get this. I'm going to press Alt, hold it, bring this bad boy over, and I'm going to go here and go ahead and just have that underneath it. So it comes back to the waterfall, and you guys are going to see what happens here is just like that. Boom! Are you telling me that doesn't look 10 out of 10? If you're telling me it doesn't look 10 out of 10, you've just lied to me and yourself, my friend, because that looks 10 out of 10. Spacebar to play. Just like that. That right there is the power of masking. We have essentially used the mask tool to completely bring on another shot. The shot looks 10 out of 10. Oh my God. Personally, I mean, you could hear in my voice, I'm genuinely excited by that exercise right there because it's a perfect execution. Just like that. Go ahead and press spacebar again to play it. And we have actually created it. Now, there's one final thing that I wanna just show a little attention to, right? Which is the fact that you see here, pay attention, it switches. Ready? Boom. Exactly. Because hard cut. So what I want to go ahead and do just to get rid of that is literally bring everything up one, go ahead and just duplicate this, take the mask off of the top layer, and literally just go ahead and boom, 100 opacity, few frames over, 0 opacity. So now you just have a fade out of that, as you see right there, and just like that, it's looking perfect. Now, also what you could go ahead and do is fade it out over a longer period of time, as you see right there. However, that's not really looking phenomenal. Maybe fade it out a little bit slower, just like that. There you go, and just like that. That's looking pretty nice. So we've just added a simple keyframe of the opacity onto the clip without a mask so that it kind of looks like it fades on a little bit more seamless. But just like that, I'm gonna stop it there. In fact, I'm not. I'm gonna go to the top. I'm gonna go ahead and render into out. I'm just gonna get a 100% high quality version of this right here, and then we are going to play it 100% all the way through. And we created something awesome. 100%. You guys, you heard it in my voice. You heard it in my voice. I'm genuinely excited by this. Boom. We're playing it. It's looking cinematic. Scotland adventure. 10 out of 10. And my bro's walking through Scotland, through the woods. Looking good, looking great. The cinematic looks popping out. And just like that, that clip's looking 10 out of 10. We got the full lens flare. And then we got the repeat at the end with our best shot. Just like that. They're walking through the forest. Pay attention to the tree. Just like that. It's going to bring on our next shot. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. And done and dusted. What we could go ahead and just do to end that is go ahead and make a light keyframe out. And just like that, we've created a masterpiece. Thank you guys for tuning in to the masking example. We're going to come back more with more advanced effects. Keeping it pushing. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing on the advanced effects section. Oh boy, did we end that section, that episode nicely. Let's replay it, familiarize ourselves. Honestly, I'm so proud. We absolutely smashed that. Real seamless masking transition. Honestly, that's advanced right there. That's nice stuff, basically. If you guys did that with me right there, you're on the ball. You're killing the game, the way I see it, all right? So, smashing the game, smashing it out the park, looking real nice. Let's go ahead and crack on with some more advanced effects. Now, there's something you could do when you really want to take it to another level of advanced effects, all right? And that's actually open up After Effects. Now, this is the Adobe Premiere Pro course. However, a crucial key part of Adobe Premiere Pro is Dynamic Link. Dynamic Link is taking your project in Premiere Pro, exporting it to After Effects, so to speak, and tweaking it in After Effects, doing a couple more advanced stuff. Now, because this isn't the Adobe After Effects course, and we have a whole massive 11, 14 hour, I don't even know how many hours, a very long course, right, on After Effects, I'll let you guys go find that out on your own. However, I'll definitely showcase how to do a dynamic link. And it's very, very simple. Basically, you right-click your clip, you ready? And you press replace with After Effects composition. Now, because I don't want to actually replace this one, I'm literally just going to go ahead and press Control C. Move over here in my sequence and press Control V, just so I have the same clip duplicated over here that I can mess around with, and it doesn't affect our actual 10 out of 10 sequence that we know is looking amazing. I'm going to right-click it. I'm going to press replace with After Effects composition. And just like that, essentially, After Effects is going to load up. It's going to take a split second as you see the blue circles popped up, and the After Effects logos popped up on my other screen. My bad. There we go. Boom. So for some reason, the logo popped up on my other screen to say it was loading, and then it opened on this one. Weird. I don't know. Weird. Basically, then it's going to open up a folder. And essentially, what you want to do is you want to just focus in on your actual project folder and literally just call this dynamic link number 1. And basically, it will create a project that links the two clips, or that links the two things. And basically, it will load up your clip in Adobe After Effects just like that. And everything will be condensed under one clip. And actually, if you click on it, it's got all the same effects, everything like that. It retains all the same properties. It is just the After Effects version. And then you can actually go ahead and proceed to use some advanced effects. Now, those advanced effects range from all sorts of stuff. Now, they have a whole bunch of different distorts that you can't even get access to in Premiere. For example, we're talking about stuff like, the CC lens. You get that boom type of effect, right? Blow everything out, boom. Get the hourglass kind of effect, mirror on the wall, boom. I don't even know what I'm saying. But basically, you can do advanced effects, and when you do those advanced effects, I'll just do one. I'll throw the CC lens. I'll bring it out a little bit just so we have kind of like a warped fisheye. I'll press Control S. I'll save it. Jump back to Premiere, and you see that this is no longer a normal clip. If we zoom in, this is New Project 1 Linked Comp Dynamic Link. It is now a dynamic link version of that particular clip, and it replaces it with a dynamic link composition, as you see right here. And just like that, that effect has taken place. And if we, for example, didn't want the effect anymore, we'd come back to After Effects, delete the effect, press Control S to save everything, come back here, and just like that, everything we do in After Effects that we save applies to what we do in Premiere that we save. Press Control Z, Control S, redo it, boom, just like that. The CC lens effect has been redone. But for the nature of this being the Adobe Premiere Pro course, I'm not going to get too far into the After Effects side. I literally just want to go ahead and play this one more time. Go ahead and have a look at it. Basically, just take it in and keep cracking with the course, the Adobe Premiere Pro course. But by all means, check out the After Effects. Boy, did we have some fun with that one. Let's keep cracking. What's going on, everybody? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the Advanced Effects section. It's about time we do green screens. It's about time we take a look at them. I've got something for you guys to download, all right? It is the Green Screen Doctor Computer 4K. Essentially, stock footage, right? Stock footage, royalty-free, whatever the case may be. Let's go ahead and actually close After Effects because we're done with Dynamic Link for the minute. Now, funny enough, I'm actually going to give you guys some Dynamic Link task next, but it's to do with green screens. So let's start off in Premiere Pro. Let's drag and drop our green screen in. It looks like I accidentally imported it into the assets folder. My bad. Go ahead and drag it out of there. Basically, go ahead and download that from the resources, guys. And let's literally just import it and then drag it down here and create a brand new sequence. Now, this is a doctor on their computer. Got some pills. They got the little, I don't even know what they even call that thing. Read the heartbeat. That shows my lack of knowledge. And basically what I want to do is I want to take away the green. I want to be able to replace it with something else in the the next section, piece stuff together. All right. So essentially, we can actually go ahead and go over here to effects and go ahead and just type key. Now, when you type in key, you're going to get all the keying effects. Keying, there's a whole bunch of different stuff, and they all have different, different processes, sort of. They all take a different approach. I'm just going to take Ultra Key because it's nice and easy. Get key color. Get the little color dropper, eyedropper, and simply click green. And just like that, you've basically gotten rid of the of the screen. Now, what you can actually go ahead and do is, for example, let's go ahead and get our Scotland edit. Let's drag this green screen up a layer. Let's drag Scotland edit below it, and let's go ahead and click it. Let's drag this right here, and let's basically just resize it to be fully fitting over the screen. And maybe even we have to rotate it the tiniest bit, like that way, whatever it is, and just like that, now we can actually play. And just like that, our Scotland edit is on the screen that we've just green screened out and popped in. Now it's looking like it's a little bit too over to one side, whatever the case may be. Maybe we want to, boom, bring that over there a little bit. But basically, just like that, guys, we have just green screened out the screen. It's just like that. He's typing away while we're doing our thing. And this is a real nice green screen right here. I mean, you've got a little reflection right there, everything. Overall, we've superimposed, if you will. And look at that. Obviously, the green screen ends right there. So what we could do is we could press Alt, drag this over, and right-click it and literally just reverse so that it basically just completes it. But overall, guys, that right there is a basic version of the green screen. Now, the thing I want to get to next is actually how to handle a green screen that's not easy. And that's really where the kind of complexity comes in. And that's where we might have to outsource our struggles, if you will, to good old-fashioned Adobe After Effects, based on the simple fact that they have a better sort of keying effects in there, but realistically, they have better advanced spill suppression, which basically means when the green screen doesn't quite go in your favor, you can recover it, you can bring it back, and you can save it essentially. But just like that, guys, that is the green screen breakdown right there. Very, very simple. You got a whole bunch of different variations of the same thing. The Ultra key is a very simple one because it's a drag and drop solution, and you literally just define the color that you want removed, and just like that, it does its very best to remove that color. And there you go. That right there is our green screen exercise done, dusted, and concussed. I do not know what that means, but I do know we're going to press Control S, and we're going to come back with the advanced version of the green screen. When you're dealing with a less desirable effect, less desirable image quality, less desirable video, and less desirable green screen altogether. You'll see what I mean. Coming up next. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing or finalizing the advanced effects section. We just briefly went over green screens, a very simple green screen that went in our favor, and a lot of them will. When it's a digital green screen right here, or it's not necessarily like a proper shoot. This one right here is clearly like a more produced clip. Overall, it's going to be a very, very easily removed effect, easily done execution, if you will, and overall very, very simple to do, especially with still scenes. But we've got a green screen which is actually shot on my personal camera. That one right there is more of a digital one, and it's actually me in it as well. So this right here is me literally testing the camera before I shot a music video, and I'm just sort of looking around. And basically, the thing about this is we are dealing with a green screen that is messed up. Look at it. It's very crinkled. At the end of the day, I had a bit of a ghetto method for storing this green screen, and the crinkles and the creases definitely show. So that's not going to be so easily formatted, essentially. We're going to have to put a little bit more work into it, and that's where we might have to open up After Effects. But let's go ahead and drag and drop this, import it. There's one quick thing I want to do, which is actually start organizing stuff, all right? And I want to make a new folder called Advanced Effects, and I want to literally just go ahead and drag and drop all of our stuff so far into it. So I want to get the adjustment layer, green screen doctor, put that in Advanced Effects, the new project dynamic link, drag that over to Advanced Effects as well. Just like that. I told you guys from the start I wanted to stay as organized as we could, and that's what I want to do. So this one right here is our clip. Awesome. It's of me sitting down, doing a whole bunch of random stuff, coughing. I don't even know. Look at my face right there. I'm like, ugh. I'm like, God damn it. But drag and drop that into our thing, make a brand new sequence, and go ahead and mute it. And basically, what I want to do is I want to literally just try the exact thing that we did to showcase to you guys how it doesn't always work equally. So let's drag Ultra key to it, right? And let's literally just go ahead and identify the background. Boom, click. Now it looks like it removed it 100%. However, it only looks like it removed it until we've put something else there. But already you can see that there's a coloration problem where you can start seeing creases up there. Overall, it does look like it removed it, but you can start seeing creases. Now, there's one thing I want to do is, funny enough, I want to get our Scotland edit as just a backing piece, right? And just go ahead and throw it underneath. And now if we start to play this, right, you could see how realistically it did not do a phenomenal job of getting rid of that background. And unfortunately, we have some sort of nonsense that's sitting right there. So there is some stuff that we are going to have to do. Now, first off, what I want to do is I want to try and see if we can actually go ahead and do this within just Premiere Pro. So we want to start tweaking stuff down here. Spill suppression and matte cleanup are what we want to mess with. First, let's get to matte cleanup and let's turn up the choke, right? Turn up the choke a little bit. We can see that starts getting it down, but it's not looking perfect. Basically, I want to mess with this stuff as we can, get the contrast up. Looks like the contrast right there is what sorted it out for us. Sort of. That's definitely looking like it's still there. However, it looks like when I sit down, some stuff goes away. Yes. However, it's looking like it's just scene dependent. So, I want to keep on tweaking that down. Again, maybe get the midpoint down. Looking nice. Looking nice. And it's actually looking like we've been able to more or less remove what we wanted to remove. And again, I'm just pressing Control S, save what we're doing here. And it's actually looking like we've done a good execution of this effect within Premiere Pro. And just like that, it's worked out. So, by simply tweaking the matte cleanup, stuff like that, we've been able to make this nicer. And we've been able to fully green screen this effect. I mean, I'm making all sorts of random movements right there and coughing. Might have been sick this day. No corona. No corona. Come on, guys. Don't play with me like that. Overall, right there, we have actually taken a green screen, and we've had to play with it a little bit more. But luckily enough, we did not have to outsource to After Effects. Sometimes, guys, the effects are... sometimes you basically have to bring it over to After Effects and use something they have called the Advanced Spill Suppression. Sometimes stuff's spilling out. Overall, there's some better effects over there in After Effects. But today, it's looking like we got lucky, and we did not have to utilize them. So that right there is the exercise for how to actually format a less desirable green screen. It's super easy to fix a to use a green screen when when it works the first time, but ain't so easy when it ain't working out. Now, there's one quick thing I want to zoom in on me and see a little bit of a green tint to myself. So maybe there we go. Maybe turn that up a little bit. Maybe I'm having to look though. Again, this is really just some mess with it stuff. There we go. You know what? I'm not too worried about that. I personally think nice execution of it, and we didn't even have to leave Adobe Premiere Pro. Didn't have to use dynamic link, and we solidified the green screen method. What in the world am I up to? Who knows? Hopefully I survived this. I think we all know today that I did, because I'm here, and this was recorded a year ago. Thank you guys for tuning in to the Adobe After... Oh, whoa. You see? The dynamic link nearly got me spitting something that's not true. Thank you guys for tuning into the Adobe Premiere Pro Advanced Effects section. Messed around with green screens right here, and we got a whole bunch of fun stuff coming up next with transitions. I can't wait to get into it. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're continuing with the course, and we're entering a brand new section. This right here, transitions. We briefly messed with custom transitions, which was actually more the advanced side of transitions, briefly in the sort of masking exercise, if you will, when we basically went over here and we more or less created this mask, right? This masking transition brings on our next shot. And I mean, you guys remember, I was getting pretty excited about that. Overall, that is a really, really, really nice execution. If you guys followed exactly what I did, we now have this cinematic sequence right here, which, don't worry about that. There's always going to be a little bit of playback lag. That right there is a good example. I'm glad it finally popped up. There you go. It's gone away. Boom. Real smooth. Like 10 out of 10. Really just amazing. Honestly, I'm so happy with how that sequence played out right there. It couldn't have gone better. Control S, save the project. Now, we're going to be exploring transitions now. This whole section is going to be transitions because transitions are crucial. They're a huge part of blending stuff together. They're a huge part of making an overall just really enjoyable edit. If for whole edit, think about it. If scene to scene, you could make an edit where every scene perfectly transitioned like that, you would have the greatest edit of all time, and it would be looking amazing. So the more seamless, the smoother stuff looks, the better. Now, this is pretty funny. We literally just put the green screen over the top of that edit, right? But what I want to go ahead and do is actually explore this whole sequence here and mess around with some transitions. Video transitions to start off with, and I want to break down the default transitions because we explored the most advanced section of transitions. Obviously, it was in advanced effects. It's the least I could do is bless you guys with some advanced exercises, but now I want to go back a little bit, do some basic transitions just to familiarize yourself and show you what's here, because these right here aren't necessarily what you want to lean on all the time, but they're definitely useful for certain things. Smoother effects, right? So what I want to do here is I want to actually go ahead, and we can leave the Scotland edit just for something behind it as a reference, but I want to go ahead here to where I sort of actually appear on the screen, press C, and just go ahead and chop that down right there. And basically what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to actually add some transitions to transition myself on, if you will, right? So let's bring that over, make it end at the same time the Scotland edit ends, and I want to familiarize you with Control D. Control D, I think I broke that down earlier, maybe in the basics or the editing section, but that is the default transition. Now you see how that defaults to shoot onto the screen? Boom. Just like that, it defaults to shoot onto the screen. Amazing. It's looking great. Now we explored these a little bit, but overall I want to actually break them down a little bit more in depth because they are pretty much crucial to basically doing some stuff quickly. So Control D, that's how you quickly add it onto the screen, and if we scroll in, we can see the name of the transition. So my default transition, Control D, is going to add the default transition to the start and the end of your clip. And it will add it at the default length that you have set. So, for example, if you want to drag it out a little bit, you could have that transition happen over a longer period of time, right? And look at that. I kind of look around as if I've just teleported in. It actually kind of syncs up and works out pretty nicely. Now, whatever transition we set as the default will pop up when we press Control D. For example, if we come over here for additional dissolve, right-click it and set as default. When we press Control D, it's going to add that additional dissolve to it because that's the one that's our default. Very basic indeed. Awesome. So keep set to default whatever one you're using the most. Maybe it's cross dissolve, maybe it's additional, whatever the case may be, whatever your absolute sort of most used one is, have that set to default. You can utilize that shortcut whenever you want. Awesome. There's some of these transitions that look more forced than others. Let me just break that down. For example, 3D motion. Maybe we set that as our default and press Control D, and we play this. 3D motion cube spin. That one right there, I would tell you right now, is not looking like the most professional effect in the world. Likewise, with, for example, the flip over. Now, you can literally, once you've got the transition there, you could literally just drag the new one to the end, and it will replace it. Let's go ahead and have a look. For example, we've got flip. Flip just looks completely ridiculous. Overall, definitely not something you want to mess with. So, just to give you guys a little bit of context, the main ones that I'm actually using in terms of defaults is dissolves to fade stuff in, immersive video because they have some cool stuff I'll show you in a second, and the occasional zoom, usually just dissolves an immersive video, and a lot of the time the dissolves I'll actually just do manually by doing a opacity keyframe, which we already explored earlier in the editing section, I believe. But immersive video is basically the one I'm using most of the time. The reason for that is because they are the most, for lack of a better word, cool, right? We'll break them all down. So VR Chrome leaks. Let's go ahead and set that to default, press Control D, and VR Chrome leaks, more of a basic fade in, I'm not going to lie, but if you see right here, it sort of fades it in kind of rapidly. It's definitely different execution than a cross dissolve, which is kind of slow, not really ideal. That one right there sort of gets straight to the point. Boom. VR gradient wipe. Go ahead and have a look. That one sort of curls in a little bit. I know this could be pretty nice for text or stuff that's central in the middle because it kind of splits it down a little bit, breaks it down. Iris wipe. Go ahead and Control D that again. Boom, sort of creates it from the middle as you see right here. Boom, which is pretty cool. What that really could be good for is maybe you're doing some motion graphics. Maybe you got like a circular intro or something that you want to bring in. VR light leaks. Cool, depending on sort of what your look is, essentially. This could look bad for some more professional stuff, right? If it just flashes on. But for some other stuff, depending on the type of look you're going for, it could look cool. VR light rays, again, pretty nice as well. Sort of like a fade on, but with like a pulse sort of effect. The Mobius zoom. Mobius zoom could be a little bit weird. It's as you see right there, it sort of like zooms in from the middle. But with this, it kind of looks pretty funny. Also, what we could do is we could go ahead and actually just go ahead and drag that Mobius zoom on the front of the Scotland, and you can see it sort of zooms in from the center and pushes it out a little bit. It can look a little bit weird sometimes. VR blocks. This is sort of going to build itself up. It looks a little bit more on the amateur side, I'm not going to lie. And of course, you have spherical blur. Spherical blur, boom, just like that. Sort of 3 circles in the middle. Almost kind of like the Mobius Zoom, almost. Like a little bit, but obviously the blur version. Overall, those are the main transitions that I'm going to be messing with in terms of the basics. Is hanging out in that immersive video section right there. So, immersive video, main area I'm personally messing with. However, I really have no clue what particular projects you guys are working on. I would encourage you guys to really dive deep into that video transition section. However, the main transitions I personally stick to are the sound design transitions when I'm talking about audio, masking transitions, and overlay transitions when I'm talking about video. So those are the ones we're going to mess with going forward. Those are the ones I want to familiarize yourself with, and those are the ones that really hit the project home and are more on the professional side, if you will. So, without further ado, let's keep cracking. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the transition section. This is going to be audio transitions. Now, we did break down the sort of strategy that I'm going to talk to you guys about today in a previous section. In the audio production section, we combined 3 different sound effects to perfectly end our clip on a high level of suspense. Let's play it.
Welcome to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Perfectly executed transition out. Now what that does is it ends the video at the highest point of intensity, sort of keeps the interest. People want to see more, right? Imagine the movie ends at the highest, the middle point, right? The point that they've been building up to. You don't know how it ends. You want to see the rest, right? Perfect. So we built intrigue through that little bit of sound design right there. 3 sound effects. Now, I'm going to show you guys how we can do that same sort of thing with just 1 sound effect, and how sound effect transitions are literally a perfect way to get you out of a clip, out of a scene, into a new one. I've been doing it forever. I'm going to continue doing it. Basically, let's showcase how to do it. Essentially, what we're going to do is we're literally going to go ahead and get 1 sound effect. I'm going to give it to you guys in the next section after I break this down, and we're going to put this together on a couple of these different scenes and basically showcase which one works best, which one, just basically showcase how it works. So, Sudden Impact 2. This sound effect right here is more or less a similar one to this reverse sound effect right here. So let me just go ahead and zoom in on this reverse, right click and go to Reveal in Project. That will showcase the file in the project. So listen to reverse. Awesome. It's sort of like this build up to this epic moment. Now, Sudden Impact 2 has the build up and it has the boom. So it's got both of them attached to one. And basically what we can do with a sound effect like this is we can chop it in half. And we can have 1 half on one clip, the build up, and then the other half on the drop, for example, or even cutting to black again, and basically use that as a suspense builder to transition us into another particular scene. And then also we can bring on another scene with another sound effect if we wanted to, and essentially we can do what you'd call sound design, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So actually I got another sound effect for you, a ray switch on sound effect of like a light being turned on. So we're going to combine the Sudden Impact 2 with the ray switching on sound effect and basically see what happens. So audio transitions exercise coming up next. Jump into that next section, next episode rather, and let's break it down. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping into audio transitions, full exercise. We're going to be doing this with sound design. Now, we're going to be taking this clip of me talking to the camera, not an exceptionally interesting clip at all, and we're going to build some more suspense through the use of sound design. I've got literally 2 particular sound effects for you guys. Oh, that's the wrong folder. There we go. A sudden impact sound effect, which is very similar to the 3 sound effects that we used in that previous sound design, and then also a ray switch on effect of basically a light switch switching on pretty much. And we're going to combine these 2, not only exit this scene right here, but bring on another scene in very cool fashion. So first off, let's listen to what I'm saying here, and then let's see where we want to actually cut it, because we definitely don't want to have it going on for, how long is this? We definitely don't want to have it going on for 1 minute, 14 seconds. I'm thinking that we probably cut it right there. But let's play, let's listen to what I'm saying, and let's cut it where the appropriate place to cut it is, so we can start sound designing. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? Today we're going to shoot a music video, potentially. If this video actually reached you, it means it was interesting enough and I was actually able to get enough compelling footage to make it something worth uploading.
Perfect. I was able to get enough compelling footage to make it something worth uploading. Perfect. So let's literally press C and let's chop it there and delete everything to the right. Press Control S after that to save it. Perfect. Now it's going to be very, very simple how we're going to go ahead and build this suspense right here. The way we're going to do it is I want to go ahead and bring my sudden impact sound effect in. You guys can download that in the resources section. I'm going to drag it over here. And more or less, if we zoom in, and if we actually get these adjustments here to actually make the waves bigger, we can see that there is a build up to this point. To that point right there. That's basically the highest point. So let's press C, and let's chop it at the absolute most intense point. So we can basically now select both of these and bring them over and lock it right there. So basically, one clip has the build up, right? It's building itself up, and the other clip, boom, blows up, and the clip's no longer on the screen. Two things we could do with this as well is transition to black, which I think is what we're going to go for, or transition another clip on with the use of this sound effect, which I think we can mess with as well. So now that that's there, let's go ahead and play this and see what it sounds like without any adjustments. Keep in mind, most likely, the sound effect has not worked perfectly, and what we'll have to do is click it and mess a little bit with the levels, in effect controls, maybe even add some keyframes, but we don't know that yet. We have to play this and see what it sounds like.
And I was actually able to get enough compelling footage to make it something worth uploading.
Perfect. So, very nicely done. It transitions out real nicely, and in fact, if we actually, on first glance, it doesn't necessarily seem like it actually needs that much messing around with. I think what we can go ahead and do now is actually go ahead and get our Scotland edit, which is the main one that I want to mess with, and drag and drop that over here. Now, when I double click it, it's going to bring me here. Let's actually come over here and just make sure that the audio is attached. Perfect. Oh, the audio is attached. However, we could see that this is 720p and this is 1080p, so it's more zoomed in. So we actually have space to zoom out. However, what we could do, instead of doing the calculations ourselves, is press set to frame size. And it will bring this 1080p sequence and match it to the 720p sequence, and it'll be full screen. Perfect. And very simple how I want to bring this on. I want to use the on light switch effect. So I want to bring this ray light switch, and we can just drag it straight to our timeline. Zoom in. Cut it at as close as we can to the point where it turns on, and drag our edit over so that it goes, and it basically sounds like it is turning on. And looks like I'm jumping around a little bit too much. Office talking clip. Now what we're going to basically have is an effect where it builds up, smashes out, and then a little sound effect like a light switch on effect brings on the Scotland edit with all of its glory. So let's go ahead and go to the beginning. Play this from the start, see what it's sounding like in its entirety.
What's up, everybody? Today, we're going to shoot a music video, potentially. If this video actually reached you, it means it was interesting enough, and I was actually able to get enough compelling footage to make it something worth uploading.
Perfect. And that right there is sounding awesome. In my opinion, that right there sounded 10 out of 10 based on the fact that there is corresponding sound effects. There is one just like that right there that builds up, smashes the scene off, and then that very simplistic sound effect brings on the edit, which is basically the cool footage that was gathered based on what I was saying here. I was saying if the video actually made it to you, it's probably pretty good, and then boom, it works. The Scotland edit comes back on, and overall, looking very, very cool. So that right there is some basic sound design. Those are a couple sound effects for you guys. At this point, this course has basically been a free resources left, right, and center, giving you guys plenty overlays, plenty sound effects. And honestly, I don't even know if we're halfway through. So let's keep cracking with the transition section, and let's keep cracking with the overall Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Let's keep going. Hey guys, welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the transition section. This one right here is going to be overlay transitions. Overlay transitions are potentially one of the easiest executions of transitions ever, and one of the, I think the niceness to easiness ratio, if that makes sense, is great, because it really looks nice and it really doesn't take much time. And basically, it's using overlays. So I got 7 overlays for you guys. Is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Oh, my bad. Okay, 8. And they all have built-in sound effects. So they all have embedded attached sound effects. This is the holy grail right here. Not only do we have a visual transition, but we have an audio transition attached. This is perfect. Wonderful. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to take this Scotland edit in the exercise. I give all these transitions to you guys to download. We're going to put them in here below the adjustment layer, which basically means they're also going to have, the cinematic look to them, so everything's paired together, nothing looks separate. And we're going to add a overlay transition in between all of these clips. So whenever it changes, boom, we got an overlay transition. And pretty much we're going to tie this stuff together in as nice of a way as possible. So let me showcase one of them for you. Download these in the next section. I'm just going to showcase one, how we're pretty much going to do this. Drag and drop it. I imported it. And now I'm looking around. There it is. Boom. Wonderful. Oh, I got some other random stuff here for when I was trying out to see what I was going to give you guys. And basically we got one of them. Now what I'm going to literally do is drag this to above to start off with, right? And I'm literally just going to scroll over, find the sort of the absolute peak point. Go ahead and turn that to screen and add a chop in the middle. Get them, bring them down here, and drag them right about there. And then I'm going to go ahead and give this a play and showcase what this is looking like right away. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. It literally works perfectly with the Scotland Adventure text coming in and the transition right there. Now I'm sure there will be some of these clips right here where the transition doesn't look as good as that. But oh my, that was a great first example. Press Control S, let's save that. And I want to come back in the exercise coming up right next, guys, where we're going to put transitions, overlay transitions over every single part of this particular sequence and try and take this particular sequence to the next level. This Scotland edit right here, I think this has taken us all the way to the top. What's come back next was give you guys those things to download and let's improve this sequence even further. So welcome back, guys, to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the transitions section with the exercise of overlay transitions. Overlay transitions, you got 8 of them. Go ahead and download them and import them. I'm literally just going to import the final 7 because we know that I imported the first one already. And we've already got our first one right here doing its thing. We saw it do its thing. We saw it was absolutely smashing it. And basically, that is more or less what I want to do going forward. Oh, not too sure why there's noises coming out. But basically, that's what I want to do going forward is I want to actually add those throughout the entire thing. So, basically, this thing look at that. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Perfect. It works too good. It literally works too good. And essentially, I mean, I want to keep it going, all right? So, first off, let's actually come to the next scene. And let's double click our next sound effect. And just like that, it's looking like more of a blue one. So let's go to the, let's drag it in maybe like right there. Again, be careful that we're not cutting off anything below it. Drag it in and let's just go over it. Find the absolute biggest peak. Go ahead and turn it to screen. Press C, chop it right in the middle. Oh, careful, Control Z, undo that. And drag it over and just lock it right there in the middle so that, boom, it hits right there. Now, that one does not look as good as the first one based on the colors being a little bit off. Now, that's stuff we're going to mess with in a minute. So, all I want to do is I want to just have an overlay transition over every single time the clip changes. Now, basically, the different way you have cuts is a transition, or that's actually not a change. So, this one right here will be the next one. These are all hard cuts right now, which means they just cut without any sort of nice transition or anything. Basically, we're trying to take that hard cut and make it more of a soft, easy transition through from one clip to another. And just like that, we're able to use that transition. That one's looking a little bit on the nicer side. I think the blue ones might not really be the style. But what I want to do is I don't want to write anything off yet. I just want to take a different one of these and put it over every single part of the hard cuts. And basically disguise every single one of these hard cuts. And you see what I'm doing? I'm literally just importing the transition. I go straight to the middle of it. I find the peak of it where like it's really bright, and we essentially use that middle bit to transition over. And I'm bringing these in bit by bit. Some of them you have to start them a little bit higher based on the fact that they have audio layers as well, so you don't want them to start cutting into the other audio layers. But just like that, I'm just importing them. I'm dragging them over. Boom, I'm putting them right there. I'm opening the next one. I'm coming to the next thing. I'm taking it. And remember, we don't need to add one for the final thing. So actually that blue one's not looking 10 out of 10. I might come over here and try find one that's a little bit more. There we go. That's something a little bit more to my liking. Drag that right there. Go ahead and delete the other one. And go ahead over. Find sort of the peak. That's a nice peak right there. Perfect. Go ahead and screen that. Press C. Chop it in the middle. Bring it down one. Bring it over one. Control S. Save that. And now what we can do, guys, we can literally play this from the beginning and we can see which ones worked, which one looked perfect, which one didn't work, and which ones do we need to change. That one's nice. There's no two ways. That one's real nice. That one, not so much. We'll see this one. Looking kind of cool, a little bit slower, though. A little bit on the slow side. That one, not too sure about that one as well. The blue ones don't really fit our color scheme. Kind of cool, because that a little bit of both. And that one, I'm kind of liking as well. Overall, boom. We don't even need to add a transition to the end. Oh, wow. It's literally froze because it's too good. It looks like the end's being kind of weird right there. I'm not entirely sure what all that's about. But at the end of the day, we have these particular clips right here looking solid. And looking like we're going to have to, I don't know, render that end bit again in a second. But overall, that right there is the transitions added. I think what I want to do is I want to go ahead and take away the blue one. Take away the blue one. Maybe get, yeah, maybe take away that one as well. And maybe just repeat a couple of these. So maybe bring that one over here, something like that. Right? I'm literally just moving stuff around a little bit. Nice. That's looking pretty good. Maybe we bring that one over here as well. Perfect. Looking pretty cool. But you know what? I think that would be probably pretty nice right there. Or you know what? I might even just press Alt, hold Alt, and drag over the first transition right there. So at that point, it's sort of out of mind. And just like that, we've got it looking good. And I might even just save off on that transition right there. No transition in the middle. Hard cut because the beat kind of suits it. And just like that, for some reason, the end is glitching out. Let's go ahead and literally just go ahead and delete rendered files. Fully delete all the rendered files. So basically, it has to pre-render itself again. Press Control S. Save that right there. Go ahead and render into out. And let's just do our render into out. It's got to render 1,000 frames. It's saying it's going to take about 18 seconds. No sweat. 18 seconds, 20 seconds. So in what world does the estimated time go up? I think we're dealing with a significant project when the estimated time starts going through the roof. Right there, we got 52 seconds. I think this will be quicker than 30 seconds, to be honest. It's going down very quickly. But basically, we're going to be able to watch this in full detail. Hopefully, that end isn't glitching out. Standard. If it is, I actually welcome things going wrong because things will go wrong for you guys, I assure you. Editing, take it from me. I'm a bit of a veteran in this 10 years plus. Stuff's going to go wrong every time. Computer-related stuff, trust me. Stuff's going wrong for you, and you better just expect it to go wrong eventually. And there's going to be a fair bit of troubleshooting throughout your editing career. I assure you that. It's the name of the game. There's really no two ways around it. Boom. Looking real nice. Exceptional. Oh, yeah, that one especially with the slow motion. Yep. Nice. Cinematic. Boom. Perfect. Boom. The slow-mo through the forest. Let's see if it glitches. Nice. No glitch. Perfect. I hate to nerd out right now, but that's looking as good as it gets right there. Amazing. Control S to save that, guys. That right there is overlay transitions combined with custom transitions combined with audio transitions. It's transitionception. How do you even spell transition? I don't even know. But I damn sure know how to make them. Thank you guys for tuning into this particular episode. Hope you guys enjoy. Have a blast with these particular these transitions right here, these overlay transitions. Use them in whatever projects you need them. And make sure to press Control S so we don't lose any of the progress that we've just made. And let's keep cracking with the course. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on the transition section. I'm going to show you guys some actual preset transition stuff that basically is kind of crazy. Advanced transition presets, right? This one file right here is going to give us 10 different amazing effects that we can use as transitions. Now, it might not make sense to you because you might not have messed with presets fully yet, but it's going to work in the same way that we did the free audio preset basically, but this one's visuals. This one's actual video stuff. So I'm actually going to go ahead and showcase importing that in the next step in the exercise where I give it to you to download. But for the time being, I've already got it in here loaded up. Pixel Experts pack number 1. This is by my good friend Pixel Experts, somebody I actually hire to create editing resources for my Community Hub creator dashboard. And basically, this is one of the packs he produced, and we're going to be breaking it down for you guys. So I want to go ahead and demonstrate how, with using this pack, we can simulate some amazing effects with very little work. And I want to actually go ahead and get the garden sequence, because the garden sequence isn't as pimped out and as, you know, upgraded and edited to a crazy level as it could be, right? Now those look kind of cool right there. All right, it is what it is, right? It's got something. However, I want to go ahead and do the same thing where we do use an adjustment layer, which is exactly what we've done here. However, or actually, I don't even know if we have to use an adjustment layer. What we could do is delete those adjustment layers and literally just go ahead and add this effect to the end of a clip and the beginning of one. So it's literally just chop out a tiny bit of at the end of one of the clips and a tiny bit at the start of another one. Highlight them both and actually right-click and press Nest. Now this is going to turn them both into one sort of joined together piece that when we actually drag something on, for example, let's drag the hard shake onto that, right? And then we go a little bit before and press spacebar to play. Boom! Just like that, it applies this hard shake right there to the middle of those two scenes, and just like that, boom, it transitions in, guys. And that right there is just one of the 10 effects. There's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. We've all passed maths. We all know how to count to 10. Amazing. 10 of them. They're there. So, pretty much, we can now use these in any way we see fit. And just one of the ways that I personally think is really cool is the fact that these are, perfect for transitions. Now, what I want to do is I want to delete the light bit, because there's actually some light effect on it, which actually makes this seem a little bit crazier than it is. So let's see what this hard shake looks like without the light effect. Boom, there you go. Actually looks better. I'm not going to lie. It actually looks better because the light doesn't distract you. Hard shake looking great. If we want to actually go ahead and delete this, what we could literally do is we're going to have to go ahead and press Control, hold it down, and just literally highlight all of these. Oh, make sure you don't miss one of them or else it's going to unhighlight and you're going to have to redo and just delete those. And basically, we've now removed it. So what we could do then is get the waves and flashes. Drag it on there. Boom. Just like that. Amazing. That's another whole effect right there. Control-Z, undo it. Let's go ahead and maybe get the soft shake. See what the soft shake's saying. But I'm pretty much just trying to familiarize you guys with the various different sort of effects that you can use here. And they all have a slightly different execution, if you will. That's like the bevel right there. You got the bevel. Cool, looking cool. Maybe we get the flare. The flare's looking... I'm just trying to showcase them to you guys, all right? So we're going to come back in a second. Awesome flare. Control-Z, 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 Control-Z. I'm undoing everything, turning it back to the exact position it was before. Oh, the warp stabilize. Looks like it's got to redo its thing. Oh, because I guess I removed the warp stabilize. My bad. Warp stabilize definitely needs to stay. 100%. Analyze. Go ahead and analyze that. Throw the warp stabilize back on that clip right there. And we should be blessed to come back and give you guys those particular transitions to actually download. And that's exactly what we're going to do next. So jump to the next episode. I've got the pack for you guys to download. It's literally one file, the Pixel Experts Effects pack. Pretty much download it. And we are going to jump into the full breakdown of adding these to this sequence and maybe a couple other sequences as we go. Let's keep cracking. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name's Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing and finishing up, actually, the transitions section. We are jumping into the transitions part where we're going to give you guys that file to download, and we're going to basically do the presets. Preset exercise. Let's go ahead and do it. So just for the sake of doing everything from scratch, I'm going to delete the pack that I have in there, and we're just going to import it again together. Remember, you can download the Pixel Experts Effects pack number 1 over there in good old-fashioned resources, and we could go to presets, right-click, import preset. Now, we're going to literally just locate our folder, so locate wherever it is, click our preset file, and press open. And it will create a corresponding folder with all of the presets that have been saved. And basically, we have just imported them. We got 10 different stuff that we can use and basically help us out to improve our sequence. So I want to literally just delete those actual those adjustment layers over the top. And we're going to be using these bad boys right here from the resources to make a better transition effect. Okay? And basically what I want to do is I want to go ahead and remove the attributes, remove that convection thing from the side of it. Awesome. Get it gone. We don't really need it. I'm not too interested. Over here, pretty sure it's there as well. So we've got the light. The light's gone. There's no little light effect at the end or anything like that. It's basically, these are raw. These are raw right now. Pretty cool clips of me and my homie Luke out there in somewhere called Dartington Estate. Big old estate. Getting some clips. Pretty fun day. Overall, this right here is some nice stuff and we want to mess with it, all right? So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and have an effect transitioning and also a pretty cool effect at this point right here in the middle. So what I want to do is I literally want to come over here and I want to just hover over to the left-hand side, make a chop, bring it over, make a chop on the right as well. And I want to go ahead and do the same pattern over here as well. And I'm literally just edging over until it locks into the first position and I can actually go ahead and make a chop. And then you guys know what to do. We literally right-click and we make it a nest. Amazing. Right-click these bad boys right here. Highlight them first and make them a nest. And go ahead and press OK. And I just want to start messing with some stuff. So let's throw mosaic and zoom onto this right here and let's see what it's looking like. So we've popped that on. It zooms a bit and mosaic. So I'm going to press Control Z. I'm not really loving the look of that. Maybe zoom glitch, for example. And it's literally, guys, a case of just put it on, see if it fits the mood, see if it looks right. If not, no problem. Press Control Z, undo what you've just done, and just throw another one on there, see if that one looked good. So that one looking kind of cool, in my opinion, all right? I think we might be able to get away with that one for the time being because it just zooms in and glitches. Kind of cool. I'm going to press Control Z, though, undo it one last time just because I want to go ahead and maybe put an offset and glitch on there, see what that looks like. That's looking a little bit too much. Maybe with this one we get the invert flashes. Have a look at that. The invert flashes actually I think could be good to be in the middle. Maybe like right about there. So chop that there. Play it on for a second. Turn it off. Go ahead and right-click. Go to, press Control Z. Go ahead and nest it. Awesome. Let's bring the invert flashes on there. That's where I think the invert flashes look good. As you can see right there. Yep, looking pretty cool. Nice. Now, the transitions, I literally think that these hard shakes are the nicest for the transitions because it just shakes it around a little bit. Now, we press Control Z. Let me maybe just try the soft shake. Soft shake's a little bit more subtle. That's kind of like a nice effect for on the beat, but I think hard shake for the time being for that particular one is pretty nice. And if I go ahead and literally just play this right now by pressing spacebar, it is following Luke from behind. It hits the hard shake. Awesome. The invert flashes. So it's got effects and transitions. You guys could use these as effects or transitions. A very cool sort of execution could be maybe to add some hard shake on the drop of a beat to make it really look like a boom sort of effect, if you will. That could have a phenomenal effect. In fact, if we're throwing those over a music video or something like that, when the beat drops, could be cool. Invert flash is real nice. And with this one right here, I think what I might actually go ahead and do is mess with the soft shake. See what the soft shake feels like right there. Looking pretty cool overall. Not really my desired effect. Maybe we try bevel. Oh, that's looking pretty nice right there. So bevel 2, looking pretty cool. I like it. What I might actually go ahead and do is bring it over a little bit. So I might even go ahead and delete that. Drag that over here a little bit. And literally just go ahead and chop that down. Right click, nest, and throw that bevel 2 on there so it happens a little bit quicker. Go ahead and play that. Amazing. Just like that. That right there is looking pretty cool in my opinion. And you know what we got to do? We got to go down here. I don't think this bad boy actually has warp stabilize on it for some reason. So what happened to this one right here? Just going to drag and drop it. Let the warp do its thing. Guys, we know that warp stabilize is crucial, especially for these effects right here, for this clip right here, because it is a sort of low down angle, right? So I was probably creating a little bit of shake and a little bit of a, joltiness when I was kind of trying to get that low down pan through the grass, through the long grass to come up to Luke. And then Luke's obviously shooting at me. So we want that nice buttery smooth. Drag that warp stabilize over. Warp stabilize, a key effect in your arsenal as an editor. We've covered it a couple times. Obviously, we showcased it early on because it's so crucial. And basically, throw warp stabilize on there. There's certain clips with more motion that kind of get messed up a little bit by warp stabilize, but it is fewer than it is many. So take from that what you will. Basically, warp stabilize most of the time. It works perfectly most of the time. Emphasis on most of the time. But of course, there's a couple times it doesn't. Now, 79%, 80%, nearly done and dusted. And we're going to be able to render this into out and actually play through our entire sequence. And bump the quality up to full, and we'll pre-render this. So we got a couple more percentages waiting, right? 1%, whatever. Awesome. Stabilizing. Let's wait for it to be fully stabilized, and we'll save this. Control S. Go ahead and turn it to full quality. Come up here, render into out. And this will literally just quickly, briefly render everything in full quality so that we can watch everything smoothly without any delay. Watch, you see how quickly it rendered that first section, and then it got to the transition, and it's taken a little bit longer. That's because those transitions are high quality. They're real 10 out of 10 pieces overall. Pixel Expert is an absolute beast. He's somebody who, at this point I employ because he just makes such amazing stuff. And, this is one of his things. Gave it to you guys for free. All yours. Have an absolute blast. This is high-level advanced effects right here. Let's go ahead and just play this. As soon as it's rendered, which it has, amazing. And it starts playing just like that. We got the pan up to Luke. The hard glitch, boom, looking real nice, real nice, real nice. Awesome, the invert, sweet. Oh, look at that right there, amazing, with the warp stabilize and the bevel. Honestly, that's looking really good. I got to go ahead and play it again for you guys. We've created that together. Overall, we built this sequence earlier, right? So if you followed through with that, we've got it. If not, you got the clips. Amazing. Look at that right there. Perfect. Real nice effects, and you see it really didn't take us that long. If this exercise is even 10 minutes long, I'm surprised. Done and dusted right there, guys. Thank you for tuning in to the transition section. Potentially, we got a couple more exercises coming up next for you guys. Let's solidify this stuff. Let's take it home. We're really in the thick of this right now. One more time. One more play. We built this together. Very simple. We used the Pixel Expert effects pack. 3 different effects. 1 different sequence. Very nice execution with very little work. I told you guys, these presets are a way to get a real nice effect without even putting much work in. We did it right there. Showcased it. Let's keep cracking.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing and finalizing the transition section. This right here is going to be custom transitions. Now, I showcased how to do custom transitions using masking. So, we're going to do the same thing, however, just using the mask tool, but not actually masking around a shape, actually creating our own custom shape. This is what I'm going to show you guys how to do right here. Basically, create this sort of a quick preview type of effect thing where it basically quickly shows us one clip, cuts to another clip. Overall, looks pretty cool. And if we had a sequence of recurring effects like this, right, where it brought on the next clip like that, the next clip on that like that, the next clip like that, we'd have a pretty nice sequence right here that would have a lot of continuity. So Control S, save that. Go ahead and delete that stuff right there. And you know what? I'm actually not going to delete it. I'm actually just going to go ahead and delete just the mask. So basically, this is the one clip, and it's over the entire thing. No transition at all, but we want to basically have this little illusion where we use another clip, a third clip, to transition in between these 2 clips. So we got that clip there, and then it cuts to this clip here. However, imagine if we could have a cool little transition using a whole nother clip over the top of it, which is exactly what I want to do. So how are we going to do that? Very, very simple. We're going to create a mask first off. So I want to actually zoom out a bit, maybe even like 10%. And I just want to go ahead and get this bad boy right here, the free draw Bezier tool. And what I want to literally do is I want to create a shape. I want to draw right down here. Oh, maybe like right there, hugging the end of the, hugging the edge of the clip. Then I want to go across, and I want to go up, and again hug the edge of the clip, and maybe even seal it off right there. Oh, maybe not. Control Z, undo the entire thing. Just literally do a little bit more, basically, right? So maybe like there. Awesome. Maybe more like there. Perfect. Bring it over. Awesome. Up. Over. Perfect. Sweet. So we got this kind of, this piece right here. And we can use this piece, as you see, to slide on our next clip. And it's going to be very, very simple. It's essentially going to be slide stuff on nice and simple. And we're actually going to be able to just simply keyframe it over. So the way we're going to do this is we are going to go ahead and start the effect, or actually finish the effect, right? So the middle of the effect, right, the bit that we want over these 2 clips to disguise where it changes is we want the path to be right there covering the entire thing. So if we come here, we could see that the mask is entirely covering the clip. It's filled over it, and it's not inverted, which means anything that the mask encompasses will be the actual thing that we're seeing. Awesome. So we can mask path right there.
And then we can actually go over a couple of frames and actually just go ahead and click the mask, maybe even zoom back out to 10%. Click it, hold shift so it locks the kind of place, and literally just drag it over to the left so that it drags it over to the side. So now you've got this scene, which actually is happening way too quick. So we're going to come over here a little bit, right? Maybe like right there. Bring it over, and now we've got this pretty cool slide down effect where, boom, our next clip simply slides down. So spacebar to play, we can see looks kind of cool. Now, a couple different variations. If you guys want to mess with maybe a little bit of feather, something like that, you can make it slide down even quicker. Or I mean slide down a little bit smoother, right? That's up to you. That's obviously the default. That's kind of like the most extreme version of it, right? Or I mean, well, actually, it's actually not the most extreme version. The most extreme version is crazy. It's not even on the screen. It more looks like a fade. But I think Control Z, undo that. Have a little bit of feather to it. It basically just makes the edges a little bit softer. All right. Now, I now just want to simply go over the other clip a few frames over as well. And again, go back to 10%, click on our mask, click, hold shift, which locks the position, and literally just drag it over here. And basically what we're going to have is when we come back over and actually go to the beginning of this sequence, press Control S to save, it's going to zoom over and zoom past. And what we could even do is make that even faster, and it would look pretty quick and pretty nice. But if we come to the beginning, press spacebar to play, basically. Oh, let me fit to the screen. Come back over here. Spacebar to play, comes through the grass over to Luke, facing him, boom, and comes back down. Easily transitions nicely into our next scene right here. And what we could also do is potentially go ahead and save this now. So we've built something. We could actually go ahead and right-click it, right? Or actually right-click opacity, save preset, and just save this as tester, right? I call it tester just because we don't necessarily know if it 100% works yet. And what we can actually do is we can go ahead and get this clip here, drag it up and over, and actually drag that clip away. See if we can now, with a clip the same length, drag tester to it, and will it actually do the exact same thing? Will it? It will. Perfect. So it looks like now sometimes this stuff doesn't work, but if your clip is the exact same length and you've saved the preset, we've now created a preset where we can drag that to the same clip and it will basically transition on and then transition away. However, there's one thing that I want to do to this top clip is I want to add some actual sort of like lightness to it. And that's going to make sense in a second because it'll make it stand out even more. Now, the one I want to get is that Cornell, which one was it? Cornell, something like that. Let's go over here to video effects, go to distorts, and I want to just scroll through and have a look at a couple of these right here. And basically pick one that I think maybe even some stuff over there on generate. Let's have a look at generate, maybe. Lens flare, maybe not a lens flare. I'm literally just deciding on what sort of nice light almost effect I'd like. I'm just going to type the word light and go ahead and have a look. Generate some lightning, not necessarily what I'm after. Strobe light, also not necessarily what I'm after. The convolution kernel light emboss is what I'm after. Drag and drop that to the top. And let's actually just go ahead and turn that on a little bit right here and basically mess with it a little bit, right? For example, maybe we want to mess with that right there. Or I'll tell you what we could actually do as well is maybe even try and sectioning off this bit right here, right? So section it off as soon as it's done, and actually, maybe we actually try right-click, go nest it, and actually go ahead and try and just add one of those, for example, maybe we throw some hard shake or some invert flashes on there. That could be very, very cool indeed. And you know what we could have done? We could have just made that even cooler. So I'm going to the start, pressing spacebar, playing that through, and just like that, we should get this little flash, and it should then go off the screen. It does. Amazing. It's looking like it lagged a little bit because we're playing it on full. So go up here to sequence, go to render into out. This one right here is about to look real, real nice. Oh, the render screen's on my other screen. The render window is on my other screen. Rendering into out, and we're going to play this together right here. This one right here is a combination of a custom transition and a preset transition to create that bad boy right there. And just like that, it is looking pretty cool. Almost maybe quicker. That's what I'm thinking. If we double click and we go in, we can see that we've got it. And I think, you know what I might do? I might even just make it a little bit quicker so that it happens so fast that it's sort of the naked eye can't necessarily 100% figure out what was happening there. Remember what I said? I said those are the effects that are real nice, is the ones that you can't necessarily figure out how they happened. They just happened. And just like that, that one right there is looking pretty cool. But you know what I might do? I might even just Control-Z that entire thing. Boom, throw it away, and literally just go ahead and play back our first ever variation. Very cool, awesome stuff. Overall, guys, that right there is custom transitions, done and dusted. By all means, mess around with the stuff. The opacity section, aka the masking tool, really has no bounds, just what you can do and have the stomach to sort of make keyframes for, right? But overall, guys, that right there is done and dusted. Thank you guys for tuning into the transition section. Boy, do we have some good stuff coming up next in the following sections. Plenty more to come. I can't wait. See you guys there. Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Entering a brand new section right now. We're going to be kicking it off with exporting. Exporting is going to be a very interesting section based on the fact that the only way you guys are ever going to be able to get your projects out of Premiere Pro and not stuck in here in the timeline is through exporting. And there's lots of different variations of exporting. There's different file types. There's different, types of files. For example, maybe you want a screenshot. Maybe you want a, full feature video. Maybe you want it the best possible quality it can get and the highest bit rate. There's a bunch of different technicalities when you are essentially exporting. But right now, what I want to do is I want to showcase how to export some screenshots. Basically, we're going to export screenshots in a couple different ways. Overall, we've got this pretty cool project that we've got here. Now, oftentimes what I do is I'm not really much of a picture taker. I'm more of a video person. I wouldn't even call myself a photographer. I call myself a videographer, right? So oftentimes when I want a nice picture, I'm usually just taking a screenshot from my video clips anyways, which by all means is not the 100% best way to do it in the world. Ideally, you've got someone taking pictures and you got someone taking videos. Sometimes I got to do both, and screenshots are how I manage it. So let me showcase you guys the absolute easiest way to take a picture, right? For example, say we want this image right here. You know what? Say we want maybe like that image right there where you can kind of see me reflected in the camera lens or whatever. You could see my face, and then obviously Luke is filming. Maybe even more like right there. Perfect. Let's say we want that as an image. This camera button right here, export frame, is potentially the easiest possible way for you guys to go ahead and get a screenshot, because all you got to do is you got to click it and it pops up with this window right here. And basically, I'm sure you guys already see what to do. You pick the format you want. Let's go PNG. PNG is going to be the best quality. If you guys want, a little bit smaller file size, JPEG is also nice, but we'll go PNG just for the best quality. And you can literally title it something. So let's go ahead and call this one garden shot, and we go browse, and we literally just go ahead and locate our Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass folder. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a brand new folder. I'm going to call this exports, and I'm going to go ahead and tap that right there, and we press select folder, and now everything will go to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass exports folder. Amazing. We call this one garden shot. Maybe we call this one garden shot. Let's even call this one garden shot 1, based on the fact that I'll export one as PNG. Perfect. We tap that, and just like that, that is going to have appeared. Obviously, I'm going to go ahead and simply navigate to here. We've got our exports, and just like that, doom. Who would have known? You've got your PNG image exported. Amazing, looking nice quality. We could then go in there. We could throw it into Lightroom, whatever the case may be. Start getting those colors even nicer, whatever the case may be. Perfect. Awesome. Super straightforward. Now, the second way of actually exporting a screenshot is through the actual export manager, right? And I'm going to give you guys a shortcut right now where I'm actually going to go ahead and zoom in on Luke right here. And I think that clip, maybe like there. Pretty nice clip, to be honest. You got Luke looking at the camera's shooting off somewhere. It looks like an action shot, right? So we could go ahead and tap that, and by all means, that would be nice and easy. Or we could press Control-M. And what that's going to do in a second is going to load up the export settings. And we could go to Format, and then we could actually come down here. And for example, this one, instead of PNG, let's press JPEG. We press JPEG, and we could export it. However, when you're doing that, you have to make sure that you've pressed I and O, which makes an in point and an out point around one frame. And then press Control-M. Because if you don't, it will export every single frame in the entire sequence as an image, and you'll basically have a folder full of literally 1,000, 2,000 different images, all of each different frame. So basically, you go here, You go to JPEG. For the sake of this, we'll go PNG as well. And then you simply locate where you want to put it. For example, let's pop this in some other different place. We go here. Oh, boring sequence. That was earlier. Then we go to exports and we go garden sequence 2 or garden shot 2. And then we simply press export and boom, just like that. It's done and dusted. We come over here. Garden shot 2 or garden shot 20 by the looks of it. What it's called itself, and garden shot 1. Amazing. We could simply go ahead and right click and go over here and go to just delete that. Oh, that's just me being a little bit technical. But overall, garden shot 1, garden shot number 2. And bada bing, bada boom. We've exported both of these things very, very easily using the export of screenshots. Overall, I'd advise you guys simply just to go over to the export frame. It does seem pretty much like the least friction, the most frictionless way to do it, based on the simple fact that that button's always there, and you have to press the in and the out point when you're doing a screenshot the other way, which, I mean, isn't ideally desirable, but overall that right there is how we isolate a still image screenshot, if you will, from a moving sequence. The overall technicality is just make sure your stuff's in focus. I mean, obviously, when you're taking one keyframe out of a moving sequence, oftentimes stuff could not be in focus based on the fact that it was shot very quick, or maybe there could be some motion blur or something. So ideally, you got to find the bit that is the most stable. But Control-S, go ahead and save that, and we're going to come back with more export settings, progressing down the line of the export section. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing on the export settings, this right here is going to be how to export a selection. Just a selection. So we briefly demonstrated the in and out points, right? Where those are obviously how we tell the program what we want in, what we want out. Very cool indeed. Now, hypothetically speaking, say that we just wanted an actual section of a video. For example, this walking bit. Let's just hypothesize. Let's say this walking bit right here, it doesn't really do us justice anymore. We don't really like it. We want the video to start right from this point, or even go to the point where the effect starts, right? Like I'm just going over bit by bit, and go right there. And we want it to start from right there. Or, that looks a little bit crazy. But right after the effect starts right there, we want it to start from there, zoom up, that effect comes in, and then it has the transition to the next effect, to the next clip. And we just want that. We want to completely cut out this beginning bit right here, all right? And, say that we don't necessarily know whether that might come in handy later, so we don't want to fully remove it yet, but we definitely don't want to export it with it. What we do is we'd simply set an in point and an out point, including and covering over the section that we wanted to export, basically. So if I go right here to where I want to start and press I, you notice that right there just jumped over. So the sequence now starts from there. Now, we still have all this to the left that we can still use, and say later in the project, maybe we want to bring it back in, or whatever the case may be. It's still over there. It's untouched, and overall, it's not going to give us a problem if we need to recreate stuff later. It's not going to waste any time. But we've been able to start from the position that we want to start at, and we are able to now export it just like that with an in and an out point. Very, very, very straightforward. Very, very simple. Literally, once we've done that in and out, we just press that good old Control-M shortcut again. And we would simply go ahead and export it. The one I'm going to give you guys is literally just H.264. That's just MP4. And then we'd simply navigate to where we want to have it. Exports folder. And we go ahead and call this Garden Selection Video. Garden Selection Video. And we press export. And then just like that, it would go ahead and just briefly figure out what's there by encoding. And then it would give us an estimated time. And bada bing, bada boom. Done. Just like that. Press Control-S. We've saved it. Then we can open back our exports folder. And just like that, we've got the garden selection. And it starts at the exact point that we want it to start at. And it ends at the exact point we want it to start at. And we didn't even have to delete anything overall. We've retained the exact timeline, which means that now, say later on, we're like, you know what? Actually, I like the beginning, but I don't like the end. Like, say we changed our mind or something like that, right? We could simply go here, add the in point from the start, add the out point right there, and then literally go ahead and, I pressed Control-N instead of Control-M, M for Matthew, and then I literally call this Garden Selection Video 2, and I would then export it, and basically we would have now exported from the different selection, and basically that's how you do it. So I and O, two pretty cool shortcuts to keep in mind, in and out. I'm not too sure what's taking it longer here. It's putting a little bit of lag behind it, but I'll tell you probably because of the effects. One of the effects, let's say probably the hard shake, is giving the program a little bit more of a hard time than probably it asked for, and just like that, it's done and dusted. Amazing. We can come over here, see garden selection video number 2, and it starts at the right point, and it transitions nicely, and then ends at the right point in a minute as well. So just like that, we've been able to do it. Done and dusted, guys. That right there is exporting specific selections of your projects. We got an exercise coming up next to run this stuff straight home for you guys. Really embed it in your memory. Let's keep cracking. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing on the export setting. Right now, we're going to be doing an exercise. Export 2 types of media from one specific video. You guys probably know which one I'm going for. I'm going for the Scotland edit. Let's go. Let's load it up, right? I get excited about the Scotland edit anytime I have a look, right? This one's got some audio elements to it as well. It's got these beautiful overlay transitions that we used, and overall, I want to take a couple things from it. So let's go ahead and have a look. Now, I think I know exactly the screenshot that I want. I want the lens flare, right? Now, we've built this together, so ideally, you guys should have this sequence put together as well, and we'll be able to take stuff from it. So let's play it through. Let's see what we might want to take. Looking very nice. Looking very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. I'm thinking the waterfall scene. It's going to be the waterfall scene. That's where we're getting the screenshot from. Yep. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Uh-huh. It's looking like I think we forgot to put this this outro right here. So let's go ahead and just fade it out right there at the end. Boom, boom, boom. Nice and faded. Perfect. So I know first off 100% we're going to go ahead and get that. That is the screenshot, right? Let's even scroll over a little bit. Perfect. Just like that. And the black bars are obviously on there at the top. If we turn them off, do we want to turn off the black bars for the screenshot? For the screenshot, I might turn off the black bars, right? So we could literally just turn that off right there. Boom. Done and dusted. However, you know what? I think we keep them on. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to press that, right? I press the take a picture thing. It pops up with this window right here. And then we literally simply go ahead and define exports folder, which it'll be saved. And we call this run right here cinematic waterfall shot. Perfect. Go ahead and press OK. And just like that, what is going to have happened is we're going to have cinematic waterfall shot right here. Looking beautiful. Looking like some Lord of the Rings fresh out of the jungle. I don't even know what's going down. All I know is it looks good. All right? 10 out of 10. Undeniably good quality. Phenomenal. Great. Now, which selection do we want? I'm going to tell you guys right now. We have already defined the selection. That's right. I know. We're not going to select an individual bit, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we've already done the selection, right? Press O right there, right? So I know it's right there at the end, not that much, but I just want everything. I want to export everything. So I want to just section this off. O at the end, I at the beginning, make sure everything starts at the right place, ends at the right place. Control S. And what we have done, guys, is we have selected this, right? Overall, there's stuff going off to the right. We're not gonna complete that. We have just told the program we want to render everything in between our in point right here at the beginning, which we can drag, and our out point right here at the beginning, and make sure that you guys have the magnet snap in timeline on, and that will literally just snap to exactly where we want to be. And then it's very, very simple. All we do is we press Control M. I'm going to go ahead and have H.264 because what that is right there is that is MP4. I'm going to click the output name, and I'm going to call this Scotland sequence. Amazing. And I'm going to go ahead and press export. And this is literally just going to go ahead and export exactly what we've put together. The whole course has essentially been building upon this this edit right here. And just like that, you're obviously going to see how long the render is going to take. For you guys, it might take less, it might take more, based on the simple fact that we all have different spec computers. Now, at the end of the day, my computer is relatively good, so the render is going pretty fast. It depends what your situation is. Overall, processor is the main contributor to speed, pretty much. So if you got a good processor, you should be okay. And just like that, it's going to have finished Scotland edit, encoding the Scotland edit. It'll take a second just to to fully wrap everything up. Just like that, exits the screen. Quick Control S just to be safe. Jump over here and we see the Scotland sequence. Looking lovely, looking lovely. Perfect, can drag that up right there. Amazing. Real nice. That slow-mo's real nice. Real nice, real nice. Perfect. Perfect. And just like that, guys, that right there is our export section. Looking lovely. And our cinematic waterfall shot right there. So these are all the things we've been able to create so far. Looking pretty good. Our export folder's building up. Overall, guys, the funny thing about that is I've tried to go piece by piece for you guys, but there's actually some better render settings, stuff that we could use to actually get more out of this that we haven't actually been showcasing yet, based on the simple fact that I've wanted to do it step by step. So without further ado, we're going to be jumping into the best export settings in the next episode coming up. Let's do it. Very similar to what we've done so far. I haven't led you astray, but there's one crucial addition that gets so much more quality out of the image and the video because it increases the bitrate. Let's check it out. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, continuing on and finalizing the best export settings. Basically, we are going to re-export this right here. We're going to re-export it for one small technicality. There is one tiny, or actually 3 tiny little details, literally just buttons we could have ticked, that will take this image quality to a whole nother level. This small trick is so impactful, and the main place you guys will see it being impacted basically and actually improving the quality is when you guys put these videos somewhere else. So oftentimes when you're looking at it on a big screen on your computer, it's hard to tell the difference between the quality, but it's very easy to tell the difference between the quality when it's on a phone, for example, and you've uploaded it to social media. It is such a classic recurring problem for people that want to put their content on the internet that websites have to decrease the quality and compress it down because they're dealing with so much video, right? If you're Instagram and you're getting literally millions of videos uploaded a day, right? And your YouTube literally getting probably billions of videos uploaded a day, right? Loads of videos, right? Loads of content constantly going up. You can't necessarily keep everything in the absolute most pristine quality, or else, I mean, you know, it's just not very feasible. So naturally, they decrease the quality, they compress it down a little bit so that it can be handled by their website, right? This is what we're going to try and counteract and get that clean image even after YouTube or Instagram or whatever compress. And that's by rendering at the absolute max possible settings. So if we press Control M, open this up, I want to show you guys the max possible settings. The H.264 still remains, but it's this preset where we start. We take it from match source high bitrate to high quality 1080p HD. Now, instantly, that is going to give more quality to this because it's upping the bitrate that we're exporting at. I believe that is the sort of technicality behind it. And the funny thing is, there's 2 more things which are just super obvious, which help, which is render at maximum depth. Who knew? Click that. Make sure that's clicked. And render and use maximum render quality. Oftentimes, it will not use everything that's there. And there's more that you could be getting out of your image. And overall, guys, right there, we're going to now export this as, we're going to export this as Scotland sequence better. And what I want to do is after we export this, right? Boom, press export. Let's let it do its thing. I want to go ahead and just look at the file sizes between this and the other the other video that we exported, right? So we've got Scotland sequence 1 and then Scotland sequence better. And Scotland sequence better, ideally, because we've exported it at such a higher quality level, should be at least double the file size of the other file that we exported, which is the exact same video, the exact same selection. You guys know we haven't selected more. We haven't, doubled the length or anything. So the only contributor for double the file size would be better quality and a better export preset, basically. And that's exactly what we've used, exactly what we've utilized. And pretty much all we have to do is now just wait for this encode to finish, and just like that, we'll be able to load up our project, our exports folder, if you will, and basically we can compare those 2 file sizes. Now, the encode's taking a second, It's a second for a second. It's taken a second, and it appears to be having to figure out maybe more than the previous one was, maybe because it's arguable. Better quality, right? It's better quality. It's taken longer to process itself, basically, and we should see something starting to build itself here, as you see right there. That's what the files look like before they've actually fully finished processing, but we can actually load stuff up here. So the second it does pop in, we're going to be waiting for it. And just like that, it's loaded up. And if we actually simply click these, right? And I want you guys to look down here, right? So let's make this full quality. Look at that right there. Item selected, 83 megabytes. We select that one, 42.7. Double. So we go properties, right-click this one, properties. Let's pull up these two properties next to each other. How do I double property it up? There we go. So Scotland sequence properties and Scotland sequence better properties, right? This one's the better one. That one's the previous one. Previous one, if we go to general, it's 42.7 megabytes, but this Scotland better is 84.3. Double, right? And that's because it's better quality. Overall, that right there is the best export settings you guys can pretty much use in Adobe Premiere Pro. That one right there is 10 out of 10. Obviously, if we press Control M, we see that, there was obviously the high quality 2160. That's 4K. Right, so if your project's 4K, you use that one. If your project's 720p, use that one. Overall, guys, that right there is done and dusted. The best possible export settings you can get in Adobe Premiere Pro for MP4 based on, evidenced by the fact that the first one's 42.7 megabytes and the second one 84.3. Try upload that one to Instagram. Guarantee it looks better than the person who uploaded the video below your post. I guarantee it because they didn't use these export settings. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let's keep cracking with the export settings of Adobe Premiere Pro. Control S, go ahead and save that. And keep cracking with the section. Let's eat it up. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Let's just solidify this. Let's bring it home. Let's take it all the way. I want to go ahead and export a couple more things at maximum quality, guys, so we can actually just go ahead and affirm everything is stuck in your brain and that we're all good, all right? So this one right here is the one I want to export. Oh, very, very simple. It's the Scotland edit hidden inside the computer. Remember how we did this? We threw it in there. We superimposed it on. Superimposed ain't really the right word, to be honest. But pretty much, this is a, let me just mute this while I play this. This is the Scotland edit in a computer, right? Should be more or less the exact same way to export this. However, we remember that if we go to export settings, this is 4K. So we're going to be using slightly different presets. So what I want to do is I want to create the selection first, right? So let's go to the end. Let's press O, which finishes it, right? Caps it out. Let's also unmute it so we can play the audio. And we've now selected our sequence. Perfect. Awesome. We've made our selection. Now let's press Control M to pop up the export settings right here, just like we have. Amazing. And we notice down here it's 3840 by 2160. Now, the actual export setting goes off of the height. So if we go here to preset, we see it says 2160 high quality. And I just want to go ahead and show you guys. Look at the estimated file size, right? 44 megabytes. When we actually go to match source high bitrate and we actually go to high quality 1080p, it instantly goes to 86. Now, 88 would be double, technically, but 86 is 2 megabytes below. It basically just doubled in front of our eyes because the high quality 1080p, and we haven't even selected high quality 2160p. So that just went to 340. 343 megabytes from 40 megabytes. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Literally massive increase. Then we take render at maximum depth and use maximum render quality. Just like that. We then go here to output name. We select where it goes to. Green screen doctor computer. That's just the default file name. We're going to go ahead and call this computer watching Scotland edit. Very nice and literal title. And then we go ahead and press export. And just like that, that's going to do its thing and export. Now, it might take a second for sure. It could take a second based on the fact that this is 4K. You know, it could be a little bit more. And, yeah, it'll take a second to export. But it is what it is. Of course, it's going to take a second to export. 4K, we let it do its thing, and just like that, we have essentially exported in 4K, and we're basically smashing it. So that right there is the exercise done and dusted. We're going to have to watch this in a second, see what the quality's looking like, and basically see what we've done. So let's keep cracking. let it do its thing. It's taken a little bit of time, definitely. It's 100% taken a little bit of time, and we're patient. It doesn't matter. It might take a little bit of time for somebody that's impatient. It could be a problem. For us, we're patient. We sit here. We keep pushing. A huge part of the editing process, guys, is waiting for your projects to finish rendering. Believe me, I've been editing projects, 3D stuff even, since I was a kid. Very young, like 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old. And I really was not using good equipment back then. I had a little Acer laptop. It was very slow, definitely not built for Cinema 4D, which is what I was using back then. And, I used to literally sit through 3-day-long renders. And if you think I'm exaggerating, believe me, I love exaggerating. That ain't an exaggeration right there. I would set my laptop up for 3 days, and it would do the export, and it was literally hell. Now, you can see right there, 45 seconds really don't seem like much when you know that someone sat through a 3-day export. And believe me, I'm that person. So let's let it do its thing. 44 seconds. Perfect time to take a sip of water, to walk the dog, take a stretch. You've been sat down for a little while, putting that work in. We appreciate you. Go ahead and do a little bit of stretches. No one's gonna hate you for it. Do a couple stretches, touch your toes. 38 seconds remaining on the render. I'm taking a sip of water. And more or less, that right there is evidence of the 4K export time. 4K is definitely going to take longer. And also, this is an animation, right, at the end of the day. So also, it's got to figure out the effect of the green screen, right? There's an active effect going on, even though we don't see anything. It's not some crazy explosions or anything like that. There's an active effect going on right there with the Ultra key that, remember, we added to at the end of the advanced section where we put the Ultra key on. Very, very simple to get rid of that green screen right there. It was, very, very easy indeed. So by far the easiest green screen. I had to give you guys a more complex example after that based on the fact that it was literally too easy. But overall, very, very simple, and we've been able to put a real video onto what is looking like a combination of fake ones. So it's looking like this green screen here has a green screen over the laptop, but then it's looking like this is a green screen for the guy as well who made the green screen. So this is a normal table with a bunch of stuff, but then a green screen behind it, and he's put this kind of weird science-y, doctory skeleton thing going down, right? So I don't even necessarily know why I chose this as the as the piece to give you guys, but overall, it was chosen, it was given to you guys, and we got 5 seconds on the render. 4, 3, 2, 1. Done and dusted. Let it do its encode thing for a couple seconds, and you've just sat through a live 4K render, green screen, Doctor Computer 4K, perfect. We've used the export settings, the absolute maximum quality. We've rendered what is pretty much a 30-second sequence, and it is 343 megabytes, 10 out of 10 quality, looking real good, looking real pristine. And basically, that's it. We just got to wait for it to finish the export, and we already know the drill. It'll pop up down here. It's already starting to write itself. We can kind of rest assured that the 4K will probably take a second, right? There it is. It's sitting there, 343, but it hasn't fully created itself because there's another file here. So I'm not going to click it yet. Just like that, it's figured itself out. Press Control-S, save it, and we can actually go ahead and open up the export. And boom, just like that, we have actually exported 4K. I'm going to go ahead and just drop that audio down a fair bit, right? 4K, it's on the computer. He's typing away. It's looking like a high quality. It's got the reflection, everything. Overall, looking really good. And remember, we've put this together very, very simply using an Ultra key to key out the computer. We've put the Scotland edit in, thrown it on there, lined it up as best we could. And just like that, we've created the illusion that this guy is watching our Scotland edit with a beautiful masking transition right there. And overall, that guys is done and dusted. The 4K render export settings, done and dusted. Phenomenal exercise. Let's keep on cracking. We're about to finish export settings up. And then we got a crazy bonus section coming up. Hours of real live projects. That's going to be very interesting for you guys. And I'll see you there. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We're going to wrap this bad boy up with a special example, a special exercise. Overall, I want to get that green screen. We had a green screen floating around. I don't necessarily know where it went to. The green screen of me, right? Scotland edit. I forget how we were putting that whole thing together. There it is. There I am. Wonderful. Now, imagine if I just wanted me. I did not want anything below me. I literally just wanted me with a transparent background. Say we bring this over and we just want me with a transparent background, doing my thing, looking around. Let's go ahead, go past here, look around. Amazing. And pretty much say I just wanted me kind of looking at the screen being goofy. And pretty much I wanted to isolate myself with a transparent background so that we could export this and then bring it in onto other sequences. Very simple. I'm going to break it down to you guys. So first off, we would line everything up, right? So what I want to do is I just want to increase the size of me a little bit and just bring myself over there into the middle a little bit so that I'm full screen. I'm looking around. I have no clue what the hell I'm doing. I'm literally coughing. Hopefully, I didn't have any disease at this time, but I'm pretty sure I was just testing to make sure the green screen was looking good. Looking around, making sure everything's good. So say I want 20 seconds of this, right? Perfect. Wonderful. Come over here. Let's press O. End it at the 20-second timeline, and we just want me. Very simple, but there's a couple technicalities, and it's actually a different file format that we're going to use. So first off, let's go ahead and press Control-M, which is going to pop up our export settings, and I want to showcase format. I want to bring you guys from H.264, I want to bring you actually down to QuickTime. Once you click QuickTime, this is basically a format that can be a little bit more moldable, right? Then what I want you to do is I want you to come down here to Video Codec. Click, it will be by default be on Apple ProRes 422HQ, and I want you to just select Animation. Animation is the preset that enables you to then scroll down here further and click 8 BPC plus Alpha. Alpha is what you want to look for. Alpha channel. The alpha channel basically means that this shit right here, the black, it goes away. The darkness goes away, and basically we just have the character who we want to focus in on. And as well, we could literally do those same things where we render at maximum depth and use maximum render quality. The preset doesn't necessarily matter so much up here. And then we make sure 8 BPC alpha. Click here, and we go ahead and title this one Transparent Jack. Just like that, and we press export. And this will take a second because it's transparent. It's a little bit more complex than a normal layer. It's got to figure out a little bit more, right? So expect it to take a second for a 30-second sequence. This is actually going kind of quick from what I expected, but pretty much now that we've done this, we are actually going to get a file that is 100% with a transparent background, which means when we do a test in a minute and we import our transparent background Jack, and we import it into a project, put a totally different background behind it, and start playing the video, you'll notice that there will be no background attached to me, and it will basically just be me on the screen superimposed over whatever background we decide that we want. And it literally can be as simple as just getting something off of Google Images. I mean, like, literally, I'm actually just going to live, while it's exporting right there, I'm just going to get an image off of Google Images. Let's go ahead and call it a mountaintop, right? Mountaintop background. By the way, this is a good shout of how to get just random stock images. That's finished. Wonderful. And we get the mountaintop background. I'm going to right-click it. I'm going to go Save Image As, and I'm going to save it. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and drag that over here to my exports folder. Drag it here, right? Wonderful. And then I'm actually going to go into, it's finished, press Control-S, save. Wonderful. I'm going to go over here to my folder. I'm going to drag in the background, the mountain background, and I'm going to drag the mountain background down here to make a brand new sequence out of it. Wonderful. I'm going to go to sequence settings. It's on 26 by 1080. All right, whatever. I'll leave that. Then I'm going to go here to exports. I'm going to get transparent Jack, which because it is a transparent background, you're not going to be able to just play it right here, right? Because it's mauve. All right. Now, look at the file size. Animations by nature have massive file sizes, so just be wary about that. But when we drag and drop it in, you notice that there is no limit to it. There's no background. Jack, the transparent Jack, just gets superimposed over this background, and now we can press spacebar to play. And just like that, there I am. No background. We did not have to green screen anything. You just exported with a transparent background based on the fact that we green screened myself out. I'm coughing. I'm dying. I'm sticking my tongue out. This was a weird day. I'm not too sure what was. Yep, this was a weird day right here. But at the end of the day, we are back to it. And we've pretty much just done this very nicely. And you know what I could do is looking like I'm a little bit over to the right so I could bring myself over a little bit. And then we know what to do. We Control-M. Go ahead and pop up our render settings. Go to H.264. Wonderful, sweet, looking great. What we can go here is we can actually go down here to actually pay attention to the width, because that'll make it 1080p, right? So 2650 by 1080, wonderful. Go here, put HD 1080p. However, that'll lock it to that. So 2650, is that what he said? 2650 or 2150? I've literally just forgotten what the hell the sequence is. 2560, wonderful. Press Control M. Go ahead and turn that to high quality 1080. Boom. The invalid frame size for this level. Please lower the video bounds. Blah 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 blah. All right, you know what? Whatever. No 10 out of 10 high quality. Just press Control M. Skip the preset step because this is a weird size. Now, if we wanted to fix that, we could literally go here and just make it 1920. All right, you know what? Just for the sake of it, 1920. Wonderful. Beautiful. Control M. Load that up right there. Go here. Go to high quality 1080p. Scroll down. Render at maximum depth and render maximum quality. Easy peasy. Go here and call this one Jack on a Mountain Top. Wonderful. Very, very, very nice name. Go ahead and press export. And just like that, guys, we have exported. Well, what we've done is we've exported something with a transparent background. We found a better background that we wanted to superimpose. We've put the exported transparent background me over the false artificial background that we wanted to superimpose. And now we're exporting both of those entities as one video file that is done, dusted, and basically concocted through the use of various different exports and also just various different techniques available to you in Adobe Premiere Pro. Very versatile program. You can pretty much do anything you put your mind to. If you can figure out how to do it, it's doable. We go over here, we go to export, and we're going to find the good old-fashioned Jack on a Mountaintop clip. And just like that, guys, I've been superimposed into a mountaintop. I'm looking around. The mountain's moving. Amazing. And we've been able to do this very simply, as you've just watched me do, and you've probably just done along with me and done yourself. So, without further ado, we're done and dusted with the export settings. Very cool. We exported a fair few different things. Combined stuff. Exported green screens, both artificial and real. Created new scenes. Exported in high quality. Exported screenshots. Overall, done and dusted with the export settings, guys. We're going to keep cracking with the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course based on the massive bonus section we have coming up next. That right there, by the way, I've taught you all the basics. I've taught you all the stuff. Now I'm going to show you guys how I personally utilize all of these skills, air quotes, in the field when I'm out there putting projects together. I'll see you guys over in the bonus section. We're getting right into it right now. Let's go. What's going on, everybody? My name is Jack. Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Congratulations, you've done and dusted the meat of the thing. This one right here is going to be more hands-on, more raw. Basically, let me walk you through what I'm going to do. We're going to do a whole bunch of full-length projects. We're going to build stuff from scratch together. I haven't necessarily assembled all the resources in one place, but we will. So everything we use in this video will be downloadable as per usual. However, I'm doing it all from scratch, guys, so I haven't planned everything out, which means I've got three main pieces for you, a voiceover, some music, and a sound effect. However, we're going to be jumping throughout my computer and gathering footage from different folders and stuff because, you know, I've got my stuff all over the place, but everything I use, I will overall curate for you guys and put in the download. So, bonus section, video intro. Video intro is basically a short introduction to who you are. I'm a freelancer. Having a quick little introduction to send to clients has been very useful for me over the years, and it's something that's helped with conversions. So, let's break down how we would summarize ourselves in probably like a 20-second video intro. And all I've given you guys is a voiceover. So basically, we're going to take this voiceover of me summarizing who I am, what I can offer to the client, and we're going to find visuals that represent what I'm saying, visual representation, if you will, and basically we're going to edit that whole thing up. So first off, I'm noticing that down here, stuff's a little bit all over the place. Let me just make a folder here called overlays, boom. I just want to organize everything here, bring those into, there was a folder called assets, maybe, I guess it was, yeah, whatever, assets, audio prod, I'll put that in, sudden impact 2. That's actually about to be used by us. So I'm going to go ahead and call this one right here. Video intro bonus. Amazing. Video intro bonus. You know what I'm doing. I'm going to drag sudden impact into it. You guys already have sudden impact, but get sudden impact, monologue, and the Jack Cole voiceover. Let's drag that into our video intro bonus section. Wonderful. All right. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to take the Jack Cole voiceover, drag it down here so we make a brand new composition, brand new sequence, and it instantly creates it out of my voiceover. Wonderful. Now let's play this voice and let's just listen roughly to what I say so we can start gathering visuals to go over the top.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. You can catch me around town with the camera or in the club shooting up an after movie. But whatever I'm doing, I'm making some content and I'm bringing you guys with me. Let's get to it.
Wonderful. So basic voiceover. First thing I can see that we can do right here is just trim it right there at the end. So what do I say? I say,
let's get to it.
Boom. Trim that right there, maybe even a little bit before, just so it's nice and concise. We don't need that end bit on the end. And then let's go ahead and press Control S. Everything we do, we save it. Let's go to the beginning. Let's see if it needs just shortening.
What's up, people?
Looks like it could maybe do with we'll leave it there. I think it's all right. Now let's get our song. Let's line our song up. ES monologue, right? It's looking like the drop's there, but the voice starts here. So first off, let's literally just make an incision, and let's bring the drop over here so that roughly it starts at the point that we'd want it. Let's go over one frame, see if that's right. Yes, wonderful. Drag that here, and now if we play this, this should start at the exact time.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it.
Wonderful. Obviously, it's way too loud, so let's drop it to 20. Let's see what 20 sounds like, all right?
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video.
Pretty good indeed. Now, on top of that, what we could probably do is maybe even go up here, remember, to audio, and let's literally just go ahead here to edit. Go ahead and select that as dialogue, and let's literally just get this and get our balanced male voice on there. Boom.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small.
Cool.
I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. You can catch me around town with the camera or in the club shooting up an after movie. But
perfect. So I'm thinking that sounded pretty
whatever
good.
I'm doing,
that sounded pretty good around, let's just say around like 6. Dynamics clarity 6. All right, so we've tweaked the audio section a little bit. So we've got overall our audio sounded pretty good. Now, if we click this and select it on music, go for a preset, and balanced background music could be something. Let's try it. Let's see what it's sounding like.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it.
And I think what we're going to have to go ahead and do is jump back to editing and just try and set that to normal and see what it sounds like with the balanced background voice without us decreasing it.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. You can catch me around town with the camera or in the club shooting up an after movie. But whatever I'm doing, I'm making some content and I'm bringing you guys with me. Let's get to it.
Amazing. So that sounded pretty good right there. I think that's the foundation of what we can start building upon. So let's listen to what I say. Let's think about what visuals do we start to need. Or in fact, you know what we could do? We could just complete the sound design quick, bring our sudden impact here, and just, you know what I'm going to do? Exactly. Standard tactic of just ending that on the absolute drop. Bring that over here, drag those over, and chop it right there and see what it's sounding like.
Let's get to it.
Perfect. So we've built the sound design perfectly. We can press O to end our selection right there. In at the start, O at the end. Very, very simple. And pretty much we've done the audio section. So all of our layers down here, our audio layers are more or less done and dusted right now. Maybe we do some more sound design. Maybe we don't. Now, what I want to do is I want to play this. I want to think about what visuals I need.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small.
So I think I need some footage of me. Wonderful. So now comes the hunt, if you will, guys. Everything that I give you, I'm going to load up 2 folders. The one on the right-hand side will be the actual folder that all of our resources in, right? So right now, you guys already have those. And the folder on the right is going to be, let's have a look. Just looking like I'm just going to have to go ahead and load up the same folder and then navigate to our footage drive. Now, I have a footage drive for situations like this. We got 2 folders on the screen. That's ours. this is going to be the one that we find stuff in. So cool. I'm going to go over here to my record drive, and I'm going to go to footage drive. We got a bunch of stuff. Now, I offload stuff every now and then into the cloud. However, today we're just going to be digging through the folder, seeing what we can go ahead and find. So I'm talking about myself right away, right? So what I want is I want some footage of myself. I know that this one right here is like a photo shoot. Maybe we could use something like this. So what I might do is I might go ahead and bring this in. Or what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to give it to you guys. Actually, first, let me drag it over here. Everything I put here, it is going to be downloadable for you guys, all right? And now I'm going to import this. I'm going to right-click it, and I'm going to go to unlink. I'm going to take it off. Now, this is only going to be square, right? So we're actually going to have to do something here for a split sec. We're just going to have to chop it where I actually start setting stuff up, and then just scale it in a little bit, right? Now, I know the scale in, we've lost some quality. However, for the sake of this being quite quick, I think it might be doable. So let's hear what I'm saying.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video.
Interesting. So this is all right. I think the bit that I like is the hands.
Small.
There we go. So maybe something like that.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small.
Interesting. So it goes a little bit too quick, too fast. There we go.
Small.
So let's go ahead and play this. We might actually have to just do a zoom out as well. So I'm going to keyframe it here. Keyframe, drag those to the absolute end, and just pop that on 192 and scale it up and over a little bit, right?
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance.
There we go.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small.
Perfect. And remember, what we could do is we've chopped that out. Nice. We've selected a nice little bit of that, and we've done a loose keyframe animation coming out. Now, we're going to be able to blend all these together with some overlays over the top, all right? And some color correction, color grade, everything. Perfect. So we've got one. We got the photo shoot. We've dragged it over. Amazing. I'm a freelance video editor is what I was saying. So ideally, we need to find some content of me at the desk with the laptop, something like that. Now, that right there is footage that is not quite... I don't have loads and loads and loads of it, but I guarantee I got some of it. Connecting camera to computer. This is why you build up a healthy catalog, realistically, guys, of stock footage, essentially, that I've shot over the sort of years, if you will. And I'm just looking through here. Which one's probably going to be the best? I've got this PC right here, right? Let's have a look at what footage are we looking at? What's looking good? So that's just connecting that. Wonderful. This is computer stuff. Probably not what I'm after. I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is maybe connecting the camera to the computer. This could be got the razor blade right there. Something where you could see me. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm going to drag that over here, give that to you guys, and we're just going to go ahead and import that and drag it up here so that the audio layer doesn't screw anything over. Right-click it, unlink, delete, and drag this one over right here. Now, here, we're going to scroll along.
I am a freelance video editor.
There. Right about there when it looks like I'm using the computer. We're going to press C, chop this down, delete that, push it over. Oh, drag it manually because it was bringing over the sound effects. Awesome. Now, we are going to go ahead and have a slight keyframe animation in. So let's go ahead and tap the scale. Let's tap the position, and let's play this until we want to have it off the screen, which is where we'll do the second keyframe animation.
Small. I am a freelance video editor.
Perfect. Right about there. So I'm actually going to probably do like a 110 and maybe bring it over a little bit right there and maybe like there. Awesome. So we just got colors going on. Then I got C, chop that down, easy peasy. Come to the beginning, press Control S. Let's play through what we got so far.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producer.
Perfect. Looking pretty cool. Not looking too bad at all. Now, what I might go ahead and try and do is maybe have that go on for a little bit longer. Let's have a look at what it looks like if it goes to that speedy version.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor. Freelance video
editor.
Videographer.
Interesting. So let's play.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTube.
Video editor, videographer, Amazing. So I think I am going to go ahead and have it go on for a little bit longer. Chop it there. I'm saying videographer next, so I'm pretty sure I know some good stuff that we can do. We got plenty of filming stuff. That's for absolute sure. So it's just a matter of getting the best stuff. Let's come back here to footage drive. Let's scroll through. I'm trying to think, which one shall I give you guys? You know what I might go ahead and do is I might go ahead and get some stuff from Rotterdam again. But we've already done some Rotterdam stuff, haven't we? So you know what? Maybe we go ahead and get the river path. Some river path footage. You see, guys, I got pretty much footage for every different scenario. If you got a scenario, I got footage for it. Let's have a look. Let's double click this clip, see what it's looking like. There we go. Freelance videographer. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Click that. Bring it over here. Paste it into our folder here. So you guys got it too now. Amazing. Let's drag that over here to Premiere. Drag it up a couple so the audio doesn't kill it. And this one right here, I believe, is 120 frames. Yes, 120 frames. So what we can do is we can actually right-click this. Or you know what we should do? We should load it up here. Let's find the starting point that we want. Probably this point right here when the actual, when it starts coming out, right? You see how it comes out like that? That's looking pretty cool. I like that. However, what we can do is we can actually go ahead and drag that in. Right-click, go to speed and duration, and drop that to 25.
Videographer and YouTuber producer.
What that's going to do right there is enable us to have slow motion. So we've now got a slow-mo shot coming out.
Videographer and YouTuber.
And YouTuber.
Videographer and YouTuber.
And YouTuber. All right, cool. So maybe I want just 50%, right? Just 50%, I think.
Videographer and YouTuber.
YouTuber. So I'm saying videographer and YouTuber. I think for the YouTuber, for when I say YouTuber, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have some more footage of me rolling around with the camera, I think. So you know what I might go ahead and do is I might go B-roll, and I might actually have a look at the cheap stabilizer. Shot some real good footage of this cheap stabilizer ages ago. But the footage turned out great. The stabilizer wasn't so 10 out of 10, but the actual footage itself turned out pretty good. I'll show you, right? So nice and close up. Here you go. This one right here, I think that right there could be some pretty nice footage right there. Wonderful. Ideal. Wonderful. So again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up the folder for you guys. I'm giving you guys plenty of resources right now. I'm going to drag it over. Let's get a copy, and we're simply going to import that into our Adobe Premiere Pro. Somehow it threw itself into advanced. Happens. You know what I mean? Video intro. There we go. Double click it. Load it up. I'm going to skip over to probably right around here. Press I for the in point, and we're just going to go ahead and drag the video only. And also, I think this is 4K, so let's right-click it, and let's press Set to Frame. Wonderful. Now let's come back here, and first off, also, we're looking like I could see a situation which is going to happen, which is we are going to have to get a whole bunch of color correction going on to blend stuff. But that's no problem. Let's keep playing.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. You can catch me around town with the camera.
I said you can catch me around town with the camera. Okay. Now let's come back. I'll tell you guys, you know, one professional videographer, he keeps one footage drive, but me, I'm a whole nother level. I keep two. So we come over here. I'm going to consult footage drive number 2 now for you guys. All right. I'm going to get some car clips, having a look. I'm pretty sure these are just my side. Don't believe I've downloaded the other ones. Not a problem. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually probably just going to go ahead and leave these alone for a minute right here based on the fact that I don't have any third-person footage of me. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to just consult more editing contest footage. The editing contest footage is me. So I'm looking through. I know we got some good stuff. I'm just trying to think what I actually want to give you guys, right? Catch me rolling around town with the camera is what I was saying. So let's have a look if we can find something decent. That's Luke right there. There we go. Let's have a look at the BTS right here. So what we've got is a music video behind the scenes, and we can actually take something nice from this. So let's have a look. I'll tell you what we want to do. Maybe this one right here.
Holy shit.
different pose. Instead of
there we go. Wonderful. Drag that over. Some foresty clips. Some foresty clips sounds pretty good. Drag that over into Premiere. Again, drag that into video intro bonus. Load this one up. Scroll over. Perfect. Probably around there.
that looks kind of sick when you're crouched.
There we go. Drag that in. Amazing. And keep playing.
You can catch me around town with the camera or
In the club. Amazing. Press C. Chop that down. Easy peasy. The club. Super easy footage. Jump back over here. Footage. Let's go ahead and jump back to our footage drive. Number 1. Record drive, if you will. Footage drive. And what we can go ahead and do is have a scroll through, see which footage is probably gonna be best for us. But you know what I'm thinking? I think we might have to. 2 seconds. I think what I might have to do is I might have to bring through some footage from my Dropbox, guys. See? Sometimes I've got a lot of footage. All right, I've got a lot of footage. There's no two ways around it. There's a lot of footage floating around, so I'm having to jump over to Dropbox. Remember, I'm giving it to you guys anyways. These are the raw projects right here. This is what a project would look like for you guys. I'm going to go over to Nightlife. Probably going to go ahead and select New Year's 2018. It was a good year, New Year's 2018. Partying it up big time. And I'm scrolling through. Let's find some first-person footage. Some third-person, if you will. Third-person, first-person. Same thing. Scroll on through. I think what I got to do actually is I got to find some behind the scenes. Let's have a look. Behind the scenes. Casa New Year's Eve. There we go. And I want to go ahead and find a nice third-person clip. Boom, something like that. Let's go ahead and download that clip right there. Amazing. It's going to download real quick, and you guys know exactly what I'm going to do. As soon as it's downloaded, I'm going to drag it into the folder. Drag it here. And you guys know that because you would have already downloaded it from the resources. And then I'm simply going to go ahead and drag it into good old-fashioned the windows up here. And we can actually go ahead and just... that's me right there, obviously filming. I want to wait for that to drop and I actually start... Oh, there we go. Boom. Perfect. So probably right around there. There you go. That's looking good. That's looking good indeed. Then we could simply grab the video, bring it in, play it.
club shooting up an after movie, but whatever I'm doing,
I'm making some content out of it. I think that's what I'm about to say next. So we chop that there, press Control S, go ahead and save that down. And then what I want to do is literally just find some video of me walking with the camera, and I'm talking to the camera, exactly. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go along. This sounds pretty good.
Location. Hut. And we're going to keep killing
having a look.
his face along with another LED.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to find a good establishing shot of me talking to the camera, basically. There you go. Wonderful. So, again, I'm just going to drag that over. Perfect. Drag that down into video intro bonus. Double-click it. Load it up. Probably go to right around here where there's motion because it's just interesting. Press I, in point. Go here. We're going to have to right-click, press set to frame. It looks like that's 720p somehow.
I'm making some content and I'm bringing you guys with me.
There we go. What am I doing here? Boom. Chop that down. Bring that over here.
I'm making some content and I'm bringing you guys
before my hand goes down, maybe like there. Drag that over. Drag that there. Just position it time-wise.
movie, but whatever I'm doing, I'm making some content and I'm bringing you guys with me.
There you go. You guys with me. We could chop to something else now. Go ahead and boom. Get the first person. Let's have a look at what that is. That's just a picture. I think some more content from this one just because that was pretty short. Drag that over and drag that into video intro. BTS. Nice. Probably the shot moving over. Amazing. Boom. Drag that there. Chop that down. Easy peasy. Press Control S. Go ahead and save that. And we can go back to the beginning, have a look at what we built. This is the skeleton, what I like to call here. We still need to color grade, and we still need to tie everything together with some overlays and some transitions. Let's play it. Let's see our loose cut, our rough cut, if you will.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. You can catch me around town with the camera or in the club shooting up an after movie. But whatever I'm doing, I'm making some content and I'm bringing you guys with me. Let's get to it.
Perfect. Just like that, we did it big. Now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to go ahead and get our premium glitches. Where are those 10 out of 10s? I'm not gonna lie. Go ahead and bring that advanced effects down. Get these clips right here. Drag those into video intro bonus. Amazing. And we can go ahead and hit up the overlays. MLT13, whatever. These overlays, those overlays are cool right there. Let me have a look. I think these are the ones that I want right here. No. I think the other ones are actually nicer. Going back and forth, standard. You know how it is. There we go. So let's go ahead and actually bring that on the most overexposed bit. That right there. Start it right there and drag it in. And basically, the reason I'm doing that is because I want this to start off with kind of like a glitchiness. And every time we bring one in, we have to click it, go to blend mode, go to screen.
What's up, people?
And just like that, we've got pretty cool effect going on. And then we could simply drag this one over here. Drag it above. Remember, we go to find the point of biggest brightness because that's the point where we can safely transition. We turn it to screen, we chop it in the middle, and we bring it over to lock it right there. Then we go ahead and get the next one. We drag it in. We literally scroll over in it until it's at a point which is kind of peaking, essentially. And then again, we just chop it down. We drag it over. Bada bing, bada boom. Bob's your uncle. Nothing hard about it at all. We get the next one. We bring it over, we chop it down, or I think probably that's maybe where it is, something like that. Again, we bring it over, we go to screen, we chop it, we bring that there. And then we go ahead and play and we see what everything's looking like just before we start continuing, right?
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. You can catch me around town with the camera or in the club shooting up an after movie.
Amazing. So I'm going to double click the next one. Go ahead and play that over. Perfect. Start it right there. Drag it over. Oh, see? That's why you got to be careful that you're not importing it too high because it'll go ahead and chop down your other audio. And that's the point that we want right there. Perfect. Screen. Bring that over. Get the next one, bring it in. Most of these are they're all very similar, right? So you can kind of just chop and change, but you just want stuff to be basically happening on the screen so fast
or in the club shooting up.
You can't necessarily tell what's going down. Now, some of these are faster than others, some of these are slower than others, but overall, you can't really go wrong with throwing them over the top of these sort of hard cut changes, because the hard cut changes,
I'm making some content and I'm bringing
hard cut changes are stuff that ideally we want to disguise, right? It's not 100% deal breaker 1000%, but overall the hard cuts, if we can basically distract people and not let them realize that there was such a hard cut right there, it's going to increase the experience of the video 100%. So that right there is everything sound designed up to a milli. Everything's looking good. Let me have a look.
Let's get to it. Get to it.
Perfect. Looking good. And now we can come back to the beginning. You know what we can actually go ahead and do is just bring this stuff down a layer, because it doesn't actually need to be up. The only reason it was up there was because we were trying to make sure we didn't overlay the audios. However, bring everything down just like that. And you know what we can go ahead and do is we can actually go here and we can type in adjustment layer, and we can get our adjustment layer, and adjustment layer can be reused a bunch. And you know
what's up, people?
We can actually go up here to color, and we can actually go up here to creative, and we could try a couple of these presets, right? Just to have an overarching feel to it, if you will, right? Just for the sake of having one of these presets, maybe we just use a Fuji. I'm not really feeling any of these Fujis so far, that's for sure. Mess with it a little bit, see what we can do. The monochrome definitely isn't the look. Maybe we lay off of it and maybe we do our own. But we definitely have to color correct some stuff, because obviously something like this right here is in dire need of, for example, some contrast, and also it needs the highlights leveled out a little bit, right? However, that is not what's needed for the next section, right? So basically it's going to be a little bit of color grading now. Let's go ahead and give it a try.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor.
So that run there, that's needing some maybe, I'm not going to lie, some contrast, or you know what, maybe even some fade to film. Because that's so this is going to be kind of tricky. This is going to be kind of tricky. There's no two ways around it. What I'm probably going to go ahead and do is literally just get everything, get a look, and add a look to everything right away, just so we have a nice clean base level to everything, right? That's too much, 100%. What I'm going to go ahead and do is probably go ahead and browse and actually just get one of our LUTs, right? So if I come over here, we get the LUT pack, right? We got all these ones right here. Let's just try different stuff. We got the Captain Crunch, not looking phenomenal. Teenage Dream, not looking phenomenal. Old Town Road, not looking phenomenal. But also what I'm thinking we might have to do is probably jump over here and Ice Ice Baby looking okay. However,
What's up, people? My name's
it's about making all of our scenes look more or less similar. So if Ice Ice Baby looks good on one, but looks really bad on the others, then we've got a problem, essentially. And all of these are very different scenes. Ice Ice Baby really promotes the blacks a lot. So what we want to do is we want to bring out the lights, isn't it? You know what I mean? You see how here we have the blacks turned all the way up, and it kind of overpowers the image because it sucks us in a little bit much. Midnight, what's
up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing
this scene right here is going to be a big problem for us. I think what we're going to have to go ahead and do is probably just manually try get this to where we want to be.
it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producer.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about Midnight for sure. You see, the color grade is something that's crucial, guys, because this paints it all, doesn't it? This paints the whole story. I think.
What's up, people? My name.
Rainbow could be something that's usable. Let's have a look on the zero.
Jack, we're doing it.
That's looking like we've gotten more. If we turn off Rainbow, we turn it on. More's come out of this. I'm thinking what we need from here is some more saturation when I look at it. Or maybe even, yeah, more saturation, a little bit more vibrance. Let's bring some more colors out of this one, basically. There we go.
Not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor.
Perfect. Now, although that was very relevant for the last scene, I don't think it's super relevant for this scene right here. I think what we got to do now, or it's looking like I did those adjustments on the actual thing itself by the looks of it. But we got Rainbow Road. What we could do here,
videographer and YouTuber producing.
And the videographer sort of section, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and turn that up on 1 at least.
And YouTuber.
And right here, this is looking cool. Maybe we turn the contrast up here now as well. So what I'm doing now is we have our adjustment layer over the top with the Rainbow Road, right? And I'm doing an individual color correction to each of these clips as we go through them. So when we now start playing this,
what's up, people? My name's Jack.
We have this scene right here, which is
we're doing it big, not
nicely
doing
it
small. I am a freelance video editor,
videographer. And you know what I might even do for this scene is I might even bring that you see, I might even bring that saturation down a little bit because that was looking
videographer and YouTuber producer.
This is looking nice right here. Maybe nope. No,
weekly content based around video production.
You know what? That actually might need to be a tiny bit up.
10 based around video production. You can catch me around.
Amazing. That's looking like the saturation needs to be down a little bit. There's no two.
Town with the camera, or
and maybe the contrast up a little bit. And you know what? Vibrance down a little bit.
In the club shooting.
There you go. Vibrance down.
Up an after movie, but whatever I'm doing, I'm making some content.
That's got to be vibrance-wise turned down a fair bit.
And I'm bringing you guys.
Perfect. Again, vibrance down a fair bit. The colors look a little bit more artificial.
Let's get to it.
Perfect. And I'll tell you what we got to do. We got to repeat this bad boy right here. Oh. I held Alt and I dragged this one all the way over. Now we can go here. We can drag that out to about there. Scroll into it. See where the brightest point is. It's already on screen. Chop it. Bring these down one and bring that here to the end. And right now, guys, what we've done is we have created a 10 out of 10 piece right here. There's no two ways around it. What I also might do is a couple zoom ins and zoom outs, right? So, for example,
videographer.
That's already got it right there. I think you know what we do. We go up here to sequence. We go to render into out. And basically, we just have a look if this right here is looking overall up to standard, basically. And if it is, then maybe we could do a couple finishing touches, and then we're pretty much done and dusted. Overall, guys, bonus section, kicking it off with a bang. I've given you guys everything that I used to build this. We constructed it. We figured out where stuff
What's
was.
up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. You can catch me around town with the camera or
That right there, we need a little bit more vibrance. There you go.
in the club shooting up an after movie. But whatever I'm doing, I'm making some content and I'm bringing you guys with me. Let's get to it.
And just like that, guys, that right there is how you put together a convincing video intro. If I sent that to a client, you guys think, A, I'm getting the job, B, they're not hiring me. I think A, I mean, like, I'm a little bit biased at the end of the day. I'm willing to concede that I am slightly biased towards myself. However, I want to watch that again because it was looking good. We're going to render into out. We're going to watch it one more time together. And
what's up, people? My name's Jack. We're doing it big, not doing it small. I am a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber producing weekly content based around video production. You can catch me around town with the camera or in the club shooting up an after movie. But whatever I'm doing, I'm making some content and I'm bringing you guys with me. Let's get to it.
Bum, ba-da-dum-dum-dum. And just like that, guys, that right there is our first exercise done and dusted in the bonus section. You know what, guys? We honestly have so much crazy stuff to get to. This bonus section is where we really hit everything home. I give you guys a whole bunch of live projects. You saw I was a little bit more ghetto on the ghetto side. I didn't have everything figured out beforehand. Because realistically, to plan every aspect of this, you guys saw I'm making some of it up as I go along. That's editing, right? You figure stuff out. So I realistically can't just plan everything 100% for you guys before. But I can give you guys all of the resources as we go along, just like I've done. So, bonus section, episode number 1, video intro, done and dusted. We got plenty to come. It's going to be a big section. See you guys in the next episode. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another episode of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. We are jumping into the bonus section, episode number 2, how to edit a YouTube video from scratch. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a full-time YouTuber, so I've got content here for you guys to download. And as per usual, I'm going to figure out all the other resources and give them to you as well, right? So download this from resources. Let's edit a YouTube video together. I've already imported it. Drag and drop it in. And let's drag it into the good old-fashioned brand new sequence button. Amazing. And let's go ahead and just play this and see what we're even looking at. What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back to another video. What's up, people? So it's looking like I'm just getting a little bit comfortable. I'm looking around. It looks like I probably don't even start till around there. The reason I'm able to figure that out is because I'm looking at the waveform. I'm looking at everything, and I can just basically just through experience, I know that that's probably where I start. So I delete everything here first and chop everything over, right? And then I just play it one more time just to finalize if everything is actually where I want it to start. What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Perfect. It is. Amazing. And now what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to start putting in my signature overlay stuff. I'm going to press Control-S just to save it. I'm going to jump over here to resources, and I'm actually going to go ahead and get the updated social media glitcher, which is an actual piece that I actually go ahead and incorporate. And I'm first off, I'm going to copy that over to the folder of resources. You guys will have already downloaded it. So go ahead and get updated social media glitcher and drag it in. If it doesn't make sense right away what it is, simply drag it to the line above and play for a second. What's up, people? My name's Jay. Amazing. It is basically just my Twitter, my Instagram, my Facebook, all that type of stuff. So scroll over till the animation is completed. And what we can go ahead and do is just put that down there in the corner. And also what we can go ahead and do is go over to effects and go ahead and type in drop shadow. Get the drop shadow, drag and drop that right there. And what I want you to do is I want to put the opacity on 100 and get the distance down a tiny little bit, and then press it and press Control-C, Control-V. That's going to go ahead and duplicate it. Go to the second one and just bump the softness up a little bit, right? So those two right there. Now, because we did that, we're going to get this effect. What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome. There we go. So my name's Jack. We should probably have it come in on the my name's Jack. Also, we can go ahead and delete these two introduction transitions. I'm not too sure how they even got on there. What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about amazing. Now, there's one final thing that I also might do, which is go ahead and I might honestly just, you know what? No. I think we're good. I think we're good. I'm going to leave everything how it is. Perfect. And I'm literally just going to keep playing, and I'm going to listen to what else I'm saying. In fact, I might even move that over a little bit just so it starts a bit quicker. Let's give it a play. Let's see what I'm saying.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse.
Amazing.
Why working for...
So right here, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and bring on something else. So what I actually might do is I might just bring that over all the way just so it starts there. And what I might want to do now is go over here to my graphics tab right here. Amazing. And I'm going to do a very, very simple animation following actually something we've used before. All right. So we used this angled title before together. And I think just for the sake of doing something that we've done before, just repeating it, get it in your brain, I'm going to go ahead and use it again. So I'm going to click on it, your title here. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and write, I'm going to listen to what I said and write the title out.
Why working for yourself is better or worse.
Why working for yourself is better or worse. Amazing. So I've said the title. All I have to click here is, should you work for yourself? Question mark. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and, should you work for yourself? Perfect. Should you work for yourself? Amazing. Now I'm going to go here. I'm actually just going to type in impact. Impact, nice font. We've all got it nice and bold. And overall, it stands out pretty nicely. Also, I'm going to go ahead and put a chop right here and a chop right here, which means I've sectioned off this bit here. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to type in Gaussian. And I'm going to get the Gaussian blur, drag that there, and put that up to 25. Repeat edges as well, and in fact I might even put it up to 35 or 45, you know what I mean, just so it nicely perfectly blurs everything out. Honestly, maybe even more like 101, just for the fun. All right, 101, that's just for the fun. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do, guys, is I'm actually going to go ahead and get our project library up, and I'm actually going to go ahead and get assets, right? Or it's not assets, is it? It's overlays. There we go. Perfect. Click these overlays. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and find, as part of the second overlay pack, I'm just going to find one of these ones right here. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and make sure that starts at the very beginning. Drag it over. And yep, you guessed right. I'm going to use one of these overlays to transition in between. So I'm going to turn it to screen. I'm going to chop it right there in the middle. Oh, amazing. Press Control S, save that. Be careful when we're working on these bigger projects. I'm going to drag that over there. I'm going to highlight it, hold Alt, and drag it all the way to the right, which means it's going to duplicate it. And then we're going to get an effect that looks a little bit something like this.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is
amazing, but it glitched out, and we got to drag that over. Again, we've clearly encountered a little bit of lag. Let it do itself. We got to make sure that this is not underneath it. Drag that over here. And what I also want to go ahead and do is quickly, this is going to majorly set the tone, is I want to just go ahead and get some actual sound, right? Some actual audio, right? So I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm just searching on my other window real quick, just trying to find a track real quick, and I have indeed. So I got this track for you guys. Bring it back, right? I'm going to go over here to tutorial, drag it there, looking good. We're going to import it. We could drag it straight down here to the timeline, all right? And I literally just want to go ahead and actually, you know what? Let's open it in our window here and scroll over and find the drop, because I want it to come in on the drop. Oh yeah, sounded good. Perfect. That is the drop right there. Press I, drag it down here, put it down there, and just like that, our song now is going to come in on the drop perfectly. So now what I don't want it to come in right away. I'm going to know that probably I want it to come in around -20. Wonderful. And probably around here, maybe it's -35. All right, so it sort of slowly fades in from a little bit of a background track all the way to the top. Let's play.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back.
And you know what? We actually might be able to just quickly try, right? Go up here to audio. Select these bad boys. Go up here to edit. Select dialogue. Get them. Balanced male voice. Click this. Select as music. Balanced background music. And let's just give it a play. See what these presets do if they work.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back.
Definitely not. Which means that we could have that balanced background music, but at the same time do a -20. and go ahead and animate that out ourselves, because at the end of the day, it's definitely looking like that was a little bit too loud. So we've done our own animation. Let's play this.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today,
It's looking like the balanced background is messing with it. So go to default, play it. It should be all good.
what's up, people? My
There
name's
you go.
Jack. Welcome
That's
back.
what I want to sound
Today,
like.
we're
Perfect.
talking about why working for yourself is
Obviously, we're playing this on full, so we're bound to get some lag. 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Let this figure itself out. If stuff freezes, just stop everything you're doing. Don't overload it. Because now that we're on a 4th quality, we should be able to play this nicely. Also, what I think I might have to do here is go ahead and turn this up 5. Because I think my microphone wasn't on the absolute loudest potential setting, right? So I'm literally just copy-pasting the number 5, putting it in the level so we're 5 decibels up. Let's play.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back.
Sounds good.
Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse.
And that's looking a little bit boring right there. I'm not going to lie. So what I might do is I might have a slight animation in. So it flies in, then animates in, right? So just something to make it a little bit more interesting.
We're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse. And I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction.
Amazing. Now there's also one crucial thing. The audio actually got lost on these somehow. So I'm literally just going to bring in just the audio because it helps to have a little audio element.
Going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction, and it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide.
You know what I'm also going to do? I'm also going to have a animation in on me. So it's animating in by 10 and then animating out by 10.
What's up, people?
There you go.
My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse. And I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction. And it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide, actually, for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better. Overall, I'm Jack, 21-year-old.
Perfect. Boom. Bring that over. Bring that in. And have this on maybe 120. Right? So it starts 120.
A whole bunch of different points in
and it
either
starts
direction.
zooming out.
It's basically
Zooming
up to
out.
you to take
Lovely.
a couple notes and decipher and decide, actually, for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better. Overall, I'm Jack.
Perfect. I start doing my little video intro, right? Amazing. About me, I'm going to drag and drop this in. Actually, I'm going to copy paste it. This is my little video intro, right? It's kind of similar to what we just made in the previous section. I'm going to drag this up here to the top. Wonderful. Bring it in. And we can drag and drop it in and start piecing it up.
I'm Jack, 21-year-old freelancer and entrepreneur.
Interesting. So I say a little bit of a different situation, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to go ahead and do this like this. Drag and drop these over. Hold Alt, drag them over. Amazing. Holding Alt obviously drags everything over and duplicates it. And let's see if this makes sense. This is a video intro, but it sounds like I said something a little bit different. So let's play. Let's see what it sounded like.
Better. Overall, I'm Jack, 21-year-old freelancer and entrepreneur overall. Freelancer is the main sort of stuff. Entrepreneur, working on a couple things on the side. And essentially, I've worked for myself more or less my entire life. There's 3 days that
Amazing. So I'm saying how I'm an entrepreneur, etc., stuff like that. That's great, but my video intro does not necessarily, it's not necessarily the thing that I need. And in fact, this is going to be very interesting right now, where I think, guys, I'm actually just going to go back one, and I'm actually going to open this up, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and I'm going to try and find what we did, the video intro bonus, right? And I'm actually just going to load up that video intro bonus right here. That Jack Cole voiceover is what the thing is titled as. But if I actually go over here to this edit here, and if I open this and actually just double click it, and if I actually just open this, if I drag and drop this, right about here maybe, right click it, unlink it from the audio, I think I can use this that we've just built together as my piece for here. So I'm being creative with the other thing we just made. Let's go ahead and play this, see what it looks like.
working for somebody else is better. Overall, I'm Jack, 21-year-old freelancer and entrepreneur overall. Freelancer is the main sort of stuff. Entrepreneur, working on a couple things on the side. And essentially, I've worked for myself more or less my entire life. There's 3 days that I worked in a coffee shop. The curator.
I'm remembering the name. That's hilarious. So let's go ahead and come back here as soon as I'm done.
3 days that I worked in a
Yep, probably right there. Amazing. Drag this over, and we're going to be able to easily exit the scene just like that. So Boom, chop that out. And now what I want to do, guys, is I want to watch this coherent piece together from the start. So let's start at the beginning. Let's watch up until 33 seconds and see what it's looking like. It should be shaping up nicely, and you can feel what's happening.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse. And I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction. And it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide, actually, for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better. Overall, I'm Jack, 21-year-old freelancer and entrepreneur overall. Freelancer is the main sort of stuff. Entrepreneur, working on a couple things on the side. And essentially, I've worked for myself more or less my entire life. There's 3 days that I worked in a coffee shop. The curator was the coffee shop, and it was a good 3 days. Overall, they could tell it wasn't really for me. They stopped inviting me, and they never even formally fired me. They just took me off the register. Worse than being They just took me off the register. Worse than being formally fired, probably, because they're like, fuck this kid. We're not even gonna tell him that he's not even coming in anymore. We're just
So then basically I start talking a whole bunch of stuff, spouting off some points, and basically at that point it more or less gets into the video, right? And I think probably after a couple more minutes, we keep listening to what I'm saying, and we see if there's any more visual representation I can add over the top.
Worse than being formally fired, probably, because they're like, fuck this kid. We're not even gonna tell him that he's not even coming in anymore. We're just gonna fucking leave him in limbo. And that's my working experience. So I'm gonna compare whether working for yourself, which is something I've done my entire life, is better or worse than working for somebody else. And I'm gonna compare it based on the fact that I'm gonna compare whether working for yourself, which is something.
I think this is a repeat right here. So I think just for the sake of a YouTube video, guys, we always want to get into the meat of it as quick as possible. So I think I'm deleting what I'm saying here and cutting.
I've done my entire life is better or worse than working for somebody else. And I'm going to compare it based on the fact that I'm going to talk about the stuff I've enjoyed, the benefits of working for yourself, and then compare those against what, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed if I had to bear with, doing somebody else's sort of schedule overall. Fulfilling what they wanted me to do. But working for yourself on the screen, let's tick.
Amazing. So that's way into it. Look at that. We chopped from 56 to 117. That right there is a solid, 30 seconds or something like that of content that we were able to clip out. And that's going to get into the point way quicker, right? So what we can do is we can bring that here, and we can go ahead and, again, actually just select both of those and go ahead. In fact, go ahead, hold shift, select both, hold alt. Bring them over. Wonderful. Easy peasy. Play. See what it's looking like.
And that's my working experience. So, but working for yourself on the screen, let's tick off a couple things. Is it better or worse? But work.
Amazing. So I can come here to where I say working for yourself, chop it down, and go ahead and play.
And that's my working experience. So, working for yourself on the screen, let's tick off a couple things. Is it better or worse? Right? Let's break down working for yourself first, because that's the one that I know. First off, you create your own schedule. It's 9 in the morning right now, and I wake up just out of pure habit of waking up early. I could easily wake up at 9 p.m. and be recording this video as well. So
now here's what I'm going to do. I can sense now that there's not going to be a whole lot more editing to be done, basically. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to bring this over here, and I'm just going to start repeating the background music. That's correct. Repeating the background music. At a certain point, what I do is I just literally come to where the track ends, and I put the track again coming in. However, we're going to go ahead and delete this, and it's just going to start at 35. So everything for the rest of the thing is going to be minus 35. And now it's literally a case of just duplicate a whole bunch of these tracks. So we just select the track, hold Alt, and we bring it to the end just like that. Then we select the track, we hold Alt, we bring it to the end. Select the track, we hold Alt, we bring it to the end. Select 2 tracks, hold Alt, we bring them to the end. We selected both, we put them there. And this is a 17-minute video, guys. So at the end of the day, throughout it, it's pretty much just, me talking about stuff. As you see, I'll scroll through, right? And it's just me going back and forth between this document right here and essentially just saying, is it, better to work a job or to not work a job, basically. And this is on my YouTube channel. Just type in Jack Cole to YouTube if you want to find this, and if you want to find out whether working a job is good for you or not. And at the end of the day, at the end right here, we pretty much finalize stuff up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have an outro via the last thumbnail for my channel.
No sweat.
I'll expect your resignation on Monday. Motherfucker, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Anyways, I lose my mind after talking for too long, so I'm out. Thank you guys for watching. Amazing. Now, at the end, what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to go ahead and get the social media glitcher. Press Control-C. Come here to the end. Press Control-V. Oh, make sure that V2, the layer above, is selected. Press Control-V. That's going to copy-paste it. Out. Thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day.
Like that.
Peace out. That was a lazy piece. See you later.
Amazing. And chop, chop, chop. Then what I want to go ahead and do is simply get the first one, the one that was actually very loud. Hold Alt, drag it to the end, turn off the adjustment, get that back to normal. And what I want to do is I want to simply get a thumbnail from the last project that I did. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go to Record Drive, and I'm going to go up to Graphic Design. And I'm going to go through my thumbnails. I'm just going to scroll it. I'm going to see which was the last video that I put up. I think it was this one, who won the film competition. So I'm literally just going to go ahead and drag and drop that over here. Drag that to the end, right? And what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to have a look at the time, 16:50:07, and I'm going to go to 17:10:07 because that would have been exactly 20 seconds. And the outro screen on YouTube is 20 seconds. So I put a graphic at the end for 20 seconds. I select 20 seconds of the song at full blast, which sounds like this. And I go ahead and I go back to my effects and I actually get Gaussian blur again, and I put a 25% Gaussian blur. And what I do is I put I put a link to this exact video on YouTube. So you have the in focus thumbnail linking to the actual video at the end on YouTube embedded, and then you've got the same thumbnail blurred out in the background. Overall, it makes for a nice effect. And then I literally just press Control-S. I usually come to the beginning and, you know, just brief stuff, maybe something like that. See what more I could actually add and stuff like that. So I think I'll go ahead and do that real quick. See if there's any more visual representation we could throw on at the beginning. Basically, that first minute, you want to make it lots happening to keep their attention. So let's see if we could do more.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better.
I see something we could do right away. We could make this text. Should you work for yourself? Let's go here. Let's get the dropper and get that blue. Get that blue, copy paste it. Should you work for yourself? Amazing, amazing, amazing. Click it. Is it absolutely centered? It's not. See, it wasn't even centered. We play it, or worse. And also, let's go ahead and turn this bad boy up a little bit more. Should you work for yourself? Amazing. Also, I see something I could do. This is going to be kind of interesting right here. I'm going to do it anyways just for the fun. Go to Footage Drive. Let's go ahead and get my my Cirque Manchester, I think, the parallax effect. I've got a little effect for you guys just for the fun of it. 4K particles. Go ahead and give you guys these, all right? Go over here to our resources. Download these. Obviously, you probably would have already. Get these 4K particles. Drag and drop them in. I'm just going to throw a little bit of a random detail on. A completely random detail. This is literally just to make a little bit more fun, if you will, right? If there's a little bit more going on, maybe it's looking cooler. And I'm going to get these 4K particles. I'm going to drag them. Or I'm actually going to select a smaller selection. I'm going to drag them here. I'm going to make them fit the screen fully. And then I'm also going to go here and I'm going to turn up the screen. And you know what I might even do? I might even go ahead and... you know what? Yeah, looking good. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get them. I'm going to drag them all the way down so that just the top left-hand corner is showing. And then I might even drop it down to 50% opacity. So now we should have a little bit more of a dynamic title sequence.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse.
Cool, kind of cool. However, there's one quick thing I want to do. I want to get them. I want to go to color. And I just want to go ahead and bump that blue all the way up. Make sure that there's no messing around. Get the curves. Get the blue all the way up. Red. Can we take the red out? There we go. Exactly. Oh, no. Get the blue. Encourage the blue. You know what? Encourage the green as well. I don't even mind. There you go.
And I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction. And it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide, actually, for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better. Overall, I'm Jack, 21-year-old freelancer and entrepreneur overall. Freelancer is the main sort of stuff. Entrepreneur, working on a couple things on the side. And essentially, I've worked for myself more or less my entire life. There's 3 days that I worked in a coffee shop. The curator was the coffee shop, and it was a good 3 days. Overall, they could tell it wasn't really for me.
And you know what I'm going to have to do here? I'm going to have to do that zoom in again. It's 135. Let's see how zoomed in that is. All right. At the end of it, maybe.
They stopped inviting
nah. More like 130. There you go.
me, and they never even formally fired me.
See,
they just took
the reason
me
I do that little bit of small intro just because something more is happening, basically. If it's zooming in, at least something more is happening. The mind is content.
off the register. Worse than being formally fired, probably, because they're like, fuck this kid. We're not even gonna tell him that he's not even coming in anymore. We're just gonna fucking leave him in limbo. And that's my working experience. So, working for yourself on the screen. Let's tick off a couple things.
Amazing. Perfect. Done and dusted. That right there, guys, is how to edit it. All of a sudden, I'm literally just gonna go ahead and press Control M. Gonna pop up these bad boy export settings. Click this one. Go ahead and get high quality 1080p. And go here to render at max depth. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm gonna simply select my my folder, which is actually gonna be my official folder. My bad. 2020 and YouTube videos. I'm gonna go ahead and call this. Should you work for yourself or somebody else? What was the official title of this? I'm not too sure. I think I had an official title for this right here. I think it was is working for yourself better or worse? Is working for yourself better or worse? Amazing. Go ahead and press export. And with that being said, guys, there's a lot of different channels, so it's going to figure stuff out, and it's going to go ahead and process and render. So thank you guys for tuning in to another bonus episode. We got more fun stuff coming up next, exploring different live projects and how to create them from scratch. See you guys in the next episode. Let's do it. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. Continuing on the bonus section, right now what I want to do is I want to do a social media teaser. Now, that is a standard practice when you're trying to bring more traffic to a link, a YouTube video in this case. And basically, we oftentimes as influencers, me being an influencer speaking from that perspective, we want micro content to promote our big main release, right? So when I drop a big YouTube video, what I want to do also is I want to accompany that with micro content on social media that sort of backs it up and drives more traffic from the other social channels to that particular link and basically gets more views, right? So we want a cool little concise piece of content that sums it up nicely, and basically we're going to be able to put that together through Premiere Pro with a square piece of content and make some micro content. So, is working for yourself better or worse? Go ahead and download the actual fully rendered clip, and you might have just rendered it yourself. So either use your exported version or download my exported version if you didn't export it after our previous exercise together. And pretty much I'm just going to let that fully import itself so that we're not dealing with any, glitches or anything like that. Oftentimes, if you sort of drag your video into a new sequence before it's actually loaded up down here, it will not import with an audio channel because it basically didn't figure out everything about it, and it basically has to write and generate the peak file as it says right there. The peaks are obviously all these little waveforms and stuff like that. So just your best overall to best practice to let that go all the way through. Then drag and drop it down here. And there's one simple thing I want to do, which is going to sort of change the dynamic of the type of video we're creating, which is go to sequence settings, and go ahead and turn this frame size to 1080. 1080 by 1080, which is going to be a perfect square. Let's press OK, and just like that, it is turned into a perfect square. Then, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to right click, and I want to press set to frame size, which is going to put it right here in the middle. And that might look a little bit strange to you guys, but it will make sense when we create what we're about to create. Now, what I want to quickly do is actually go ahead and just corner off some stuff real quick. Let's go ahead and get all these other stuff and just drag that here and call that bonus YouTube vid, right? Because we want to organize stuff. Leave that there. I'm not trying to get these ones into a new folder called bonus micro content. Sweet. I told you guys from the start to be organized. Overall, I do forget about being organized sometimes, but It always comes back to me in the end. Now what I want to do, guys, is I want to create some solids. I want to create some actual color mats. Stuff that I want to change the background to white, basically. Black, it looks a little bit too crazy. I want some white so it's real standing out when it pops up in your timeline, and also kind of blends into the whiteness of Instagram and Twitter and all that. Overall, white for square videos is usually a pretty good color. So I go up here to New, for File, New, and then I click Color Matte. And we're going to create 2 color mats, but one to start it off with, a white color matte. Simple. Press OK. Drag and drop that to the layer below our video. And just like that, now we've got our video in the middle with the white background behind it. Now, what I want to do is I want to build a progress bar down the bottom. You guys have potentially seen these all throughout social media. They're a very common strategy. Basically, we have a progress bar working its way across the bottom here, and it basically just keeps the viewer's attention. It shows them that, you know, that they're making way through the video, whatever the case may be. But before we do that, I want to decide the actual selection of the video we're going to be using. So I say about 15 to 30 seconds. Let's play probably just the first 15 to 30 seconds of the video. Let's play.
What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse. And I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction. And it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide, actually, for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better. I could easily wake up at 9. What's up, people? My name's Jack. Welcome back. Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better.
So, I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is, you see, I'm literally just playing through a little bit, and I'm just trying to hear sort of like, where are we building the hype? And overall, I think the best place is probably right after I introduce myself. So,
people, my name's Jack.
Welcome back. That today. So let's go ahead and chop it down there where I start the next thing I'm starting to say today. Chop that down, go ahead and play that, see if it's sounding concise, and then I think we cut it off right before it starts getting into anything crazy. Go ahead and play it.
Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse, and I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction, and it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide, actually, for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better. Overall, I'm Jack.
Perfect.
Is better. Overall.
So we're going to end it when I say working for yourself is better.
Is better. Overall.
Right before overall. Boom, boom, boom. Go ahead and delete all those. Absolutely amazing. And that basically is our selection right there, okay? Now, what we're going to do at the end is a little bit of sound design just to bring that out, right? The same sound design strategy we've been using before, and we're going to replicate it again, right? Real quick, we could go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to jump back here. I'm going to get our Sudden Impact 2 sound effect that we love so much. I'm going to drag it into my bonus micro content and go ahead and drag that over right there. Amazing, 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 amazing. And go here, chop it at the highest peak point. Bring it over here. Delete the side, drag that over so it's all one continuous piece. And go ahead and play it just to hear what it's sounding like.
For somebody else is better.
I think it needs to be moved over a little bit more.
Somebody else is better.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. And that's just going to build some suspense at the end where we can have some text that says, go check it out, whatever the case may be. Now, let's go ahead and build that progress bar. Go ahead and hover over our bonus micro content folder so the next color mat gets created in that folder and we don't have to do any extra organization. Go up here to File, go to New, go to Color Mat, and then go ahead and press OK. But this time, let's make it red. Or what we could do is we could make it match the color of our particular color theme that's going on, which is blue. So that's sort of a stylistic choice. Now, just for the sake of making stuff match, I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to get this blue. I'm going to make it. I'm going to drag and drop it over our video. Now, what's going to happen is it's going to take control because it's the highest layer and it's obviously cover everything. But all we want to do is go to position and get this 540 over here, the right hand axis, and just drag that down until it's about the size that you want it. Maybe around there. Something like that, right? Something like that. It's looking pretty good. It ain't looking too shabby at all. Amazing. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and press the toggle animation keyframe button and drag that to the very end, which means we've told the program that at the very end of this, the progress bar is full. Then here, which is the very beginning, we simply get this left-hand axis and we drag it all the way until it's just off the screen like that, so that it starts off the screen and it ends on the screen, which means that when we play this, it's going to work its way gradually across, and we've built an animated progress bar which keeps the viewer's attention.
Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse, and I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction, and it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide, actually, for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better.
And just like that, guys, that right there is how we build the progress bar. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is right here at the end, just write some simple text that says, out now, link in bio. Very, very simple, standard. We're trying to just literally build something that's a template piece. And we can go here, click it, go ahead and center it. Also, tap those two to center, and go ahead and get this bad boy. Let's go ahead and get impact. Impact, nice solid font, perfect. Go ahead and throw those in the middle. Out now, link in bio. What we can do is we can get the color mat, go ahead and double click it, get the color code right here, copy paste it, Control C, and then get, Control Z, undo that, and then get the link in bio text and go ahead and make it blue, so that we've got the same blue as was down here at the link in bio. So a couple of those are literally just stylistic choices, make stuff feel as though it's more concise, whatever the case may be. Also, maybe even make the should we make it smaller? Nah, it's all good. It's all good right there. And then we start overlaying some text. So what I'm going to actually go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and press T, our text tool, come up here to the top, and go ahead and write working for yourself vs somebody else. And even though it's writing it off the screen, I know that it's writing because it's up there. I'm going to go ahead and center it. And I'm going to go ahead and get the working for yourself via somebody else bit, bring that to the layer below. Remember, I'm aware what I'm doing. I'm going to go ahead and align it, center it right here, bring it in a little bit, scale it, and go ahead and click it, make it black, and then go ahead and just get the movements, bring it up here, pop it right there, and then you know what we're going to do. We are going to highlight yourself, go to fill, and copy paste that code in again, that blue, and go ahead and get somebody else, and Control V, get that code in there right there. So working for yourself via somebody else. Amazing, 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 amazing. Now, what this has done right here is has highlighted the key bits, made a nice title, and also what we could even do is make that working for a little bit bigger as well. Drag that down so we've got that. Working for yourself via somebody else. Control S, save that, drag that across the entire top, and also, drag that over here. Hold Alt and drag up, and drag it down here. Make it smaller. Actually, click the text itself. Make it smaller. Perfect, just like that. And go ahead and watch now on YouTube. Watch now on YouTube, and we can get the on YouTube. And go ahead and make that red. And just like that, we now have the red that stands out, the title that stands out. Go ahead and center that. Amazing. Bring it down a little bit. Go ahead and make that sort of semi-big so it's visible. And again, it's already dragged all the way to the end. And just like that, guys, we have now created a very, very, very cool graphic, which I'm actually thinking, you know what I could do as well, is just drag it in a little bit and press Control D so that it actually fades on as well. And then we can actually just go ahead and press Control S, save that, and play it through. And we have actually succeeded in creating a piece of micro content for social media that will act as a promo graphic for when we drop that YouTube video that we already put together in the bonus section before this. Let's play it. Let's see what it's looking like.
Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse. And I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction. And it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide, actually, for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better.
And just like that, guys, that right there is the exercise done and dusted. Couple final things. We could throw some, stylistically, we could throw a couple particles in the background. Whatever. I'll leave that stuff up to you if you want to get a little bit more fancy with it. But overall, guys, that right there is our piece of micro content done and dusted. And just let me walk through the export settings. Let's press Control M. Go ahead and save this. And the export settings, if you want the full quality stuff, same exact thing. Go up here, go to high quality 1080. However, just make sure to go ahead and customize that back to 1080 or else it will be stuck. And then just go ahead and get the render at maximum, render at maximum render quality as well. And then we go over here, we find our bonus section, we right click, we make a new folder, and we go ahead and call this micro content done and dusted. Micro content teaser, save, tap on export. This is going to go ahead and export our file, and basically we have put together a pretty nice little graphic or a little promo piece of content actually, where this can act as a sort of little teaser, increase intrigue in the video. We can now go over here to bonus micro content and go ahead and play this file right here. Oh, it's muted.
Yourself is better.
It knows it was going to be good. Let's go ahead and play it.
Today, we're talking about why working for yourself is better or worse. And I'm pretty much going to be ticking off a whole bunch of different points in either direction. And it's basically up to you to take a couple notes and decipher and decide actually for yourself whether working for yourself is better or working for somebody else is better. Oh.
And just like that, guys, that right there is our bonus episode done and dusted, how to create a piece of micro content from scratch. We literally explored every part. We like literally everything in here is built by us. Nothing is preset, nothing's pre-made. We animated the bar, we animated the we built this whole video together in the last section. Then we animated the bar, we added the background, we added the titles, we threw the sound design here at the end to build some intrigue. We put the title at the end, getting the link in bio. We built every part of this, 100% organic, and a great exercise. Thank you guys for joining me. We got more coming up in the bonus section. Believe me, it ain't done yet.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Jack. Welcome back to another episode of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course bonus section. This right here is going to be how to edit a promo video from scratch. And in true Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass fashion, we're going to put together a promo video for the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass that you guys have actually just completed. And funny enough, this exact promo video is in the introduction section of this course. So not only are we at the end editing together this intro, but very possible that you guys would have watched it at the very start of this course because I've thrown it there. We're going to make this together here, which means we may as well put it at the beginning of the course, which you guys will have already watched. The timeline's a little bit all over the place, but let's go ahead and get into it. We obviously have this timeline here, which is the previous bonus section, which was the piece of micro content. Overall, turned out really nice. We had the color theme matching, all that type of stuff. So let's go ahead and build another promo video. This one I'm going to be following a little bit different strategy where I've only given you guys a backing track and a voiceover. So the same backing track. I like this backing track. We've been using it a fair bit. First off, let's be nice and organized. Let's go here. Let's type bonus promo video. Simple. Bonus promo video. So all of our assets we can drag and drop. We could throw those down there to the bonus promo video section. And then let's drag Adobe Premiere Pro into the new composition, new sequence button. And just like that, we have a 32-second voiceover, which we can go ahead and listen to and see what I'm saying. And we're going to basically start putting some visuals over the top. But let's hear what I'm even saying so we know what to put over.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner into a well-rounded and seasoned editor. In true masterclass fashion, we plan on taking you through the absolute basics all the way to the most advanced skills and features available to you inside the program. We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced, skipping no steps along the way. Buckle yourselves in for hands down the most comprehensive and all-inclusive Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. Let's get to it.
Now, the only thing crazier than all the madness I was talking about in that voiceover is that I actually believe it. This Premiere Pro course, hands down, the exercises I give you guys alone are, in my experience, better than anything anybody else on the internet is teaching in terms of Premiere Pro. This stuff's really good, guys. This stuff's really good. People aren't doing exercises like this. They're just simply not. So let's start building this thing. Now, what's the first thing I say?
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
What I'm going to go ahead and do, guys, is again, I'm going to go a little bit off grid here where I haven't prepared everything for you guys. I'm going to start taking stuff off the internet. I'm going to take stuff off all my hard drives, but I'm going to put it all in this promo video folder for you guys. So we make sure to stay organized, all right? So I'm going to come over here, actually. I'm actually going to go ahead and let me go ahead and get a new window up. And I'm actually going to go ahead and type in Premiere Pro logo PNG. This is my strategy for getting images with no background. So I'm going to get the logo, the Adobe Premiere Pro logo. I'll have a look. I'll see if there's one that's looking nicer. That one's looking pretty good to me. I like that. I'm going to save that. By the way, you guys know I'm giving you guys everything. So I drag it here. I'm going to drag that over here and import it. And just like that, I've noticed one key thing. Let me jump back over to editing. Funny enough, I've noticed that the sequence settings are, they've matched what our previous one was. So this one, we want to make it normal. So let's go 1920 by 1080, which when we press OK, is going to make that widescreen. And I think what I want to go ahead and do is I want to actually go ahead up here, and I want to go ahead and type in Premiere Pro background. Premiere Pro background. And exactly, I want to get something cool like this. Some sort of cool background that we can essentially utilize. And the reason I knew something like that would come up is because graphic designers use different patterns and stuff like that. And keep in mind, I'm literally just showing you guys the process of how I go about sourcing images when I'm editing a program and editing a project. But I'm giving you guys everything. So don't worry, you guys don't have to go do this. You guys can simply go to resources and download all this stuff and just basically follow through what I'm doing. But I'm going to go ahead and have that on full. And I'm actually going to go ahead and have Premiere Pro animated in. So I'm going to have that on 100. And I'm going to come back over here. You know what? I might even go 110. So it's actually flip those around. It starts on 100, goes out to 110. Let's play this, see what it looks like.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course
is where it starts kicking off. So I'm actually going to adjust that so the animation happens sooner. Also, I'm actually going to animate this background where it probably starts bigger and ends a little bit smaller.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course.
Right there, you've now got some animation happening. Now, when we have, for example, we use some of our overlays to bring it in with some cool glitches or whatever, it's going to start looking real cool. So let's come over here. I'm going to go ahead and get these bad boys, drag them over here to our bonus promo video folder. And I'm going to get the monologue standard song that we've been using a bunch. I'm going to trim that down. I'm going to drag it over here. And I'm going to have it come in at probably -25, right? Probably throughout the entire thing, -25. Let's play it, see if the levels are okay. If they are, we'll continue with this.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course...
Amazing. So it sounded really good, and I'm about to say this course.
This course will transform even a complete beginner into...
And you know what I'm also going to do? I'm actually going to go ahead and get my voiceover, pop it up 5 decibels. I think it sounded a little bit quiet, right?
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner...
You know what? I actually might also go over to audio, just to flex what we've used so far, and I actually might assign it as dialogue, and tell it to be a balanced male voice, and bring it over and start playing it again.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner into...
And I'm saying now that this course will transform even a complete beginner. So now what I'm actually going to go ahead and do, guys, is I'm actually going to go ahead and open up the finished videos that I've actually completed. So this course, obviously, this is what the edits look like. You guys have watched every episode. These are what the edits. So these are the live episodes that you guys have actually watched. And I'm actually going to use these as B-roll. So I'm going to actually give you guys some of these. And we're going to take pieces from these episodes and actually use them as B-roll and then animate them in and out to basically merge them together, make them seem a little bit, less like they're taken from something, basically. But you see how I say we're going to take a complete beginner. So listen to what I say, and basically right here I say we're going to take a complete beginner. Hear that, and you can start to see what we're going to put over.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner into a well-rounded and seasoned editor.
So that's a two-part piece right there. In my mind, I'm now thinking we need one clip showing the beginner edits, and then we need a clip right here showing some real advanced looking stuff. So very, very simple. What I want to go ahead and do is I'm going to load up my promo video folder here, the one that you guys are having. Anything in this folder you guys can download, and everything over here is the stuff that I'm still figuring out. So I'm going to go ahead and get editing, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and get some motion breakdown. I'm going to press Control-C. I'm going to come over here, press Control-V, which means I've copy-pasted that over. I'm going to go ahead and let that do its thing. Go ahead and copy and paste it over, just for the simple fact of everything that I bring to this folder here, guys, is downloadable from you. Everything over here is stuff I'm figuring out that I want to use, right? Simple, nice and straightforward. Awesome. We got motion breakdown. Go ahead and drag that over to Premiere Pro. We can drag that into our bonus promo folder. Wonderful. And basically double click it, load it up. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and scroll over. And I'm going to find out, I'm looking and I'm just seeing some sort of edits or movements that would go ahead and paint the picture that we're doing some basic level stuff, right? Because what I've just said is I'm going to take an absolute complete basic person and bring them to advanced. So what I might do is I might just have this zoom out animation here. You see, because it looks like something's happening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to scroll over until I can see this zoom out animation start to happen. And I'm going to press I, which is an in point. Then I'm going to actually just go ahead and just drag and drop into our timeline, because there's no specific time when I have to remove it. Then I'm just going to play it and wait until I say something about advanced, because when it says advanced, we can cut this clip, we can get it out of here, and we could bring in a clip from, for example, the advanced effects section that actually represents the advanced effects that we would have been teaching. So let's play this, let's hear when we want to cut it.
This course will transform even a complete beginner into a
well-rounded right there. So I'm going to chop it as soon as I say well-rounded. I'm going to go ahead and press Control-S, go ahead and save that. Then I'm going to come over here, I'm going to get our advanced effects, and I'm going to think about what represents some advanced level stuff. I'm thinking that, you know what represents some advanced level stuff is some green screen work, 100%. Green screens just sort of scream advanced. So I'm going to copy and paste that over for you guys to download. Obviously, green screen work will have been downloadable in the resources for you guys. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to drag it to bonus promo video. I'm going to double click it, and I want you guys to scroll over with me right now. And let's literally just go ahead and look for exactly some scenes that look advanced. So, for example, I'm scrolling over. Ideally, if we can get a zoom in at the same time, then we are laughing. It's looking like not much of a zoom in. Maybe like right about here. Some stuff's happening, right? Movement's happening. I'm press I,
This over.
just play that.
And right click it and literally just
Amazing. And I'm going to go ahead and drag just the video in, just so we have no commentary, no voiceover, and go ahead and play this and see where we want to cut it.
well-rounded and seasoned editor. In true masterclass fashion, we plan on taking you through the absolute basics.
So chop it right there when I start saying in true masterclass fashion, we're taking you through the absolute basics. And we got a little bit of animation to do. We want to come over here to this clip right here. Go ahead and toggle scale, toggle position, and then come later in the clip and go ahead and just have it on maybe like a 120. And then bring it up until the absolute top right. So it's zooming into this screen right here. Go ahead and drag that over here and play it. Oh, Control-S. The play lagged for a sec. Play it again. Spacebar. Little bit of a delay. It's looking like it's glitching out a little bit. You know what we might have to do? We might have to just go ahead and open up that motion breakdown and bring some more advanced level stuff in. So I'm literally just going to scroll on over. Go ahead and have a look. Have a look. Maybe even right here, this zoom in. This zoom in right here could be a good point. So I'm going to come to the zoom in, press I. Remember, that's on motion breakdown. Drag and drop just the video in. Come to the beginning, press Control-S, save this, and let's play it. Even though it's looking like a small playback glitch has happened right here. Very, very simple. I want you guys to simply close down the program, reopen it, all right? This is actually very accurate. This stuff will happen. My bad, guys. The program just crashed real quick there, and it stopped recording for a second. Standard technical difficulties. I actually kind of like it funny enough when technical problems happen live on these tutorials, because honestly, and you probably will have figured this out already, you'll be having technical problems throughout the course of your editing journey. I literally guarantee it. It's just the nature of computer stuff. I mean, especially high-level computer stuff like editing. So let's play through. Let's see what our composition, our sequence is looking like so far.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner into a well-rounded and seasoned editor. In true masterclass fashion, we plan on taking you through the absolute basics all the way to the most advanced skills and...
Perfect. So it's looking nice. We need to just keep piecing stuff together. So just to explain what I'm going to do now, and I'm going to speed through it, I'm basically going to keep going through and just chopping it at the point where like a new piece of information is being talked about. So right here I say we're going to take you from the absolute basics to the most advanced stuff in the program, right?
Absolute basics all the way to the most advanced skills.
See, most advanced skills. So I'm going to chop it on most advanced, and it makes sense that now we're going to go back to our good old-fashioned completed section, and we're just going to keep bringing in more advanced level stuff. So what I'm actually going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and bring that that masking Premiere Pro one in. But real quick, let me just go ahead and bring up our good old-fashioned masterclass folder so I can make sure to bless you guys with the exact resources as we obviously create them. Going to go to promo video, go ahead and copy paste this bad boy over. Let that transfer itself over. Then we're going to import it into the program, and again, just keep taking out advanced looking stuff, because obviously we've got the live tutorial of our advanced lessons, which means that all we have to do is just go ahead and have a look at this stuff that I'm doing right here, which kind of looks advanced. I'm going to go to I probably around here when I start bringing on that mask, right? Because I'm just trying to look for a selection that when zoomed in on, right? So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in, play to see the selection though. I think probably to around there.
Most advanced skills and features available to you inside the program.
Amazing. So what we can go ahead and do now is literally just go ahead and pop that on 125 maybe. And again, just position it in the top corner of the program just like that. So it's going to be zooming in, and then we can go ahead and chop that right there.
Most advanced skills and features available to you inside the program. We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced.
Amazing. We plan on taking you all the way from beginner to advanced, so I'm just going to keep on overlaying more advanced level stuff. And the way I want to do that is by continuing just to bring in stuff that looks like a lot's going on, right? Like that's the main thing. I just want to bring stuff in that looks like a lot is going on.
Nice right there.
So for example, let me go ahead and turn that off right there. And it looks like a lot's going on. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this one over as well. Bring that over to right about there. Amazing. Go ahead and import that. And we're just bringing on stuff that we're using as B-roll, and we're just trying to import this into the thing. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to switch stuff up in a second. I'm going to go back to Google, and we're going to get some live images, just of very complicated looking timelines, and we're going to put that in here and again animate it so it looks like a bunch is going on. But right here in it, right there, probably around where I'm messing with the colors, right? And play it.
We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced.
And you know what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to speed this one up. I'm going to go to 400, so a lot's happening quickly.
We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced, skipping no steps along the way.
Skipping no steps along the way. Perfect. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is set those keyframes right there and chop it out. Go to the absolute beginning of this clip and go ahead and pop it on a 125. Zoom it in over here to the right. Zoom it in on that.
We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced, skipping no steps along the way. Buckle yourselves in for
hands down the most comprehensive course you've ever seen in your life is more or less the direction that I'm going in. But let's jump over here back again to the green screen one. Have a look. And again, I'm just trying to look for stuff that is looking pretty advanced. So stuff like that right there. So stuff's going on, right? I'm going to drag that right here.
Buckle yourselves in.
And again, I'm going to just turn it up to 500% speed.
Buckle yourselves in for hands down the most comprehensive and...
There we go. And all-encompassing. See, I'm remembering the voiceover right now. And I remember, again, I'm just doing this keyframe in animation. So I'm literally just zooming it in and also positioning it down there in the bottom right, bottom left rather, so that it's zooming down.
The most comprehensive and all-inclusive
Adobe course ever. Amazing. So I'm literally just taking stuff from these right here. And you know what I'm actually going to go ahead and do is in a second, what I think I might do is I might go ahead and I might get some images, as I showed you guys. But I'm going to exercise 4, drag and drop that right here because there's already motion going on, isn't there? Yeah, so that's going to look comprehensive. Real good. Now we can have it zooming out of the screen.
An all-inclusive Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet.
On the entire internet? Amazing. So probably right there at the on the entire internet. And also, I want to go ahead and have this, is this zooming in? Yeah, that's zooming in. So right here, we want it zooming out of the screen right here. Boom. Keep that semi in the middle.
An all-inclusive Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. An all-inclusive
Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. That's what I'm saying. So we might want to mess around with that ending a little bit, I think, to be honest, and maybe even repeat it. So copy paste that end bit, come over here, Control V, and go ahead and type
all-inclusive
Adobe Premiere Pro. What I think I'm going to do is I might actually start moving some stuff over a little bit. So this bad boy comes up here.
Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. Let's get to it.
Boom.
Let's get to it.
Now that sounds like music-wise, it actually adds up perfect. So what we could do is actually just keyframe the levels right here so that it actually builds up to this drop and hits full volume at that drop.
Let's get to it.
Amazing. So we can keep this extending and go ahead and make sure to pull this out and pull that out right there.
Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. Let's get to it.
Amazing. And just like that, it can smash in. So that just literally, that's one of the perks of editing, is sometimes stuff just works out perfectly. So now what I want to do, now that we know we have this extra bit here, we can make this a little bit shorter here.
Most advanced skills and features available to you
let's play this.
Inside the program. We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced, skipping no steps along the way. Buckle yourselves in for hands down the most comprehensive and all-inclusive Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. Let's get to it.
Okay, I think maybe the let's get to it, we want it to be faded in already.
Let's get to it.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So, this one right here is looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and watch this entire thing together from start to finish, and then we know what we want to start blending together and basically doing more of. Let's go ahead and press spacebar, play this one through.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner into a well-rounded and seasoned editor. In true masterclass fashion, we plan on taking you through the absolute basics all the way to the most advanced skills and features available to you inside the program. We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced, skipping no steps along the way. Buckle yourselves in for hands down the most comprehensive and all-inclusive Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. Let's get to it.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. And just like that, guys, we have put together the foundation of what's a nice promo video. However, what I want to go ahead and do right now, guys, is actually go ahead and give you guys some more stuff, I think. I want to actually go over here to my editing folder. And I want to go to Premium Glitches. Premium Glitches, I believe I've blessed you guys a little bit with. Let's jump back here, see if I have the glitch overlays. I don't think I've fully given you guys a bunch of 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10 ones. These ones right here, really good stuff. I want to go ahead and incorporate some of them. So I'm going to go ahead and bring over, I'm going to start loading a couple up and just seeing what they're looking like. I want these more glowy ones like that. So I want those ones. These 4, I think, could be good. I'm going to paste them over. Obviously, you guys will have already downloaded them. And I'm going to drag all 4 of them into promo video bonus folder that we've obviously been building up. And I'm going to double-click number 6, load that one up first. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and import that over here and scroll along until it's fully on the screen like that. And again, you guys know the drill. Go to screen, chop it down the middle so we create like a point that it can lock on. And we put it right there. And we play it and we see what it's looking like. Also, actually, I'm going to hold Alt on this and drag this to the end.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a
Perfect. And now that I know one of them is looking good, now I know that, I'm going to come over and I'm literally just going to go ahead and insert all these ones into here. And I'm just going to go ahead and have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got 1, 2, and now we got the third one coming in. Remember, I go to the point where the effect is fully all-encompassing the entire screen where you can't see anything behind. So it's basically a perfect transition point. And then we drag in this next one right here, and we go ahead and again put it at the point where it is at absolute maximum blur or maximum glow, maximum whatever you'd call this. Just it's full, basically. You can't see what's going on in the background. So this point right here, we can transition between. It's wonderful. It's all trickery. It's all trickery of the eye, basically, right? It's just something's going on that distracts you from the previous thing. And I'm actually just going to bring everything back up. And I'm going to highlight everything, hold Alt, and just drag everything over again. And then, of course, reposition the ones that need repositioning. And actually, just like that, that worked out absolutely perfectly. It literally just needed that amount of transitions. And now, with this transition overlay, let's go ahead and have a look at what stuff's looking like.
Welcome, everybody.
I'll tell you what we could even do is potentially add that black bar. Add that black bar. The reason I'm going to add the black bar is because to the untrained eye, you just naturally assume that basically a whole bunch is going on, right? So what we can actually go ahead and do is jump over to our masterclass. You guys already have this, but I'll give it to you guys again just in case, right? So let's go ahead and import our black bars. Go ahead and drag that into our good old-fashioned folder, and go ahead and pop that on the top layer, and then we can go ahead and play and see what it's looking like.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner into a well-rounded and seasoned editor. In true masterclass fashion, we plan on taking you through the absolute basics.
So I want to make this a little bit bigger. Maybe like that. Maybe there.
All the way.
You know what? I'm deleting the black bars. I
to the
regret
most
them.
advanced skills and
That's
features
looking nice,
available
though.
to you inside the program. We plan on taking you
very
guys all
nice.
the way from beginner to advanced, skipping no steps along the way. Buckle yourselves in for hands down the most comprehensive and all-inclusive Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. Let's get to it.
And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm actually just going to go ahead and repeat one of these. I'm going to go ahead and repeat this one. So it ends it. And I'm just going to have the word welcome. 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 And I'm just going to go ahead and pop that in the middle. And I'm going to go ahead and make it impact. And I'll tell you what I'm going to go ahead and do next, or to finish it off. So I'm just going to drag out this logo underneath so that it's there, just so I can actually copy the colors. And I'm just going to go to fill. I'm going to get my tool. Boom. I'm going to make it pink. And then I'm going to drag this back over, and boom, just like that, welcome pops up. So right below this glitch, when it ends, when the beat hits, it says welcome.
Let's get to it.
Amazing. And you guys know what I'm going to finish this off with right here. I'm going to jump back into that last piece that I gave you guys. Was it the video intro? No, it was the tutorial that I gave you, the 4K particles. And that you guys will already have that. So I'm just going to come into my good old-fashioned project, and I'm just going to type in 4K. Get those particles right here. And I'm literally just going to go ahead and import them into the layer below. And drag them out a little bit. Oh, line everything up. Wonderful. Go ahead and get that on screen. Obviously, it's a black background, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and reposition it so that it is in the top right, which means that the least is coming through. And you know what I might even try do? I might try and go ahead and bring it over to that sort of pinkish a little bit. Bring it over there a tiny bit. It's sort of more feeling a bit red. Yeah. Looking all right. And now we can go ahead and just play this. See what it's looking like. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking this is it's definitely too much. So I'm going to get the Lumentri. And I'm going to go ahead and get the screen. Bring that down a little bit just so it's maybe like 20%, something like that. I told you guys, a lot of this game is literally just testing stuff out.
Let's get to it.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. You know what? I'm actually not even liking the look of those particles, so I'm going to bless you guys with some different particles. At the end of the day, we made it this far into it. We might as well complete it in a fashion that is 100% enjoyable. And the way I'm going to do that, guys, is by actually opening up my Overlay Effects Particles situation. And I'm just going to go ahead and get these bad boys. Particles number 3. Copy, paste them over. Oh, wrong folder. Let me go to the promo video folder. Paste them there. Drag them in. Bada bing, bada boom. Put them on the absolute bottom layer. And right click and make sure you have set to frame size. Go ahead and play.
Get to it.
Perfect, 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 perfect. And we can go ahead and have this this text zooming in to maybe a 110, something like that. And you know what we can have? Is we can have the particles zooming out. So they're coming here, but they're bigger, right? So basically, you see right here, you got these particles, they're coming up, but they're also going in. And just like that, we can end the text right there. Wait for it, wait for it. Wonderful. Perfect. Amazing. And now we can simply do an animation of these bad boys out. Wonderful. And an animation of the song out as well to that exact point. Wonderful. And just like that, guys, we can press O, which is the out point, and we've got a 43-second promo video that's looking pretty nice. Now, there's one quick thing that I want to do. The glitch overlay things, transitions, right? These right here, transitions, are kind of reddish. Now, the screen is looking not so red. So what I want to do is I want to just have a crack at getting an adjustment layer up and potentially syncing some stuff up. Now, the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to mess around with one of our LUTs and see if I can use that as a base to build upon. So I'm actually going to load this up. I'm going to get that LUT pack, and I'm just going to load some stuff up. Captain Crunch, looking all right.
Through the absolute basics all the way to the most advanced skill.
But that's, again, making stuff look a little bit more
Welcome
together.
everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro.
And also, I could tell something I want to do. I want to bring everything up one. And I want to go ahead and hold Alt onto the particles, drag it up so it duplicates, right-click, unlink it from the audio layer, and drag this over here. And go ahead and make it normal and not fade out. Or actually, it's got to be right-click, got to be at least in the middle right there. And I want to just go ahead and make that screen. So that basically, we're going to have some particles all throughout.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will...
Again, we can hold Alt, drag that to the end. Go ahead and have that right there all throughout the end as well. So now we've got some particles going throughout. Now, if we go ahead and press spacebar and play this, we're looking at a pretty nice piece right now that's coming together very, very quickly.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner into a well-rounded and seasoned editor. In true masterclass fashion, we plan on taking you through the absolute basics all the way to the most advanced skills and features available to you inside the program. We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced, skipping no steps along the way. Buckle yourselves in for hands down the most comprehensive and all-inclusive Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. Let's get to it.
Oh yeah. Just gonna go ahead and duplicate that so when the text goes away, there's a glitch. Amazing, amazing, amazing. That's looking perfect. Literally just one quick thing I want to do. Just to make this look a little bit less gloomy, I just want to go ahead and amp up the exposure to 2 on the background of the Premiere Pro screen. And just like that, guys, I'm going to go ahead and press Control M, load up the export settings as soon as they do decide to pop up. Control M. There they are in good fashion. I'm going to go ahead and bring that to high quality 1080p. I'm going to go ahead and put render at maximum depth and render at maximum quality. And I'm going to go ahead and find the promo video. And I'm going to call this the Adobe, Premiere Pro MC promo video. Adobe Premiere Pro MC, standing for Masterclass Promo Video. Go ahead and press the export button. Looks like we're using a fair few different audio channels, so it's got to figure some stuff out. Boom. Didn't really take too long to figure out. And now it's going to speed through the render, 14 seconds to go. Nice and easy. And we could go ahead and watch this back together, guys, in full quality, the exported version. And you and me have succeeded in building a promo video for this very course. Funny thing, you guys might have literally watched this promo video at the start of the course. Then we get to the end of the course. I show you exactly how I built it. Maybe you were wondering, oh, how did you do that? You know, boom, there you go. You can see every process, every step of the process, rather. You can see how it was done. So 98%, obviously it's going to get stuck for a minute because that's just what Premiere Pro does. Standard, the name of the game. I do not think I've ever used Premiere Pro for more than a couple days without, you know, dealing with some crashes or whatever the case may be. So it's one of them things, you just got to sort of appease the program a little bit. And this is not a crash right here. This is just a little bit of a delay, a little bit of a render lag while it sort of encodes the video and creates the final file. I've been sitting on this window before for a good 20 minutes based on the simple fact that I was rendering or processing like a massive video, you know, gigabytes, whereas it might even get stuck for a second, even just on 110 megabyte. But it speeds through it real quick, and just like that, we can actually go ahead and open up the bad boy right here, and we can have a look at the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass promo video. Done and dusted. Go ahead and turn that off mute. Bring that up here. Make this nice and big. Fill the screen with it, or you know what, nearly. Boom, just like that. Go ahead and press play.
Welcome everybody to the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course. This course will transform even a complete beginner into a well-rounded and seasoned editor. In true masterclass fashion, we plan on taking you through the absolute basics all the way to the most advanced skills and features available to you inside the program. We plan on taking you guys all the way from beginner to advanced, skipping no steps along the way. Buckle yourselves in for hands down the most comprehensive and all-inclusive Adobe Premiere Pro course on the entire internet. Let's get to it.
And just like that, guys, we have built an amazing 10 out of 10 promo video together, guys. That is the end of this bonus episode. Thank you for joining me. We created an absolute banger, which you watched at the beginning of the course, and I taught you at the end how we put it all together. Let's keep cracking.